Chapter 311 Imprison Qi Xiaoxiao.
Qishan River?
When Lin Xianbai heard this, he frowned and looked at Li Guanqi beside him.
If what Su Mu said is true, the new leader of the Red Blood Army has been changed since last year, and he was replaced by this Qishan. Then it should be the news of Osaka and these southerners being delayed. And I know the name. This is a person from the dungeon of Wufu Route, Frontier Battlefield. He is a captain of the Red Blood Army with a 4th level cultivation level. And Su Mu said, he also has red hair and red eyes? Or Xiao Zhao's clan uncle. So, it's not the same name and surname. But Qishan in the weird world has really come to reality. He is the second person after Qi Xiaoxiao, huh?
As he said this, Lin Xianbai suddenly looked surprised.
Why is it the Qi family again?
Li Guanqi remained silent and expressionless. Qishan River, the traitor of the Red Blood Army, the second person to be resurrected into reality. Is he actually that bastard?
Su Mu!
Li Guanqi looked at the northern aboriginal and said solemnly.
What else do you know about this matter? Please tell me everything. I no longer know.
However, Su Mu shook his head.
Our tribe is a small tribe and cannot get involved in these major events. So we know very little about these matters. We only know that since last year, Captain Qi Xiaoxiao disappeared, and that Qi Shana came to power. And he is a 4th level superhuman. So everyone obeys him and has no choice but to obey. After he came to power, he actually didn't do much. It was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. He still received regular resource gifts. I heard from people from other tribes that the Red Blood Army's requests for help were always answered. And even the efficiency was faster. To be honest, if the Red Blood Army hadn't sent people to spread the news, we wouldn't have known that the leader of the Red Blood Army had changed. Okay. Thanks.
Li Guanqi could only sigh helplessly when he saw Su Mu speaking like this.
I think something isn't right.
Lin Xianbai stood beside him, frowning.
Qi Xiaoxiao traveled to reality after she died in the 3rd copy, Spell Academy. And she was indeed the 3rd time we returned to reality. Come back to reality with us. What about Qishan River? Frontier Battlefield is also the 3rd dungeon. It's the martial arts route. According to this assumption, Qishan should have traveled to reality during the 3rd copy. But there is no news about him in Palai. We discovered Qi Xiaoxiao crossing, but not Qishan River.
Speaking of this, Lin Xianbai's expression looked extremely confused.
Maybe.
Li Guanqi frowned and guessed.
Perhaps. The place where the Qishan River crosses happens to be unmonitored. So you didn't find him. As a 4 elephant level alien blood warrior and a captain of the Red Blood Army, he has quick thinking and adaptability. He is extremely powerful and adapted to modern rules immediately. Pretending to be a modern person and hiding in reality? That's the only way to explain it.
Lin Xianbai nodded lightly.
But there's a problem.
Immediately afterwards, he said,
Qishan is a 4th level alien blood warrior. Not to mention the period before the wasteland. I think Qishan is smart and cautious. He does not dare to confront technological weapons head-on. So he chooses to be quiet. Live life. What about the extraordinary 20 years after the apocalypse breaks out? A 4 elephant level alien blood warrior capable of dominating the wasteland. How could such a being tolerate a heavenly master army in the south without annexing it? No. The most important thing is, why did such a being wait until last year to appear and snatch Qi Xiaoxiao's position as leader of the Red Blood Army? What was he doing in the past few decades? Sleeping? Besides, we have always found it strange. The body training method,
Lin Xianbai said and looked directly at Su Mu.
Do you know something like the body refining technique? It is used by 2nd level humans to break through to the 3rd level. What is that?
Su Mu looked confused.
Is there any other way to break through? Can't we just rely on eating cursed supernatural blood and the flesh and blood of demon species to slowly become stronger? Really?
Lin Xianbai was not surprised at all.
In the north, just like in the south, body training methods are monopolized and hidden, and are not used by the public. They don't even know about it.
Then, he paced back and forth in the room, frowning and thinking to himself.
So there are 2 doubts now. 1. What was Qishan doing in the past few decades? If he traveled through time at the end of the 3rd copy, then why did he disappear for decades while he was in the wasteland? Only to show up last year to usurp Qi Xiaoxiao's leadership position? 2. The Red Blood Army is in the north. Why do they have to hide their physical training methods? In the previous decades, the leader of the Red Blood Army was still Qi Xiaoxiao. Why would she hide this? Is it because she has become greedy and decided to use this method to consolidate her dominance? I did have this idea at first, but now a Qishan river suddenly appeared. My intuition told me, of course, it was either the prompt from Tianyin Shensu or just pure intuition. I always felt that Shuizong of the body refining method was related to the Qishan river. After Lin Xianbai finished speaking, he found that his admiration no longer favored him. Then he raised his head. Then it was discovered that Li Guanqi had actually obtained an animal skin map from Su Mu. Detective Lin? Li Guanqi held the map and looked at Lin Xianbai. Finally done with the reasoning? Then don't waste time by blindly blinding Jiba. He shook the animal skin map in his hand. Let's go directly to the Red Blood Army headquarters. If you have any doubtful questions, find that bastard Chishan and beat him up. Then you will understand everything. The headquarters of the Red Blood Army is located in Red Blood Mountain. Their base before the end of the world had long been razed to the ground by the power of nuclear bombs. The current headquarters was re-established in the 23rd extraordinary year. As for its previous name, no one knows or cares about it. Northern humans just need to know a little bit. This place is called Red Blood Mountain, and it is the headquarters of the Red Blood Army. All major decisions in the entire north will be made from here. At this time, a tall man with white hair and blue eyes came to the foot of the mountain. Day 11. It's the morning of the 11th day, when the extraordinary person returns to reality. Li Guanqi finally arrived at the Red Blood Army headquarters. Before the second simulation of reality, the text showed that he went to the Dream Viewing Sanctuary on the 12th day, and there was only 1 day left. Soon. It's almost there. Call. At the foot of the Red Blood Mountain. In the forest, Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the towering mountain in the distance. He took a deep breath and suppressed his slightly excited emotions. But he took no action. But waited for half an hour. Susu! Suddenly, there was the sound of bushes being caressed. A young man in a white shirt walked slowly over, with a slightly tired look on his face. Lin Xianbai. Has the formation been set up? Li Guanqi looked at him. Lin Xianbai nodded. Li Guanqi was also a little relieved. What Lin Xianbai set up was not the spell formation learned from the strange world, but the Daoyuan heaven-locking formation inherited from the Tianshi mansion. When fighting Lugui in Lugui village, this formation had already shown its power once. If Lin Xianbai hadn't suddenly come and trapped Lugui, even Li Guanqi could only watch helplessly as Lugui escaped. Escape. There is no need to doubt the magical effect of the Daoyuan heaven-locking formation. That time in Lugui village, Lin Xianbai cast a spell in a hurry, and was able to hold back the seriously injured 4th level Lugui. This time, he was fully prepared and laid the foundation of the formation. Even the 4th level alien in his heyday, there is absolutely no possibility of escape for a blood warrior. Lin Xianbai was worried that Chishan had escaped. To this day, Li Guanqi does not think that Chishan can escape from his hands. However, Taoist Lin is cautious, so he will let it go. Let's go! As Li Guanqi spoke, he made a secret with one hand, used the concealment technique, escaped into the shadows, and quickly headed towards the Red Blood Mountain. The same is true for Lin Xianbai. As the two men lurked in the shadows, none of the groups of red armored guards patrolling Red Blood Mountain could notice them. Even if the shadows transformed by Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai swam past their feet, they didn't feel anything wrong. But this smooth situation soon ceased to exist, probably after arriving halfway up the mountain. Buzz! On the entire Red Blood Mountain, the silver-white alloy street lamps suddenly lit up with red light, flashing wildly, and at the same time, a loud sound erupted that spread throughout the mountain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Team after team of patrolling red armored guards roared angrily, all forming a formation. Halfway up the mountain, the red light of several street lamps is particularly different, because they do not radiate but emit, and several red lights shoot directly towards a shadow on the ground. Light envelopes and shadows disappear. The two young men were also forced to exit the state of hiding and appeared on the mountain. The red light from the surrounding street lights all shone on them. It's a spiritual power detector. Lin Xianbai looked at the few silver-white street lamps around him and the red light that enveloped him, with a somewhat helpless expression. The technology 100 years ago was not so advanced, and it can actually directly indicate the specific details of spiritual power fluctuations. Location. Sure enough, times are improving. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, on the mountain path in front of him, a red shadow about 3 meters high fell from the sky. His whole body was burning with blazing flames. He held a shield in his left hand and a flaming spear in his right hand. It was a warrior formed by a military formation. Will be a shadow. A 3-level military general. Li Guanqi raised his head slightly and saw 10 second-level alien blood superhumans 100 meters away, all wearing red blood heavy armor and holding red blood spears and shields. Although the manufacturing process of this set of military equipment is not as good as what Li Guanqi saw in the Red Blood Fortress barracks, it is actually very different. There were 10 second-level alien-blooded superhumans in formation, and together with the military equipment on their bodies, they formed a shadow of a 3rd-level warrior, which was normal. Who are you? In the 10-man military formation, the Red Blood Army soldier in the center shouted in a deep voice. The shape of the mouth of the General Shadow also changed, and the voice actually came from the War General Shadow. Facing this scene, Li Guanqi just raised his left index finger and put it gently to his mouth. Then, make a knot with your right hand. 4-level spell, Dreamland. Buzz. An invisible wave rippled out of Li Guanqi's body, as if the air was filled with ripples. Immediately afterwards, the 10-man army formation collapsed instantly, because all 10 red-blooded soldiers closed their eyes and fell to the ground. Sleeping soundly, the military formation collapsed, and the shadow of the general no longer existed. And those affected are far from here. The effect range of the 4-elephant-level hypnosis spell Dreamland, under Li Guanqi's full exertion, directly covered all areas of the Red Blood Mountain and radiated thousands of meters away. On the mountain trails of the Red Blood Mountain, the teams of Red Blood Army soldiers, who came because of the warnings from the spiritual power detectors, all fell to the ground and lay directly on the roadside, sleeping soundly, with their faces on their faces. An intoxicating smile appeared on his face, as if he had had a sweet dream. Let's go. Li Guanqi summoned a strong wind at will, rose directly from the ground, and flew to the top of the Red Blood Mountain. Lin Xianbai followed closely behind. The two flew hundreds of meters high and soon arrived at the top of the Red Blood Mountain. The headquarters building belonging to the Red Blood Army also appeared in their eyes. It was an ancient palace, with various buildings and temples standing nearby. Although it looks ancient, in fact, hidden under the ancient architecture are extremely advanced technological equipment. For example, the red lanterns hanging under the eaves do not actually contain lamp oil or wicks, but only psychic light bulbs. And the silvery white discs spinning around in the courtyard are all sweeping robots. It stands to reason that sweeping robots are not very advanced. But these sweeping robots really open Li Guanqi's eyes. On the stone floor, they will turn into discs. And when they come to the corners, various small tools such as brushes will extend to clean the dust in the dead corners. On the lawn in the courtyard, they transform into robot dogs and swallow larger garbage directly into their mouths. In carp lakes, they directly turn into robotic fish and swim around in the water. The water quality becomes much cleaner visibly to the naked eye. As for the trash on the palace roof, some sweeping robots have even turned into robot birds, flapping their wings and flying up to the eaves to pick up the garbage piled on the roof tiles. Forehead. This scene really shocked both Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. The power source of these things is spiritual power. Psionic technology has just appeared in the extraordinary year 1. But to what extent has today's psychic technology developed? Is it stagnant in the extraordinary 20 years before the end of the world? Or is it that even in the wasteland era, the Red Blood Army has made major breakthroughs in the technology tree of psychic technology? Are you stunning? Lin Xianbai looked at the sweeping robots that could transform into dogs, fish, or birds at will, and suddenly made a sound. This is a symbol. When a technology tree can extend technology to the level of sweeping the floor, it proves that this technology tree can definitely climb higher on the right path. It's amazing, but also a little ironic. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. In the wasteland, people in some tribes don't have enough to eat. The water they drink contains radiation. They have to use torches for lighting and animal skins for clothing. But here, even high technology can be used to sweep the floor. Polarizing. Too outrageous. Let's go find Qi Xiaoxiao. Lin Xianbai didn't discuss the matter anymore, and walked towards the palace not far away. That palace is the most luxurious building on Qixue Mountain. If Chishan wants to stay anywhere, that is the most likely place. Where to? However, Li Guanqi reached out and grabbed Lin Xianbai's shoulder. Lin Xianbai turned around in surprise. Li Guanqi took out the guidance light ball from the space necklace. Buzz! The ball of light flew straight towards the back mountain. Maybe that's where we should go.
Li Guanqi summoned the strong wind again and guided the light ball to fly away. Lin Xianbai continued to follow. Call. 2 gusts of wind flew together. Finally, led by the guiding light ball, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai came to the back of the Red Blood Mountain and into a deep green bamboo forest. Not far away, there is a clear lake. By the lake, there is an exquisite bamboo and wood loft.
Brotherly. Li?
A melodious voice sounded, and there was indescribable surprise in the voice. Li Guanqi looked up. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the attic, I saw a woman wearing a gorgeous long dress. The color scheme was mainly red, supplemented by white, and the costume design was full of ancient Daoyuo charm, making the woman's temperament extraordinarily pure. She has grown up a lot. She is no longer a little girl. She is over 1.7 meters tall. Even though she is wearing a long skirt, you can still faintly see that her beautiful legs are extraordinarily slender, and her proud breasts add a bit of charm to her as a mature woman. 3,000 green silk threads hang down like a waterfall, and when blown by the breeze, they flutter gently, making people unable to take their eyes away. The appearance has also grown and is no longer green, with 3-dimensional and deep facial features. A perfectly contoured oval face, a high nose bridge, smart beautiful eyes, and red lips. She is the most beautiful in the world.
Brotherly.
Taoist Lin.
She looked at the 2 people living downstairs and covered her mouth with her right hand. But her eyes could not help but moisten. 2 lines of hot tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and she could not hide her crying.
It's been a long time. A long time, 100 years. A full 100 years.
Ah! You are finally back.
Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated, and he hesitated to speak. He wanted to say something, but there were thousands of words stuck in his mouth, and he didn't know where to start. In the end, he just looked at the woman in the red dress on the attic and chuckled.
You have grown up and become a beautiful girl.
Yes. He is back. She has grown up too. She would be 116 years old this year. But as a 4th-level martial artist, she is of course still very young and beautiful at her age. She is. Qi Xiao. Buzz? Li Guanqi subconsciously wanted to go into the attic, but as soon as he took 2 steps, he ran into a wall of red light. As soon as he hit it, the entire wall of light suddenly appeared. It was a large defensive shield covering the attic. Above the red light curtain, various runes flickered, constantly appearing and dying, exuding a strange aura. It's a spiritual power formation.
This is the formation that Chishen asked King Penglai to set up.
Seeing this, Qi Xiao in the attic said quickly.
Brotherly. According to Qi Shanhe, even a 4-elephant level warrior cannot defeat him. But the power I can exert is more than 4 elephant levels.
Li Guanqi looked gloomy, clenching his right fist and preparing to take action. But as soon as he raised his right fist, he lowered it. No. What if this formation is related to Xiao and is cracked with brute force, accidentally injuring Qi Xiao? Chapter 312 Qi Xiao and Chishan. All the truth. Li Guanqi stood in front of the red light screen, his right fist hanging in the air. But he still didn't swing it out. He was worried about accidentally injuring Xiao inside.
Hey! Calm down.
Lin Xianbai pressed Li Guanqi's right hand, and then pointed to his head, as if he was a little surprised.
Under normal circumstances, spell masters prefer to use knowledge to solve problems, rather than just thinking about a formation when they see it. Break it with brute force. Right. Forehead.
Li Guanqi glanced at him, and then looked at the red light screen with a troubled expression. This formation is too complicated. Just by looking at it, he knew clearly that he had no chance of cracking it. It's not at all a matter of trying or not. A person who only knew the multiplication table suddenly saw a large series of alphabetical formulas, which, let alone solving them, even doubted whether they were mathematical problems.
It seems that you don't care much about the creeds of the conjurer.
Seeing Li Guanqi's expression, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile.
The knowledge of formations is something that every conjurer must learn. Those professors often say, knowledge is the source of power for a conjurer.
But you seem to be, well, what should I say? I care too much about the form of power, and forget to explore the essence of power.
Li Guanqi sighed softly.
I walk too fast, both in martial arts and incantation. I know that what I need now is not to continue breaking through the realm, but some time to consolidate what I have learned. He shook his head helplessly. But I have never found the time, nor the state of mind.
Okay.
Pure magicians like to use knowledge to solve problems.
Lin Xiaobai smiled and patted Li Guanqi's strong shoulder muscles.
But you are not a pure magician. So don't worry about this. Because it doesn't matter. You are not a pure magician. And I am Bar. Give me some time.
After saying that, Lin Xiaobai sat on the floor, cut his index finger, and gently pressed the blood-stained index finger on the red light curtain. A few drops of his blood gradually merged into the red light screen and turned into blood lines, turning left and right on the surface of the light screen, as if looking for something.
Brotherly?
At this time, Qi Xiaoxiao from the attic asked with some hesitation.
This is the formation arranged by King Peng Lai. That old guy is a 4-elephant level conjurer. Can Taoist Lin do it?
Of course. Our Taoist Master Lin is omnipotent.
Li Guanqi's tone was decisive. In fact, the main reason is that he himself is not good enough. Most of the time. If you can't do,
I will do what I do. I will do better.
Then don't say doubtful words next to you. Instead, you need to give a little more confidence and encouragement to the companion who is going up.
Brotherly, Xiao.
Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at the beautiful woman in a red dress on the attic, and smiled softly.
I know you have a lot to say. And so do I. But now, let's give Mr. Lin a quieter environment, okay?
When Qi Xiaoxiao heard this, he immediately shut his mouth obediently and just nodded heavily. However, the smile on her face was still bright, and the surprise of meeting Li Guanqi again after a long absence was still lingering in her heart. Beyond words. Immediately afterwards, although Qi Xiaoxiao didn't make a sound, he opened his small cherry mouth and mouthed silently to Li Guanqi.
How long?
Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. According to the book, if you are faced with the same level of theoretical knowledge and a completely unfamiliar formation to crack the formation, it may take several years. Even if it is the fastest, it may take several years. Hours. Lin Xiaobai is a 3-talented magician. Gu Chao, who arranged the formation, was at the 4th level. This is completely over the top. But not necessarily. How could Gu Chao, a magician who taught himself in real life, compare to Lin Xiaobai, who took classes at the southern Xinjiang headquarters? Li Guanqi couldn't say for sure, so he raised his head and faced Qi Xiaoxiao upstairs, helplessly spreading his hands. Buzz? On the ground. Lin Xiaobai was still deciphering the formation, and the fingertips of his right hand glowed red. He seemed to be at ease, with no solemn expression on his face, but a relaxed expression. He could even do 2 things at once, cracking the formation while watching the interaction between Li Guanqi and Qi Xiaoxiao. Both of them looked very happy, genuinely happy to see each other again after a long absence. Of course, Li Guanqi is the number 1 person on the ranking list, so the strange world he experienced is the world number 1 in the sequence, which is world number 1. There are 100 million Qi Xiaoxiao in 100 million weird worlds. But the only one who can really be resurrected to reality is Qi Xiaoxiao from world number 1. That is, Qi Xiaoxiao from Li Guanqi's world. In short, Li Guanqi knew Qi Xiaoxiao in the strange world, and the two naturally had a good relationship. Lin Xiaobai withdrew his gaze and looked down at the red light in his hand, his eyes wandering. He hadn't put much effort into cracking the formation, but his thoughts were all over the place. In fact, he has always felt that Li Guanqi's resurrection right is the greatest privilege of the first extraordinary person. An exclusive privilege that makes all extraordinary people jealous. 100 million extraordinary beings. 100 million weird worlds. Everyone is writing their own stories in their own weird world. Getting to know their friends in the weird world. And falling in love with their lovers in the weird world. But, no point. Only the aborigines of world number 1, who are extraordinary first-person beings, can appear in reality. In a sense, it can even be said that only world number 1 is real. Theirs cannot and is not. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobai's face suddenly showed a look of helplessness. He is the second extraordinary person, and he can only be the second in the world. There is only one missing, and he does not have this unique privilege that belongs to the extraordinary first person. Annie. Suppose that one day, Annie appears in reality. That Annie will not be the Annie from his world, but the Annie from world number 1, from Li Guanqi's world, and only knows Li Guanqi. That wasn't his end. Who can accept it? Lin Xiaobai admitted that he couldn't accept it. What about other extraordinary beings? How can the other 100 million extraordinary beings accept it? Who doesn't want their relatives and friends in the strange world to have a life after death? Be resurrected to reality.
and be with them? But this right only belongs to the extraordinary first person. Lin Xianbai believed that he was not a sage. Once looking at Li Guanqi's back, a thought came to his mind. If I kill you, I will become the first extraordinary person, and my world will become world number 1. The Annie I know may be qualified to be resurrected from the dead. After death, she can also be resurrected to reality, continue to live, and be with her. I'm with you. Lin Xianbai would not feel ashamed because of this thought of his. People are not sages, and their deeds do not matter their hearts. Who hasn't had dirty thoughts in their lifetime? As long as you don't act on it, it's not a bad thing. Although he had had this idea, he could guarantee that he would never do it. Well, of course, he couldn't actually do it using normal means. Lin Xianbai turned his head and looked at the gray sky. He suddenly thought of something. Perhaps the enemy of Li Guanqi, the extraordinary first person, is actually not just an aborigine of a strange world, nor just various monsters in reality. He also has to face those extraordinary beings. Those extraordinary people who want to become the new number 1 extraordinary people, who want to promote their world to world number 1 and gain the privilege of resurrection. Under normal circumstances, Li Guanqi certainly doesn't need to be afraid of these miscellaneous fish. But life is not an arena. It is not just a small space. Nor is it just a head-to-head confrontation between you and me. The world is huge. All kinds of conspiracies, lots of them. Of course, most extraordinary beings probably don't know about resurrection yet. But Li Guanqi had to be vigilant. Find a time to have a good chat with him about this matter. Ahem. Lin Xianbai finally realized that he was distracted. He immediately turned around, coughed twice, shook his head, and stopped thinking about these trivial matters. He finally began to concentrate on cracking the formation. After a few minutes, buzz, Lin Xianbai suddenly stood up from the ground, faced the crimson light curtain in front of him, flicked his right hand, and 5 drops of blood flew out and splashed on the crimson light curtain. The blood droplets split into thousands of blood lines in an instant, covering the entire light curtain, forming a huge strange pattern, flashing with flickering golden light. Next moment, the crimson light curtain rippled in circles. Soon, there was no big movement, just as if the water surface where stones were thrown gradually became calmer. When the ripples disappeared, the red light curtain also dissipated. The great formation arranged by King Penglai was successfully cracked. Gu Chao. Huh? Lin Xianbai smiled and shook his head. I have only scratched the surface of Tianshi Mansion's formations, and I am smart enough to add spell formation techniques. I haven't even learned one of them, and I still want to fuse too. It's simply ridiculous. But unfortunately, it seemed that no one around him could appreciate the sophistication of his operation. Brotherly. After the crimson light curtain completely dissipated, Qi Xiaoxiao on the attic suddenly let out a cry of joy. However, before Li Guanqi could go up, this beautiful woman in a red dress climbed over the carved wooden railing on the 3rd floor, jumped directly from it, jumped on Li Guanqi, and hugged his neck tightly with her hands. The joy and excitement are almost beyond words. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned by Qi Xiaoxiao's sudden bear hug. It took him 2 seconds to react. He gently patted the girl with his right hand. No. It should be said that it was the woman's back. Okay. Come down. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. You are not 16 anymore. You are already a beautiful girl. You can't cuddle with a grown man like me. Hey. Qi Xiaoxiao also smiled, then jumped off Li Guanqi and stood in front of him, blinking his beautiful eyes and looking at him carefully, as if he had not seen him for 100 years and wanted to take a good look at him. But look at it. But the woman in the red dress suddenly pursed her lips, and there were crystal tears in her eyes, and her voice could not hide her cry. It's been 100 years. Brotherly. Yeah. 100 years. Li Guanqi had a complicated expression and a bitter smile. I missed a lot. Right. Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes were red. And after hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. It seemed that the mention of missing out made her feel heavy all of a sudden. Brotherly. Qi Xiaoxiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, Sister Mingyao has been waiting for you. She has been waiting for you for a full 100 years. 100 years? This is a full century. Don't you will let her down? Right? Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded heavily and said seriously, I will definitely find her. Definitely? So, in order to find Miss Han, Xiao, we need your help. At this time, Lin Xianbai also came over. Taoist Lin. Qi Xiaoxiao greeted him. Xiao,
Long time no see.
Lin Xianbai looked solemn.
Let's talk about it later. As soon as Guan Qi and I returned to reality, we found that 100 years had passed in this world. We really have a lot of things we want to know. I understand. So where should I start?
Qi Xiaoxiao nodded and asked in a deep voice. Lin Xianbai glanced at Li Guanqi.
You asked?
Li Guanqi sighed, thinking of Han Mengyao. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But he couldn't be anxious now. It would be better to leave it to Lin Xianbai to ask. This guy is calmer after all.
Let's talk about Qishan River first.
Lin Xianbai looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and said in a deep voice.
What happened to Qishan River? How did you get trapped here by him? And what is the situation with the body training method in the north? Qishan, that guy, like me, was resurrected in your world after death.
Qi Xiaoxiao had just said a few words before he gritted his teeth and couldn't hide his anger.
Qishanha and I are both from the Qi family. That bastard can indeed be regarded as my uncle. And according to what he said, he was resurrected to reality. The time is basically the same as mine. It's just that you, Taoist Lin, discovered me and found me. But he was the only one not found. Qishan disguised himself and lived in this world without being discovered. According to him, after he learned about the situation in the world, he no longer had any thoughts of domination. Instead, he planned to go to an adult university, find a job, be an ordinary person, and quietly live in this world life. I don't know if what he said is true or false, but there is no way to verify it. Because in the extraordinary 20 years, nuclear war broke out, blood rain came, and the end of the world came. Qishan had already traveled overseas that year, and the city he was in happened to be the area hardest hit by the nuclear bomb. He was affected by one of them. No, I should say, he was hit directly. I don't think a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior can survive the full force of a nuclear bomb. Even Qishan himself didn't feel it. But the fact is that he survived. According to his statement, he only felt very bright and hot at the time. And then, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was buried deep underground, with only half his head left and very little life energy left. The heart and brain of the alien warrior. He still has a brain. After he recovered his body, he was extremely weak and only had the strength of Liangyi level. He dug out the soil bit by bit and crawled out from the ground. Qishan has said that he didn't know what was happening to him at that time. He just felt that there were some strange things in his body, and those things were restraining the power of the strange blood in his body. Much later, he learned that it was residual nuclear radiation. Qishan River cannot escape nuclear radiation, even if he chopped off his head again and started to grow a new body bit by bit from his neck. The remaining nuclear radiation did not disappear. It still remained deep in his body, tightly locking his life energy, allowing him to the power exerted can never exceed the Liangyi level. He said that when he regained consciousness and returned to the ground, it was already 40 extraordinary years. He spent 20 years overseas, and it was only after his extraordinary 60th year that he finally found a complete psychic plane, controlled it alone, and flew back to us from the other side of the ocean. Extraordinary 60 years. At that time, Sister Mengyao had disappeared for 10 years. At that time, although the Heavenly Master Army in the south had deteriorated, it was not that bad. In that year, Qishan suddenly appeared in front of me, and he brought an old man with him. I later found out that the old man was named Gu Chao. He later occupied the Tianshi army and proclaimed himself king of Penglai, completely overpowering the Tianshi army. Became a bastard. That day, Qishanha brought Gu Chao to me. At that time, although Qishan was still troubled by nuclear radiation, as time went by, the nuclear radiation in his body gradually weakened, and his strength had returned to the peak of Liangyi level. Gu Chao, on the other hand, is a 4-image level conjurer. I didn't know why Gu Chao would listen to Qishan when he was already at the 4th level. I asked Qishan later, but Qishan didn't give me an explanation. Anyway, Gu Chao came to me, dug out Qishan's heart, and used that heart as a guide to cast some random spell on me. From then on, Qishan gained the ability to control my body. To be honest, Qishan is my uncle after all. He really didn't do anything to me. He just controlled me and asked me to issue many northern laws. For example, the snow body refining technique suppresses the cultivation growth of humans in the wasteland and restricts the emergence of 3rd-level humans, thereby consolidating the dominance of the Red Blood Army. Qishan hid behind the scenes and borrowed my hand to completely wipe out the body refining method from the northern land for 10 years. By the 70th extraordinary year,
Humans in the north didn't even know what the physique refining method was. And all relevant insiders, except for the top brass of the Red Blood Army, had been obliterated by him. But he was eventually affected by nuclear radiation, and his strength was never restored. So he could only hide behind the scenes and let me be his puppet. After all, the senior leaders of the Red Blood Army were all third-level people, and no one would obey a second-level human. Oh, by the way, did I forget to mention one thing? Daoang Lin. Brotherly, you may not know that after you left, the concentration of spiritual energy in the world dropped rapidly. By the 10th extraordinary year, many people say that the aura will completely disappear. Of course, it won't disappear completely. But it is true that the spiritual energy is thin. If the spiritual energy is thin, the demon species cannot absorb the spiritual energy to become stronger. With thin spiritual energy conditions, powerful cursed spirits cannot be born before the apocalypse breaks out. Not to mention the third-level demon species and cursed spirits. The second-level ones are all rare goods. Then we warriors of different blood cannot become stronger without high-grade demon flesh and blood and cursed blood. So it's not that our cultivation speed is slow. It's that in this era of withered spiritual energy, it's really difficult for us to cultivate. And there's absolutely nothing we can do about it. It was not until the outbreak of the end of the world that although the spiritual energy was still thin, the blood rain came, and after absorbing the blood power of the blood rain, the second-level cursed spirits and demon species gradually reappeared. But third-level ones are still rare. And fourth-level ones are rare. Lacking cultivation resources, I can only rely on bit by bit and slowly accumulate life energy. It was only in my 57th year of extraordinary life that I successfully opened up the divine veins in my left arm and broke through to the 4th level of martial arts after a long period of accumulation. Speaking of which, after I was resurrected in this world, not only did I no longer have blood cancer, but as time went by, my spell cultivation was also gradually lost. By extraordinary year 2, I had completely lost my skills and spells. The spiritual power in my body had disappeared, and I also lost the talent for sensing spiritual power. But as a descendant of the Qi family, I suddenly had the talent of a different blood. So I later switched to martial arts, which was pretty good. In the north, I am the only 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. There was originally no 4-elephant level in the south. But later Gu Chaojiu occupied the Magpie Nest, occupied the Heavenly Master Army, and proclaimed himself king of Penglai. So his 4-elephant level appeared in the south. It's just that I am a martial artist, and he is a magician. Northern Red Blood, Southern Heavenly Master. These are the two major forces in the wasteland today. Our two sides have maintained the same situation for many years. Although Chishan can control me, he has never done anything to me before. Nor has he restricted my freedom. He only occasionally forcibly controls my body when I am making decisions, and asks me to change the law. What he does can only be said to be a bit selfish, and is based on the dominance of the Red Blood Army. He is not as evil as Gu Chao, even with some laws. Indeed, the decisions he made were indeed more sensible and reasonable than mine. In this way, he hid behind the scenes, controlling my body from time to time, changing laws, and basically governing the North with me. Until last year. Extraordinary 99 years. After so many years, he finally found a way to completely eradicate the nuclear radiation that plagued Qishan River. He recovered to the level of 4 elephants. Therefore, he no longer needs to hide behind the scenes. With the cultivation of the 4 elephants level, he can completely convince the public and take charge of his own affairs. And then, he had a showdown with the top brass of the Red Blood Army. What can those 3rd level people do when faced with 4th level people? So since last year, Chishan has become the new leader of the Red Blood Army without any controversy. As for me, he locked me in this attic, and even asked Gu Chao to come and arrange a formation to trap me. As of today, I have been trapped for 374 days. At this point, Qi Xiaoxiao stopped talking, but looked at Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai, breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled. Thankfully you are back. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai looked at each other. Qi Shixiu's narration is very clear. Regarding the northern body refining method and the Qishan River, things have basically come to light, and there is no need to talk about them anymore. What about Mengyao? Li Guanqi could no longer suppress the anxiety in his heart. He looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and asked in a deep voice, "What happened to Han Mengyao? Why has she disappeared since the 50th extraordinary year? And where is she now?" Sister Mengyu's situation is very complicated and cannot be explained in just a few words. Qi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly.
As for you asking where she is, I really don't know.
Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically.
But
Qi Xiaoxiao's answer was a twist.
I know how to find her. No one knows where the address of Guanming Sanctuary is. But brotherly, I have a way for you to teleport directly to Guanming Sanctuary. Sister Mingyao must be there.
Chapter 313 Alien Space Shelter. Goodbye Qishan River.
Teleport to Dream Viewing Sanctuary?
Li Guanqi looked at Qi Xiaoxiao in front of him and said in surprise.
What do you mean? Do you have a teleportation array? Almost.
Qi Xiaoxiao nodded.
To be precise, I have something that opens the teleportation array. Although it is a golden gem. Sister Mingyao calls it a space key. And she gave it to me. Where's the key?
Li Guanqi was extremely anxious.
Hey.
At this moment, Lin Xianbai suddenly reached out to stop him. And said seriously,
Guanqi, calm down. Let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
You should also know that if you get the space key, you won't be able to hold it for even a second. I can't wait any longer. So let's ask about other things first.
Okay.
We need to know those things.
Li Guanqi looked at him, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded.
Xiao.
After Lin Xianbai got his permission, he looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and said in a deep voice,
Miss Han has been unwilling to disclose the address of Guanming Sanctuary before. You have a good relationship with her. So before she disappears in the 50th extraordinary year, have you ever told me why?
Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes were solemn.
Sister Mingyao said that she has a very strong enemy. And the reason why she cannot disclose the address of Guanming Sanctuary is because she is afraid that this enemy will come to her door. Sister Mingyao also said that this enemy has a very weird ability. He can tear apart space through a photo and escape directly to the location where the photo was taken. Therefore, Sister Mingyao has been strictly restricting the leakage of any photos related to the Guanming Sanctuary. According to her, she has completely destroyed the camera equipment in the Guanming Sanctuary and does not allow any equipment that can take pictures.
Hearing this, even Lin Xianbai couldn't help but be stunned. With a photo, you can enter the place where the photo was taken? What kind of bug ability is this?
Did Mingyao say who this enemy is?
Li Guanqi's voice was hoarse.
Without?
Qi Xiaoxiao sighed.
I asked many times, but she never said anything. The world is only so big. If you really want to find a shelter, there is no reason why you can't find it after so many years.
Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly.
Xiao. Is the location of the Dream Sanctuary not in the main space of this world at all, but in another, alien space?
Yes. Qi Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Next to him, Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
Then how did Miss Han disappear?
Lin Xianbai looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and asked.
She disappeared in the 50th extraordinary year. And there has been no news since then?
Why?
Did she say anything to you before that? Without?
Qi Xiaoxiao sighed with complicated eyes.
Sister Mingyao stays at the Guanming Sanctuary all year round. But in fact, I have never been to the Guanming Sanctuary. Whenever I come to see her for something, I will use the space key to open the teleportation door. Throw a piece of paper over. After Sister Mingyao sees the paper ball over there, she will come to find me, but not through the portal I opened. And I don't know where she appears from every time. Generally speaking, after I throw the paper ball, she will come over within half an hour to 2 days. But that day, I remember it very clearly. It's extraordinary 50 years. July 21st. I opened the portal and threw a piece of paper, wanting to see Sister Mingyao. I have nothing to do but want to disturb her. It's because I discovered that the support team from Guanming Shelter has not been dispatched for a long time. Guanming Shelter, in June every year, will send out 10 support teams to the north and south to find survivors, either to provide support materials or to take away people who are particularly difficult to survive. They have to go back within a year. When they return to Guanming Sanctuary, they also use the space key to open the portal and return. It's not that there are people with ulterior motives who want to follow these support teams to the Dream Viewing Sanctuary, but without exception, those who followed them in never came out again. Sister Mingyao said that Guanming Shelter welcomes well-intentioned humans, but for some people with bad intentions, there is no return back to the support team. Extraordinary 50 years. Before June, all 10 support teams from the north and south return to the Dreaming Sanctuary. As usual, after all these people return, Guanming Sanctuary will definitely send a new support team between June 1st and June 10th. And it will not exceed June 30th at the latest. But
No. Let alone June. Until July 21st. No news support team appeared on the land. I felt something was wrong. So I opened the portal, threw the paper ball over, and wanted to ask Sister Mingyao what was going on. But no response. The paper was thrown into the sea like a mud cow. And there was no response at all. Since that year, I have never seen Sister Mingyao nor received any information from her. Above the north and south, the support team of Guaming Sanctuary has also disappeared and never appeared again. It was as if overnight, the dreaming sanctuary no longer existed. As he spoke, Qi Xiaoxiao quickly covered his mouth and glanced at Li Guanqi cautiously. But the other person's expression remained normal. Don't worry. She must still be there. Li Guanqi looked calm and said, Definitely. Wait. Why don't you just go in and find her? Lin Xianbai looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and spread his hands in surprise. Can't you open the portal? Then after Miss Han disappeared, you never thought of going in directly to take a look? You can't go in. You'll die. Qi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Whether it is my space key or the space key of the support team, the portals opened are very special. The space barriers are very strange and will not have any impact on living creatures below the one-dimensional level. But for living creatures above the one-dimensional level, the space barrier will crack open, sucking them indirectly. And then they will be exposed to the turbulence of space. The space is turbulent. No one in Liuhe, no one with a 7-star cultivation level, who dares to say with certainty that he can definitely survive the turbulence in space. So that's it. Lin Xianbai suddenly realized. The portal opened through the space key is so special. The people who can enter through the portal and reach the Dream Quan Sanctuary alive are weak people below the Yuan level and cannot threaten the Dream Quan Sanctuary at all. However, those above the Yuan level cannot pass through the portal alive. No wonder Miss Han can dispatch a support team without any scruples. Then how do I get in? Li Guanqi was confused next to him. No one above the Yuan level can enter. So how can I enter? I can't handle the turbulence in space now. Is it possible that I have to wait until I break through to the 7th level before I can go to Guaming Asylum? Place? How can it be? This is different from the simulation situation. You are different. Qi Xiaoxiao looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously. Brotherly, you are different. Sister Mingyao said that this kind of space key is special, and the portal that opens is also special. She made it specially for you. In the whole world, you are the only one who can ignore the cultivation conditions and pass through the portal directly. Just saying. Li Guanqi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you have to walk the road below by yourself. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. But it's okay. On the day when you and Miss Han reunite for the first time in a century, outsiders like us really shouldn't be present. Li Guanqi nodded, then looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and said seriously, I'm ready. Take out the space key and open the portal. Forehead. As soon as he said this, Qi Xiaoxiao looked strange. But the key is not with me now. Lin Xianbai frowned slightly. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then said in a deep voice, Where is it? I'll get it back. Xishan River. Qi Xiaoxiao's face also darkened. The space key was taken away by Qi Shanhe. Are you sure he didn't destroy it? Lin Xianbai frowned. Qi Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Guanqi cautiously, but hesitated to speak, obviously not daring to confirm anything. It must still be there. However, Li Guanqi was very sure. The space key must still be there. Lin Xianbai and Qi Xiaoxiao looked at each other, only thinking that he was desperate. In this case, they could only believe in this fact paranoidly. Otherwise, their psychological defenses would easily collapse. But these two people didn't know that Li Guanqi's determination came entirely from the confidence the simulator gave him. If the space key is not there, then there is no reason for him to go to the Dream Viewing Sanctuary on the 12th day. Today is day 11. It's the last day. I'm going to find Xishan River. Li Guanqi's eyes were cold. He turned his head and glanced at the magnificent palace not far away, and took out the guidance light ball from the space necklace. The ball of light emitted flickering light and flew towards the palace. Right there? But the strange thing is, why did Xishan not run away or come over for so long? His previous hypnotic spell was large-scale, which also meant that the effect was weakened. In this case, it was impossible to hypnotize the 4-image level Xishan River. Never mind. Go over there and have a look. Boom! Li Guanqi was enveloped by the strong wind, and he rose directly from the ground to fly into the palace at an astonishing speed. But Lin Xianbai did not go with him.
Qi Xiaoxiao looked at him curiously.
The road ahead is not suitable for me to follow anymore.
Lin Xianbai shook his head.
If he finds Qishan River and finds that the space key is still there, then everyone will be happy. But what if it was destroyed? Then he will no longer have any hope of finding Miss Han. And he will definitely collapse by then. We can only comfort him later, but cannot stay by his side at that time. Li Guanqi is actually very similar to me. He is not a person who needs constant care from his friends. He is more accustomed to burying his emotions in his heart, and does not like people to see his vulnerable side. Isn't it, Shishan?
In the Scarlet Blood Palace, Li Guanqi followed the guidance of the guiding light ball, and came to the interior of this magnificent palace. But finally came to a side hall. A group of sleeping maids lay on the ground, as did the surrounding Red Blood Army soldiers. They fell to the ground. Due to the influence of the previous hypnotic spell, they were still in sleep. The guiding light ball was currently suspended on the body of a middle-aged man in a blue shirt. This person looks like some kind of employee who handles government affairs. He is lying on a desk, snoring loudly. The paper documents around him are slightly messy. The psychic computer on the table is not even turned on. I guess I have been fishing before. First order alien blood superhuman.
Snapped.
Li Guanqi picked up the middle-aged man with his left hand and slapped him hard with his right hand.
Hey! Wake up! Oh no, he is not asleep. He was hypnotized by me. Slapping him is useless.
Li Guanqi realized it later. Threw the middle-aged man back on the chair, and then casually released a green light, which entered the man's mind. Not 2 seconds. The man woke up slowly, with a dazed look on his face, covering his red and swollen left face, as if he was still in a state of confusion.
It hurts.
Buzz. Li Guanqi once again released a ball of green mist, which escaped into the person's head. This time it is real hypnosis. Not just drowsy, but hypnosis that can be used to ask questions.
Who are you?
Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice.
My name is Wu Chuji.
The middle-aged man in blue shirt looked dazed and replied blankly.
I am a military and political officer of the Red Blood Army. Where is Qishan River?
Li Guanqi asked again.
Captain Qi went to Mingyang Shelter.
Wu Qingji said blankly.
There is news from Mingyang Sanctuary that a 4th-level cursed spirit is haunting the area. If it is true, then it is very likely to kill the entire Mingyang Sanctuary. So Captain Qi took 33rd level captains to Mingyang Sanctuary, hoping to kill the 4th level cursed spirit to prevent it from harming the people. Today, it has been a full month since he set out.
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Qishan River? In his impression, Qishan was not a person who could risk his life for the sake of the people.
The map to Mingyang Shelter is no need.
Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, he discovered that the guiding light ball had changed direction and flew towards the outside of the palace.
Boom!
Li Guanqi turned around, summoned a strong wind, flew directly out of the palace, took advantage of the strong wind, rose up from the ground, followed the guiding light ball, and soared straight into the sky.
Red, mountain, river. Is it necessary?
Night falls, and the blood moon hangs in the sky. Liancheng. This is a city ruins located near Mingyang Sanctuary. Among the ruins with a radius of tens of thousands of meters, on the ruins of a collapsed building, a slowly dissipating soul body vibrated the air with its mental power, emitting syllables similar to Chinese. This soul body is not in human form, but in the form of an animal. A remnant soul belonging to the 4th level cursed spirit that has collapsed and is gradually dissipating. And it's in a ruins not far away. Many mutilated bodies were buried deep in the rocks, dripping with blood. At the top of the ruins was the corpse of a large human man with only half his body left. It was cold, purple-black, and showed no signs of healing. This is the body belonging to Qishan, and his soul was sitting next to the corpse at the moment. The light blue soul body was constantly disintegrating, and bits and pieces of light blue fluorescence were escaping from the edge of the soul body. He is dying. The physical body can heal itself if it is damaged, but the soul is damaged, at least in this wasteland era, and no one can heal it. Before dying, the 4th level cursed spirit used its 4th level virtual soul to launch a final blow at Qishan River. It has no soul-related abilities. As a cursed spirit, it has not learned any soul attack techniques in this wasteland era. So it uses the mental power of the 4th level soul to directly condense into a ball and shoot towards Qi attack the mountains and rivers. A rough mental shock wave. But what it possesses is a 4th level soul. Although Qishan was at the 4th level, his soul was only at the 3rd level. His counterattack before his death completely destroyed his soul. It was only a matter of time before his soul collapsed and died.
Sean!
He...
Do you regret it?
Although the remnant soul of the cursed spirit is not far from death, it is still vibrating the air with its mental power and making syllables. And as the operation becomes familiar, the Chinese it speaks becomes more and more fluent and standard.
What do you regret?
The remnant soul of Chishan looked up at the sky, looking at the blood-red night sky, his face expressionless. And he also controlled his mental power to vibrate the air to make sounds.
Regret? Come and kill me!
The remnant soul of the cursed spirit laughed ferociously.
The 33rd level subordinates you brought with you are all following you to die. And you are also going to die. Is it necessary? Just to kill me? At the cost of your own life? If you don't kill me, you can still live well. Be the commander of your red blood army. And dominate the north. Maybe.
Shishanha lowered his head, looked at his hands with blue light that was gradually dissipating, and chuckled.
I just feel that I can't let you live. You are already at the peak of the 4th level. If you continue to live, who will know who you are?
Will it break through the 5th level? The 5th level cursed spirit. Once you gain the upper hand, life will be in ruins. I can't let you live. Even if it costs my own life, I can't let you live. If death is the price, then it doesn't matter to me.
The cursed spirit was silent for a moment.
Chishan, you are a stupid human being. Madness?
Shishanha raised his head again and looked at the blood moon in the sky, his expression in a trance, as if he was remembering an old friend.
Brother Yuanan, when you knew you were going to die, but still went to Jinjing City without hesitation, did you feel the same as when I set out? Death is not important. The important thing is to do something for the people, and keep the danger away from the people. I understand. Brother Yuanan, you don't care at all about the confrontation between Yin Guzhu and Wei Guzhu. You don't care about the family master's borrowed knife to kill people. You don't care about Zhou Xuanwu's conspiracy. You don't care about Jinjing City's inventory resources being taken away. You just think, you can't let the innocent people of Jinjing City die in the hands of the southern Xinjiang army. Ah.
Shishanha smiled. The speed of the blue light dissipating around him became more intense, and his soul became more transparent.
Is this what it feels like to sacrifice for the people? Hey, that's pretty good. Chishan, I used to hate you. But now, I don't know how to describe you.
Suddenly, a man's voice quietly appeared next to his ears. Chishan turned his head in shock. I saw a tall young man wearing black clothes, with white hair and blue eyes, sitting on a piece of ruins, looking at the dissipating remnants of the cursed spirit in the distance with complicated eyes. You Li Guanqi?
Shishanha's soul body suddenly trembled violently. And then, there was something in his eyes. The eyes looking at him were full of disbelief.
You remember me?
Li Guanqi turned to look at the remnant soul. He is now basically certain that as long as he meets an important person he met in the simulated world in the strange world, the other person will be able to obtain the memory of himself in the simulated world. But, back in the strange world, when he went to rescue his senior sister, he actually did not encounter the Qishan River in the military camp. So he didn't know if Chishan had any memory of the simulated world. But now it seems, at least, it is available now. Chapter 3:14 Qijia Mountains and Rivers. Good and bad. Good and evil.
I suddenly had an extra memory. A very real memory.
The blood moon hangs in the sky, among the ruins of the extremely dilapidated city. On top of the collapsed building, the remnant soul of Shishanha stood up from the rubble and looked at Li Guanqi in front of him with a look of disbelief on his face.
Didn't my betrayal plan fail? Wasn't I directly discovered and beheaded by Commander Wang? How come my other memory is that we formed a scouting team, left the fortress, and were killed by you? What's happening here? Just think of it as another fake simulated world.
Li Guanqi sat on a boulder, lowered his head, and sighed softly.
In another false world, your plan to collaborate with the enemy and treason was successful. Although you were killed by me outside the Great Wall, your treason plan was still successful. The southern Xinjiang army launched an invasion in advance and attacked the Red Blood Fortress. The division, Commander Wang died in battle. However, I changed this ending in the real world. I found Commander Wang in advance, exposed your and Qi Yuaning's betrayal plan to her, and allowed the Red Blood army to successfully evacuate. And Commander Wang survived.
Hearing these words, Chishan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he lowered his head and smiled.
So, The brothers of the Red Blood Army are still alive and well? Commander Wang is also still alive? What do you care about?
Li Guanqi looked at him and asked suspiciously.
Is this really it? Certainly.
Shishanha raised his head, closed his eyes, and smiled bitterly.
I am obsessed with profit. I have done too many wrong things. My sins cannot be washed away. Maybe only death can free me? But fortunately, you saved them. And my sin is not that serious.
Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, then looked at the remnant soul of the cursed spirit not far away, which was on the verge of complete extinction.
No matter what, Commander Wang and the 10,000 Red Blood Army survived after all. Shishan, during these years in this world and in the north, although you controlled Qi Xiao, although it was not selfless enough, your contribution cannot be ignored. The decree you issued has brought a better life to the people in the north. This is all your fault. As for fault, Qishan River.
Li Guanqi retracted his gaze from the remnant soul of the cursed spirit and turned to look at the remnant soul of Qishan beside him.
You are willing to sacrifice yourself and kill this 4th-level cursed spirit for the sake of the people of the wasteland. No matter what mistakes you have made in the past. At least your sacrifice this time is glorious. Work is work. Mistakes are mistakes. The merits and demerits do not equal each other. Your faults remain faults and remain there forever. But your achievements also remain here, and no one can deny them. You are worthy of being a soldier of Qi Yuanan. In the last days of your life, you were willing to sacrifice your life to protect the people, just like him.
Li Guanqi's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were sincere. Qishan River. This former traitor gained his respect for his actions of dying with the 4th-level cursed spirit in order to protect the people in the north.
Can you?
Qishan's soul became more and more transparent, and the sound he made by vibrating the air with his mental power became weaker and weaker.
Brother Yuanan, but if it weren't for you,
I almost killed his wife. What shame would I have?
Meet him?
When Li Guanqi heard this, he could only lower his head and remain silent, not knowing how to answer, and Shishan made no more sound. After a few seconds, Li Guanqi realized something was wrong and quickly raised his head. I saw that Qishan's soul body was almost completely transparent, with only the last ray of soul power left, barely maintaining his form. Seeing Li Guanqi, this soul body also moved its mouth. He understood. Qishan is saying,
"Thanks! Roar!"
At this time, the remnant soul of the cursed spirit in the distance was about to completely dissipate. However, before it truly dispersed and disappeared between heaven and earth, it exhausted the last ray of soul power and let out a roar.
Human! You can never do what you want. I am a twin. If I die, my brother will come here soon. He is the 4th-level peak like me. What can you do if you kill me? It will definitely help me take revenge. Take revenge on the entire human race in the wasteland.
As soon as these words came out, the remnant soul of Qishanha suddenly trembled violently, looked at Li Guanqi anxiously, and let out a silent cry.
Rest assured.
Li Guanqi looked calm, pressed his hands, and signaled Qishan that there was no need to worry.
I can kill the 5 elements now, and I can easily deal with the 4th-level cursed spirits. This is my world, my hometown, and I will not let this world be cursed by spirits.
Destruction? Absolutely not. You can go with confidence.
As soon as these words came out, Qishan's remaining soul finally regained his composure. He took a few steps back and bent deeply towards Li Guanqi. Then, boom, the soul body collapsed, turned into blue fluorescence that filled the sky, disappeared between heaven and earth, and completely passed away from the world.
People are complicated.
Li Guanqi looked at this scene and whispered to himself. What kind of person is Qishan? Because he was born in a branch of the Qi family, he was suppressed by his direct lineage in the army and suffered unfair treatment. He gradually became greedy for profit. In the end, in order to gain power and status, he even went to the extent of collaborating with the enemy in treason. However, after coming to this world, he turned out to be able to make a glorious sacrifice at the expense of his life to protect the people. Is Qishan River good or bad? Is he a good guy or a bad guy? Li Guanqi didn't want to comment. If you do good things, you are a good person. And if you do bad things, you are a bad person. Who is that serial murderer who always does good things? Who is this great philanthropist who often domestically abuses his wife and daughter? People are complex combinations, and it is difficult to give a direct evaluation simply by using the words
good and bad. Space key.
Li Guanqi no longer thought about these things, but bent down and pulled off a space necklace from the neck of Chishan's half-body corpse. Inside this space necklace, he found a golden round gemstone. Golden gemstone. I think it is the space key that Qi Xiaoxiao mentioned. The space key was obtained, but Li Guanqi did not leave. Instead, he gathered his breath, escaped into the shadows, and waited. He is waiting. Wait for the brother of the 4th level cursed spirit to arrive, and then kill him. Cursed spirits are born and raised naturally, without parents. But sometimes, the cursed spirit will have twins, or even multiple births. At the same time and place, several identical individuals will be born, and they will call each other brothers and sisters. Roar. About 5 hours later, suddenly a burst of black mist flew from the sky, and it condensed and formed the moment it landed. It was a cursed spirit that looked like a werewolf, with black hair all over its body and a terrifying wolf head. The 4th level peak cursed spirit. Younger brother. It raised its head and let out a roar. Of course, this cursed spirit did not speak Chinese, but roared in the special language of the cursed spirit. However, as the son of Tongyu, Li Guanqi can naturally understand the language of the cursed spirit and clearly hear what this guy is saying. I'll make those humans pay. The werewolf cursed spirit roared angrily, turned around and prepared to leave, as if he was going to find some human tribe to vent its anger. You care so much about your brother. Why don't I send you down to stay with him? A cold male voice sounded. The werewolf curse turned around in horror. Its green pupils suddenly shrank. In the dark night, a white-haired figure suddenly shot out. Its speed was so fast that even the 4th level cursed spirit could not react to it. 0.01 seconds later, by the time the werewolf cursed spirit realized that it had to escape, the white-haired figure was already in front of him. He pinched the 4-elephant level spell, Gravity Divine Induction, in his right hand. In addition, he also raised his left hand, which was burning with white flames, and clenched it tightly into a fist. This was a powerful punch that completely penetrated the divine veins of his left arm. Boom! With the blessing of the magical power, Li Guanqi punched out, not only instantly exploding the werewolf cursed spirit into a pool of blood mist, but even the aftermath of the burst of power also destroyed the entire area within a few hundred meters. The dilapidated ruins were completely shattered. The sky is full of rubble, splashing everywhere. Dust is flying all over the sky for a long time. A family. Oh no! A family should be neat and tidy. The ground cracked, and with Li Guanqi's feet as the center of the circle, circles of cracks appeared outward, like a spider web. Call. He activated the plunder technique and released the black mist, swallowing up the blood mist in front of him, and the soul of the werewolf cursed spirit into his body. But it's meaningless anymore, because it is already full. Plundering is useless. When the water is full, it will overflow. If you take it over, it will only overflow. Li Guanqi's current state of cultivation, whether it is spiritual power, physical body, or soul, has all reached the peak of the current stage. In other words, everything is stuck at a bottleneck. Spiritual power? The peak of the 3 talents level in spell cultivation has reached the top of the 3 talents level. If you want to break through the 4 image level, you must understand the law of wind. Physical body? At the 4th level of martial arts, the divine veins of the left arm are now completely connected, but the divine veins of the right arm have not moved at all, which is equivalent to falling into the second small bottleneck of the 4th level of martial arts. If this bottleneck is not broken, the physical strength will be reduced. Keep improving. The 4 levels of martial arts are 1 level and 1 level. The opening of the divine veins in the left arm was completed, but the first opening of the divine veins in the right arm was another big difficulty. All beginnings are hard. The first section of the divine vein in the left arm is difficult to open. The same is true for the first section of the divine vein on the right arm. Li Guanqi had to reach that critical point in his mind before he could open up the first section of the divine vein in his right arm. This all depends on mysterious opportunities. When the divine vein in his left arm opened for the first time, he happened to encounter the Thunder Dragon Lizard. His strong desire to avenge his teacher helped Li Guanqi seize that opportunity. But next, he was really confused. Bottlenecks and opportunities. This is the dilemma of cultivation after the 4-image level. This is true for both warriors and magicians. After reaching the 4-image level, the so-called cultivation is not so much the accumulation of strength, but the process of facing bottlenecks one after another, and having to find opportunities one after another to make breakthroughs. Is it difficult to open up divine veins at the martial arts level? In fact, the understanding of the laws of the 4-elephant level of a conjurer is relatively more difficult. The 4 levels of martial arts are 1 level and 1 level. The spell has 4 levels, 1 method and 1 level. Understanding the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light, and darkness is not an easy task. There was nothing that could be done about it. If Li Guanqi wanted to practice both martial arts and spells, he would have to spend more time and energy. Then, there is the soul. Li Guanqi now has a 3rd level soul. To be precise, it is LV39. A soul at the peak of the 3rd level. If you want to continue to seek improvement, you must make a qualitative change in your soul and enter a new soul realm. That is, the 4th level virtual soul. This is another major difficulty. There is absolutely no way in reality. We must go to the strange world to find relevant resources and items to assist in breakthrough. Fortunately, he got 30 million gold coins from High Priest Moy. It shouldn't be difficult to buy all the resources when the time comes. After all, it is only the 4th level virtual realm, and the resources required are not too valuable. The 5th level reality soul is a major dividing line in soul level, completely widening the gap with low-level souls. Otherwise, there would be no distinction between virtual and real in the name. The 4th level soul is equivalent to an illusory reflection of the moon in water. The 5th level soul directly becomes the real moon in the sky. But that's all for later. Today, Li Guanqi has 3 things to consider. 1. To practice magic. Find a paradise where the law of wind is clearly manifested. Try to understand the law of wind, and break through to the 4 levels of magic. 2. Martial arts cultivation. Thinking about what can bring great stimulation to his mood and emotions. Triggering the opening of the first section of the divine vein in his right arm, and entering the middle stage of the 4-elephant level of martial arts. 3. Soul realm. Enter the strange world. Buy all resources and items, and turn the soul into a 4th level virtual realm soul. There are many things. The road to cultivation is long and difficult. But for now, let him focus on reality. Call. Li Guanqi held the space necklace around his neck tightly with his right hand, took a deep breath, and suppressed his excitement. Inside the necklace is the golden gem, which is the space key to open the portal. Meng Yao. He would see it soon. Boom! Under the blood moon, a storm rose into the sky and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Day 12. Early morning. The blood moon gradually disappeared, and the world returned to a gray and gloomy day. Red Blood Mountain. A storm flew from the sky, fell from the sky, and slowly landed on the square of the Scarlet Blood Palace. At this time, all the Red Blood Army soldiers had woken up from yesterday's hypnosis. Thousands of Red Blood Army soldiers lined up on the mountain, forming a bright red scenery, under Qi Shixiao's order, all of them kneeling on one knee. He welcomed Li Guanqi's arrival. Qishan only began to usurp the throne last year. Moreover, he did not carry out any bloodbath or team changes. Most of the Red Blood Army still knew Qi Xiaoxiao and still recognized Qi Xiaoxiao. When Qi Xiaoxiao, who had been missing for a year, returned again, these red-blooded soldiers naturally switched sides and returned to her command without any controversy. Call. Li Guanqi landed on the square of the Scarlet Blood Palace, and the strong wind dispersed. Brother Li, Qi Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a red dress, quickly came forward to greet her. Lin Xianbai next to her also looked expectant. Open the portal. After traveling for most of the day, Li Guanqi had completely calmed down. With a calm expression, he took out the golden gemstone from the space necklace. Space key! Qi Xiaoxiao looked happy. That's it, She took the space key, but then she looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly. Well, where is Qishan? You feel? Li Guanqi asked softly. Did you kill him? Qi Xiaoxiao was startled. The expression on her face didn't seem to mean happy. I'm a little confused. Lin Xianbai next to him looked at Qi Xiaoxiao in surprise. Maybe he didn't do anything to you personally before, but he has indeed imprisoned you this year. Hasn't he? In this case, Guanqi kills him. At least you don't look like this. While speaking, an ominous guess appeared in Lin Xianbai's heart. Stockholm Syndrome, also known as hostage complex or hostage syndrome. It refers to a complex in which the victim of a crime has feelings for the offender, and even helps the offender in turn. This emotion causes the victim to have a favorable impression of, dependence on, and even dependence on the offender. Assist the perpetrator. Qi Xiaoxiao has been imprisoned by Qishan for a year. Will he have any feelings for Chishan? Actually, Qi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. I have been governing the North for decades, and have been so busy with all kinds of things that I have no time to study martial arts. Chishan locked me up in the back mountain. On the one hand, of course, to prevent me from seizing power with him. But on the other hand, it was actually so that I could have time to concentrate on practicing martial arts without being bothered by the Northern Office. Otherwise, he could have killed me directly last year. So why bother to lock me up? And he is also the one who has carefully taught me martial arts over the years. Of course I hate him. But maybe I don't hate him.
As he spoke, Qi Xiaoxiao sighed softly. Before this, she had always thought that she hated Chishan very much. But it wasn't until Qi Shanhe died that she realized that she didn't actually hate this clan uncle that much.
I see.
Lin Xianbai next to him had a thoughtful look on his face. Only then did he realize that there was something like this involved. However, this is reasonable. In this way, the reason why Chishan did not kill Qi Xiaoxiao can be explained because he never thought of killing a descendant of his own clan.
I didn't kill Chishan.
At this time, Li Guanqi said calmly.
But he is indeed dead. He killed a 4th level peak curse spirit and died together. When I arrived in Liancheng, he only had a broken soul left, unable to recover. It is undeniable that he died there with honor in order to protect the people of the North. But I want to talk about the details of this matter later. As for now, Phew?
Li Guanqi let out a heavy breath, clenched and relaxed his fists.
Don't make me wait for Xiao Xiao anymore. Open the portal quickly. Please. Right away.
Qi Xiaoxiao quickly came to his senses, took the golden gem and walked towards the Scarlet Blood Palace.
Brotherly, follow me.
Following her footsteps, Li Guanqi walked deeper into the Scarlet Blood Palace. Until the end, the two came to a secret room in the side hall. It's empty. There's nothing in it. Some are just the teleportation array diagram carved on the floor. The teleportation array leading to the Dream Viewing Sanctuary. Chapter 315 100 years. A really long time.
Brotherly, give me a drop of your blood essence.
Scarlet Blood Palace. The secret room of the side hall. Qi Xiaoxiao stood next to the teleportation array on the ground, turned to look at Li Guanqi, and said seriously,
Sister Mengyao taught me that with your blood, I can open a special teleportation gate. A teleportation that goes directly to Sister Mengyao. Door. Good.
Li Guanqi nodded, then forced out a drop of blood essence from his fingertips, wrapped it with spiritual power, and suspended it in front of Qi Xiaoxiao. Qi Xiaoxiao took the drop of blood with a golden gem. Scarlet blood droplets lay quietly on the surface of the golden gemstone. The two colors of blood red and gold contrasted together, creating an indescribable and strange feeling.
Brotherly, I'm going to start.
Qi Xiaoxiao held the golden gem in both hands and carefully placed the space key in the center of the formation diagram on the ground, among the dense and complicated lines around it. There was only a circular blank here. After the round golden gem was put down, the blank space in the array was finally filled. Buzz. Soon, the golden gem began to glow with dazzling golden light, and the drop of Li Guanqi's blood on the surface of the gem gradually merged into the interior of the gem, turning the golden gem into a blood-colored gem, gradually emitting a blood-red brilliance. Until the end, the teleportation array lighted up, and all the complex lines glowed red.
Boom!
The bloody burst shot out a red light and hit the opposite wall, turning the entire wall into a blood-red space vortex, spinning crazily, making it difficult to imagine what was behind the space vortex.
Brotherly,
Qi Xiaoxiao looked at Li Guanqi and nodded solemnly.
Everything is in line with what Sister Mengyao said. Your blood turns into red gems. Red teleportation array light. Red whirlpool teleportation gate. Step through the portal. You will definitely find her.
Buzz. Li Guanqi took out the guiding light ball from the space necklace. The guided light ball flew forward, escaped into the bloody vortex, and disappeared. That's right. Right here. The last door. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked directly into the blood-red space vortex. His figure gradually disappeared into the blood light, and disappeared completely. There is no actual experience of entering the portal. A matter of a moment, Li Guanqi's vision went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was no longer in the secret room of the Scarlet Blood Palace, but in a valley filled with birds singing and the fragrance of flowers. The gentle chirping of birds is endless. The fragrant and rich floral fragrance hits your face. Ahead, 100 meters away, in a sea of golden sunflowers,
White light balls circled around. There is a woman wearing a pure white dress, with a picturesque back view. At this time, the breeze was blowing, bending the golden sunflowers one after another. Her soft hair, like a waterfall, also fluttered gently with the wind, making people unable to take their eyes away. Meng Yao! Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated, and he slowly stepped forward, walked into the sea of sunflowers, and came behind the woman in the white dress. He looked at her tall and familiar back and called softly. As soon as these words came out, the woman in the white dress suddenly trembled slightly. Slowly, little by little, she turned around. It was a beautiful and familiar face. Her beautiful eyes were as clear as water. Her wing-like eyelashes were trembling slightly. Her skin was fair and flawless, showing a hint of pink, and her red lips were lightly parted, looking at Li Guanqi as if she wanted to say something. But she couldn't say anything. But his eyes gradually became moist, and crystal tears were swirling. I'm back, Li Guanqi said softly. At this time, the woman standing in front of him was no longer young and sentimental, but became beautiful and charming. But she was still his girl. That girl named Han Mengyao. Don't be like this, evil phoenix. Don't be like this. Han Mengyao covered her mouth, not daring to look at him anymore, but shook her head desperately, unable to hide the cry in her voice. Anything else is fine. Don't use this illusion to deceive me. Please, don't. It's me. The real me. The tip of Li Guanqi's nose felt sour, and he stepped forward directly. He put his left hand around her slender waist, hugged her into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed Han Mengyao's moist red lips gently. Han Mengyao was a little resistant at first, but soon, her delicate body gradually became limp, and she snuggled into Li Guanqi's arms. A long time, the lips and tongues of both parties reluctantly parted. Watching chess, Han Mengyao leaned her head lightly on Li Guanqi's chest, her eyes blurred and her voice soft. Is this a dream? No. Li Guanqi hugged her, his eyes a little moist. I'm back. I'm just sorry. It's late. It's too late. Han Mengyao pursed her lips and did not cry, but hot tears burst out of her eyes, sliding down from the corners of her eyes and directly soaking Li Guanqi's clothes. And the tears continued to flow. Wow. Finally, this woman finally let go of all her guard and acted like a little girl before. She tightly grabbed Li Guanqi's clothes with both hands, buried her head in his arms, and cried loudly without any scruples, as if she wanted to vent her anger. All the grievances that have been buried deep in my heart for the past 100 years. 100 years. 100 years. A really long time. The sun is shining brightly. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. In the sea of golden sunflowers, butterflies were flying, and the breeze was surrounding Li Guanqi, keeping him from being contaminated by the soil on the ground. And he just lay comfortably on the soft breeze bed, holding Han Mengyao in his arms, and combing the broken hair around her ears. As for Han Mengyao, the smile on her face never stopped after crying, and her face was full of sweetness. That doesn't seem to be a real Sunday. Li Guanqi looked at the scorching sun in the sky and suddenly said, and it seems that the sky and white clouds next to him are not the sky and white clouds. You discovered it. Han Mengyao smiled softly. I've only seen it in movies before. Li Guanqi looked emotional. That's not a real sun, but something like an LED screen. The entire sky is fake. A screen display of a psychic device. The so-called sun, blue sky and white clouds are actually a huge screen wallpaper. Well, it's a bit similar to the ecological areas where scientists raised King Kong in the movie. King Kong, Skull Island. Screen monitors are used to cover the sky thousands of meters high, creating the appearance of a sky. The valley where Li Guanqi is now is very empty. Looking around, the range of this screen display is thousands of miles in radius. This is a broken little world. An alien space. Han Mengyao snuggled into Li Guanqi's arms and said softly, there is no sun or sky in this place. At first, we could only use psychic equipment for lighting. Later, as technology developed, this simulated sky screen gradually covered the entire place. Small world. I really missed a lot. Li Guanqi sighed softly. I have many things to ask you. I also have a lot of things I want to say to you. But now... Han Mengyao suddenly stood up, took Li Guanqi's hand, and looked at him seriously. I'm going to take you to a place first. You have to be mentally prepared. Okay. I know everything. Li Guanqi's eyes darkened. Take me there. Han Mengyao didn't say anything more. She just held his hand and left the soft bed, formed by the breeze.
The two of them just held hands and walked among the golden sea of flowers. From time to time, a breeze would blow by, lifting the petals and flying into the sky. Needless to say, Li Guanqi's cultivation level goes without saying. Although Han Mingyao's cultivation is limited by the issues of the times, it is already at the peak of the 4 elephants level, and is only one step away from the 5 elements level of martial arts. But even so, this pair of powerful practitioners and this pair of lovers who reunited after a long separation still walk slowly, as if they were enjoying the long-lost time together. How long has it been since Li Guanqi saw Han Mingyao? Not long actually. Even if it's a weird world plus a simulated world, it won't be long. But hundreds of years ago, for Han Mingyao, it had been 100 years since she had seen him. The time missed has been too long. Mingyao. In the sea of flowers, Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at his and Han Mingyao's intertwined left hands, and said softly, "To be honest, I never thought that I could meet a woman who is willing to wait for me for 100 years. I never thought that. I always thought that someone could wait for me for 100 years. This is a plot that only exists in movies and fairy tales. Waiting for 100 years?" Han Mingyao gently shook her right hand, tilted her head, and smiled softly. "I don't know. Just wait one day, and occasionally count the days. You will find, it has been several years. And if you wait one day, then you will occasionally, I count, it has been decades. And then, she looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Then you come back. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? It's not important anymore. What's important is, you're finally back." Han Mingyao's eyes seemed to be full of tenderness. "I owe you so much." Li Guanqi used a little force with his left hand to grasp her tender little hand tightly. "It doesn't matter." Han Mingyao just chuckled. "It'll be good if you come back. But I don't know next time." Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. "I don't know how long I will be away next time. No one knows. I do not care." Han Mingyao looked forward with a gentle smile. "I can wait for you for 100 years. And I can wait for you for another 1,000 or 10,000 years. As long as I am still alive, I will wait until the day you come back." Li Guanqi looked at her beautiful profile and moved his lips, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to speak. "Mingyao? If I tell you, suppose I don't come back for many years next time, then you don't wait for me anymore. What will you do?" "I will beat you to death. You stinky man and a heartless bastard. I have been waiting for you for so many years. And now you say such stupid things to me. You must not say such stupid things. You know? Oh, I see. That's pretty much it. Mingyao, what else are you going to say?" "To meet you. I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life. No, I must have saved the entire universe." Hey hey. The two walked together in the sea of golden flowers, chatted and laughed all the way, interlocking their fingers and leaning on each other. Until the end. They walked out of the sea of flowers and came to a hillside full of birch trees. At the top of the hillside is a black tombstone. After approaching here, Han Mingyao never smiled again. And from time to time, she would carefully observe Li Guanqi's expression secretly. "I'm fine." Li Guanqi patted the back of her hand gently. 12 days. I learned about this result 12 days ago. How should I put it? I am mentally prepared. And well, give me some alone space. Han Mingyao nodded lightly, let go of his hand, took 2 steps back, and stood under a birch tree, looking forward to him. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, took a step forward and came to the tombstone. Inscription: the tombs of father-in-law Li Yongqiu and mother-in-law Wang Lingbai. This is the monument that Han Mingyao erected for them in the name of his daughter-in-law. On it, there is also a photo of the 2 elders. There are also a series of inscriptions in smaller fonts next to it. From the content, we can clearly understand the life of the 2 elders. They were of the same age. And in the end, they both died in the extraordinary 42 years at the age of 92. The date of their death was only 3 days apart. Birds of a feather. They came to the world in the same year and left the world in the same year. Dad, Mom. Facing the tomb of his parents, Li Guanqi knelt down directly on his knees, gently stroking the photo on the tombstone with his right hand. His eyes read, "My son is back. He just came back a little late. Right?" Boom. Just when tears were about to burst out of his eyes, Li Guanqi suddenly lowered his head,
knelt in front of the grave, and kowtowed heavily, bowed down 9 times in succession. Until the last time, Chief Li Guanqi could not kneel down. His shoulders were shaking slightly. Not long after, a suppressed and choked cry sounded in the woods. He thought that since he had cried, he would never cry again. But he was wrong. The 100 years he disappeared included the rest of his parents' old age, which he should have fulfilled as a filial piety. But he never came back. The son wants to be raised, but the mother does not wait for him. From a young age, Li Guanqi has despised those who are unfilial and disgusted with them. He feels that such people cannot even be filial to their parents. So how can they be worthy of being human? And what about him? Why isn't he now? Parents most need the company of their children in their later years. But he never appears. At this moment, facing his parents' graves, all the self-blame and guilt in Li Guanqi's heart surged up in an instant, making him unable to kneel down and choked with sobs. A long time after Li Guanqi's crying subsided slightly, a pair of slender hands gently lifted him up. It's Han Mengyao. She walked up to Li Guanqi, hugged his head, leaned on her belly, gently stroked the white hair on his head, and said softly, "They can understand you. And they lived a good life during their lifetime. The impact of nuclear war and the alien blood virus did not affect them. Thank you, Mengyao." Li Guanqi's eyes were still red and his voice was hoarse. "You have taken care of them for so many years, provided for them in their old age, and fulfilled your filial piety for me, an unfilial son. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how to face them. It does not matter." Han Mengyao's voice was soft. "Don't cry. Sir, my uncle and aunt won't want to see you like this. They must hope that you can be happy." It took a while for Li Guanqi to calm down. He raised his head and looked at Han Mengyao beside him. "How did you introduce yourself to them?" "I." Han Mengyao blinked, and then followed Li Guanqi, kneeling in front of the tombstone, looking at the photos of the 2 elders, and chuckled. "I told them that I am your wife. But you ran away secretly before I got the certificate. I have been calling them father-in-law and mother-in-law all these years." She was laughing, trying to lighten the mood as easily as possible. But when Li Guanqi saw this, he felt even more guilty and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, you. I should have taken you with me and introduced you to them personally. Stop blaming yourself." Han Mengyao tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. "My father-in-law often said during his lifetime that the men of his Li family can only be real men. He also said that real men cannot cry in front of his grave, or be dejected. My father-in-law also gave me countless warnings, telling me that when you come back in the future, I must tell you that you must not cry in front of his grave or be dejected. Otherwise, he will be upset after seeing it." After saying that, Han Mengyao turned her head to look at Li Guanqi and said aggrievely, "If you continue to be sad, I will be scolded by my father-in-law if I fail to fulfill his instructions. How pitiful is the little daughter-in-law who is scolded by my father-in-law." "Ah." Li Guanqi tried to force out a smile, but the bitter smile on his face was uglier than crying. How could he not know that Han Mengyao was trying to comfort him? But the more this happened, the more guilty he felt. "Call." Li Guanqi took a deep breath, and after forcibly stabilizing his emotions, he took out 2 bottles of scarlet medicine from the space necklace. "Alien blood potion. Inventor, Mars Clinton." Han Mengyao looked down and read out the handwriting on the label word for word, then looked at Li Guanqi curiously. "What is this?" "This is the magic potion I brought back from that world. It's a potion." Li Guanqi sighed softly. "It can make people become different blood superhumans unconditionally, even if the user is an elderly person." Han Mengyao's pupils narrowed. In an instant, she thought of a lot. "I thought of the mass production and popularization of this magic potion, thinking of the heyday of all superhuman beings. But eventually, there was only one thought left in her mind. If Li Guanqi could be brought back earlier, she and his family wouldn't have to die. Fate plays tricks on people." Thinking of this, Han Mengyao couldn't help but look sad. "You extraordinary beings. If there is really a god behind this strange world, then could it be that this 100 years is his trick on you and us? That world, there is obviously such a thing. But it took 100 years for you to get it and bring it back." "Yes." Li Guanqi held the strange blood potion tightly in his hand and said solemnly, "We are always teased by fate and played by the unknown existence. But this is the helplessness of life. We people can't decide anything. Where are my uncle and aunt?" Li Guanqi put away the potion, looked at Han Mengyao, and said softly,
It's outrageous to ask their precious daughter to take care of my parents for 100 years. And I can't just kowtow a few times.
However, Han Mingyao's expression was slightly unhappy.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was saying and quickly changed his words.
Father-in-law and mother-in-law. Where are my father-in-law and mother-in-law? That's pretty much it.
Han Mingyao suddenly beamed. Let's go. She held Li Guanqi's hand and walked towards another hillside.
Did you see that hillside? It's right there.
2 hills. The graves of both parents are located. Li Guanqi went to the other side and kowtowed to her parents and brother together with Han Mingyao.
Not everyone can become a different blood superhuman. Brother Han Mingyao is not too old. But he does not meet the conditions for the alien blood incarnation and failed to successfully mutate. As ordinary people, their final destination is to turn into a piece of lust after 100 years. This is the fragility of mortal.
Mingyao? Take me to your shelter. Also, I want to see where my parents lived before they were alive.
Li Guanqi also has a simulator reward that he has not used. It was his reward for simulating reality for the second time. Find the place where your parents lived in the dream viewing sanctuary, and use the simulator's newly unlocked time backtracking ability. The reward of the simulator is that this time it is no longer a random rewind, but 100% able to see a few fragments of time about your parents. He wanted to see it. Chapter 316, the founder of psychic technology. Sunny. Li Guanqi and Han Mingyao held hands and walked in the forest, gradually leaving the birch forest. After climbing 2 more hills, a vast plain appeared in their sight. In the vast fertile fields, many large machines can be vaguely seen performing agricultural work, and not even a single person can be seen. It is a completely automated mechanical operation. And further away is the city. It was a high-tech city that Li Guanqi didn't even know how to describe. Looking from a distance, the main color of the entire city is silvery white with a sense of technology. Almost all of them are high-rise buildings, often several hundred meters high and dozens of floors high. In addition, there are many suspended flying cars hovering in the city, stopping in front of the traffic lights in the sky, waiting for the green light to pass. However, what intrigued Li Guanqi the most was the huge ring. A huge silver-white ring almost surrounded the entire city, flipping back and forth over the city. The length was estimated to be hundreds of thousands of meters.
What is that?
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mingyao beside him.
We call it Sky Ring.
Han Mingyao looked at the huge ring with unabashed pride and pride on her face.
In the 74th extraordinary year, we successfully built this huge psychic device, whose full name is the Dream Sky Psychic Ring. It is the energy core of the entire dream viewing sanctuary. It can convert spiritual power efficiently and charge all the psychic equipment in the shelter through the air. Well, if it is easier for you to understand, it is charging through the air. Charge?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
But aren't all psychic devices capable of automatic charging? Don't they have a conversion chip that can automatically absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power? But the speed is too slow, and the loss rate is too high.
Han Mingyao explained softly.
Those psychic devices, relying on conversion chips, can indeed recharge automatically, but their conversion efficiency is quite low. The conversion chip is not a magician. It cannot convert as much spiritual energy as you absorb into spiritual power. Those chips can't do that. For example, 100 points of spiritual energy can be condensed into 1 point of spiritual power. Then you magicians, if you want to gain 1 point of spiritual energy, you only need to introduce Qi into your body and absorb 100 points of spiritual energy. But the conversion chip doesn't work. If the transformation chip wants to obtain 1 point of spiritual power, it must absorb 1,000 or even 3,000 points of spiritual energy for transformation. During the process of the conversion chip absorbing spiritual energy and converting spiritual energy, a large amount of spiritual energy will be decomposed into other useless substances during this process, which is equivalent to loss. This is a high degree of waste of spiritual energy, and the conversion efficiency is also very slow. If it were an ordinary small psychic lamp, it would certainly be enough. It can be replaced by large psychic equipment, which is completely insufficient. Well, have you seen that farmland? If those large agricultural machinery still use that kind of conversion chip, if you want them to work for 5 minutes, you have to let them lie in the warehouse and recharge automatically for a few days.
In this case, what is the point of this machine? Therefore, during the period from Extraordinary 1 to Extraordinary 20, the emerging psychic equipment may seem magical, but in fact they are all small pieces of garbage that cannot be used for a long time. They are fine for daily use equipment and entertainment toys. But if they really want to use them in the proper way of scientific research, they are basically useless. Doesn't work. This was also the case in my dream viewing sanctuary for decades before. It wasn't until Transcendent Year 74 that the appearance of the sky ring completely changed the situation. It's the same metaphor as before. Suppose, you magicians, if you want to obtain 1 point of spiritual power, you need to absorb 100 points of spiritual energy. Then, if the sky ring wants to obtain 1 point of spiritual energy, it only needs to absorb 10 points of spiritual energy. And the conversion speed is also very fast. We have also added the function of charging through the air. All the psychic equipment in the entire dream viewing sanctuary have been added with subchips of the sky ring, which can echo with the sky ring. Recharge anytime, anywhere, as long as the mechanical parts of the entire dream viewing shelter psychic equipment are not damaged. Its energy will never be exhausted, and it can continue to operate and work 24 hours a day.
The more Han Mengyao spoke, the more excited the expression on his face became. Finally, he raised his arms high, looked at the sky ring of the city in the distance, and laughed loudly.
This is an epic-making technological creation.
Li Guanqi looked at the excited smile on her face and couldn't help laughing for a moment, shaking his head and laughing. For some reason, he just felt funny, because when he looked at Han Mengyao at this time, he thought of the strange world. Dean Ma Yuan, who invented the blood-measuring ruler, and Mars, who invented the strange blood potion. It seems that these inventive people especially like to say the word
epic-making.
Inexplicably very happy.
Did you invent this sky ring?
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao with a smile and joked.
You can't say that.
Han Mengyao shook his head first, and then said with a smile,
the sky ring was not created by me alone. For its appearance, all the people in Guaming Sanctuary and all the scientific researchers in the Institute have made contributions that cannot be ignored. This is the invention of all of us, and the glory that belongs to all of us.
Eh? Li Guanqi was stunned.
Really? Is it really your fault?
He was just joking.
If not?
Han Mengyao was also a little confused and looked at him blankly.
Are you a scientist yourself?
Li Guanqi looked shocked, and he didn't realize this until now. He always thought that these things were the results of the scientific research team under Han Mengyao. But he ignored one possibility. What if Han Mengyao herself is the leader of this scientific research team?
Certainly.
Han Mengyao was confused.
I am the chief researcher of the Dream Observation Research Institute. This is not just a title. It is the real deal. Hello.
As she said that, she wrinkled her little nose, glared at Li Guanqi, and said displeasedly,
let me be humble with you. Do you really think that the sky ring was invented by everyone? There is nothing wrong with saying that. But really you have to say if I contribute. I alone account for 90% of it.
Li Guanqi was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, he said blankly,
I just never thought that one day I would have a scientist wife. Hey.
As soon as she heard the word
wife,
Han Mengyao lost all her anger and smiled.
Isn't that okay?
After a while, Li Guanqi finally remembered something and asked quickly,
how many levels of soul do you have? 3rd level.
Han Mengyao smiled and said,
according to the information left by Taoist Lin in the Penglai archives, my current soul realm should be considered the peak soul of the God-refining realm. A soul of this strength has given me very strong analytical and computing abilities. Plus, I have lived for more than 100 years and have a strong physical body. These allow me to have a lot of time and energy to conduct non-stop scientific research.
I see.
Li Guanqi smiled.
How about it?
Han Mengyao hugged Li Guanqi's right arm and leaned on his shoulder, smiling.
Isn't your wife very powerful?
Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded heavily.
The sky ring is simply an epic-making invention that transcends human beings. Before this, I didn't even dare to think that there could be such a thing in the world. Not only can it isolate the entire city's equipment, it can charge energy and convert spiritual energy more efficiently than a magician. It is simply an epic-making invention.
The smile on Han Mengyao's face became even brighter. When Li Guanqi saw her like this, he couldn't help but smile. Ask, how to make a scientific researcher happy. Answer, blow, as hard as she could, on her invention.
Would you like to take the psychic speed car?
Han Mengyao suddenly looked at Li Guanqi expectantly.
You disappeared in the first year of Chaofan. You must have never ridden on the psychic speeding car that only appeared in Chaofan's 18th year. Right.
Really? Li Guanqi nodded. He had seen psychic speeding cars in the Minghua tribe, but he had never ridden on one.
Drop!
Seeing Li Guanqi nodding, Han Mingyao lowered his head and clicked a few times on the silver bracelet on his left hand. On a small projected screen, he swiped left and right, and soon several slowly rotating speed car structures were brought up. Picture: they are all suspended flying cars without wheels, with different styles.
Which one do you like?
Han Mingyao looked at Li Guanqi with a smile.
Well, that's it.
Li Guanqi pointed to the first flying car on the projection screen. It was a red hover car with large golden font spray painted on the body, Guanming 7.
Watching dreams for 7 generations.
Han Mingyao also smiled and clicked on the structural diagram of the car, with a flash of reminiscence in her eyes.
I personally built each of the Guanming series of speed cars. This is the 7th and last one. Boom!
Before Li Guanqi could respond to her words, a streak of red light flew past the horizon at an astonishing speed. With bursts of roaring and whistling sounds, it finally landed on the field, keeping a close relationship with the grass below. A few centimeters apart. Hovering car. It has a streamlined red body, an alloy SHL full of technological texture, and only 2 seats. The overall appearance is similar to that of a Rolls-Royce supercar, except that the wheels and exhaust pipes are missing, and there are thin red slits on the body. Red light emanates from inside.
Why does it look like a Rolls-Royce?
Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask with a smile.
No way.
Han Mingyao scratched his head.
I am an inventor, not a designer. And when I was at Chaofan University, I used to ride in Penglai's Rolls-Royce all day long. This model has left a deep impression on me. Over the years, I always subconsciously make cars based on previous car styles. Oops.
As she said that, she directly took Li Guanqi's hand with her left hand and opened the car door with her right hand.
No time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Okay.
Han Mingyao sat directly in the left driving seat of the hovercraft, while Li Guanqi sat in the right passenger seat, which was actually the only passenger seat.
Boom!
Han Mingyao held the steering wheel with both hands and stepped on the accelerator. The hovercraft made a powerful roar, sprayed blue flames from its tail, and rushed directly into the sky at an astonishing speed. The red speed car hovered back and forth over the entire dream viewing sanctuary, and from time to time it did some stunts such as rolling, sprinting, and
flying upside down.
While driving, Han Mingyao's face was filled with excitement. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, looked at her profile quietly with gentle eyes. He is different from many men. He actually has no feelings about things like cars, and is not very interested. Compared to the experience of riding a hovercraft, he was more pleased with the smile on Han Mingyao's face at this moment. Boom! Han Mingyao drove a suspended flying car, carrying Li Guanqi, and kept flying at high speed in the sky, on the ground, and in the streets and alleys of the city. During this period, from time to time, when someone saw this car, Guanming 7, they would stop and salute Han Mingyao and call him Lord. The etiquette is to place your right hand on your left chest and lower your head slightly. Well, no one calls her Evil Phoenix Queen anymore. After traveling through the city for more than 10 minutes, Li Guanqi also had a general understanding of this future city. He didn't know how to describe the overall style. Anyway, it was very technological. He couldn't understand all kinds of strange and weird equipment, and he didn't know how powerful it was. The tall buildings in the entire city have almost turned into giant advertising screens. All kinds of advertisements are placed on the outside of the buildings, and purple and blue neon lights are flashing. This is almost a real Cyberpunk 2077 world. In the city streets, many humans with mechanical prostheses were walking, either mechanical arms or mechanical eyes. Li Guanqi even saw a big brother who was very special. He has no legs, and his lower body is completely like a mechanical horse. Mechanical centaur? And it's worth mentioning that this person is a mediocre magician. It seems that unlike the Wasteland, in the Dream Sanctuary, they have discovered the existence of spell talents.
Nuclear war has serious consequences.
Seeing that Li Guanqi seemed to be paying special attention to these people on the street, Han Mingyao beside him explained softly.
Although this is an alien space, it is actually connected to the main space of the outside world, and the spiritual energy from the outside world will flow in. Likewise, nuclear radiation and heterogeneous blood viruses will also contaminate this place. What's frustrating is, although our technology is booming, after the fusion of nuclear radiation and the alien blood virus, it becomes a brand new substance, and we can't stop it at all. We call it nuclear blood virus. affected by nuclear hemovirus. The disability rate of newborn babies is frighteningly high. On average, 3 out of 10 babies will have varying degrees of physical deformity. Later, I developed mechanical prosthesis and the brain chip. Simply transplanting this chip into a person's brain will allow them to control the mechanical prosthetic limbs on their body with great flexibility. It was only later that I realized it was no longer necessary. Because starting from the extraordinary, well, probably the 62nd year of the extraordinary, the deformed babies born in the shelter have evolved a strange organ in their bodies. Moreover, they all have the talent for spells, and can learn spells, and become the conjurer. They have the talent to perceive spiritual power and control it. A scientific researcher named Shanghai inspired me. He said, since these disabled people can control spiritual power, wouldn't it be okay to let them use spiritual power to control mechanical prostheses? I think it makes sense. Then, based on his words, I invented a simpler mechanical prosthesis. It does not require various complex structures or transplanting brain chips. All it takes is one psychic core. Because conjurers can control spiritual power, they only need to match the psychic core to directly control the mechanical prosthetic limbs through the psychic core. In this way, even if the mechanical prosthetic limb is just an iron SHL, as long as there is a psychic core inside, these people can control the mechanical prosthetic limb without causing any inconvenience in life. Huh? Watching chess? What's your expression? As Han Mingya was talking, she found that Li Guanqi's expression was extremely strange. Li Guanqi hesitated to speak, but for a moment, he didn't know where to start. So, the sorcerers of the New Age, their mechanical prosthetics, originated here, and were invented by Han Mingyao. This sense of confusion is so amazing. Mingyao. Li Guanqi looked at her who was driving, and chuckled. Actually, the weird world that we extraordinary beings go to is very likely. No, it should be said to be 99% likely to be the future world long time later. In that at this time, they are still using your mechanical prosthetic limbs, which are the psychic prosthetics you invented. Han Mingyao was startled. What's wrong? Li Guanqi was a little confused. Aren't you happy? That will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the future. Human beings in the future will still use your scientific inventions. This is not something to be happy about. Han Mingyao held the steering wheel with both hands, with a complex expression. If what you said is true, it has been so long. Haven't people developed the technology of body regeneration yet? But the team under me that specializes in studying alien blood is now it's almost been researched. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Actually, there is. But they don't use it. But well, it involves things like culture. And I can't explain it in a few words. For New Age conjurers, physical disability is a sign of talent. Of course, some people will choose to regenerate limbs to cover up, such as the prairie girl Muya that Li Guanqi once met. But more conjurers don't like this. They prefer to express themselves with luxurious mechanical prosthetics, which is what they like best. I really have a lot of things to ask you. Han Mingyao looked at the situation on the street in front of her and said with a smile, about the weird world, what the future will be like, what you have been doing during the time you left, and what I have experienced in the past 100 years. There are many things. There are really so many things I want to talk to you about. Me too. Li Guanqi nodded with a serious expression. After the sweet moment of reunion after a long separation, he knew that it was time to bring up those heavy things. For example, how did Han Mingyao find this alien space with abundant products? The physical resources of this small world are definitely not trivial. Otherwise it would be impossible to support the vigorous development of Dream Viewing Sanctuary. Also, why did Guanmeng Sanctuary shrink into this alien space, isolated from the world, and disappeared after 50 extraordinary years? Also, who is the enemy that Han Mingyao has been avoiding? The enemy that can tear apart time and space with just one photo? And the one that Li Guanqi personally thinks is the most important, the issue between Han Mingyao and Evil Phoenix. In Extraordinary Year 18, Han Mingyao went to the North Pole to resolve the matter between her and the Evil Phoenix. What was the final outcome of that matter? There are too many more. Let's talk later. Okay. Han Mingyao drove the hovercraft and left the city, arriving in a mountain forest filled with birds and flowers, and stopped in front of the courtyard door of a small mountain villa. She turned her head, looked at Li Guanqi in the passenger seat, and said softly, my father-in-law and my mother-in-law don't like the noisy city. They have always lived here before their death. I usually live here too. I often clean their room. Now, go and have a look.
Chapter 317 Back in Time. Han Mengyao, an Evil Phoenix. Mountain Villa. Living Room. Han Mengyao and Li Guanqi pushed open the door and entered the spacious living room. The first thing that attracted attention was the large fish tank placed in the corner. There were several golden carp swimming happily in the fish tank.
This is your dad's favorite.
Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi with a smile.
He loved fish farming and fishing during his lifetime. And he often took your mother and me to the nearby lake to fish.
No. Li Guanqi shook his head, with complicated eyes.
In my impression, what he hates most is fish. Someone who likes fish farming and fishing, that's me. When I was a child, I loved fish. But my dad doesn't like it. Once, I was about 9 years old. I took the fish I caught from the river home, cut a large plastic bottle, filled it with water, and kept the fish in it. When my dad came home, he asked me to throw it away. I refused. I had a fight with my dad. He is a very macho man and always keeps his word at home. So my rebelliousness made him feel very angry. My dad was furious. Since then, there has never been any fish in our house, except, of course, the ones on the table.
After saying that, Li Guanqi smiled. But there was no smile in his eyes. There were just tears shining slightly. Seeing this scene, Han Mengyao pursed her lips, gently held Li Guanqi's hand, and said nothing. What kind of thing can make a man who hates fish the most choose to fish and raise fish in his later years? She and Li Guanqi knew it well. The old man named Li Yongqiu raised the fish in the fish tank and fished by the lake. But they were not actually fish. It was the longing for his son, who had disappeared for many years, and the guilt for what he had done in his childhood.
I never blamed him.
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao with a bitter smile.
I was still young at that time, and I had only one hobby every day. If I wasn't allowed to raise fish, I wouldn't raise it. How could I have ever blamed him? I had forgotten this a long time ago. But he still remembers.
Han Mengyao held his hand and looked at him without speaking. But those beautiful eyes filled with affection seemed to have spoken 1,000 words and countless words of comfort. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and calmed down before looking down at his right hand and making a fist. After the simulator obtains the time earrings and collects 3 time items, the new function unlocked, time retrieval, is actually similar to a superpower. The feeling of activating this ability is similar to activating a special ability. And now, he is ready to activate this ability. Buzz! Little bits of gold and silver light suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's right hand, gradually spreading out and covering the entire mountain villa. Go back in time. Soon, the entire villa area has changed. It was clearly early morning before, and the sun was shining brightly outside. But now it suddenly became dim. Looking out the window, the sky was pitch black, filled with colorful twisted light groups. Li Guanqi has seen this scene before, in the ancient ruins of the strange world. In that small broken world, the edge of the world is also an incomplete world, and the edge of space will have this appearance. The dreaming sanctuary is located in an alien space, and this alien space is not an independent world. So naturally such a situation will occur.
Here we go!
Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Time travel has begun. The period we are looking back to now is when the dream viewing sanctuary has not yet built the mimic sky screen. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and looked into the living room again. The living room at this time is also very different from before. The placement and style of various furniture are different, and the lights are bright. It didn't take long. The figure of an old man, wearing a light blue sweater, gradually appeared in front of the fish tank. He was a very tall old man. Even though he was old and frail, and his body was stooped, he still looked more than 1.8 meters tall. He just leaned on crutches and stood quietly in front of the fish tank, staring at the fish swimming in the tank with a dazed expression.
Father-in-law? This.
When Han Mengyao saw this scene, she suddenly looked in disbelief. She quickly looked at Li Guanqi beside her, only to find that the man had tears streaming down his face. But he stood motionless.
My dad is old.
Li Guanqi wiped the tears on his face, took a deep breath, and then chuckled.
This should be when he is 7 or 80 years old.
Han Mengyao suddenly understood. This scene now is not real.
Probably after the age of 82.
Han Mengyao looked at the old man in blue shirt in front of the fish tank and said softly,
This blue sweater is my 82nd birthday gift to him. It is knitted by myself. By the way, your mother taught me how to knit sweaters.
What about mine?
Huh. Li Guanqi looked at the stooped old man in blue shirt, who was leaning on crutches, and smiled with tears in his eyes.
Meng Yao. You know, he used to be very strong. And he especially loved to exercise. And he didn't do cardiopulmonary exercise. Just by simply building muscles. He will look stronger than me when he is 50 years old.
But as people age, muscles atrophy. Li Guanqi never dared to imagine that that strong man would one day become so thin. The scene of going back in time reappeared. Silently, on the stairs, suddenly an old woman holding a cane slowly went downstairs and came to the living room with the help of a woman.
That woman was clearly Han Meng Yao back then. No different from now. As for the old woman, although she is old, her eyebrows are gentle and kind. And even though her face is wrinkled, it is not difficult to see that she must have been as beautiful as the woman next to her when she was young.
Mom!
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
My mother is old too. By the way, have you seen her when she was young?
Certainly. Han Meng Yao also smiled, looked at him and joked.
My mother-in-law was really beautiful when she was young. I often told her that it would be a pity not to become a star after she retired as an athlete. Also, if you inherit the beauty from your mother-in-law, a little bit, maybe he's not any worse than Lin Daocheng. Forget it.
Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed.
Men don't have to be so good-looking. I am very satisfied that I can inherit my father's toughness.
Right. Han Meng Yao smiled and gently rested her head on his shoulder. After that, neither of them spoke anymore. The effect of time rewind is still continuing. And the rewind picture begins to change. Sometimes the lights are bright as day. Sometimes the lights are all turned off. Like late at night. Li Guanqi held Han Meng Yao's hand and walked back and forth in this mountain villa in the process of
looking back on time.
Looking at the past time one after another. His parents were sitting on the balcony. And the two elders were quietly basking in the sun. His mother was sitting on the bed, teaching Han Meng Yao how to knit a sweater. Sometimes, Han Meng Yao's parents would come. Li Guanqi's father was the best at cooking. After retiring as an athlete, he even got a chef certificate. Naturally, he would cook and prepare dinners for everyone. There is also a scene where Han Meng Yao is learning to cook from his father. Then, the villa renovated a kitchen.
Ha ha!
Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Turned to look at Han Meng Yao, and asked with a smile,
I remember you can cook? What happened? Don't blame me.
Han Meng Yao looked embarrassed.
It's your dad. Your dad's cooking is too high-end. The dishes he cooks are not made by ordinary people. All kinds of messy ingredients are processed at the same time. I was in a hurry. And then I forgot that there was still something in the stove. The soup was simmering. And then it exploded.
Li Guanqi smiled even brighter and gently held her in his arms. The scene of going back in time still continues. After the cheerful life scenes, a heavy scene suddenly came. His mother seems to be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. In several consecutive scenes, Han Meng Yao was taking care of his mother's daily life, wiping her body, carrying her upstairs and downstairs, and even personally carrying her feces and urine. Sometimes, his mother was furious in her stupid state, and said to her Han Meng Yao kept beating and scolding her. But she didn't show any sign of impatience. When Li Guanqi saw this, his heart suddenly tightened. He looked down at Han Meng Yao in his arms and said guiltily,
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. What's this?
But Han Meng Yao just smiled and snuggled into his arms like a kitten.
I'm telling you, I am your wife, so I must take care of my parents-in-law. You can just hire a caregiver for her.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but said,
There is no need to do it in person.
No. Han Meng Yao shook her head.
I don't trust outsiders taking care of her. And it didn't take long.
As she said that, she raised her head, looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile,
Don't worry. After your mother fell ill, I mobilized all the power of the shelter to conduct research in this area. Of course, that was 32 extraordinary years ago. At that time, our shelter is just a group of stone houses, with almost no scientific research capabilities. However, there is a superhuman with different blood. His superpower is very special. He cured your mother easily, and made your mother's thinking more flexible. From the beginning to the end, your mother was only sick. Only to 3 months.
Li Guanqi remained silent, but held Han Meng Yao in his arms tighter and tighter. The guilt in his heart could not be expressed in words at all. Next, the time picture becomes increasingly blurry. The last scene shows them back in the living room, under the dim sky. His parents were sitting shoulder to shoulder on the sofa in the living room. Their figures gradually became less clear, and in the end, only the outline of a light spot remained. After this scene passed, the environment of the villa was restored again. Li Guanqi looked out the window. The sun is shining. Mimicry sky screen. Time goes back. It's over.
What kind of ability is this?
Han Mengyao raised her head from Li Guanqi's arms and looked at him curiously.
It's called time travel.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
Now, I can only use it to see some fragments of the past. But maybe, when I become very strong, I can use this ability to change the past. Maybe?
Han Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, unable to hide the surprise on her face.
But that's all for the future.
Li Guanqi took her little hand, slowly walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down together, held her in his arms, lowered his head, and smelled the fragrance of sunflowers in Han Mengyao's hair.
Mengyao. Thank you. I told you. It's what I should do. Guanqi. I love you. Me too.
Li Guanqi hugged Han Mengyao tightly and said softly,
I love you too. Very much. So, you can tell me everything. I'm back. I'm strong and can kill the 5 elements. No matter what you encounter, no matter what difficulties or enemies. I am here.
Han Mengyao was silent for a while and then said,
Where should I start? Let's start with this.
Li Guanqi took out a yellow diary from the space necklace and handed it to Han Mengyao.
Eh?
Han Mengyao was startled. Holding the diary, she straightened up and looked at Li Guanqi in astonishment.
Isn't this the diary I gave to Sister Lien for safekeeping? You can say that.
Li Guanqi smiled.
But, as I said before, the weird world is likely to be the future. But we have 100 million extraordinary beings. Well, many of them may have died in reality. Anyway, let's call the 100 million in my mouth an imaginary number. No matter what, there are still tens of millions left. In short, there are 100 million weird worlds for 100 million extraordinary beings. In other words, this diary is one of 100 million. And by coincidence, a certain extraordinary person brought it back to reality. And I got it from that extraordinary person. Oh yes. And this.
With that said, Li Guanqi took out an old trophy covered with mottled marks from the space necklace. The words, Guanyao, are also engraved on the trophy base.
The trophy I won in an extraordinary year.
Han Mengyao was overjoyed and quickly picked up the trophy, her face full of nostalgia.
Ah, it was 100 years ago. This is the trophy I won 100 years ago. I defeated everyone on campus at that time.
All of them are the first champions of Chaozhou University. Why are these characters engraved?
Li Guanqi asked with a smile.
Is it not good?
Han Mengyao looked at him and wrinkled her nose.
You don't want to? How is that possible? It's great. Of course I am willing.
Li Guanqi nodded quickly.
Hey.
Han Mengyao smiled with satisfaction and couldn't put it down. Playing with the trophy.
When I left, I entrusted your parents to Sister Lien, and also gave her the diary and the trophy for safekeeping. But,
at this point, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and she sighed softly.
After I came back, after many setbacks, I was lucky enough to find your parents. And they were also lucky not to be harmed by nuclear radiation and the heterogeneous blood virus. But there has been no news about Sister Lien. No one knows her news. And no one knows whether she is dead or alive. I asked your parents, but they said that Sister Lien mysteriously disappeared at the end of the 19th Chaoran before the apocalypse broke out.
The more Han Mengyao talked, the lower her mood became.
About your departure that year,
Li Guanqi did not continue to discuss the matter of
Lien.
After all, he had no idea. So he directly picked up the diary, turned to the last page, and handed it to Han Mengyao. Extraordinary 18 years.
December 12th.
I have been watching chess for 18 years.
I can't hold on any longer. The evil phoenix has a growing influence on me. Her kindness to me is true. But I can't give her my body. She and I have to finally come to an end. Guanqi, I asked Sister Lien to take care of your parents, and gave this diary to her for safekeeping. I don't know if I can come back. What's more, I don't know if the person who came back is me. Han Mengyao. I want to go to the North Pole, where the ice-based spiritual power can help me suppress her power. And you also have ice powers. Bless me. Watch chess. I love you.
What exactly is going on?
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao and said seriously,
Tell me everything. Maybe I can help you. This.
Han Mengyao's eyes were complicated and her lips parted slightly. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Her eyebrows were furrowed. She lowered her head, gritted her teeth and shouted,
"What are you going to do?" "No. Evil Phoenix. It took a lot of effort for me to follow him. We meet again. You have to compete with me at this time, huh?"
Her expression changed slightly. Han Mingyao's eyes flickered. After a few seconds, she raised her head to look at Li Guanqi and said hesitantly,
She wants to talk to you. Let her speak."
Li Guanqi nodded. I saw Han Mingyao lowering her head, her delicate body trembling. It didn't take long for the black hair on her head to quickly change from the roots. From black to red, she turned into a head of fiery red hair in an instant. And the ends of her hair were even more red. It has a touch of golden color. "Call," she exhaled, slowly raised her head, and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. That was Han Mingyao's face. But she is not Han Mingyao. In addition to the hair color, the pupils of the eyes have also changed. There is a golden circle on the edge of the fiery red pupils. The depth of these red gold eyes comes from another non-human soul. And Li Guanqi has seen this look before.
"It's you,"
Li Guanqi said expressionlessly.
"Today is not the first time we have met. Right? Huh?"
Han Mingyao, in front of him, smiled and said,
"It's good that you still remember me. My name is irrelevant, and I don't like it myself. If you can, just call me Evil Phoenix. Of course, if you see this face, if you just want to call me wife, I actually don't mind. Hee hee."
Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. Really? Is it? After the Lugui village incident ended, Li Guanqi came to the martial arts hall of Chaofan University 1 month later and gave Han Mingyao punches to help her break through. As a result, after Han Mingyao broke through to the first level, she suddenly lost control and became a little crazy. She even hugged his head and kissed him passionately. It was an indescribable tongue kiss experience.
"Are you comfortable that night?"
On the sofa, Xie Huang put his hands on Li Guanqi's shoulders and breathed into his ear.
"Are my kissing skills better than hers? More comfortable? Make a condition."
Li Guanqi was unmoved by the wet feeling in his ears. But since it was Han Mingyu's body, he didn't do anything. He just said in a cold voice,
"How can I leave her body? Be direct." Readily,
Evil Phoenix stepped back, leaning against the cushions of the sofa, looking at him with a half smile. His eyes evil, compared with Han Mingyao's gentleness. This kind of look is actually more tempting to men.
"Her body has been transformed by my heart for hundreds of years, and it actually looks like a phoenix. With some special methods, she can also transform into a phoenix form in a short time. But it's still not the real phoenix body. If I had to choose, this half-human, half-phoenix body would not be my first choice. So, the key question is, do I have a choice?"
Evil Phoenix came closer to Li Guanqi, almost nose to nose, looking at him with smiling eyes, and her red lips parted slightly.
"A phoenix egg. You find me a living phoenix egg, and I leave her body. It's that simple."
Chapter 318 Battle.
"Phoenix egg?"
Li Guanqi looked surprised.
"Where can I find a phoenix egg for you?"
He had never heard of dragons and phoenixes in the weird world. That big lizard dragon wasn't a celestial dragon either. Phoenix and the like were unheard of.
"Where?"
Li Guanqi looked at the evil phoenix in front of him.
"Suggest a place, and if I can get it, I'll leave now. How do I know where it is?"
Evil Phoenix's face was expressionless.
"If I knew where the phoenix eggs were, why would I have to wait until now?"
Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned.
You don't even know where it is?"
Xie Huang spread his hands and looked helpless.
"Not only do I not know where it exists, I don't even know if it exists in the world. But it's just this kind of thing anyway. Give me the phoenix egg and I'll leave. If you don't give it to me for a day, I won't leave for a day. From time to time, I will fight for her body. I can't kill you, and I will annoy you to death. That's it. Bye."
The evil phoenix's delicate body trembled. Her red hair turned from red to black, and her eyes returned to black pupils. The gentle eyes belonging to Han Mingyao appeared again in these moist and beautiful eyes.
"Can you hear my conversation with it?"
Li Guanqi asked.
"Certainly."
Han Mingyao nodded helplessly.
"Not only can you hear it, but you can also feel it. Well, when it licks your ear, it's exactly like me licking it. Whether I control the body or it controls the body, our feelings will not change. The only difference is who is in control. Is there any way to kill it?"
Li Guanqi asked directly.
"No. There is no way."
Han Mingyao sighed.
"The phoenix heart that Taoist Lin gave me is both a blessing and a curse. It gave me power beyond my level. but it also brought me dangers that were almost life-threatening. During the 18th extraordinary year, Evil Phoenix's soul had almost equaled the strength of my soul after 18 years of recovery. So, it wanted to devour my soul and occupy this body alone. I had no choice but to go to the North Pole and use the ice and snow there to suppress the Evil Phoenix's intensely fiery soul. After a battle. Actually, I don't know why I didn't lose. In fact, at the end of the confrontation between the two sides, my soul was almost swallowed by it, and I only had one thought left to hold on. Hold on.
Speaking of this, Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi eagerly.
I was thinking at that time, I have been waiting for you for 18 years. 18 years is so long, but I haven't waited for you to come back. If I die now, wouldn't it be a waste of 18 years of waiting?
Year? Then, if you come back and I die, and no one tells you that I have been waiting for you for 18 years, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? So I thought, I must not die or lose money. Then I just kept thinking and holding on. At the last moment, with almost no clear consciousness left, I saw a ball of red light in a daze, and I directly controlled my soul and rushed towards it. Later I found out that it was the soul core of the Evil Phoenix. Through some strange combination of circumstances, I allowed my soul to merge with its soul, and they were no longer distinguishable from each other. So, there was no other way. There is no way to kill it.
Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi and said helplessly,
Our current state is equivalent to two consciousnesses, sharing the same soul and body. If you want to kill it, unless you kill me too, you won't be able to kill it at all. If you insist on killing it, we'll only kill me together. Then how does it leave?
Li Guanqi said in surprise. Han Mengyao was speechless for a moment.
Well, it claims that it has a way to leave my soul on its own initiative. As long as I give it a phoenix egg. Okay, I will find the phoenix egg.
Li Guanqi nodded. In fact, this was for the Evil Phoenix in Han Mengyao's body. That's not what he had in mind at all. Looking for phoenix eggs? This is not nonsense. There is no beginning or end. No clue at all. Where can he find it? The weird world is in the future, not the prehistoric era in the past. You can't find a phoenix in this era, and it's difficult to estimate it in the weird world. Compared to this kind of clueless matter, Li Guanqi is more inclined to go to the strange world and consult a soul master about this kind of thing. Evil Phoenix has a way to leave voluntarily. So in theory, there should be a way to kill the Evil Phoenix's consciousness without harming Han Mengyao. Anyway,
go to the master for consultation, and you won't suffer.
Let's deal with the Evil Phoenix first.
Li Guanqi nodded and said solemnly,
I will find a way to find the phoenix egg. In the meantime, just like before, try your best to resist it. Rest assured.
Han Mengyao smiled.
I have been resisting it for decades. And until now, both of us know very well that no one can completely devour the other when the fight reaches this point. And the longer one party occupies the body, the easier it is for the other party to take it back. Therefore, the situation between me and it is basically one day at a time. Today I control my body, and tomorrow I will take the initiative to hand it over to it. Of course, if I don't take the initiative, it can also take it easily. In the same way, after it has controlled it for a day, if it does not take the initiative to return it to me, I can easily snatch it back. You don't sound like you hate it?
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao's face with curiosity.
It's just a little annoying.
Han Mengyao smiled and said,
It has really helped me a lot over the years. Of course, the most important thing is that it and I are like this now. What's the point of hating it or not?
I can only make myself unhappy. So I reconciled with it very early. Instead of being an enemy, it is better to let go. I see.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly.
Little chess.
Han Mengyao suddenly shouted,
I am here.
Suddenly, a cold male voice sounded in the living room. The timbre was not mechanical, but a very magnetic voice. It was 9 times similar to Li Guanqi's own voice. Li Guanqi was stunned.
Artificial intelligence? I created the AI.
Han Mengyao looked at him with a gentle smile.
I'll name it Xiuqi. Your chess. Xiaoqi. Close the curtains. Receive.
As soon as Han Mengyao finished speaking, all the curtains in the entire villa were automatically closed, and the originally bright living room turned dark in an instant.
Call.
Han Mengyao's breathing became slightly heavier, and she moved closer to Li Guanqi, her hair hanging down, making him feel itchy on his face. But what was more itchy was her warm and moist breath.
Watching chess.
Han Mengyao lay on Li Guanqi, Her voice was coquettish and trembling. Her eyes filled with tears.
I have been waiting for you for 100 years. And I have to endure more than just time. Now that you have finally come back.
Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. And then he realized what he was saying, feeling a little nervous.
Then you need to suppress your physical strength.
Li Guanqi hugged Han Mengyao, gently lifted the hem of her white skirt, and whispered in her ear.
Otherwise, with our cultivation, we will never end. Brotherly must be in a bitter fight with Sister Mengyao.
Red Blood Palace. The secret room of the side hall. Outside the blood-red vortex portal. Qi Xiaoxiao looked solemn. Lin Xianbai leaned his back against the wall, with a thoughtful look on his face.
It's been so long. Forget it if the person hasn't come back. Why hasn't even a little news been sent back? Is it difficult to throw a paper ball from the opposite side? Or, do not yet? It must be a big battle.
Qi Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Xianbai and said in a deep voice.
Sister Mengyao has a powerful enemy. She has disappeared in the past 50 years. Maybe it was because of that enemy. And now that Brotherly has passed away, maybe he has immediately fallen into a relationship with that enemy. The enemy was fighting. So no news came back for a long time. Then what can we do?
Lin Xianbai spread his hands helplessly.
As you said, this portal is specially made for Li Guanqi. Only he can pass through it. With our cultivation level, once we enter, we will be killed by the turbulent flow of space. So what else can we do?
What can you do? What's more, if it's a tough battle for Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao to join forces, then it's useless for us to go over there. At most, we can be war reporters and take some handsome photos of them as portraits. Daoang Lin, I just realized that you also have a sense of humor. Fortunately, you are not bad either. I thought that when you were over 100 years old,
your face would become gloomy. The city was as deep as the sea, and you would not be able to express your emotions or anger. I used to think so too. But later I discovered that age has nothing to do with Xinxing. In the past, Chishen often scolded me for thinking so naively even though I was 100 years old. Well, what do we do now? I don't know. Anyway, I believe Brotherly can win. After he ends the war, he will definitely come back to us.
Sunny, Mountain Villa. The war is not over yet. In fact, playing basketball does not necessarily require a very formal venue. If conditions permit, it is perfectly fine to conduct basketball training at your own home as long as it does not disturb the neighbors or cause complaints from others. There are no other people around this mountain villa, so it doesn't matter if you shoot the ball casually. At this time, there were constant sounds in the villa.
The pop-pop
sound of the basketball colliding with the floor, one after another. For a long time, villa, bedroom, the curtains were closed, making it slightly dark. After all, basketball is a sport with strong physical confrontation. When you come and go, it is very easy to cause friction and injuries to the body. For basketball fans, especially female players who are engaging in such intense physical confrontation for the first time, injuries and bleeding are inevitable. If there is no bleeding, although it is not absolute, it is very likely to mean that she has experienced this kind of intense physical confrontation before and is an experienced female player. And she may also be technically proficient. This situation is generally not something that novice basketball players can deal with and needs to be handled with caution. Fortunately, when it comes to basketball duels, Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao are both new to each other's first love. The two cuddled together. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand and gently combed Han Mengyao's broken hair, arranging the hair that was stuck to his forehead with sweat. By the way, he helped her tidy up the twin tails she had just tied up.
Let's talk about something serious.
Li Guanqi, who had entered the sage's time, suddenly became solemn and looked at Han Mengyao seriously.
We still have many things that we haven't explained clearly. For example, why did you and Guanmeng Sanctuary disappear? Another example, who is your powerful enemy who can tear apart space with just one photo?
Chapter 319, The Reason Why the Shelter Disappeared. Messy bedroom. Han Mengyao got dressed, took off the two hair ropes from her twin ponytails, and let down her long hair. Then she and Li Guanqi, who was also dressed, walked out of the messy room and went downstairs. When they arrived in the living room, they walked around the sofa, tables and chairs, but found that there was no place to sit. Before, they had been fighting from the sofa in the living room to the bedroom upstairs. Han Mengyao blinked.
Cough.
Li Guanqi summoned a gust of breeze. and under exquisite control, dried and swept away all the
traces
in the living room, and flew them to the lawn outside the villa, where they were used to nourish the earth. Then, the two of them sat on the soft yellow sofa that had been restored to cleanliness.
Where do I begin?
Han Mengyao snuggled into Li Guanqi's arms with a soft voice.
Start from the beginning.
Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn.
What is the situation with the different blood virus brought by the blood rain? That's a meteorite.
With a hint of reminiscence on her face, Han Mengyao said softly,
on August 12th, 20 extraordinary years, satellites from various countries detected a meteorite flying towards us rapidly. And the meteorite suddenly exploded while it was in the atmosphere. The rain appeared after that. The different blood virus and zombies, the same is true. As for more things, no one knows.
Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Since there was no answer or any clue, he stopped worrying and continued to ask,
what about this alien space? How did you find this small world? And the resources here seem to be very rich. It's the guidance of the evil phoenix.
Han Mengyao smiled softly. So I say, it really helped me a lot. Back then, in the extraordinary 18th year, I went to the North Pole to have a soul battle with it. And then we both fell into a deep sleep and slept on the Arctic ice sheet for more than 10 years. When I returned from flying my psychic plane, I found that the world had completely changed. To be honest, watching chess, when I came back, I looked at the desolate land at that time. And the shock I felt was no less shocking than the shock you, extraordinary beings, feel when you return to reality. After some inquiries, I learned that it had been an extraordinary 30 years, and that I had slept in the North Pole for a full 12 years. I will go find our parents as soon as I come back. Search all the way and search all the way. They were not found until they reached the north. Then, I began to sweep large areas of the north, clean up the zombies and monsters, establish the dream viewing shelter, and continue to accept the survivors. But we have a serious problem. Eat and drink. The combination of nuclear radiation and different blood viruses. The pollution of nuclear blood viruses is too serious. Whether it is grain fields or water sources, everything is full of pollution. The fields and water sources in some places are less polluted and can barely be consumed by ordinary humans. But these places are too few and simply not enough. So I started to think of a way. Of course, I didn't think of any way. It was the evil phoenix. In its 34th year of transcendence. That is, 3 years after the Guaming Sanctuary was established in the north. It suddenly said that it sensed a strange place. I went over. There is a special spatial location. Evil Phoenix used a secret method to open a space portal at that location. After entering, it is the small world where we are now. Xie Huang said that in fact, the world space of the main plane is like a mirror. Sometimes, the mirror will fall off and some fragments will fall out. And this small world of alien space is the fragments that fell off. The products here are extremely rich. Very, very rich. It is simply a world of treasures. And although nuclear blood viruses from the outside are pouring in, the level of pollution in this world is not high. At least, it's hundreds of times better than the wasteland outside. So I moved the Dream Sanctuary in. Since then, this alien space has been the base of the Dream Sanctuary. We live, reproduce, develop, and grow here, and send support teams to the wasteland from time to time. Except the people. Oh, by the way, the space key to open the portal was also made with the help of Evil Phoenix. It was made from materials found in this alien space. As for the mechanism that does not allow creatures above the one-dimensional level to enter, it is also the Evil Phoenix. Evil Phoenix doesn't trust anyone. It said it was going to set up this place as a safe house for me, just in case. So it used some means that I couldn't understand to affect the spatial barriers of this small world, so that the open portal could only allow living creatures below the one-dimensional level to pass through. Once it exceeds the one-dimensional level, the transmission channel will collapse instantly, causing the opponent to fall into space turbulence. Under the influence of the Evil Phoenix's methods, the only people who have surpassed the 1 yuan level and can pass through the portal at will, entering and exiting the outside world and the Dream Viewing Sanctuary, are you and me. Not even Xiao Xiao. I said it many times, but Xie Huang refused to let her in.
Speaking of this, Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi and stopped talking, because she knew he had questions to ask. And this is indeed the case for Li Guanqi.
How did the Evil Phoenix do it?
Li Guanqi said in surprise.
That space key, after adding my blood, can open a portal exclusive to me. Even if my cultivation exceeds the 1 yuan level, I can still enter. However, according to basic logic, the evil phoenix must at least get my blood to do such a thing. Right. But in the wasteland era, where can you find my blood? I'm not looking for it.
Han Mingyao shook her head slightly and looked at Li Guanqi helplessly.
I have never gotten your blood at all. As for how the evil phoenix did it,
I really don't understand, I asked. But it didn't answer. Except for snatching my body back then. The evil phoenix has never done anything bad to me. But it doesn't always explain everything to me. Such as the space key. I can't understand its production process at all. Its knowledge and methods from another field. Or even another dimension. And the reason why it can make your exclusive portal. I don't understand it at all. I asked it why. It didn't answer. I really have no way of understanding it. Because it doesn't even have anything about you. Your genes. Your hair. Your blood. None of it. Yet it can just create a portal that is just for you out of thin air. I didn't really believe this was true before. Thinking she was making it up. But now that you have come to me through the portal, I have to believe it even if I don't believe it.
Li Guanqi frowned. After a long while, he looked into Han Mingyu's eyes and said in a deep voice,
Evil Phoenix. A long time ago, in the era when you phoenixes and mythological creatures like you were active, was there really an era belonging to immortals?
No respond. Han Mingyao paused for a moment, then said with a slight embarrassment,
Well, Guanqi, it tells you to quickly find the phoenix egg. Don't talk nonsense here. Alright.
Li Guanqi had no choice but to hold Han Mingyao in his arms and said,
That's enough about the alien space. Now let's talk about another thing. Why did you and Guanmeng's sanctuary disappear after 50 extraordinary years?
As soon as he said this, Han Mingyao stood up from his arms, looked at him to straighten his expression, and said in a deep voice,
This matter needs to be discussed together with another matter. That enemy of yours?
Li Guanqi immediately reacted.
That enemy who can tear apart space with just one photo?
Right. Han Mingyao nodded, and then groaned, as if he was organizing his words. After a long while, she said,
This matter is a long story. In the 35th extraordinary year, 1 year after the Dream Sanctuary moved into the small world, I discovered a strange creature on the edge of this small world. It looks like a ball of blue jelly. A bit like slime. Which is pretty cute anyway. Only later did the evil phoenix recognize its origin, and said that it was called the Fantasy Space Beast. It was a special creature that wandered in the gaps in space all year round. Each Fantasy Space Beast has a different individual appearance, and looks all kinds of strange. Although they look different, they have one common characteristic. That is to be born with the ability to open space channels. To isolate the turbulent flow of space. To survive, travel, and shuttle through space at will in the gaps in space. In addition, it also has a powerful illusion ability, which is why it is called the Phantom Sky Beast. But the Phantom Sky Beast also has a third innate ability. Xia Huang said that the third innate ability of this creature needs to be developed later, and it will be related to the first thing it eats after it reaches adulthood. And then? Then.
Speaking of this, Han Mingyao looked at Li Guanqi with a face full of laughter and tears.
You know, at that time, I was carrying a small bag with a few photos of you all year round. Sometimes when I miss you, I take it out and look at it. As a result, it ended up eating one of your photos. It was only later that the evil phoenix recognized it as the Phantom Sky Beast. So at first, Xia Huang and I didn't recognize it. Then I saw that it was cute. Like a blue jelly. So I went up and touched its belly. At first, it was nice to me. But as I continued to touch it, it suddenly released the illusion. With the help of the evil phoenix. This illusion didn't have any impact on me. But it still made me lose focus for a second. As a result, when I came to my senses, it had already bitten off the bag on my body and eaten one of your photos. The most coincidental thing is that it happened to be an adult at that time. Your photo is the first thing this phantom beast eats after it reaches adulthood. Based on your photo, it awakens the third power of the Phantom Sky Beast. It is a special ability that can tear apart space with the help of a photo and travel to the space area where the photo was taken. This ability is simply unbelievable and extremely strange.
Speaking of this, Han Mingyao's face was full of helplessness.
Then what?
Li Guanqi was a little confused.
Is this phantom beast the enemy that has always threatened you? But I see that your contact with it does not seem to be a war about to break out. It's a big war.
Han Mingyao sighed.
The habit of the Fantasy Sky Beast
is that it will eat whoever helps it awaken its third power, so that the other person will become one with itself forever. It ate the photos in my bag. Although I didn't give it to it on my own initiative, it still recognized it as the third ability that I helped it awaken. So, my battle with that phantom beast began after it awakened its third power. Fortunately, with the help of the evil phoenix, its illusion didn't have much impact on me. Otherwise, I would have died right after the fight started. However, even if illusions are not counted, the phantom sky beast itself has the power of the third level peak. After you extraordinary beings left, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world dropped rapidly. The concentration of spiritual energy dropped, and various cultivation resources were also scarce, causing my cultivation to be very slow. When I was in the 35th year of extraordinary life, I was only at the third level. I still relied on the power of the phoenix body to barely compete with the phantom sky beast. After a while, the phantom sky beast ran away. It grabbed a photo on the ground, then opened a space crack and jumped directly into it. Evil Phoenix said that the space cracks opened by the phantom sky beast are extremely stable space passages, and there will be no space turbulence. He told me to chase after him quickly. Otherwise, I will be targeted by the phantom sky beast, and there will never be peace in the future. So I also rushed into the space crack. Then I went to Yuching, the location where your photo was taken. Of course, it was still a basketball stadium when you took the photo. But by that year, it was already a ruined stadium. It was this experience that allowed Xiaohuang and I to determine the third ability of the phantom sky beast, which is to tear apart designated space cracks through photos and go to the photo shooting location. In the gym, I played against the phantom sky beast again. We were evenly matched, but I made an oversight. As a result, this time it was my turn and I couldn't beat him, so I had to run away. After hiding for a few days, I finally used the space key made by Evil Phoenix to run back to this small world and the dream viewing sanctuary. Evil Phoenix said that the phantom sky beast can open space channels, but it does not have the ability to lock space coordinates. In other words, although the phantom sky beast can travel through space, it does so randomly. As long as I stay in the dream watching sanctuary, it can't find me. However, this is for ordinary phantom beasts. This phantom beast eats photos as an adult and awakens its third power, which is to use a photo to tear apart space and open a designated transmission channel. That said, I absolutely cannot get enough of it to get a picture of the dream viewing shelter. Otherwise, it will tear apart the space and open a space leading to the dream viewing shelter, thereby finding me. Since then, I have strictly prohibited humans in the dream sanctuary from taking photos, and even strictly controlled cameras, photo developing and other equipment, and required laws and regulations before they could be used. Moreover, when those support teams go to the wasteland, they will conduct strict body searches and will never be allowed to bring photos. But there are always bastards who disobey. Speaking of this, Han Mengyao couldn't help but gnash her teeth and couldn't hide her anger. In 50 extraordinary years, someone must have escaped the search when they went out, took a photo to the wasteland, and was smelled by the fantasy sky beast. Found it. In short, after 50 extraordinary years, the space location of Guoming Sanctuary was discovered by the phantom sky beast. It found me. I was forced to fight. Fortunately, I was already a 4th level martial artist at that time. Although the phantom sky beast had been promoted to the 4th level strength after more than 10 years, it was still behind me after all. I succeeded in beheading it. And then, Speaking of this, Han Mengyao smiled helplessly. When the phantom sky beast died, the entire body exploded, and a strange spatial fluctuation was emitted, shaking the entire small world. I was so scared that I thought this little world was going to collapse. It turned out that it did not collapse. But since then, there has been a problem with the space barrier of Guoming Sanctuary. The open portal allows only entry and no exit. People from outside, those below the 1 yuan level, can come in. The people inside can't get out no matter what their cultivation level is. Oh, no, not just the people, but the things inside us. Nothing can get out. Over the past 50 years, Xiao Xiao has often passed notes to me, and I can see each one, but I can't give any response, because I can't give it out at all. Well, if I can give it out, Xiao Xiao's later notes will also be it's not the kind of content where you obviously didn't receive anything. This is the current situation with the portal. Throwing things in. If the wasteland can't receive it, it must not be received.
Otherwise Xiao Xiao will definitely respond accordingly. As for people, it should be gone. The reason why we discovered that there was a problem with the space portal was because the support team we sent out in June of the 50th extraordinary year disappeared after entering the portal. Because we clearly sent people into the portal on June 6th. But Xiao Xiao still asked me on July 21st. Why not send a support team this year? From that point on, I knew something was wrong. And a year later, the support team sent out by 50 extraordinary years never came back. After that, I didn't dare to send people to the portal. After all, it was equivalent to sending someone to die without returning. And there was no point in sending people there. As for your past, then I would be even more afraid. No one knows what is going on. If there is turbulence in the space after entering, and I die directly inside, I will.
As he spoke, Han Mengyao lowered her eyes, lay on Li Guanqi's chest, and whispered,
I will never see you again. It's a good thing you didn't take any chances.
Li Guanqi rubbed her head, his eyes twinkling. So, the truth comes out. And the current situation is, Han Mengyao's powerful enemy was solved by herself 50 years ago. But because of this, there is a problem in the alien space where Guanming Sanctuary is located, and the entire space barrier becomes only no entry allowed. No exit allowed. People from outside can come in. People inside can't get out. Can't get out.
Watching chess,
Han Mengyao raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi cautiously.
Will you blame me? I caused you to come in, but you couldn't go out or go back outside. Why should I blame you?
Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. He looked at her in his arms and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her pink cheeks. He smiled and said,
Why should I go out? My parents' graves are here, and you who I love most are here. And what's out there? There are only countless monsters outside, and a desolate and barren wasteland. Moreover, the world that has passed for 100 years is no longer the era that I am familiar with and nostalgic for. Everything I care about is outside. My parents have left. You are the only one I have left in this world. Mengyao. In this world, the only thing I still miss is you. The one I love most. Wherever you are, wherever you can keep me. So why would I blame you? Just because I can't get out? The question is, what am I going out for? Save humanity? Forehead.
When Li Guanqi said this, he couldn't help but hesitate a little.
To be honest, maybe my consciousness is still a little worse than that of Taoist Lin. He always looks at the whole world and all mankind. I admit that I am not as noble as him. My world is all I care about. My all human beings are just the people I care about and love. However, my parents are no longer here. Mengyao. And now you are the only one I care about. So I really have no interest in going back outside, saving the world, and ending the wasteland era.
But, as he spoke, Li Guanqi changed the subject.
I am still a member of the human race.
He looked at Han Mengyao seriously.
I will try it again eventually. Try to see if I can solve this problem and return to the outside world. And then work with Lin Xianbai to end the wasteland era and help mankind become this again. As the overlord of this planet, this is a responsibility that I should bear as a member of mankind. You?
Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi worriedly.
You want to enter the portal? That's not true.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
If you really want to go in by yourself, what if you die? Don't worry. I have other methods.
The worry on Han Mengyao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by curiosity.
Then what are you going to do?
Li Guanqi just smiled.
Buzz?
The next moment, blood shrouded his entire body. Simulator. Open. Chapter 320 Lin Xianbai's Secret Tip. Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi once again returned to this space belonging to the simulator. When he simulated it for the first time, what he was thinking and saying was simulating real-life events. So he continued the simulation until the 50th day, when the fifth strange world came. As for the dream viewing sanctuary, it was actually a complete coincidence. If nothing unexpected happens, he keeps wandering in the wasteland, and he can also come to the north, find the imprisoned Qi Xiao Xiao, and then enter the time and space of the dream viewing sanctuary, and see the walls of the sanctuary city, and then the 50th day will arrive, and reality will time's up. But the second time was different. The second time, because he learned about the past 100 years in reality, and that Han Mengyao provided for his parents in old age. Li Guanqi's simulation needs actually changed from simulating reality to simulating finding Han Mengyao. So the simulation ended on the 12th day after meeting Han Mengyao. Perhaps this is why the reward at the end is a guiding light ball. The final destination of this light ball was Han Mengyao. After Li Guanqi saw Han Mengyao, the light ball dissipated. But now it's different. Li Guanqi has now met Han Mengyao, and what he wants to simulate next is the issue of the spatial barriers of this shelter. Regarding the portal, Han Mengyao only speculated, but there was no actual evidence that the support team that entered the portal died. She only knew that that group of people did not appear in the public view of the wasteland, nor did they return to the asylum place. Maybe, after entering, is there a different world? On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the blank light screen panel and said calmly, "Let's start simulating the route out of the shelter." Start simulation? On the 12th day after returning to reality, you wanted to leave the dream viewing shelter, but after much deliberation, you couldn't find any way. You could only ask Han Mengyao to open the portal to the outside world and decided to take the risk. You get into it. After 3 seconds, a hole appeared in the space transmission channel, and space turbulence poured in. You were directly cut into countless molecules by the space turbulence. You are dead. Simulation ends. Ending, death. Ending evaluation, even if you die. Why should you evaluate it? Ending reward, none? No way. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the information on the light screen panel. His eyes slightly focused. Entering the portal means death. Villa. Living room. On the sofa, Han Mengyao watched helplessly as Li Guanqi was covered in blood light. Then the blood light just covered the whole body, and then the blood light quickly disappeared. No way. Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao in front of him and said helplessly, "With the current space portal, the space is turbulent when you enter it. Unless we can have a 7-star cultivation level, there is no 100% hope of surviving." How did you know? Han Mengyao was a little confused. Also, the red light you just had was. It's my special ability. Li Guanqi smiled and said, "I have the ability to simulate actions. Before doing anything, I can simulate it first to see what will happen if I do it. And I just simulated going to the portal. And the result was that I died directly in space. Under the influence of turbulence." Die? Han Mengyao was suddenly shocked. So, Li Guanqi smiled, hugged Han Mengyao's soft and delicate body tightly, held her in his arms, rested his chin on the other person's head, and chuckled. "Fortunately, you haven't lost your mind in these years. Otherwise you would have stepped into the portal. I can't see you anymore. But it doesn't matter if you can't get out. This little world you built is much more beautiful than the wasteland. Of course, the most important thing is that you are here. As long as I can be with you, I will be very happy. Nothing else matters." Hey. Han Mengyao nestled in his arms, curled up with a bright smile, like a happy kitten. But Li Guanqi was keenly aware of something amiss. In addition to the smile, Han Mengyao's eyes also lurked a hint of deep sadness. "What's wrong, Mengyao?" Li Guanqi looked down at him and said seriously, "I am the person you love most. Right? In that case, you should also trust me. Tell me, what are you worried about?" "It's resources." Han Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "The products of this small world are very rich, but they are not inexhaustible after all. In the 74th year of transcendence, I created the Sky Ring, and with this spiritual energy transmission core with the support, the technology of the shelter has also ushered in rapid development. The high-tech city you see was basically built in just 20 years between 1974 and 1995. In the previous decades, it was just a prosperous medieval city. However, rapid development means rapid consumption of resources. This small world is connected to the outside, and spiritual energy from the outside will flow in. So there is no need to worry about spiritual energy resources at the moment. But what about the others? Things like iron ore will be used up. Because of this, starting from extraordinary year 95, that is, 5 years ago, 90% of the scientific research projects of the Institute were stopped, and research in many aspects was no longer continued, because any further research would only accelerate the consumption of these materials. But even if the current situation continues, in at least 80 years, the iron ore in this small world will be the first to be declared exhausted, followed by other mineral resources, and so on. As he said that, Han Mengyao couldn't hide the sadness on his face. Li Guanqi also frowned. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, "Evil Phoenix can't do anything about this? No idea at all?" "No." Han Mengyao sighed. Both of them couldn't help but fell silent. "Maybe there is a way." Suddenly, Li Guanqi looked out the window at the blue sky with a thoughtful look on his face. Any solution? Hearing this, Han Mengyao quickly raised her head and looked at him with an earnest expression.
I can simulate the next move,
Li Guanqi said softly.
but it's just a simulation. It can't simulate something that is completely beyond my knowledge. But there is one person who can. He can ignore all conditions and get that divine hint.
Tianji? Han Mengyao was stunned.
Wait.
Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at her.
We can only wait now. Wait for the prophet to get the hint. And then, there should be a bright future for another village. As for now, there's no point in rushing now.
As Li Guanqi spoke, he arranged Han Mengyao's hair. He formed 2 spiritual hair ropes with his hands and tied her into a double ponytail.
What are you doing? It's useless to rush now anyway. We might as well do something happy to relieve our emotions. Then why are you tying my hair? It looks so good. It's been a long time. And Brother Li hasn't finished fighting yet?
Red Blood Palace. The secret room of the side hall. Blood Red Vortex Portal. Qi Xiaoxiao was wearing a red dress and pacing back and forth in a secret room with a worried look on her face.
Why haven't you come back for so long? How many hours has it been? 7? 8?
It's 9 hours and 7 minutes.
Lin Xianbai sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Her hands clasped on her knees in a meditative posture. And she closed her eyes and said,
Also, Xiao, can you please stop leaving? I originally wanted to be out of sight and out of mind. But in the end, the sound of your footsteps is still annoying. Do I need to perform sound insulation? Also, what you said before is correct. It seems that age and Xinqing really have nothing to do with each other. What are you anxious about? Don't rush. There is no point in being anxious. Now let's think about it a little more. What battle takes hours to fight? In a battle at the same level, the winner will basically not take more than 3 minutes. As for whether it can distinguish between life and death, that is a matter of an instant. The difference between life and death is just a moment. If there is no distinction between life and death, then there will be no entanglement. And the 2 sides must have a temporary truce. So now there are only 2 possibilities. First, Li Guanqi was defeated and would have died long ago. Second, Li Guanqi couldn't beat him and was running away for his life. Only if these 2 situations occur, he will not be able to come back. And he will not be able to send us messages. No. Wrong. There should be a third situation.
Lin Xianbai opened his eyes and looked at Qi Xiaoxiao calmly.
He did not encounter the enemy, or he had successfully killed the enemy. Then he and Miss Han reunited after a long separation. The 2 were so happy that they forgot everything. The battle is indeed still going on, but it is just a one-on-one battle between him and Miss Han. Well, the shirtless battle on the bed, with the physique of a practitioner, has lasted for 9 hours. So it is not surprising.
Qi Xiaoxiao actually blushed with embarrassment after hearing this. Lin Xianbai was stunned when he saw this. What's the situation? A married woman would not blush upon hearing such words.
You're not married yet?
Lin Xianbai was slightly stunned.
You have been alone for 100 years? Certainly.
Qi Xiaoxiao felt her face getting hot and immediately stamped her feet. She quickly turned her head and turned her back to Lin Xianbai.
If there is no man I like, of course I won't marry.
Lin Xianbai was speechless for a moment.
Xiao.
After a long while, he said helplessly,
I'm not saying you are 116 years old, and it shouldn't be for me, a man in my 30s, to say it. But your vision will not remain in the new era. Let's stop with those young heroes from the 8 kingdoms and 16th family of Daluo. Let me tell you first, you can't find geniuses of that level in this world. Why can't I find it?
As soon as he said this, Qi Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and glared at Lin Xianbai.
How is Brother Li's cultivation speed worse than those people?
Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly.
No.
Qi Xiaoxiao quickly covered his mouth. Looking panicked, the secret room suddenly became quiet. Lin Xianbai frowned and his eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something.
Xiao.
A few minutes later, Lin Xianbai looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and said calmly,
In the case of Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao, Li Guanqi heroically saved the beauty in crisis 3 times in a row. Han Mengyao was rescued by heroes in desperate situations 3 times in a row. And in the end, she did not hesitate to die to help Li Guanqi in Lugui village. All kinds of things make the two sides have mutual feelings. In dangerous and desperate situations, emotions will naturally arise. What's more, she took care of Li Guanqi's parents, watched them die, and then waited for Li Guanqi for 100 years. The relationship between the two has long been as solid as a stone and unbreakable. What about you? As far as I know, you and Li Guanqi have not actually experienced anything. Logically speaking, you should not have any feelings for him. I have a psychologist qualification, so you can listen to what I say. Well, I really do. So what I say next is definitely not made up.
Judging from various research theories, your feelings for him, well, you were only 16 years old when you met him. Listen to me. It is very possible that you only met him when you were young. And Li Guanqi is indeed tall, strong and handsome. He can be regarded as a boy who can make all little girls feel a little stunned when they first meet him. But stunning is not love. You are just fooled by this amazing feeling. You were a 16-year-old girl at the time who was in love. Your feelings towards him are basically filtered.
Having said this, Lin Xianbai looked at Qi Xiaoxiao calmly.
Can you understand what I said? Question mark.
Qi Xiaoxiao's face was full of surprise.
Director Lin, you are jabbering a lot. What are you talking about? If you like it, you just like it. What kind of filter or no filter? Are you making a movie? Director Lin, let me tell you, it's hard to do this these days. There's no movie for you to watch. There's no movie theater on my red blood mountain. Van.
On Lin Xianbai's forehead, veins jumped slightly.
All right. He sighed. If you don't understand why I'm trying to reason with you, then I'll tell you something else.
Lin Xianbai turned his head, looked at the blood-red whirlpool portal, and said solemnly,
Xiao Xiao. I know that whether it was the New Age era you lived in or the current wasteland era, polygamy is a form of it's a normal thing. So you feel it's normal and nothing is wrong. But you need to know too, Li Guanqi and I are not from these two eras. The concept of our generation is not polygamy. So, what you just said.
Lin Xianbai closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged to meditate.
I'll just pretend I've never heard of it. I won't tell anyone. Trust me. The same goes for you. You shouldn't tell anyone.
Qi Xiaoxiao gritted his teeth, turned around, turned his back to him, and said nothing. This woman with red hair and red eyes was just looking at the blood-red whirlpool portal with complicated eyes. And there was an unspeakable emotion intertwined in her heart. Lin Xianbai sat behind her and quietly opened his eyes, looking at Qi Xiaoxiao's back. This handsome man sighed silently. I traveled with Li Guanqi for more than 10 days, and the two of them almost talked about everything on the way, telling each other all about their experiences in the strange world. Li Guanqi learned about his and Annie's story, and he also knew the story of Li Guanqi in a strange world with the southern Xinjiang girl Bulma, the grassland girl Muya, the Daoyuo girl Qi Xiaoxiao, the widow Wang Yanqing of the Red Blood Army, and the revengeful daughter Qin Lubai. At that time, Lin Xianbai, the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. But when Li Guanqi spoke, he had a calm smile on his face, as if he was telling a friend about his other good friends. But Lin Xianbai thought about it himself and found that except for Muya from the grassland and the female commander Wang Yanqing, there was no woman here who wanted to be Li Guanqi's ordinary friend. How to describe Li Guanqi? People are not sentimental, but they are merciful everywhere. But they are most ruthless. Well, Lin Xianbai glanced at Qi Xiaoxiao's back, then shook his head and sighed secretly. Suddenly, Lin Xianbai's complexion changed slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What's wrong? Hearing his nasal voice, Qi Xiaoxiao looked back at him in surprise. I saw Taoist Lin raised his right hand and pulled out a handful of pale hair from his ear-long black hair. This? Qi Xiaoxiao was suddenly shocked. For no apparent reason. Why did I suddenly lose so much hair, and it was all white? Lin Xianbai looked at the white hair in his hand. There was no surprise on his face, but a look of solemnity on his face. It's been a few years, what the HL? Xiao Xiao? I am here. How did you send messages to Miss Han before? Throwing paper balls? What about other things besides paper balls? Can you get through? The portal has been useless for a long time. Sister Mengyao never replied. It doesn't matter whether she replies or not. I just want to send something over. Chapter 321 4th level Ghost Fruit. Breaking through the realm. 4th level Soul. Ah. As the final whistle sounded, the basketball one-on-one challenge between Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao came to an end.
with the two sides fighting to a 9:9 tie. The two lay shirtless on the bed to cool off, breathing softly one after another. Suddenly, Han Mingyao sat up from the bed and looked at the open door.
Guanqi, did you feel something,
Before she finished speaking, she saw a ball of ice blue spiritual light flying in from outside the door. Turn around and look again. I saw Li Guanqi lying half on the bed, facing her, supporting his head with his left hand, and the index finger of his right hand turned slightly, glowing with a blue light. It was obvious that he was controlling the spiritual power.
The breath of space fluctuations.
Li Guanqi smiled.
I can't feel the space fluctuation itself yet. But when the space fluctuates, the surrounding spiritual energy will change accordingly. So, to answer the question you just asked, I feel it now. Something appeared out of thin air in an empty room on the second floor. And then I controlled my spiritual power to bring it over. That's the room of the teleportation array.
Han Mingyao explained softly.
The space key I gave Xiao Xiao. As long as she uses the key to open the teleportation door, no matter what she throws in, it will be teleported to that empty room. So,
Li Guanqi sat up from the bed and controlled the spiritual light ball to fly into his hand.
Did this thing come from Xiao Xiao?
As soon as he thought, the blue spiritual power gradually dissipated. The true identity of this item also appeared in his and Han Mingyu's eyes. This is a small bronze incense burner, with numerous birds, animals, insects, and fish carved on its surface, and some strange patterns surrounding it. When I opened the stove lid, I saw that it was empty, with no incense or other items placed inside. Yes, it's just a dark green gem, and a piece of paper with the 5 characters,
personally signed by Li Guanqi,
written on it.
Finally come.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He didn't simulate this thing. Lin Xianbai's secret reminder is that the simulator can never simulate it. It must have been sent by Lin Xianbai.
What did you write?
Han Mingyao reached out and took out the note from the incense burner, lay in Li Guanqi's arms, spread out the note, and read with him. She doesn't care whether it's a kiss or not.
This is one of the ancestral artifacts of Tianshi Mansion. The Soul Living Furnace.
Han Mingyao looked at the note in her hand and read word for word.
There are some things in the Tianshi Mansion that even I cannot carry with me due to the ancestral teachings. We Taoist priests attach great importance to the rules of our ancestors, and we cannot disobey our ancestors' instructions. This is the reason why the 3 and 5 male and female evil slaying swords stayed in Longhu Mountain and are now occupied by Gu Chao. But there are some things that I can take and carry with me. For example, this soul-leaving furnace. The function of the soul-leaving furnace is very simple. Just like its name, it can separate a person's soul and body, even if the person is an ordinary mortal. And after the soul is separated, the soul will be protected from being worn out by the outside world before the incense burns out. The Lihuan incense in Tianshi Mansion had been exhausted in the late Ming Dynasty. But it doesn't matter, because I discovered very early on that you can actually drive the soul-leaving furnace without burning incense. You just need to use a similar substitute. See that emerald in the stove? I don't know if you recognize it or not, but it is a soul-nurturing stone from a strange world. It can be made into a necklace, ring or something and carried with you. It can nourish the soul better than nothing. Of course, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that igniting the soul-mushing stone and throwing it into the furnace can have the same effect as lighting the soul-leaving incense and start the soul-leaving furnace. The plasma soul furnace emits blue light, which means that it has been successfully activated.
At this time, you only need to open the furnace cover and add a drop of your blood, and you can complete the out-of-body experience and let the soul leave your body. The soul-leaving furnace can protect the soul, as long as the soul-bathing stone is not burned out. Your soul can leave the body and remain intact. According to my estimation, this soul-melting stone should be able to burn for 25 to 30 days. To be on the safe side, your out-of-body experience should not exceed 10 days. Generally speaking, only 5th-level real-world souls can leave the body without leaving the body. But with the soul-separating furnace, you can do this in advance. Then, after your soul leaves the body, you must use your pure soul body to enter the portal back to the outside world. I don't know what happens after that. This is my secret tip for
Tian Yinshan Su.
The content of the prompt is that such a situation caused Li Guanqi's soul to leave his body, and use his pure soul body to enter the portal to the outside world in Guanmeng Sanctuary. I don't know why there is this prompt. Maybe you already have a 5th level reality soul, and can leave the body directly? Possible. After all, you have a comprehensive level of LV56.
A 4 elephant level body plus a 3 level spiritual power. And a 5th level soul. Which fits the bill. But I never asked you about this. So I don't know the details. So I still thought of a way for you to get out of your body. You know, I can't give the cause and effect. And I don't know what will happen after you enter the portal as a soul. I just suddenly got a hint from heaven. Then I will tell you the secret tips. That's all. The choice in all matters is yours. Actually, I don't know if you can read this letter. Maybe you won't be able to receive the soul-leaving furnace I threw into the portal. But? Never mind. I hope you don't die on the other side. But live happily with Miss Han. Even if you can't return to the outside world. Maybe Guaming Sanctuary is a more beautiful place. Bless all of you. Above. Lin Xianbai. After Han Mingyao read the content on the note, she looked up at Li Guanqi, her eyes full of worry. This is too dangerous. Do you really have a 5th level real-life soul? But even a 5th level soul must enter with a pure soul. The portal is still too dangerous. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. In fact, he does not have a 5th level soul at all. Only the peak of the 3rd level soul. The reason why he has a comprehensive level of LV56 is because although his spell realm is only at the peak of the 3rd talent level, due to the hundreds of times of spiritual power refinement, his spiritual power is completely 4-dimensional. Peak level. Han Mingyao's delicate body suddenly trembled. And then she looked at Li Guanqi and said hesitantly, well, Xie Huang just said that maybe he could give it a try. He felt that the space barrier of Guaming Sanctuary was the result of the death of the Phantom Sky Beast. Problems caused by self-explosion. The Phantom Sky Beast was born to control illusions. And it is a soul-like illusion. So its soul is extremely special. Perhaps the problem with the space barrier is that the vibration of its soul after death has caused certain changes in the space barrier. In this case, entering the space barrier with the soul body may be able to access this layer of changes. Soul not. Soul solution. Well, that's what it said. But it doesn't work. Han Mingyao grabbed Li Guanqi's arm and said solemnly, it's too dangerous. I can't let you take the risk, eh? As she said that, she suddenly let go of her hand, looked at Li Guanqi in front of her, and said confusedly, did you say before that you can simulate actions? Yes. Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing and raised his hand to rub her head. So don't worry. No matter what. I'll simulate it first. If it works, then I'll do it. If you still die, then let's ignore it. Lin Daocheng. Hearing this, Han Mingyao suddenly smiled. Wait for me. Li Guanqi smiled. Then his mind moved slightly, and blood covered his body. Simulator. Open. Weird World Simulator. Unknown interference detected. An error occurred in the last simulation situation. The error rate was 99.9%. It is recommended to reset the last simulation. Really? On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi stood in front of the light screen panel and couldn't help but smile while reading these words. Reset and simulate again with the soul-leaving furnace. Simulation begins. You lit the soul-mushing stone, threw it into the soul-leaving furnace, and then added a drop of your own blood. Han Mingyao was worried about letting you go alone. So before you could react, she dripped a drop of her own blood into it. The soul-leaving furnace takes effect, and both of your souls leave your body. Han Mingyao refuses to return her soul to its place no matter what, and insists on going with you. In desperation, you have no choice but to agree to go with us. The soul-leaving furnace can protect the soul, as long as the soul-bathing stone is not burned out. Your 3rd level soul will be able to leave the body and remain intact. This soul-bathing stone can burn for a full month. So you still have plenty of time. You enter the portal together. This time, there was no hole in the teleportation gate. But the transmission was not completed either. The two of you walked in the space teleportation channel as souls, and entered an illusory dark world. This place is full of broken souls wandering around. Evil Phoenix said that this is the small world of the shelter. The space between the main world and the small world should have been a void of space. But at this time, it has turned into a half space that has not yet been fully formed. It knows why. The reason why the small world of the shelter is allowed to enter, but not to exit, is because of the existence of this half space. It should be the impact of the explosion after the death of the Phantom Void Beast. Destroying this half space will solve all problems. You and Han Mingyao continue to move forward, trying to find a way to destroy this half space. You are attacked by the undead on the road. The strange thing is that these dead souls obviously have extremely powerful soul power, and appear in endless numbers of 3rd and 4th levels. But they do not attack you directly with their soul power. Instead, they are attacking you with illusions. Talent, Eye of Deception, Gold, activated. These illusions are like illusions in front of you, and they can be easily broken. You tried to activate the God-killing sword to exterminate these dead souls, but found that the soul power could not be released directly. You and Han Mingyao tried it, and found that in this half-space, only by condensing soul power into soul illusion can the soul power be released in this form. No wonder the dead souls are using illusion attacks. Xie Wang said this place is very interesting. But you thought of another special rule. A forbidden place? Perhaps. This so-called half-space is the prototype of a certain forbidden place. The forbidden rule here is that only pure soul bodies can enter it. And inside, only illusions can be used to release soul power. You rely on the magical effect of the Eye of Deception to move forward quickly in this half-space. All the illusions of the dead souls are ineffective against you. Even those 5th-level souls. Their illusions cannot trap you deeply. However, your illusion can't do anything to the 4th and 5th-level souls. Even the 3rd-level souls cannot be cured. The most important thing is that your soul realm has reached a bottleneck. Killing these souls cannot absorb them. So there is no benefit at all. You stop paying attention to them, and began to explore half-space with Han Mingyao regardless. Finally, you found a soul tree. Evil Phoenix said that this is formed by the corpse and remnant soul of the illusory space beast. This soul tree is the foundation of this half-space. If this soul tree is destroyed, the half-space will soon collapse. You find that this soul tree has already produced a fruit. Evil Phoenix said that it is the 4th-level ghost fruit. Eating it can make the 3rd-level soul break through to the 4th level. You pick the 4th-level ghost fruit. Half-space begins to collapse. Before the half-space collapsed, you and Han Mingyao returned along the original path, passed through the portal, and returned to the dream viewing sanctuary. You and her soul returned to the body. You opened the portal again. Without the barrier of half-space, you successfully passed through the space channel and returned to the outside world. Simulation ends. Ending, World of the Dead. Ending evaluation. You and Han Mingyao came to a gap in space. This is the world of the dead. There are many remnant souls of creatures that died in the turbulence of space in the past years. Here you destroyed the soul tree and destroyed the world. With this half-space, he successfully solved the obstacle between the outside world and the dream viewing sanctuary. Ending reward, a 4th-level ghost fruit, gold. Buzz? In the world shrouded in black mist, golden light gathered all over the sky and gradually turned into a black fruit, which fell into Li Guanqi's hands. He looked down.
Is this the ghost fruit? Can one directly break through to the 4th-level soul?
This thing looks a bit like a black lychee. Not only in appearance, but also in size. It's the slightly dissipated black aura that makes it look a bit hard to swallow.
Well, wait. This thing is...
Li Guanqi felt it carefully, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Dry. The soul power contained in this ghost fruit is losing. Gotta eat it quickly.
Boom!
Li Guanqi directly threw the ghost fruit into his mouth without any hesitation. And then the fruit turned into a cold current in his mouth and went straight to the Tianling cap. Immediately afterwards, there was an indescribable sting. It was as if thousands of silver needles were piercing his brain crazily. Not all at once, but one after another. The one there was pierced. The one here was pulled out. The one here was pulled out. And the other side was pierced.
Ah!
The uneven, but ever-present tingling sensation in his brain caused Li Guanqi to kneel down on one knee, cover his head, and let out a shrill cry. His face extremely ferocious. As time went by, the tingling feeling in his brain became more and more intense, and he couldn't help scratching the top of his head with both hands. The top of his head was bloody and bloody. But even this kind of pain could not cover up the pain in his soul. Horrible tingling sensation. Indescribable intense pain. Li Guanqi promised that he had never felt that an increase in soul power could lead to such torture and suffering. Previously, the enlightenment, breakthroughs in his soul were all rewards from the strange world, which made him feel extremely comfortable. And at this moment, Li Guanqi no longer relied on enlightenment from the strange world, but relied on ordinary external forces to improve himself. As a result, the feeling brought to him by this 4th-level ghost fruit was no less than a brutal torture that could drive a person crazy. But good medicine tastes bitter. Only by enduring what ordinary people cannot endure can you achieve what ordinary people cannot achieve. Li Guanqi was not driven crazy by the soul power of the ghost fruit, even though only half of his head was left in his grasp at this time, and the flesh and blood were bloody and shocking. But he didn't go crazy after all.
After enduring this level of torture, what he obtained was a 4th level soul.
Boom!
A majestic wave of soul power suddenly erupted from Li Guanqi's body, directly shattering the black mist with a radius of 1 kilometer. The earth cracked, and the black mist receded. Soul, LV39 LV.40. 40.2, 4th level virtual realm. Comprehensive level, LV56 LV.57. The soul breaks through the 4th level. Virtual realm. Call. Li Guanqi knelt on one knee on the ground, while the ground and the black mist within a radius of 1 kilometer returned to their original state. His scratched head healed quickly and completely, and his white hair grew out instantly.
I almost went crazy because of this ghost fruit bastard.
There was still a trace of lingering fear on Li Guanqi's face, so he cast a spell to summon water and breeze to clean the blood on his face and body. Before he entered the simulator space, he was lying naked on the bed with Han Mingyao. Because of this, his clothes were not stained by blood because he was not wearing any clothes at all.
Pain is pain, and if you can directly break through the 4th level, it will be all worth it. And
Li Guanqi's mouth curled up slightly. He has now obtained a 4th level soul, a LV40 soul. At the early stage of 4th level, he is still 9 levels away from the 5th level bottleneck. Then, there were countless remaining souls wandering in that half space. And he has the golden gift of delusion-breaking eyes and the innate skill, Predator. If the plunder spell can be activated inside, then wouldn't that world where illusions can only be used to fight be a luxurious buffet for him? If this is the case, then he might be able to advance to 9 levels in a row after breaking through the early stage of the 4th level, and obtain the peak soul realm of the 4th level. That would be another explosive jump in strength. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. I don't know if the plunder spell can be used yet. After all, this is a world where illusion spells can only be used. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I was happy now. But when I went inside and found that I couldn't plunder, my happiness was in vain.
Calm down and go into that half space first.
Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the simulator space shrouded in black fog, and said in a deep voice,
I want to get out of here. Ding! The world's first extraordinary person to obtain a 4th level virtual soul appears. His name is King!
Question mark. Red Blood Palace? The secret room of the side hall, next to the blood red vortex portal.
4th level virtual soul? King? Li Guanqi? What's going on?
Lin Xianbai stood next to Qi Xiaoxiao, hands spread out, confused. So Li Guanqi doesn't have a 5th level reality soul? Even before he sent the Li Soul Furnace over, was he still only a 3rd level soul? Then why did he suddenly break through to the 4th level soul? Etc. So where did his previous overall level of LV56 come from? With a 4 elephant level body and 3 levels spiritual power, he was only a 3rd level soul before. How the I can he reach LV56? Although the algorithm formula of the comprehensive level has not been directly disclosed. After such a long time, you can still see the basic rules. Even if Li Guanqi's physical body is LV49, his spiritual power is LV39, and his previous soul is also LV39. When combined together, they still can't reach LV56. The further down the comprehensive level is, the smaller the bonus coefficients of the 3 items of data are. In the face of a physical body data of more than 40 levels, the data bonus of the other 2 data of more than 30 levels can be basically ignored.
Unless,
Lin Xianbai's eyes flickered, with a hint of disbelief on his face.
Is it possible that this guy is a 4 elephant level warrior, but his physical level exceeds LV50? Or, he is a 3rd level magician, but his spiritual power level exceeds LV40? Heck! How did this guy do it?
Chapter 322 Brand New Rules for Luck Competition.
Wait for me.
From Han Mingyao's perspective, after Li Guanqi said these 2 words, his whole body was covered in blood. Then the bloodlight dissipated instantly, as soon as it enveloped the whole body. She didn't know what Li Guanqi wanted her to wait for.
So? What situation was simulated?
In the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the villa, Han Mingyao was sitting naked on the bed, looking at Li Guanqi curiously.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi looked at her alluring snow-white body, thought for a while, and said,
Let's get down to business. Let's put on clothes.
Han Mingyao glanced at him with feigned contempt, then turned over and got out of bed.
I never saw you so serious when I did this before. No way.
Li Guanqi looked innocent.
Didn't I ask you to get dressed before? Uh-huh.
Han Mingyao turned her back to him, looking for clothes in front of the closet.
and said, "You asked me to find a JK sailor suit and black fishnet stockings to put on. Can this be called getting dressed? Doesn't it count?"
Li Guanqi was stunned.
"Damn pervert!"
Han Mingyao turned around and threw a piece of black clothes into Li Guanqi's face.
Li
Guanqi looked down. The wide black short-sleeved shirt bears an unfamiliar brand name.
See Dream Home.
Maybe it's the company brand of Guanming Sanctuary? By the way, this dress is exactly his size. He looked into Han Mingyao's closet again. It was full of clothes. And apart from women's clothes, they were all unbranded. Oversized men's clothes, which only his height could wear. And almost none have patterns. Pure black, pure gray, pure white. His dressing style has always been simple, and he doesn't like styles with many patterns.
"Why did you prepare so many clothes for me?"
Li Guanqi took off the brand, put on short sleeves, and asked casually.
"Because?"
Han Mingyao turned around, handed a pair of gray sweatpants and underwear to Li Guanqi, looked into his eyes, and said softly,
"I have been looking forward to your return for many, many years. I often think that this will be the place for the two of us in the future.
I have prepared a lot of things for my family. Your mother said that you have not liked wearing patterned clothes since you were a child. So these clothes are not patterned."
Li Guanqi held the sweatpants in his hand and looked at her, slightly startled.
"Okay. Hurry downstairs and talk about business."
Han Mingyao didn't wear pants either. So she put on a white short-sleeved shirt and ran out of the bedroom. On the running back, under the hem of the clothes, the blue and white stripes are faintly visible.
Huh.
Li Guanqi looked away, looked at the sweatpants in his hand, and couldn't help but smile. He took off the brand, put it on, picked up the soul-leaving stove and the soul-washing stone on the bedside table, and left the bedroom, walking all the way to the first floor. Living room. Han Mingyao was already sitting on the light yellow soft sofa. Her two slender legs hanging on the coffee table were particularly eye-catching. Under the simulated sunlight projected by the simulated sky screen outside, these legs were so white that they seemed to glow. Li Guanqi and her, one dressed in black and the other in white, looked a bit like a couple. Li Guanqi said he wanted to talk about business. But as soon as he sat next to Han Mingyao, he couldn't help but hug her into his arms. Hugged her, and touched her big white legs.
"It's so slippery. I haven't touched you enough on the bed."
Han Mingyao glanced at him angrily, but did not stop him from moving. He only said,
"Hurry up and get down to business. Seeing that you are so calm, there is either no way at all, or the way is very easy. My wife is so smart."
Li Guanqi smiled without stopping, touching her big white legs while looking at the bronze soul-leaving furnace on the coffee table, and said seriously,
"I have simulated the perfect route for the next step. We only need to use this furnace to leave the body and enter the portal with a pure soul body. And then we can go to a half space located in the gap between spaces. In that half space, we have to find a soul tree. If we destroy that tree, we can destroy that half space. Once the half space is destroyed, the problems affecting the dream viewing shelter will no longer exist. And we can go through the portal again and return to the outside world. It's that simple?"
Han Mingyao's eyes suddenly lit up.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Simple? That place is full of 4th and 5th level remnant souls. If it weren't for the fact that the place was similar to a forbidden place, with a rule that only illusions could be used, and his delusion-breaking eye that happened to restrain illusions, that place would have been a surefire place for them. However, there isn't. If, after all, only illusions can be used in that place, and Li Guanqi has the eye to destroy illusions, so it is not a place where he must die at all. Even if the
plunder
spell can be used, there will be his
luxury cafeteria,
where he can devour the remaining souls crazily to increase the strength of the soul until the new bottleneck of LV49.
Then what are we waiting for?
Han Mingyao tugged on Li Guanqi's sleeve and pointed to the soul-leaving furnace on the coffee table.
"Start now? You insist on coming with me?" Li Guanqi said helplessly.
"Certainly."
Han Mingyao nodded and smiled slyly.
"The situation you simulated is that I have to follow you no matter what." "Right. Since you know you can't persuade me, don't waste your time." "Oh, okay."
Although Li Guanqi was helpless, he could only pinch her delicate white face lovingly.
"I will protect you anyway. Moreover, there is a 4th level ghost fruit inside."
As he spoke, Li Guanqi seemed to remember something, and asked Han Mingyao,
"You said before that you were a 3rd order soul. So what stage are you at? The peak of the 3rd order soul? That wraith fruit can help you break through to the 4th order soul. But after you pick it off, the energy will be lost quickly. So you must eat it immediately. If you are not a third level peak. I am.
Before he finished speaking, Han Mingyao nodded.
My soul is at the peak of the third level. I reached the peak of the third level 12 years ago. In the extraordinary 88th year. 12 years ago.
Li Guanqi was a little stunned, and subconsciously blurted out.
That's 88 extraordinary years? So, it took you 88 years to cultivate a third level peak soul?
Han Mingyao opened her mouth, wanting to refute something, but she couldn't say anything. In the end, she just sighed helplessly.
What can I do? This can't be blamed on my slow cultivation. It is mainly a resource issue. Evil Phoenix gave me a soul cultivation method of visualizing the phoenix. And it was also the one who told me that the slow increase in soul strength is the normal state of most living beings in the world, except for special ethnic groups, such as the phantom beasts. These races are exceptions. Under normal circumstances, the soul cultivation of most living beings requires various cultivation resources to assist. Either spiritual grass, spiritual fruit, or spiritual soil and spiritual water. In any case, they need to eat various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cultivate. But where did I get all the natural resources? Before the end of the world, spiritual energy had only been revived for 20 years, and no natural or earthly treasures had yet emerged. After the apocalypse of 20 extraordinary years, everything will be a pile of nuclear radiation treasures. Not to mention that after 50 extraordinary years, I am directly trapped in this small world. There are mineral resources here, but there are no resources for cultivation. So, my cultivation speed is slow. So I really have no choice but to rely on time to accumulate. Slowly practice contemplation, and gradually improve my soul strength. I finally raised my soul to the third level 12 years ago. But if you want to break through the fourth level, if you don't have the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and you rely on soul observation to slowly practice, it will probably take several decades. In addition to the soul, so is the martial arts cultivation. I am currently at the early stage of the 4 elephants level, but I did it 52 years ago. In the extraordinary 48th year, I successfully opened the first divine vein in my left arm and reached the 4th level of martial arts. Then I went to look for cultivation resources, and kept eating the blood of 3rd level cursed spirits, and the flesh and blood of 3rd level demon species. I accumulated less and more, and slowly accumulated life energy, which I used to continue to open the divine veins in my left arm. There was no way. At that time, there were no level 4 monsters in the world. In the extraordinary 50th year, it took me 2 years to barely save enough life energy to return to the dream viewing sanctuary and open up all the divine veins in my left arm. Not long after that, the phantom beast came to the door. You also know what happened next. The phantom sky beast died, and there was a problem with the space barrier of the shelter. It was only allowed to enter, but not to leave. I couldn't get out at all. I am a martial artist of different blood. There are no cursed spirits or monsters in this small world. Without the supplement of different blood and powerful flesh and blood, I cannot improve my cultivation. So it's been stuck. Up to now, I have not made any progress in 50 years. After saying that, Han Mingyao lay in Li Guanqi's arms with her head hanging down, her face full of gloom. And Li Guanqi didn't know how to comfort him for a while. Conjurers practice by absorbing spiritual energy. How do humans of different blood practice? The essence is just one word. Eat. Eat the blood of cursed spirits, the flesh and blood of monsters, and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to strengthen your own life energy and thereby strengthen your physical body. After Li Guanqi awakened the plunder technique, he has been relying on killing and then plundering the opponent to complete this step of practice. But when he first didn't awaken the spell, he relied on eating and drinking to practice, just drinking the magical blood. Therefore, for different blood humans, without these resources, it means that they cannot practice. Li Guanqi himself is a selected transcendent. Even if he puts aside the simulator, he can go to the strange world, where the cultivation resources are extremely rich. There are even dungeons of the strange world and mission-ending rewards, which can improve his cultivation level quickly. But what about Han Mingyao? She stayed in reality, facing this era that had just begun to recover spiritual energy. At a glance, it was a bare place, with no advanced cultivation resources to be found. If a 4th level alien blood warrior wants to practice, he needs a lot of 4th level resources, such as 4th level cursed spirit blood and 4th level demon blood. But in this era, no. After Li Guanqi left, Han Mingyao became the new #1 in the world, walking at the forefront of this era. When she was at level 3 monsters were almost extinct around the world. When she was at the 4th elephant level, the 4th level monsters were also nowhere to be found. There are no training resources. As the #1 person in the world, if this girl wants to practice, she can only rely on time and effort, accumulated over time. Li Guanqi is currently in the early stage of the 4 elephants level of martial arts. The same is true for Han Mingyao. But Li Guanqi's martial arts cultivation relies on the crazy devouring of plundering techniques and the rewards of various endings in the strange world. In those energy accumulation stages, he relied on a large amount of resources to directly fill them up, greatly reducing the time. From an ordinary person, it only took him less than 2 years to achieve his current level of cultivation in spells and martial arts, even including the time he spent in the simulated world. And Han Mingyao, she couldn't find so many resources in reality. She could only use a full 100 years and rely on time to accumulate. After the age of Dharma end, will there be a glorious era? Yes. But that's not it either. Because in the extraordinary year, after Li Guanqi and the hundreds of millions of extraordinary people left, not only did the spiritual energy stop recovering, but the concentration of the spiritual energy continued to drop. What kind of glorious world can this thing be called? No natural or earthly treasures can grow. Of course, now that they have returned to reality, their spiritual energy concentration has begun to skyrocket again. It takes an opportunity to open up the divine veins. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about these things, but looked down at Han Mingyao in his arms, and asked softly, "Leave aside the issue of resources. Have you found the opportunity to develop the divine vein in your right arm? I don't need to look for a breakthrough opportunity." Han Mingyao moved in his arms, looked up at him, and blinked. Xie Wang said, "Not long after you left, most of the luck of this era came to me. So I was so unlucky that I encountered all kinds of cursed spirits and demons looking for trouble. Well, just like you before, something happened wherever you go. However, as a child of destiny with good luck, I haven't found any other benefits. At least when it comes to breakthroughs, I never need to seek opportunities for breakthroughs. I will achieve breakthroughs when I have accumulated enough life energy. This is the form of yin and yang realms at the Liangyi level. The 3rd talent level only requires physical training and no opportunity, so I won't mention it. I don't need the opportunity to open my pulse at the 4 image level. Once I have enough life energy, the divine veins in my left arm will open naturally. This is also the case with my right arm divine vein. I clearly feel that as long as I have enough life energy, I can directly open the right arm divine vein. The problem is, not enough. The energy is completely insufficient. It's like I've seen the door. The door is there. I can touch it with my hand, but I am not strong enough to push it open. After saying that, Han Mingyao became more and more helpless. Li Guanqi was stunned. Why? When he was the strongest son of destiny, he also broke through the bottleneck. Is it because of the environmental problems in this wasteland era? Or is it because he only has the luck of the first 3 rounds? However, Han Mingyao received a total of 4 rounds of luck and ignored the bottleneck. Is this the benefit of the 4th round of luck? He worked hard to win the first 3 rounds, but the luck benefits of the 4th round disappeared before he could get it. But forget it. After all, she is my wife, so there is nothing to be jealous of. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing. Good guy. In the past, he was the strongest son of destiny who had the most luck. But now it is Han Mingyao's turn. The fate of this era is completely controlled by their young couple. It turns out to be you. Li Guanqi pinched Han Mingyao's cheek and chuckled. When I returned to reality, I was still thinking about getting my luck back. But since my luck is with my wife, let's forget it. Han Mingyao also smiled, but did not smile twice, but was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Guanqi and said, "The evil phoenix suddenly spoke just now. It said that the destiny of luck will soon change greatly. What's the meaning?" Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Have no idea. Han Mingyao also had a bit of surprise on her face. I also asked it, but it only said that it saw the luck rolling. And then it didn't say anything. Is it a 5th level cursed spirit? Li Guanqi looked into her eyes. Really? Evil Phoenix? A 5th level cursed spirit is about to appear? No. Han Mingyao hesitated slightly. It answered you.
It said that this new round of luck competition is not about who can kill the powerful cursed spirit first, but another competition rule. I asked it. It no answer as to what the rules are. Evil Phoenix. Do you have to be the Riddler? Li Guanqi looked helpless. The Riddler?
Han Mingyao suddenly came closer, and her black hair instantly turned fiery red. With her eyes that slowly turned red, she stared at Li Guanqi.
What you said is really funny. If you can understand what you said, do you think I am in no mood? Secrets must not be leaked. Do you think this sentence is a joke? Do you want me to be like that Lin Xianbai? Constantly consuming Yangshuo by spying on and leaking secrets? Don't forget, Han Mingyao and I are now twins. And she has to bear the price I pay for spying on the secrets. And, human, you are really ridiculous. What do you think Lin Xianbai is? Friend? But do you know what Lin Xianbai paid for this world? What he paid for was his life. Spying on the secrets again and again. Consuming lifespan again and again. In our Phoenix clan, this kind of being who consumes lifespan, obtains secrets, and guides the clan in the direction is called the Big Clan Elder, and is respected by all phoenixes. Even a rebellious phoenix like me is full of respect for him. But you lack this kind of respect for Lin Xianbai. You actually treat such a great being as an equal friend. This is a strong disrespect for the rich elders. Damn humans.
After scolding Li Guanqi, Evil Phoenix withdrew from its control. Han Mingyao's hair and eyes turned black again. And then she looked at Li Guanqi cautiously.
Forehead.
Li Guanqi was a little confused. Of course he knew Lin Xianbai's sacrifice. Such a person who spent his life to obtain secrets was certainly great and worthy of respect. So he treats Lin Xianbai as a friend. Is that disrespectful to him? Why? He can't make friends with people he respects. Don't pay attention to the stupid things that Broken Bird said.
Han Mingyao tugged at the corner of Li Guanqi's clothes and consoled him.
It's a phoenix. It's not even human. It's definitely not going to work for it to use the 3 views of the phoenix on us humans. Don't care about what it says. Just take it as such.
I don't care if it scolds me.
Li Guanqi looked at the soul-leaving furnace on the coffee table. His eyes narrowed slightly.
I just seem to have guessed the words it didn't dare to say.
The evil phoenix can also spy on the secrets of heaven. But it's afraid of paying the price. So it doesn't dare to pry too much. Or in other words, it doesn't dare to tell too much. It saw that the new round of luck competition rules would be different from the previous ones. But what exactly is the difference? It doesn't know. Or it knows, but doesn't dare to tell everything. Li Guanqi didn't care whether it didn't know or didn't dare to tell, because he had already vaguely guessed it. The key to this round of luck competition is no longer the cursed spirit, but the forbidden place. Chapter 323, The Mysterious Remnant Soul in the Gap Between Space. Competition for luck. In the past, he killed the strongest cursed spirit. Whoever kills the strongest cursed spirit in the world first will become the strongest son of destiny with the most luck. Before this person had always been Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi won the first, second, and third luck battles. He was the first to kill the first level, second level, and third level cursed spirits in the world. The first time I encountered the strongest cursed spirit was due to Han Mingya's special destiny, coupled with the fact that Li Guanqi had the strongest cultivation at that time. The two superimposed and eventually caused changes in luck, resulting in the strongest cursed spirit at that time. It just so happened appeared near them in that night alley. The specific reason here was clearly explained to Li Guanqi when the black cat entered the dream. The next second and third time were relatively simple, because after Li Guanqi killed the first level cursed spirit, he had become the strongest son of destiny in this era. Therefore, he who has the most luck also gets a privilege. Good luck. Every time the strongest cursed spirit in the current period appears, he will always encounter it with good luck. No matter how bad it is, he will get relevant news. On the second high school campus, Li Guanqi met the second level cursed spirit directly because of his good luck. The third time in Lugui village, the third level cursed spirit, Li Guanqi, was doing his own thing. But Lin Xianbai suddenly came and revealed the news about the Lugui village incident to him, which was also a good luck. Relevant information. This is no coincidence. According to Black Cat's luck theory, under the influence of luck, the strongest son of destiny will encounter such a thing. Li Guanqi killed the world's first level, second level, and third level cursed spirits and obtained the luck of the first 3 rounds. But the 4th round was gone, because at that time, he was not in reality at all, or rather, Not in this era. Therefore, the person who kills the world's first 4th level cursed spirit obtains the 4th round of luck and becomes the strongest son of destiny in the new generation should be Meng Yao. Li Guanqi looked at the girl in his arms and chuckled. You were the one who killed the first level 4 cursed spirit that appeared in the world. Right? Possible? Han Mengyao was slightly hesitant. In the 44th year of Transcendence, I was still at the peak of the 3rd level. Because I wanted to find training resources, I drove a psychic plane around the world. At that time, I leapfrogged and killed a 4th level cursed spirit in Africa. As for whether it is the first in the world, I can't guarantee it. That's basically it. Li Guanqi smiled. The person who got the first 3 rounds of luck was Li Guanqi. But now that he has returned after disappearing for 100 years, he is no longer the son of destiny. All the 3 rounds of luck he obtained previously have dissipated and been included in the 4th round of luck. The person who received the 4th round of luck and became the strongest son of destiny in the new generation was Li Guanqi's wife Han Mengyao. The fate of this era is entirely shared by the two of them. But variables have emerged. The first 4 rounds of competition for luck were all about killing cursed spirits. But this time the battle for luck is no longer about killing cursed spirits, but a forbidden place. The half-space created by the illusory space beast has the special situation of can only be entered with a pure soul body, and soul power can only be released through illusions. Isn't this the rule? 1. A separate range area. 2. It has special strange and illogical rules. It perfectly meets the weird world standards for forbidden places. Forbidden places are not a unique product of the new era, but have begun to appear as early as the old era. As early as their era. But they are not as dense and numerous as in the new era. The key to this round of luck competition lies in the forbidden place. The first person to encounter this forbidden place was Han Mengyao. Who is Han Mengyao? As of now, he is the human being with the most luck in the world. The strongest son of destiny. According to the theory of luck, such a major event that can be recorded in the annals of history will be encountered by the strongest son of destiny. And he will be the first to encounter it. Just like Li Guanqi before. Accidents happen wherever he went. Therefore, it is completely logical and reasonable for the forbidden place of the Phantom Sky Beast, the first forbidden place in the world, to appear outside the Dream Guan Sanctuary and trap Han Mengyao in it. And it perfectly complies with the theory of luck, because the Forbidden Land is the key to this round of luck. As Han Mengyao currently has the most luck, she will naturally be the first to encounter forbidden places. This is a benefit. This is her benefit as the most powerful child of destiny, because she can be the first to encounter the forbidden place, the first to get the moon near the water and the tower, and seize the opportunity. If she can catch it, she will get this round of luck. But this is also bad luck, because if you lack the ability, you will not be able to receive this welfare, and the consequences are obvious. Han Mengyao cannot handle it and cannot break the taboo place. So she has been trapped in this small world for 50 years. Certainly, it's different now. Li Guanqi is back. Lin Xianbai also came back, and gave the most important secret hint, and sent the soul leaving furnace. This forbidden place of fantasy space beasts must come to an end. But who will get this round of luck? He himself? Or Han Mengyao? It doesn't matter anymore. After all, he is his wife. Luck is really complex, wonderful, and interesting. Li Guanqi leaned against the light yellow sofa, holding Han Mengyao's soft waist with his left hand, and stroking her big white legs with his right hand. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the soul-removing furnace on the coffee table in front of him. So how long are you going to touch it? Han Mengyao looked at him curiously. If we keep touching it, will we still be able to enter the half-space of the Phantom Beast? You must go in. But you have to wait for me again. Li Guanqi looked down at her and said softly, although I know that it is just a moment for you, I still want to say, wait for me and come back soon. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the bloody light once again enveloped Li Guanqi's body. Simulator. Open. Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi appeared in front of the light curtain panel again. He was going to simulate it again, because the person he is now is different from the person he was during the simulation. There are variables. Soul. During the simulation, he only had a 3rd level soul. But now, because he received the simulation reward and ate the wraith fruit, he has a 4th level soul. The difference between 3rd level souls and 4th level souls. Even a small variable can cause a big difference between the simulated situation and the real situation. Let alone such a big variable as the soul realm. Learn from mistakes. This was not the first time that Li Guanqi suffered a loss due to such variables. And he didn't want to suffer a loss again. Analog reset. Repeat process omitted. You have a 4th level soul, and can kill many remnant souls with illusions. So you start to plunder the remnant souls in half space. It took 2 days to raise the soul to the 4th level peak before heading to the soul tree. Location. You pick the 4th level ghost fruit. Half space begins to collapse. Before the half space collapsed, you and Han Mengyao returned along the original path, trying to return to the portal location. Suddenly, an extremely powerful remnant soul appears in front of you too. He stopped you, told you a lot of words that you didn't understand, then turned around and left. With a wave of his hand, he actually pulled the distant portal in front of you. You and Han Mengyao entered the portal, returned to the dream viewing sanctuary, and their souls returned to their bodies. You opened the portal again. Without the barrier of half space, you successfully passed through the space channel and returned to the outside world. Simulation ends. Ending, World of the Dead. Ending evaluation and reward. Repeat ending. No evaluation. No reward. Li Guanqi frowned. A powerful remnant soul? What on earth did that guy say to me? Damn it. The simulator never displays these words. You can only go in and listen for yourself. Living room. The blood light dissipated. Li Guanqi showed his figure. Without any nonsense. He stood up from the sofa, took off the cover of the soul living furnace, and took out the dark green soulma stone. It's begun! Before lighting it, he looked at Han Mengyao beside him with a smile. Should I change my clothes? Han Mengyao glanced at her big white legs without pants. No need. Li Guanqi shook his head and explained softly. The soul form is the essential form of a creature. Whether you wear clothes or not. The soul form is naked, well. There is also. He looked at Han Mengyao and said with a strange expression. My soul form may be a little beyond your imagination. You have to be mentally prepared. Forehead. Han Mengyao was suddenly stunned. And then said, the evil phoenix has made a noise. It asked me to tell you that you must also be mentally prepared. Is it? Li Guanqi was a little surprised, but said nothing. Instead, he returned his attention to the soul stone in his hand. Tongue! He waved his hand casually, and red flames emitted, completely igniting the soul-bathing stone, and threw it into the soul-leaving furnace, where a coquettish green flame emitted. Then Li Guanqi closed the lid of the soul-lifting furnace. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the stove finally emitted dark blue fluorescence. The birds, animals, insects, and fish carved on the surface also seemed to come alive. Birds are flapping their wings and flying. Animals are running wildly. Insects are dodging. And fish are swimming. It's on! Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. According to Lin Xianbai, the blue light emitted by the soul-leaving furnace means it has been successfully activated, and blood can be dripped into it at this time. Buzz? Li Guanqi picked up the stove lid, and the blue light inside suddenly burst out, illuminating the entire living room in a deep blue hearth. In the blue light, the green soul-bathing stone was still burning, but the flames it emitted also turned into a deep blue. Together? At this time, Han Mengyao had already forced a drop of blood out of his fingertips, looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. Together. Li Guanqi also smiled and nodded, and then together with her. Each dropped a drop of his own blood into the soul-lifting furnace. 2 drops of blood fell into the soul-leaving furnace, but it did not fall to the bottom of the furnace. When they arrived inside the soul-living furnace, the 2 drops of blood dispersed into repeated blood mist, dispersed into the blue light, and disappeared. Buzz? Immediately afterwards, a burst of blue light split into 2 and shot towards Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao. Neither of them hid. Immediately afterwards, both of them had dull eyes and fell backwards. Han Mengyao fell directly on the soft light yellow sofa. Boom! When Li Guanqi fell down, the back of his head hit the sharp corner of the coffee table, making a dull sound. If it were an ordinary human being, he would probably die on the spot. Hack! I knew I would stand in front of the sofa with you. In Li Guanqi's body, a light blue translucent soul slowly floated into the air. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 wings on its back. The joints all over its body are covered with bone spurs. A full moon shield hangs on one of its left arms, and it also wears a pair of heavy dark gold armor. The overall look is ferocious and majestic, like a demon god from the 9 nether hells. This is the true soul of Li Guanqi. The full moon shield and the dark gold heavy armor are his 2 soul defense techniques. The full moon soul shield And the compassionate phase's second magical power. The divine armor. Interesting. The corner of Li Guanqi's mouth is slightly hooked. He tried to activate the plundering technique, but found that although he had no body now, he still had the feeling of activating the technique. Although it is different from when he had a physical body, it was indeed the feeling that the plundering technique was about to be activated. Maybe using the soul body to launch the plunder spell will have some different changes. But that's not important. As long as you can plunder it. That half space filled with dead souls is a luxurious soul restaurant belonging to him. The soul of LE49 is at your fingertips. Meng Yao. Li Guanqi looked down at his 6 arms covered with bone spurs. Then turned his head and said, "As I said before, you have to be mentally accurate." The word stopped abruptly. Li Guanqi looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't say the last word, preparation, for a long time. Because what appeared in front of him was a light blue translucent phoenix. She was huge. About 3 meters long. And her wings, burning with blue flames, were slightly spread out. Not even fully unfolded. She occupied more than 10 meters of space. And half of the living room was completely occupied by her. Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned. Evil Phoenix also asked me to tell you in advance. Blue Flame Phoenix did not speak, but just exuded soul power, and sent a wisp of soul thought to Li Guanqi through the air. You must also be mentally prepared. The true form of the soul represents the true form of a creature. Li Guanqi was at a loss for words for a long time. And then he couldn't help laughing and said, "So, I am a monster. You are a phoenix. And we are not human. We." Blue Flame Phoenix smiled, moved slightly, and quickly shrank, turning into a palm-sized bird, flying and circling next to Li Guanqi. Isn't this great? You are not a human being. And neither am I. A perfect match. Huh. Li Guanqi couldn't laugh or cry. A perfect match is a perfect match. So why are you doing this? Didn't I say it before? The blue flame bird stopped on Li Guanqi's left shoulder and pecked his compassionate face. I merged with the soul of the evil phoenix. So I became the soul of the phoenix. As for why I turned into a phoenix soul instead of it turning into a human soul, Evil Phoenix said that it was because I missed the mark during the fusion. By the way, why does your face on the left look so miserable? It's like someone owes you millions. Li Guanqi was speechless. After a pause, he said, I call it compassion. As for why my soul is like this, I also want to know. Oh! The blue flame bird blinked. After a few seconds, she shook her head slightly. I asked the evil phoenix, and it said that it didn't know either, because in the era it lived in, there were so many races with 3 heads and 6 arms that it couldn't recognize them at all. What era did it live in? Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Meng Yao, has it ever talked to you about its affairs? For example, the era it lived in? No. The blue flame bird flapped its wings and flew up again, landing on top of Li Guanqi's head. It never told me about the past. When I asked, it ignored me. Alright. Li Guanqi stopped thinking about these things and turned his attention to the soul-removing furnace on the coffee table. In the furnace, the soul-soaking stone was still burning, emitting dark blue flames. According to what Director Lin said, this stone can burn for 25 to 30 days? The blue flame bird also looked at the soul-leaving furnace. If you haven't come back after burning it, will we never be able to come back? Director Lin didn't say it, but it should be like this. Li Guanqi thought of the handsome man and couldn't help but smile. Also, he estimated that this thing can burn for 25 to 30 days. But he suggested that the time for our souls to leave the body should not exceed 10 days. It is really as stable as an old dog. Then how many days will we be out of body? The blue flame bird looked at him curiously. Only 10 days? It won't take that long. Li Guanqi smiled and said, we will be back soon. Then I'll open the portal. The blue flame bird flapped its wings and went straight up through the ceiling and through the wall to the 2nd floor of the villa. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Souls are not entities, and physical matter cannot stop them now. The blue flame bird came to an empty room on the 2nd floor. This empty room is exactly the same as the secret room of the side hall of the Scarlet Blood Palace. It is empty and has nothing except a teleportation array diagram on the floor. Li Guanqi doesn't understand the teleportation array, but the 3rd level soul has a photographic memory. This teleportation array is different from the one in Qi Shixiao's. There are some subtle differences in the lines. Buzz, when the blue flame bird releases its soul power, it doesn't need anything like a space key at all. Just by lightly touching the formation with its soul power, the teleportation formation will light up with colorful lights, illuminating the entire room. But what is the space key? The space key, that golden gem, is actually the energy core, the source of energy that opens the teleportation array. And this teleportation array can be opened without an energy core? A teleportation array that can be activated using only soul power? Li Guanqi's face was full of surprise. Where is the source core? Even if I don't understand the formation. To open a teleportation formation, there must be at least an energy core. Right? This is not the main formation. The blue flame bird flew to his shoulder and chuckled. The main formation base with a large amount of materials is placed in the city. This is just a subarray diagram that can connect to the main formation energy in the distance. Open a new one here. Portal. This is really profound. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Forehead. Lan Inxianyo hesitated a little, but still said, Guanqi. Evil Phoenix said you are uneducated. Li Guanqi decided not to argue with that stupid bird, but a seed has already begun to sprout in his heart. As a spellcaster, he is still too shallow in learning knowledge. He has to find an opportunity to find some masters to learn all aspects of knowledge. Reading books alone is not enough. Which spellcaster can be? No. Scolded as uneducated? This is a disgrace to the conjurer. Buzz. The seven-colored light of the teleportation array became more and more dazzling, faintly forming the outline of a gate. But in the end, it was still not completely formed. It will take some time. Meng Yao. Did Evil Phoenix teach you anything? While waiting, Li Guanqi suddenly had a thought and asked Lan Inxianyo. Have. The blue flame bird nodded. When I needed the body refining method and the pulse opening method, it gave me the Phoenix body refining method and the Phoenix pulse opening method. But this requires the Phoenix heart to assist in cultivation. It also taught me the Phoenix concept method for cultivating my soul, but it also needed the soul power of the Phoenix to assist me. Apart from these three, there was nothing. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Why does this name sound so casual? Also, I thought it would give you a new path of cultivation. But why is it still the path from the 1 Yuan level to the 9 palaces level? I know what you mean. The blue flame bird smiled. I also asked Evil Phoenix this question. After all, Phoenix, at first glance, he is at the level of a god. Right. Will he give me some immortal cultivation techniques or something like that? Then what does it say? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Chapter 324 The Origin of Will in the Different Blood World Spell Organ. I have no spiritual roots. The blue flame bird transformed from Han Mingyu's soul, flapped its wings, and circled above Li Guanqi's head. Evil Phoenix said, It does have some cultivation methods, but I don't have spiritual roots, so I can't practice. And it also said, those exercises are definitely not the immortal cultivation techniques I imagined. It told me that it did not understand the term cultivation to become an immortal, because in the final analysis, all cultivation and walking are essentially just the evolution of living things. It also says that every era has its own special features. In the prehistoric era that belonged to their phoenix, some creatures would have an organ born in their bodies. Only creatures with this organ could control the spiritual power of heaven and earth. It doesn't know how to translate this organ in Chinese. After a long time, I found out that this organ was called the spiritual root by the Taoist priests of Tianshi Mansion. Spiritual roots are the past tense, an old thing, a relic of the previous era, but it hasn't completely disappeared. In today's era, there are very few people who have spiritual roots. In them, Evil Phoenix sees the shadow of the previous era. But Xia Wang said this was not a good thing. Each era has its own rules. In this era, using old things from the previous era will only be crushed by this era and this era. In its words, it is, if you don't play with the times will not play with you either. To put it simply, people who practice spiritual root skills cannot obtain the luck of the times and become the children of destiny in this era. If you can't compete for luck, you won't be able to reach the top in this era. As for body refining techniques and pulse opening techniques, Evil Phoenix spent some time creating its own after using my body to learn about these techniques from Xiao Xiao. Its suggestion is for me to follow the times and cultivate the path of a different-blooded superhuman. After that, the blue flame bird flew back to Li Guanqi's shoulder. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was lost in thought. According to Lin Xianbai, phoenixes are prehistoric creatures. But until around the Tang dynasty, there were traces of their appearance on the land of China. But it is obvious that they first appeared in prehistory.
The evil phoenix should have died very early. At least not during the ancient period around the Tang dynasty. When the evil phoenix dies, it should go further back, to the prehistoric era.
Evil phoenix.
Li Guanqi suddenly looked at the blue flame bird.
What era are you from?
Don't ask.
It never answers these questions.
Lanyan Xianyo shook his head. It was Han Mengyao who was obviously answering.
Fine.
Li Guanqi did not hesitate and asked instead.
What about the magic organ? What do you think of this thing? Both it and the spiritual root can absorb spiritual power. But what are the differences? Incredible.
The blue flame bird transmits the thoughts of the soul. Soul thoughts are a pure transmission of thoughts without any so-called sound distinction. But the strange thing is that Li Guanqi just felt it. The one who speaks now is not Han Mengyao, but Xia Huang.
Evil phoenix. Is that you?
Li Guanqi still asked. The blue flame bird did not answer, but continued.
Your magic organ is a weird and unimaginable thing, including those strange blood viruses that suddenly appeared. They are also unimaginable substances. I call them exclusive to this new era. The fusion of nuclear radiation and the alien blood virus allowed you humans to evolve that strange organ. I cannot understand its appearance and composition. According to Qi Xiaoxiao, a 3-level conjurer will purify and refine spiritual power into high-concentration spiritual power. But I don't understand why.
After this realm, you suddenly, directly, incredibly, and unreasonably gain the ability to understand and control the laws? It is the so-called 4-image level. I cannot understand. What are the rules? It is the rule of the world and the basic structure of this world. Casting a fire spell is just about controlling the flames. But using the law of fire is already controlling the rules of flame. The peak of the 3-talent level. The creatures at this stage are too weak and have not evolved enough. How can they have the qualifications and ability to control the laws? The law cannot be controlled by such a weak creature. But you just can control it. In the era I lived in, a creature that could begin to control the laws at this weak stage would be regarded by all forces as a genius that would never come out. However, according to Qi Xiaoxiao, such people are everywhere in the future era where she lives. As for the so-called Liuhe level, I have a hard time understanding it. Control the power of heaven and earth? According to Qi Xiaoxiao, in terms of expression, it is the control of the law of space, and even a little bit of the law of time, and finally has the ability to control the law of space within the specified time. This is beyond my imagination. As for the 7-star rating at the back, Qi Xiaoxiao himself couldn't tell clearly. I think that your surgical organs have too. Well, to use your language habits to describe them. They are 2 big jumping stages. 1. Suddenly began to control the 4-elephant level of the elemental laws. 2. Liuhe level, who suddenly began to control the laws of space and time. This is a talent I could never imagine. In my era, if you wanted to control the laws of the elements, even a genius from a wealthy family had to go through thousands of years of hard training. As for the threshold of touching the laws of space and time, it will take at least 10,000 years. However, according to Qi Xiaoxiao, in the place called the Curse Academy, on average, a Liuhe-level conjurer who is less than 100 years old will appear every few decades. So it only takes you 100 years to achieve the level of cultivation that we only have after tens of thousands of years of cultivation? So I don't understand. I don't understand why the rules of this era treat creatures of your generation so favorably. To be honest, I was jealous at first. But then, I wasn't very jealous anymore. Your cultivation speed is like pressing the fast-forward button. It takes hundreds of years to gain our tens of thousands of years of power. But your ultimate lifespan is only a fleeting 1,000 years. Oh! It's less than 1,000 years. Only 999 years at most. If you ask me to evaluate it, your magic organ is a weird accelerated version of the spiritual root. But the price for super fast cultivation speed is the life limit of 1,000 years. There are gains and losses, which makes me feel a little more balanced. As for the side effects of body dysmorphia, I don't even think this is a side effect. After all, it's just a birth deformity. When you grow up and practice cultivation, there are too many ways to restore your body and turn you into a so-called normal appearance that conforms to human aesthetics. Also, your natural skills. I can't comment on this anymore. This is simply giving you a regular superpower at birth. In my time, there was a saying that the world has a will. I initially scoffed at this statement. But after seeing the conjurer and the different blood superhuman, I think this sentence may be true. The creatures of your time are completely the biological sons of the world's will, and have enjoyed too many preferential treatment. Apart from its short life, there are almost no faults. Oh, right. I have another guess. Strange blood. Maybe, in your era, there shouldn't be any spellcasters at all. Because the meteorite brought only blood rain and the alien blood virus. It only makes one kind of person. A different blood superhuman with innate powers. But maybe it's a coincidence? Before the rain of blood came, you humans just started a nuclear war. Nuclear radiation happened to merge with the alien blood virus. So that some human beings' physiques did not gain the enhancement of the alien blood, but instead became weaker. However, an accelerated version of the spiritual root of the magical organ was born in the body. The existence of natural magic seems to confirm my conjecture. It's said to be a natural technique. But isn't it similar to a natural power? Moreover, different blood superhumans, like spellcasters, have the ability to evolve with a huge jump. At least after the 4-elephant level, a conjurer will first understand the laws of the 9 elements and practice his skills. But what about different blood superhumans? They have never even understood the laws. But when they were at the Lilha level, they could directly control the laws of space and a little bit of the laws of time, and name them the so-called power of heaven and earth. I can only say, if the world really has a subjective will, then the creatures of your era are the will of the world. One day, you suddenly have a whim and are ready to see how fast you can practice. Then it rained blood on you. But the nuclear radiation caused by the nuclear war caused the alien blood in some people to fuse with the nuclear radiation, forming an accelerated version of the spiritual root of the magic organ. Again, there is nothing wrong with the creatures of your time except their short lifespan. Having said this, the Lanyan bird trembled, then shook his head and looked at Li Guanqi in front of him. I'm back. It was the evil phoenix who was talking just now. Yeah, I know. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, his eyes twinkling. So, the relationship between different-blooded humans and spellcasters is actually that the different-blooded humans come first. Because that meteorite only brought a rain of blood. But coincidentally, the emergence of nuclear radiation caused the alien blood in some people's bodies to form surgical organs instead of helping them strengthen their physiques. That makes perfect sense. In the new era, which type of people are most likely to give birth to deformed children? Not civilians, but a family of different blood. Among those small families of different blood that are not too strong, they are most likely to give birth to deformed children and people with magical organs. In addition to small families, those powerful different blood families, although the chance is very small, will also give birth to deformed children. Even these deformed children from powerful alien families often have very high spell talents. For example, Qi Gongming, who was born in the Qi family. Another example is Wei Mo, who was born in the Wei family, one of the 8 pillars of Daluo. He was directly the son of Tong Yu. This just proves Xia Huang's conjecture. In the new era of the future, nuclear radiation will still affect humans. In other words, nuclear radiation has turned into another substance over time and will permanently exist in human genes. This substance is most likely to react with foreign blood to form surgical organs. And the stronger the alien blood is, the better the quality of the spell organs formed will be, and the higher the spell qualifications will be. The main argument in the magic world is of course made up by magicians. The alien blood warriors did not originate from the experiments of the magicians, and they were not warriors created by them at all. Not a samurai, but a different blood superhuman. Even if we have to say it's a first come, first served basis, maybe the alien-blooded humans will have to line up a little bit ahead of the conjurers. Where did that cursed spirit come from? Li Guanqi suddenly thought of this again. It's still raining blood. The blue flame bird transformed by Han Mingyao explained. Guanqi, when you were still here, the cursed spirits around the world all came from strange worlds. But after the apocalypse, it is no longer the case. The blood rain fell, and some low-lying basins gathered the blood rain into lakes. In these places where blood rain gathers in large quantities, cursed spirits begin to be born automatically. There's nothing wrong with that. First-level cursed spirits have adult wisdom. Xiao Xiao and I captured many cursed spirits and forced them to learn Chinese and write Chinese characters. After several tortures, many cursed spirits chose to obey. And then we could start communicating with them. Based on their descriptions, it is obvious that they come from a strange world. But starting from Transcendent Year 43, Xiao Xiao and I discovered a large number of cursed spirits that we didn't know anything about. These cursed spirits are the original cursed spirits of our era, born in the lake of different blood. Lake of alien blood? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Spell spirits will be produced in these places. But why? I haven't found a lake of different blood in the wilderness from south to north. It has dried up long ago.
The blue flame bird flapped its wings.
In other words, these alien bloods, just like the water cycle, have been completely integrated into this planet. Now there is no need for any alien blood lakes. It is possible in any place with few living creatures. Birth of a cursed spirit. I see.
Li Guanqi was completely enlightened. The truth comes out. The appearance of that mysterious meteorite brought a rain of blood to the world. Shueyu's alien blood virus caused the emergence of alien blood superhumans. At that time, mankind was engaged in a nuclear war. The fusion of nuclear radiation and alien blood caused magical organs to appear in the bodies of some humans. From then on, spellcasters appeared. The blood rain did not disappear, but merged into the planet, giving every place a chance of birthing cursed spirits. The breath of the cursed spirit will infect ordinary animals and plants, turning them into powerful monsters, that is, demon species. Different blood superhuman, magician, cursed spirit, demon species. This is the iconic F4 in the weird world. The pattern of the new era has basically taken shape. Therefore, the source of all evil, comes from that mysterious meteorite that carries blood rain. It was that meteorite that officially opened the extraordinary era of this era. This is the normal trajectory. Under normal circumstances, the blood rain appears first. Then the extraordinary creatures gradually appear. And then slowly the powerful creatures comparable to gods appear. And then the old era. The end of the old era. And then the new era. But what about reality? The reality is that Li Guanqi, one of the 100 million extraordinary beings, was selected 20 years before the bloody rain came. The cursed spirit that traveled from a strange world appeared on this planet in advance. A strange world with 100 million extraordinary beings. Regarding the truth of this matter, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai speculated that it might be the work of a powerful god in the future, asking them to do something and change history. But, after all, this is just your guess. They lack real truth. Li Guanqi still needs to find the truth and complete the mission of their generation. He doesn't mind doing things like this that will change the future, especially the simulator. He had already had similar experiences. Although Li Guanqi was in a state of soul, he still habitually took a deep breath and chuckled. No matter what, keep looking forward. Time is still long, and the road is still far. I will always find the truth. The blue flame bird tilted its head. But Li Guanqi said nothing more. The two people, or rather, two non-human soul bodies, just waited quietly. Boom. 3 minutes later, the teleportation array on the floor of the room erupted with colorful light. And finally the teleportation gate completely condensed into a colorful whirlpool teleportation gate. Finally done. Li Guanqi smiled and held the blue flame bird in his hand. Then looked at the portal, stepped forward, and stepped into it completely. Next moment, his and Han Mingyu's soul bodies were completely overwhelmed by the colorful light.
Mingyao?
After Li Guanqi entered the portal, his vision went dark. When he regained his sight, the surroundings had turned into a twisted world of colorful light.
Mingyao.
Li Guanqi quickly looked around.
Mingyao. Are you? Here it is.
Above Li Guanqi's 3 heads, a blue flame bird was flying in circles, flapping its wings, and curiously looking at the surrounding environment.
She looked at this endless colorful world of light and said confusedly,
"So where are we going? Or is this the half space?"
Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of black light exploded in the distance, gradually forming a black vortex, like a black hole.
"This is just a space passage. That's our destination."
Li Guanqi held the blue flame bird in his hand, and the translucent blue soul floated up and flew towards the black hole vortex. The black holes looked very close, but were actually far apart. He flew for more than 10 minutes before bringing the blue flame bird to the black hole.
"Stop!"
Suddenly, the blue flame bird's body shook, standing on Li Guanqi's right hand, looking at the black hole vortex in front, and said solemnly,
"I feel a twisted law. Not one of the 9 elemental laws. I can't feel it clearly. In short, there must be something wrong with the world behind this portal, and the laws are chaotic and distorted.
This must be the evil phoenix coming out."
"Evil phoenix? Tell me more."
Li Guanqi looked at it.
"I can't see any more."
The blue flame bird shook its head.
"In short, be careful. Twisted laws mean that some things in this space will go against our common sense. Moreover, Don't you claim to have simulated a perfect route? It's very easy for males to deceive females. It's common. But I hope you don't cause Mingyao to die with you.
After saying that, the little bird's body trembled. And it was obvious that the evil phoenix left again.
How to say?
Lan Yin Xianyo looked at Li Guanqi. This time it was Han Mingyao who was speaking.
I will protect you.
Li Guanqi held her tightly in his hand and flew straight into the black hole vortex. This time of teleportation is a bit similar to the feeling of Li Guanqi sitting in the teleportation array in a strange world. After a period of spinning and extremely uncomfortable experiences, he gradually regained control of his body, and then subconsciously grasped the blue flame bird in his right hand.
Arrive?
The blue flame bird that Han Mingyao transformed into made a serious sound.
Li
Guanqi turned around and glanced at the colorful whirlpool portal behind him, then looked around and nodded solemnly. I saw that the place they were in was no longer the previous colorful light realm. This is an extremely dark and strange space. Looking around, there is nothing but dark rocky land underfoot. And 100 meters away, there is a thick black fog that blocks the sight, covering the entire periphery, making it difficult to see what is inside. There are countless cracks in the sky, and dark red light shines from time to time. In the distance, at the end of the black fog, a large tree glowing with blue light could be seen, looming.
Is that the soul tree we want to destroy?
The blue flame bird flapped its wings and flew to Li Guanqi's left shoulder.
Should be.
Li Guanqi glanced at the tree and then looked away, looking left and right, scanning the surrounding black mist, as if looking for something. He felt it. Some soul power fluctuations are wandering in the dark room. Remnant soul. That must be the remnant soul hiding in this half space. Li Guanqi had experienced it before. Although there were slight changes, the feeling of activating the plunder technique was still there. He could also use this technique in the soul posture. In other words, he can eat souls here to level 49.
Mingyao, let's go find trouble with the soul tree later. Huh? But aren't we here just to destroy that tree? So what are we going to do now? I'm going to start dinner.
Chapter 325 LD59. Only one level short. Have a meal? Han Mingyao didn't understand what Li Guanqi was talking about at first, but she soon understood.
Call out!
In the earth filled with thick black mist, a soul body with 3 heads and 6 arms ran fast. Following the breath induction between the souls, he quickly found a 3rd level cursed spirit. It was a humanoid soul body, a bit similar to Li Guanqi, but instead of 3 heads and 6 arms, it has 1 head and 4 arms. Compared with Li Guanqi, it not only lacks 2 hands and wings, but has an extra tail. The overall look is like a 4-armed lizard man.
Interesting.
When Li Guanqi and the lizard man met, neither party made any move, but a blue flame bird hovering above them let out a chuckle. That was definitely not Han Mingyao laughing. Li Guanqi raised his head and glanced at it helplessly. It's the evil phoenix again. Why does this guy always trade with Mingyao?
So, where's the fun?
Li Guanqi didn't care about the lizard man opposite, but asked the blue flame bird. The lizard man is only a 3rd level soul, and he must have felt his 4th level soul at this time, let alone releasing illusion attacks. He just stood there shivering. He actually forgot to escape and was not in a hurry to kill.
I know this race.
The blue flame bird landed on Li Guanqi's shoulder and looked at the lizard man soul opposite. The soul thoughts conveyed seemed to have a bit of reminiscence.
I don't know how to translate the name of this race in your language. If it is transliterated, it doesn't make sense either. Its head is a bit like your lizard's. Then just call it a lizard monster. The remnant soul of this lizard monster can appear here. I guess it died in the turbulence of space in the last era, and its soul was eventually sucked into a certain space crack. However, the death of the phantom space beast caused the emergence of this incomplete half-space, which merged with all the nearby space gaps and allowed all the remaining souls to gather together. It's by no means the only one. I estimate there should be a lot of remnant souls around here. Moreover, humans, don't look at how weak this lizard monster is now. Its peak period was definitely unimaginable to you now. Being able to preserve the integrity of the soul after death in the turbulence of space, and allowing the soul to persist until it is sucked into the cracks of space. This kind of soul strength, according to your classification, is estimated to be at 7 or 8 levels. However, after being consumed by the turbulence of space, coupled with the passage of time, the power of this remnant soul has been greatly damaged. Looking at its stupidity, it probably even has no memory.
With that said, the blue flame bird flew in front of the lizard man and sent a soul thought to it.
Hey, do you remember how you died? UN, percent UN hashtag percent, at, hashtag. Oh, you are completely stupid. There is no hope.
The blue flame bird flew back to Li Guanqi's shoulder helplessly. Soul thoughts are pure communication of thoughts. And there is no language barrier at all. However, when faced with the evil phoenix's question, the lizard man's answer was a bunch of garbled code and meaningless chaotic thoughts. Obviously, this lizard man not only lost his memory, but even his subjective consciousness disappeared over the long years.
Suddenly,
the blue flame bird trembled and said in shock,
"Why can't I release my soul power? Because the soul power cannot be released directly here."
Li Guanqi was a little helpless.
Okay, can you leave and return control to Mengyao? Ah,
Lan and Xiaoniu sneered.
when I was controlling her body on the bed. You didn't find me annoying? Aren't you even more excited? Males, as expected, males are all the same, regardless of race.
Li Guanqi didn't know how to refute for a while.
I just don't want to leave yet.
The blue flame bird hovered above his head, murmuring in surprise.
Why? The soul power seems to be locked in the body. Then why is there new damage to the soul of this lizard monster? It is obviously a recent injury. But if the soul power cannot be released, how can it be injured? Using the soul as a body. Punching and kicking it.
Buzz? Li Guanqi ignored the evil phoenix, but looked at the shivering lizard monster opposite him. He controlled the soul power in his soul body to form an illusion. After the illusion was formed, it easily turned into a burst of green mist and flew out.
The
blue flame bird was immediately startled.
Human, how did you do that?
Li Guanqi ignored it. The green mist soon flew to the lizard monster, shrouding its soul. This is hypnotic illusion. How to kill people using only illusions. There are many ways. The simplest way is to hypnotize it and make it commit suicide.
Boom!
The next moment, the lizard monster self-destructed its soul, and its entire soul body exploded into a sky full of blue light. At the same time, Li Guanqi also moved slightly and used the plunder technique. A thick fog flew out of his body. However, the color of this thick fog is light blue like the color of the soul. When Li Guanqi had a physical body, he used the plunder technique to release a black mist to plunder. That black mist can rob energy bodies, matter, and souls. But now he is a pure soul body. Although he can still perform the plunder technique, he can only release blue mist and plunder souls. Buzz? Soon, the blue mist swept away the broken soul of the lizard monster and returned to Li Guanqi's soul. But the improvement is minimal. After all, he is a 4th level soul. What improvement can be gained by swallowing a 3rd level soul? Not to mention that after plundering, you have to go through transformation before you can become yourself. This transformation process requires the loss of a large amount of soul power.
I need to find some 4th order souls. Otherwise, I will have to use a massive amount of 3rd order souls to pile them up.
Li Guanqi looked around, looking for his next target in the black mist.
Oh, I see.
At this time, the blue flame bird flew back to Li Guanqi's shoulder, flapped its wings, and condensed a small light blue whirlwind in front of him.
So that's it. The distortion law of this half-space turns out to be about this aspect.
Yes. Our soul power can only be released through illusions? Buzz?
As soon as it finished speaking, the small light blue whirlwind in front of it escaped into Li Guanqi's head. Illusion! For a moment, Li Guanqi seemed to see hundreds of Han Mengyao naked, lying in a swimming pool, laughing at him. Some were throwing balls, and some were splashing water at him.
Evil Phoenix. You damn.
The head in the middle of Li Guanqi looked helpless. A golden gap suddenly opened between his eyebrows, and a golden vertical pupil appeared. As soon as the golden vertical pupils opened, the illusion scene collapsed instantly. The blue flame bird was shocked when it saw this scene, and immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air.
God Eye? Why do you have the soul eye of the God Eye clan? The Divine Eye clan?
Li Guanqi looked at it curiously.
Tell me. I also want to know what's going on with my vertical pupil.
He didn't know what the Divine Eye clan was. He only knew that this was his golden talent. The Eye of Deception. Ability to see through illusions of confusion. 100% immune to illusions that are 1 level higher than one's own soul. For other illusions that are 2, 3, or even higher levels than one's own soul, there is also a high probability of discovering flaws in flaws. This is the eye that can see through all illusions. It is the S-level plot reward of the Goo Village Enchantment mission, and it is also his only golden talent so far. But Li Guanqi also wanted to know the origin of this eye in Xie Huang's mouth.
You don't even know about this eye of yours?
The blue flame bird flew back to Li Guanqi's shoulder, took a closer look at his golden vertical eyes, and hesitated for a while before saying,
Well, actually I have heard of the Divine Eye clan. As for whether your eyes are their souls?
God's eye. I'm not sure either. It's just really similar. In the era I lived in, it was said that the Divine Eye clan was born with a third golden soul eye. Not to mention ordinary illusions. They were directly immune to even more profound soul illusions. But this is a legend. When I was born, the Divine Eye race was already extinct. Oh, then maybe I am a descendant of the Divine Eye clan.
Li Guanqi joked with a smile.
Well, human, you are becoming more and more mysterious.
But the blue flame bird seemed to take it seriously.
I'm just kidding.
Li Guanqi didn't bother to explain too much. This guy was Evil Phoenix, not Han Mengyao. So he didn't bother to say so much. He turned around and continued to rush into the black mist, following the vague feeling of soul. In the next 2 days, Li Guanqi did not look for the soul tree. Instead, he continued to search for the remaining souls in this black mist world, killing them when they found them, and plundering them after they were killed. At first, he couldn't do anything against the 4th level remnant soul, because they are all 4th level. Although he can be directly immune to the illusion spells cast by the remnant souls on him with the Eye of Deception. The problem is that with his illusion skills, he cannot make the 4th level remnant souls commit suicide so directly. So in the beginning, he always looked for 3rd level remnant souls to plunder and devour. There are really many remnant souls in this black fog world, and they are very dense. Li Guanqi spent a few hours plundering hundreds of 3rd level remnant souls, raising the souls to LV 43 strength. Then he continued to look for trouble with the 4th level remnant souls. At first, the success rate of the illusions he cast on the 4th level remnant souls was still very low. But as the number of times increased, anyway, he had the eye to destroy delusion, and the other party's illusions were ineffective on him. So he dragged the opponent until the illusion failed, then continued to release the second illusion. If the soul power is consumed too much, then temporarily run away to find the 3rd level remnant soul and kill it, plunder and devour it, and restore the soul power. So Li Guanqi's actions fell into a cycle. Looking for the 4th level cursed spirit to release the illusion failed. Too many 3rd level remnant souls were swallowed. After recovery, I continued to find the 4th level cursed spirit to continue to release the illusion. So back and forth. After most of the day, his soul strength was still at LV 43. But his illusion skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Facing a 4th level cursed spirit, he could basically hypnotize the opponent into self-destructing his soul by casting illusions 3 or 5 times. Then, his soul feast has officially begun. In one day, he devoured more than 80 4th level remnant souls, raising his soul strength to LV 48. And his overall level also reached LV 58. The soul's LV 48 is certainly not the limit of a 4th level soul. But the problem is, Li Guanqi encountered trouble on his way to find the next 4th level remnant soul. Roar! In the thick black fog, a low roar sounded. Of course, it was still the thoughts of the soul. The roar came from all directions, and the specific location was not known at all. Li Guanqi looked alert. While looking around, he grabbed the blue flame bird in his right hand and stuffed it directly into the chest of his soul body. This is what he discovered in the past 2 days. He can stuff Han Mengyao's soul body into his body. In this way, the illusion of those remnant souls will not affect Han Mengyao unless they can charm him first. So, it can be regarded as a disguised use of the Eye of Deception to protect Han Mengyao. Roar! Finally, a huge blue figure walked out of the black fog and came to Li Guanqi's eyes. It was a huge soul body 10 meters high. It looked like an ancient ferocious beast. It had 8 hooves and 8 tails, shaped like a giant bull, and the large spiral horns on its head were extremely terrifying. The soul power aura escaping from the whole body was even worse than all the remnant souls Li Guanqi had encountered before were stronger. This is a 5th level remnant soul. I've never seen this race before. The blue flame bird in Li Guanqi's chest sent out thoughts. And it was obvious that the evil phoenix was in control again. Hey, human! This is a 5th level remnant soul. It's a realm beyond your soul. Why are you still standing there so calmly? The blue flame bird continued to speak, seeming a little anxious. Human, are you pretending to be a force, or do you really have something to rely on? Could it be
Could it be that your soul eye is not only immune to illusions of the same level, but also immune to illusions one level higher than yours? Xie Wang. You are so smart.
Li Guanqi smiled calmly. Buzz? At this time, the remnant soul of the giant bull on the opposite side had already released a 5th level illusion, turning into a dark blue halo and shining towards Li Guanqi. At the same time, a golden gap also opened between Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Once the eyes of delusion are opened, all delusion will disappear. Illusion? Broken. Li Guanqi didn't even wait for the illusion to actually come to him. He relied on the power of the Eye of Deception to directly break through the 5th level illusion. The Eye of Delusion is 100% immune to illusions one level higher than your own soul.
It's my turn.
Li Guanqi also released illusions and shot the giant bull's remnant soul.
Roar!
However, the eyes of the giant bull's remnant soul were confused for less than a second before regaining consciousness. Obviously, the illusion that Li Guanqi released with his 4th level soul could not affect this 5th level remnant soul at all. The Eye of Deception can only defend, not attack. This golden talent does not allow Li Guanqi to use his soul posture to leapfrog and kill enemies. But his first magical power of compassion can.
Pity.
Li Guanqi looked at the remnant soul of the giant bull opposite him, and couldn't help but wonder if he could release the god-killing sword. With his current LV-48 soul, would he be able to leapfrog and kill this 5th level remnant soul? Maybe. But this is a forbidden place after all. Affected by the forbidden rules, soul power can only be released through illusions. The god-killing sword is not an illusion and cannot be used here at all. Buzz? Suddenly, the remnant soul of the giant bull cast another illusion spell on Li Guanqi. Without exception, the Eye of Delusion can be easily cracked. Then Li Guanqi also returned an illusion to the giant bull's remnant soul. The two come and go, fighting back and forth. However, after more than 10 times in a row, there was no success at all. Li Guanqi has the eye to destroy delusions, and the remnant soul of the 5th level giant bull can do nothing to him. And since he was only a 4th level soul, he couldn't hypnotize this 5th level remnant soul to commit suicide. A man and an ox faced each other from afar. After a moment of silence, the remnant soul of the giant ox turned around and slipped away, wagging its tail.
Hello!
However, Li Guanqi chased after him again, shouting out of his soul.
Daniel! Do you have any wisdom? Can you chat for a few words?
In this world of black mist, the 3rd level remnant souls are not sane, and the 4th level remnant souls are also sane. What about the 5th level remnant soul?
Roar!
The remnant soul of the giant bull turned his head slightly, glanced at Li Guanqi, and immediately responded.
Percent, hashtag percent, asterisk at hashtag, Yuan, percent Yuan, Yuan.
Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. This chaotic thought was obviously not something that any intelligent soul could send out.
Another idiot.
The blue flame bird in Li Guanqi's chest also complained.
But it's normal. From the last era to the present, it is estimated that it has been hundreds of millions of years. Such a long time. Even if there is intelligence, being trapped in space, being stuck in the cracks for so long makes me stupid. Roar!
The remnant soul of the giant bull tilted its head and glanced at Li Guanqi a few more times, then turned its head and continued to walk away with its tail wagging, and soon disappeared into the depths of the black mist. But Li Guanqi looked at its back, thinking about Evil Phoenix's words. But his eyes flickered. Wrong. According to the simulation, there should be at least one remnant soul with intelligence in this forbidden land. And after Li Guanqi destroyed the soul tree, that person would show up. After saying something to him, instead of killing him, he would help him move the teleportation array in the distance. Li Guanqi was really curious about who that person was, and what he would say to him. Let's wait and see. As for now, Li Guanqi turned his head and looked into the depths of the black mist. Found it. Another 4th level remnant soul.
Call out!
Li Guanqi rushed through the black fog and soon saw a reptile-like remnant soul. Buzz? He casually released an illusion.
Hiss!
However, what surprised Li Guanqi was that the reptilian remnant soul actually broke through his illusion after resisting for several minutes. So strong? That would at least require LV-47 and LV-49 souls. Li Guanqi looked happy. Maybe after devouring this remnant soul, his soul will be able to reach the peak of the 4th level. Buzz? Before the remnant soul of the reptile could recover from the confusion of breaking the illusion, Li Guanqi went all out and released another illusion. This time, the reptilian remnant soul was powerless. Soon, under the influence of hypnotic illusion, it chose to self-destruct its soul.
Boom!
The remnant soul of the reptile exploded into blue light that filled the sky. And Li Guanqi didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the plunder technique and released a blue mist, carrying all the blue light away and returning to the soul body. Next moment, Li Guanqi's soul power began to surge. As expected, not a little too much, not a little too little, just right. Spiritual power, LV49. 49.9, Sankai level Qi refining realm. Physical body, LV46. 46.9, for elephant level pulse opening realm. Soul, LV48 LV.49. 49.9, fourth level virtual realm. Comprehensive level, LV59. Soul level 49. The peak of the fourth level. Overall level, LV59. Only one level missing. Li Guanqi is only one level away from becoming the world's first LV60 transcendent. However, he has vaguely guessed that if he wants his comprehensive level to reach LV60, at least one of his three items of spiritual power, physical body, and soul must exceed LV50.
Human, if I feel correctly, your soul has reached a bottleneck.
At this time, the blue flame bird in his chest suddenly said,
It is not an easy thing to change the soul from virtual to real. Thank you, Lord Evil Phoenix, for your concern. I will find a way.
Li Guanqi looked helpless.
So, my respected Lady Evil Phoenix Queen, you have been in control for 2 days. Can you let Mingyao come out to accompany me? Ah.
Lan and Xianyo sneered.
Mingyao doesn't urge me. Why are you urging me?
Li Guanqi, on the other hand, couldn't laugh or cry. It had been 2 days. Logically speaking, it should be easy for Han Mingyao to take back control by force. But she did not do so. Maybe in her opinion, letting the evil phoenix be free occasionally would help them get along with each other.
By the way, your soul has reached a bottleneck now. Is it possible that you can still use your magical ability to continue to devour souls?
The blue flame bird asked again.
Of course not.
Li Guanqi turned his head and looked into the distance of the black mist, looking at the looming blue giant tree. That is the soul tree transformed by the phantom sky beast. It is also the origin of this forbidden place. By destroying it, everything will come to an end. And he can also see the mysterious remnant soul here.
Let's go! It's time to get down to business.
Chapter 326 Prehistoric Man in the Forbidden Land. The end of the black fog. On the dark rocky ground, a towering giant tree with a height of 1,000 meters stands. The trunk and leaves are blue and translucent, emitting little bits of fluorescence all the time, as if it is not a real thing, but composed of pure soul power. Soul tree, the source of power that constitutes this forbidden land.
I still can't figure it out. How can a mere illusionary beast form this thing? This half space?
Under the giant soul tree, a tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms slowly walked out of the black mist. The blue flame bird in his chest also flew out and landed on top of his head. He looked up at the huge soul tree and made a thinking voice.
This is completely unreasonable and beyond my knowledge, maybe. The fantasy space beast is not the main reason. The space fluctuation caused by its death is just an opportunity, causing this half space to appear in advance? Maybe.
Li Guanqi replied casually to Xia Huang, and his gaze was firmly locked on the dense blue leaves of the soul tree. Deep in the leaves, there is a pure black fruit, ghost fruit, and it is a 4th level soul fruit. He is now a peak 4th level soul. This soul fruit is useless to him. But for Han Mingyao, this soul fruit can directly help her 3rd level soul break through the 4th level.
Is it possible that you can really simulate the future?
At this time, the blue flame bird also discovered the wraith fruit, and said in shock,
Wraith fruit. There really is a wraith fruit here.
It turned to look at Li Guanqi and said in disbelief,
How on earth did you know in advance that there was a wraith fruit here? Can you really simulate the future? Are you not lying to this stupid kid Mingyao? You didn't believe me when I co-wrote it. Right.
Li Guanqi was speechless. The blue flame bird stopped talking and just looked at him. It was silent for a long time, not knowing what it was thinking.
We are going to eat the ghost fruit. Why don't you let Mingyao come out?
Li Guanqi asked.
No, I'll eat it.
The blue flame bird shook its head, then looked at the wraith fruit on the soul tree, and said solemnly,
The experience of eating the wraith fruit is really terrible. The wraith fruit is a nightmare for all eaters. Can you survive it alive? Those whose souls are tortured but not insane will not survive. Of course, Mingyao is no longer the silly little girl who didn't understand anything 100 years ago. I have confidence in her. I believe that after 100 years of hard work, she can bear this pain. But It's not necessary. It's up to me to carry it. 1 out of 10? Is it so terrifying?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Wait. But don't you two have mutual feelings? This is optional.
Lan Xianyao said calmly.
As long as she is willing. She can take the initiative to block it, girl. Be obedient and don't say stupid things about enduring it together. It's obvious that I can do it by myself. You have to go together. There's no need.
After saying that, the little bird flapped its wings of burning blue flames and flew straight to the huge soul tree. To be honest, Li Guanqi originally thought that there would be some powerful remnant soul guarding this place. After all, according to the routine, wherever this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure appears, there must be a powerful monster guarding it. Isn't the routine like this? And Li Guanqi just discovered something along the way. Within a kilometer radius of the soul tree, not even a single remnant soul dares to approach. Isn't this even more strange? But it is not the truth. From the moment the blue flame bird flew to the soul tree, to the time it swallowed the only 4th level wraith fruit into its belly, there was no movement at all. Except for the noise it makes.
Ah!
The body of the blue flame bird trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge blue flame phoenix. It flapped its blue flame wings crazily, slammed into the black rock ground, and let out a shrill wail. Li Guanqi looked at this scene and was speechless. He had just experienced the terrifying experience of eating the wraith fruit 2 days ago. Looking at the blue flame phoenix, the terrifying process seemed to reappear, making his soul shudder. Anyone who has eaten a ghost fruit will never want to eat a second one. Well, that's what it says. But in fact, if a 5th level ghost fruit were placed in front of Li Guanqi now, he would probably use a simulator to simulate it. As long as he was sure that he would not die, he would eat it no matter how painful it was. Because the greatest pain in the world is weakness.
Evil Phoenix.
Li Guanqi looked ahead at the blue flame phoenix, which was rolling on the ground in severe pain and wailing, his eyes flickering. What kind of existence is the evil phoenix? Is all the kindness it has shown Han Mengyao spontaneously so far? Or is it just to occupy her body? At this moment, evil phoenix, who took the initiative to bear the pain of the wraith fruit, was worried that Mengyao would not be able to bear the torture of the wraith fruit and would go insane. Or was it just for show? But it's not necessary. If Han Mengyao really couldn't bear it and went crazy, wouldn't that be a great thing for evil phoenix? How can a mentally disturbed consciousness snatch control of the body from it? Regarding evil phoenix's stance, Li Guanqi could never come to an accurate conclusion. Or, in fact, even Xia Wang himself has a contradictory attitude towards Mengyao. Never mind. Don't think so much. The possibility of finding the phoenix egg is too small. It is better to go to the weird world to find some soul masters to consult on this matter. Regardless of whether evil phoenix is good or bad, letting a non-human consciousness share body and soul with Mengyao is not a good thing. So evil phoenix must go away.
Boom!
A long time. The blue flame phoenix collapsed to the ground, and a majestic wave of soul power erupted from its body. That is the 4th level of soul pressure. Evil phoenix survived the torture of the nether soul fruit and successfully used the power of the nether soul fruit to break through to the 4th level soul.
Hey girl, give it back to you. I'll go back and rest. Thank you, evil phoenix sister.
After a whisper, the blue flame phoenix stood up again, flapped its wings, and turned into a little blue bird within 2 beats, flew back to Li Guanqi's shoulder, and smiled at him.
I'm back.
It's Han Mengyao.
Thanks.
Li Guanqi looked into her eyes and said something. Of course. For Xia Huang. Of course, he understood the torture of the nether soul fruit. So he really thanked evil phoenix from the bottom of his heart for taking the initiative and sparing Han Mengyao from torture.
It says no thanks.
The blue flame bird flapped its wings.
The evil phoenix said it was paid. After returning, he asked me to return my body to it at night, and asked me to tell you that you should work harder than as repayment.
Question mark. Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned.
Me? Isn't it okay?
The blue flame bird looked at him curiously.
I.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, and then said after a while,
I just feel sorry for you. Because this thing is a bit.
He froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to define the word cheating.
Something?
The blue flame bird was a little surprised.
That's still my body. And I also feel it. I don't even have to move it. What does it matter? But that's the evil phoenix. Not you after all.
Li Guanqi was a little helpless.
I thought you would care. No, I don't care. Because it's not another woman. It's the evil phoenix.
The blue flame bird looked at Li Guanqi seriously.
During the 100 years of your absence, it has been with me, and I have always called it sister. It has done so many things for me that it would take me a long time to tell you all about them. It did want to take my body, but I don't know how to explain it to you. I have experienced too many things with it. If I have to say it, I am actually selfish. If a life is worth a life, I should have given this life back long ago. During your absence, there were many dangers. Without it, I would have died long ago. In the mouth of the monster whale in the Atlantic Ocean, under the claws of the dinosaur skeleton in North America, and in Africa, in the hands of the fourth-level cursed spirit too many times. Yes, of course you can say that it protects me because its heart is in my body. When I die, it will die. So it protects me. It is just for itself. You could say that. Perhaps that is indeed the case. But no matter what, in my heart, from beginning to end, I have never hated it. I have always regarded Evil Phoenix as my sister. A sister who has been with me for hundreds of years and saved me countless times. Watch the chess game and say something that may make you unhappy. 100 years. 100 years. Over the past 100 years. When I was depressed. When I was helpless. When I sat alone in the corner with my legs in my arms and cried. Who was by my side? You? No. Not without you. When I wanted to cry the most. You were not by my side at all. And I didn't have your shoulder to lean on. It's all I have. Over the past 100 years, Evil Phoenix has been accompanying me and comforting me. She is my sister. My biological sister.
The blue flame bird transformed by Han Mengyao looked at Li Guanqi with extremely serious eyes.
Li Guanqi was startled. Huh? I'm sorry. Mengyao. I really didn't know Evil Phoenix was so important in your heart. It's really important to me.
The blue flame bird spread its small wings, gently hugged Li Guanqi's face, and said softly,
Also, there is one more thing that Evil Phoenix has never admitted. But over the years, I have become more and more sure of the truth of this matter. Sex. Then, in the Arctic, I started a soul battle with it. And I don't know how I survived until the end. When I told you, I meant that I was always thinking of you. But in fact, is this so-called love power really that powerful? No kidding, of course it's impossible. The reason I was able to survive to the end was probably because the Evil Phoenix was letting loose. It wanted to take over my body. But it didn't want to destroy my soul, so it held back. Because of this, it gave me the chance to persist until the end. In other words, Evil Phoenix never wanted to kill me completely. It just wanted to take over my body. But it also wanted to leave my soul behind so that I could find another body and continue living. What if it had the intention of killing from the very beginning and wouldn't hold back at all? Perhaps. My soul has long been swallowed up by it. But it didn't do that. After all, it wanted to leave me a glimmer of hope. And that's why I accidentally merged with its soul. Xie Huang never admitted this. It has always been like this. It has always been arrogant. But of course, it will not admit it. But I understand.
Speaking of this, the blue flame bird transformed by Han Mengyao sighed softly.
Guanqi, you can say that the Evil Phoenix is trying to take advantage of me. But no matter what you say, this 100 years without you, if it weren't for it, I can't hold it any longer.
Li Guanqi was silent. The relationship between Han Mengyao and Xie Huang is too complicated. He wanted to consult the Soul Master to find a way to destroy the Evil Phoenix's remaining soul, which might not be a good decision for Han Mengyao. The Evil Phoenix can only be driven away, not killed.
I understand.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly and touched the feathers of the blue flame bird.
I understand the position of the Evil Phoenix in your heart. So,
the blue flame bird rubbed his palm.
Of course, I won't mind if Evil Phoenix uses my body to, well, do that kind of thing with you. Moreover, even if I don't use my body, I don't care. Is Sister Evil Phoenix if it's a woman? I don't even mind sharing your love with her. Of course, provided you don't mind either. Hey, forget it.
Li Guanqi waved his hand quickly changed the topic, looked at the soul tree in front, and said seriously,
Let's not talk about the Evil Phoenix in advance. We should get down to business and destroy the soul tree before talking about it.
The blue flame bird nodded. Li Guanqi also nodded. So, how to destroy this tree? I didn't mention the simulation situation either. That can only be
Evil Phoenix.
Li Guanqi looked at the blue flame bird.
How to destroy this tree? It said it didn't know.
Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. Evil Phoenix doesn't know either? How did the simulated situation get ruined? It seems that after picking off the wraith fruit, the next simulated situation is that the half-space begins to collapse. So, Li Guanqi turned to look at the giant soul tree. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Boom!
After a moment, all the blue leaves of the giant soul tree began to dissipate, and the entire half-space shook violently, as if the world was shaking.
Sure enough, the wraith fruit has already started to collapse since I picked it off.
Li Guanqi quickly grabbed the blue flame bird, flew at full speed, and rushed into the distance as fast as possible. He was rushing towards the location of the teleportation array. However, after the simulation, Li Guanqi knew very well that he should encounter a remnant soul on the road. It was a remnant soul that still had intelligence. While flying along the way, countless remnant souls were wailing and roaring, as if they also felt their next fate. It was clear that after the destruction of half-space, it would be the day when these dead souls would dissipate. But those who were wailing were only the third-level remnant souls. Instead, those fourth-level remnant souls stood quietly in place, motionless. The same goes for those fifth-level remnant souls. Li Guanqi even saw the remnant soul of the giant bull again. I saw the remnant soul of the fifth-level giant bull standing in the black mist, looking at Li Guanqi passing by. With a bit of relief in his eyes, Li Guanqi doubted whether he had seen it wrong. Buzz! Suddenly, in the black mist ahead, a dazzling white light exploded. The white light enveloped the land within a few hundred meters in an instant, turning the land of black mist into a world of white light. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly, because he couldn't move. It's like the soul body is forcibly immobilized. Coming? Is it the powerful remnant soul with spiritual intelligence? In the dazzling white light, on the black rocky ground, a figure slowly turned from virtual to real, appearing in front of Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi's pupils narrowed. That was a human remnant soul. After 2 days here, Li Guanqi has seen all kinds of strange souls, all of which are of all kinds of strange races. But he has never seen the remnants of human souls. This is the first one. And unlike other remnant souls, this remnant soul, he actually couldn't see clearly the cultivation level, couldn't tell what level of soul it was, and the system prompts of the weird world didn't show anything about this remnant soul, as if it were just the remnant soul of an ordinary person.
The human race is not dead yet. That's good.
In the dazzling white light, the human remnant soul walked slowly, sending out a burst of gentle thoughts. I saw his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Compared with Lin Xianbai's handsomeness, he was a little less beautiful, but a little more handsome. He had a gilt-haired crown on his head, which covered his ears. The hair was tied up, but another part of long hair was left scattered on the back. In addition, he also wore a white gown. The remnant soul of a human being dressed in white clothing? Can he release his soul power here to transform into clothes? Wrong. A golden gap opened between Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Eyes that break delusion. Open! After activating the Eye of Delirium with all his strength, Li Guanqi finally noticed it. The clothes on this person are also an illusion. A blinding type of illusion. But even though Li Guanqi noticed something was wrong, he still couldn't get rid of it completely. No matter how he looked, the white clothes were still on the man's body. What level of remnant soul is this? 6th level? 7th level? After experiencing the wear and tear of space turbulence, you can preserve the 7th level remnant soul. So what is wrong? If you can have a 7th level soul, how can you be killed by space turbulence in life? No. This person. Li Guanqi looked at the remnant soul in white clothes in front of him with a solemn expression. This person did not die from space turbulence.
You are a human from the prehistoric era. Right.
Li Guanqi asked hesitantly. The remnant soul in white clothes was obviously stunned, exuding confused soul thoughts.
Prehistoric? Why is it,
As he said that, he frowned and said,
You have no spiritual roots. So why does your soul have some spiritual qualities? Obviously, only people who have introduced qi into their bodies all year round can have their souls contaminated with this spiritual quality. But you why?
Before Li Guanqi could answer, the remnant soul in white stretched out his hand and explored the chest of Li Guanqi's soul body.
Senior? You, huh?
Li Guanqi originally thought that the remnant soul in white was going to attack the blue flame bird in his chest. But it is not the truth. The other party ignored Han Mingyu's soul body at all. I saw the remnant soul in white clothes slowly retracting his right hand, spreading his palm. and there was a round bead lying on it. A deep black bead. It's like the most extreme black, capable of swallowing up all colors. Li Guanqi's expression suddenly changed. Surgical organ? Isn't this his surgical organ? When Ethan dissected his body, he had seen his magical organ with his own eyes. He would never admit it wrongly. This was his magical organ. Why is it also in the soul? And how did the remnant soul in white clothes take out this thing from his soul?
What is this? Mutated spiritual root?
However, the remnant soul in white looks even more confused than Li Guanqi. He held the black ball in his hand and was puzzled.
I have never seen such a mutated spiritual root. And no matter how mutated, how come the immortality ability of the spiritual root has been mutated? A spiritual root that cannot live forever? What kind of spiritual root is this? In other words, this is its spiritual root? Senior!
At this time, Li Guanqi could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart, and asked the remnant soul in white.
Are you an immortal?
Chapter 327 Yu Chao Sword Taoist. Shi Feng.
Fairy?
The remnant soul in white clothes looked at Li Guanqi with obvious confusion on his face.
I don't quite understand what you mean by immortal. Judging from your expression of thoughts, is it some kind of unimaginably powerful creature?
Soul communication is the exchange of thoughts. And Li Guanqi was thinking about immortal in his heart. And the thoughts he conveyed were actually the kind of existence similar to
watering to the North Sea in the morning and Kanwu in the evening.
In the eyes of the remnant soul in white clothes, this kind of existence is some kind of very powerful creature.
Over mountains and seas. Of course.
The remnant soul in white clothes nodded.
Of course I can do it. It's not difficult. But I'm not sure if I'm the immortal you think of. Because I'm a human. Forehead.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. He suddenly felt that the current situation was different from what he imagined.
Senior, may I ask about your origins?
Li Guanqi asked cautiously.
Before asking others, you should tell yourself where you live.
The remnant soul in white clothes smiled and stuffed the black ball in his hand back into Li Guanqi's chest.
Why don't you introduce yourself first? Also, is your spiritual root a mutated spirit root? The degree of mutation is somewhat perverted.
Li Guanqi looked down. After the white-clothed remnant soul stuffed his magical organs back into his soul body, the black orb disappeared, and his soul body turned light blue and translucent again, which was incredible.
My name is Li Guanqi.
Li Guanqi looked at the remnant soul in white clothes and said seriously,
the thing you just took out is called a magic organ. But like the spiritual root, it can absorb spiritual energy. So you call it a mutated spiritual root? Well, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with it. As for me, my origins are a long story. To put it simply, I live in an era where all are ordinary creatures, and there is no aura. In the past year in the past 100 years, the aura of our era has gradually recovered. And I am in this era. The strongest. I see.
The remnant soul in white clothes was not surprised, and just nodded lightly.
The era of the end of the Dharma has completely arrived. What the Great Wizard Zhu said is indeed true.
Great Witch wish. Li Guanqi's pupils narrowed. The Great Witch of the Yu Dynasty wishes. So this man in white is not an immortal at all, but a stranger from the Yu Dynasty millions of years ago?
The
remnant soul in white turned his head, looked at the gradually collapsing space, and chuckled.
You destroyed the soul tree that is the foundation of the space. This small space is going to collapse. There is not much time, so I will keep the story short.
He looked at Li Guanqi and straightened his expression.
I am one of the 36 mysterious guards under the Great Wizard Zhu, a swordsman named Shi Feng.
Really? Li Guanqi's heart sank. This remnant soul is the same as Lu Gui, who was involved in the Lu Gui village incident. They are all strangers from the Yu Dynasty millions of years ago. It's just that Lu Gui is a paper Taoist, and after he was resurrected from the statue, he could barely reach the 4th level. And this swordsman Shi Feng, this remnant soul alone is at least 6th level.
How many years has it been?
Shi Feng looked at Li Guanqi and asked softly.
I have no idea.
Li Guanqi shook his head and told the truth.
In our time, the impression of the Yu Dynasty is completely a myth.
Lu Gui mentioned it before, saying it was 1,000,000 years ago, but he didn't want to get too involved with this swordsman. What if this guy?
Wrong.
Li Guanqi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Shi Feng. I saw this swordsman, with a beautiful face looking at him with a half-smile.
Maybe you didn't lie. In your era, you really have no impression of our Yu Dynasty. But at least you have an impression personally, because you have stained with the blood of a mysterious guard. Well,
Shi Feng came close to Li Guanqi's soul body and sniffed it carefully. then took half a step back and slightly raised the corner of his mouth.
Oh! It turns out to be Lu Gue, the guy playing with paper.
Li Guanqi's expression slightly condensed. Can you find this? But it should be fine. If something happened, it would be impossible for the simulator not to show up. Since the simulator only mentioned Qi Feng's appearance briefly, it meant that Qi Feng's appearance was harmless.
You're lucky.
Qi Feng stood with his hands behind his hands and smiled slightly.
Lu Gue and I have a big grudge. If other Xianwei were here, you might have died. However, for me, the sword Taoist, if you killed the paper Taoist, if you were back then, you could even come to my sword palace to receive the reward. But,
his eyes darkened.
Now I am a remnant soul, and I can't give you anything.
Li Guanqi blinked. It's not right. There are still many things to give. For example, knowledge of various exercises and the like.
You want my inheritance?
Qi Feng seemed to see through Li Guanqi's thoughts at a glance.
If Senior is willing to teach it.
Li Guanqi wanted to salute. But his soul was now immobilized by Qi Feng, and he could not move at all.
Of course I do.
Qi Feng smiled and said,
If you can have a successor before you die, why not?
Li Guanqi suddenly beamed with joy. But soon his smile froze. It's not right. If Qi Feng really gave him the inheritance as a swordsman, there is no reason for the simulator to brush off such an important matter.
But I cannot.
As expected, Qi Feng shook his head again.
It's not that I'm hiding anything, but that I don't want to hurt you.
He looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously,
Since in your era, spiritual energy has begun to gradually recover, it means that this is a brand new era for you. Every time the Great Age begins, good fortune will surely come. Things like luck may seem ethereal and mysterious, but to put it bluntly, it just gives you good luck. You can easily encounter things that others can't, and you can easily break through realms that others can't, etc. Wait. Luck is much better than my mere inheritance. But the luck of the times can only be obtained by being a child of the times. What is a child of the times? They are people who were born in this era and learned the knowledge of this era. I am a swordsman from the Yu dynasty, but the era that belongs to us has passed away. Now, it is the era that belongs to you. If you practice my technique, you will not be able to obtain the luck of this era. This is abandoning the basics and chasing the last. You just said that you are currently the strongest person in this era, so you should have the most luck. If you switch to my method, all this luck will be gone in an instant. The gain outweighs the loss. The luck of the times is far more precious than my mere swordsmanship inheritance. Maybe you don't understand it now, but in the future, if you can harvest luck all the way to the end, then maybe one afternoon, you will look at the white clouds in the sky and think of what I said today. Then, you might smile and say to your companions, Fortunately, that old man named Qi didn't teach me the Yu dynasty kung fu. Otherwise, it would have delayed my life. Ha ha. So be it.
Having said this, Qi Feng turned his head and looked around, looking at the black mist space where the collapse was getting more serious. His eyes were in a trance.
This place is going to be broken.
Li Guanqi looked at him, a little confused, but also somewhat enlightened. So Evil Phoenix didn't lie. Evil Phoenix's advice to Han Mengyao was to let her follow the times and practice the path of a different blood warrior from the 1 Yuan level to the 9 Palace level. Why? Because only in this way can we obtain the luck of this era. And it is thinking about Han Mengyao. If the words of Xie Huang were spoken by the family, it would be difficult to believe the authenticity of Xie Huang's words, given Li Guanqi's temperament. But now Qi Feng, a swordsman from the Yu dynasty, also said the same thing. So the authenticity of this matter is basically certain. In today's era, learning old things from the previous era is a dead end. Times require progress and renewal. Only by learning new things can we be recognized by the times and gain luck. And what era is this? This is an era of different blood. Even the magician's magic organ is a fusion product of alien blood and nuclear radiation, and is essentially a mutant of alien blood. Whether it is the era of Evil Phoenix or the old things of the Yu dynasty, they should no longer be used.
It's about to collapse.
Li Guanqi looked up at the sky with more and more dark red cracks, and then looked at Qi Feng, the swordsman in front of him, and asked curiously,
After this space collapses, where will you go? Return to the original place.
Is there a gap in space?
Return? Qi Feng smiled and shook his head gently.
There is no place to go back to.
His eyes were wandering, with a hint of recollection.
Back then, under the orders of the great witch Shu, I went to the turbulent space to capture a rebellious Xianwei. I fought fiercely with him for several days.
and finally died with him. I annihilated his soul on the spot. But I only have a remnant soul left. In the turbulent flow of space, I let my remaining soul merge with a certain space crack. Although I was able to survive in that space crack without my soul dissipating, I was destined to be unable to leave. I was originally thinking of waiting for the Great Witch Shu to come and save me. But he didn't come. According to what you said, well, it seems that the age of the end of the Dharma has arrived. After all, before I set off, the Great Witch Shu was often restless, and sometimes talked about the end of the tribulation. Whatever. I don't want to think about this anymore. In short, in order to protect myself, I chose to let my residual soul merge with a certain space and parasitize it. I don't know how much time passed. Sorry. I really can't count the years later. Millennium? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Anyway, some time ago, a strange space fluctuation suddenly occurred, and then all the nearby space gaps merged together and turned into this half space, including the space gap where I was parasitic. Therefore, I am now parasitic on this half space, living and dying with it. And you? Having said this, Chi Feng looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, you just destroyed that soul tree, and this half space will also collapse and be destroyed. Once this half space is destroyed, like those remaining souls, I will be parasitic here. Will also die. Li Guanqi suddenly had a complicated expression. It doesn't matter. Chi Feng, a dying soul, had an indifferent expression. Don't look like that. Death is a relief for me. I am just greedy for life and afraid of death. So I have managed to survive for so many years. Oh, to be honest, ridiculous. Surviving here in this state, can it really be considered alive? In fact, I should have understood a long time ago that this does not count at all. So, it's better to die. Chi Feng looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. As for you, I have nothing to give you. Only a piece of advice. Why not listen to it? Junior, please keep this in mind. Li Guanqi subconsciously cupped his fists and saluted. It was this action that made him suddenly realize that his movements were no longer restricted. Sword intent. Chi Feng smiled softly at Li Guanqi. There is a sword intent in your body. I can feel it. It is a sword intent full of tsunami violence. Did you realize it by looking at the water? Very good. Very good sword intent. But after all, the most important thing is missing. Law. The sword can pass through. If you ask me, naturally the pure sword energy is the best. And it goes straight to the origin of the law of the sword. But this is too difficult. So it's better to do it step by step. For example, sword intent. Since you understand water and sword, why not continue to look deeper? If you can understand the law of water, perhaps there will be unexpected changes to your current water-based sword intent. That's all. If you talk too much, it becomes teaching. I can't teach you the old things of my time. Enlighten yourself. Understand the new things that belong to this new era. Chi Feng raised his head and closed his eyes, murmuring softly, how many years has it been? My era has long passed away. And the relatives and friends I know have probably passed away. What have I been waiting for so many years? Daju never came to see me. And neither did she. Very good. At least, it gives me some hope. Maybe it's not that she won't come, but that, like the Great Witch Shu, the age of ending Dharma is coming, and she won't be able to come. Very good. This ending is very good. Li Guanqi. Chi Feng looked at him, with a bright smile on his handsome face. Thank you for coming, and telling me that the age of ending Dharma has really arrived. I am very happy to see you before I die. Farewell, future friend I just met. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Feng turned into a white light, blended into the surrounding white light, and disappeared completely. Soon, the surrounding white light gradually dissipated and returned to a gloomy world of black mist. In addition, not far in front of Li Guanqi, a colorful whirlpool portal also appeared out of thin air. The slowly rotating seven-colored vortex seemed to lead to a portal moving in the wind from another world. Swordsman. Chi Feng. Li Guanqi looked into the depths of the black mist, his eyes twinkling. The 36 mysterious guards of the Yu dynasty. The blue flame bird flew out of his chest, stood on his shoulder and looked at him. Guanqi. I have a hunch that the paper Taoist and this sword Taoist are by no means the last of the Yu dynasty strangers. Maybe we will meet again more Yu Chao Xie Wei. Then let them come. Li Guanqi raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. If you are a friend,
You will be a guest from afar. If you are an enemy, you will be killed no matter how far away you are. Let's go. It's time for us to go home.
Li Guanqi took a step forward, and together with the blue flame bird, flew straight into the colorful vortex portal ahead. Boom! This time when they passed through the portal, there was a lot of movement. Even Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao felt the sharp pain of tearing their souls apart. Fortunately, the pain soon disappeared, and their souls returned directly from the black mist space to the room on the second floor of the villa. However, the colorful portal collapsed the moment it sent them back and turned into a burst of colorful fluorescence. Gradually dissipate. Return your soul to its place first. The blue flame birds transformed by Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao passed through the wall, returned to the soul-removing furnace in the living room, and each returned to their physical bodies. Soon, Han Mengyao blinked on the sofa. Li Guanqi, who was on the ground, slowly stood up. Their souls returned to their bodies, and the soul-protecting effect of the soul-living furnace also dissipated. Call. Li Guanqi picked up the lid of the soul-leaving furnace, reached out and took out the soul-mushing stone from the furnace, and extinguished the burning soul-mushing stone with a wisp of breeze. It's such a good thing. I don't know if Taoist Lin can give it to me. Li Guanqi touched the soul-leaving furnace fondly, and then put the furnace and the soul-mushing stone into the space necklace. You have to put it away first before returning it to others. Han Mengyao stood up from the sofa, stretched out, and showed off her better body curves. It still feels comfortable to have a physical body. The experience of only the soul is too thin. What's next? Li Guanqi stepped forward and hugged her. After kissing her a few times, he chuckled and said, "Are you going back to the outside world? So fast?" Han Mengyao was stunned. "But I haven't even taken you to take a good tour of the city. I just drove you around. There are many high technologies in the city that you haven't seen, such as research institutes, environmental protection research institutes, etc. Sky roller coaster, such as artificial seabed, such as, if there is a chance, we still have a chance to see it." Li Guanqi hugged Han Mengyao and said softly, "We still have a lot of time. But we can't do it now. There is still a post-apocalyptic wasteland outside, and countless people are struggling to survive under the claws of zombies and monsters. The people in the south are still under the oppression of the Tianshi army. I'm going to change all that. Mengyao, I care more about you than this world. So between the wasteland and you, I chose to come to you first. But I've found you now. So, I need to shoulder my responsibilities now, and do what I should do. The apocalyptic wasteland outside still needs me. In the words of Lin Daochong, human beings in this end of the world need an extraordinary king to be their spiritual support. The extraordinary king can no longer kiss and hug his wife." As he said that, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. He has to save the world. Han Mengyao was silent for a moment. "I finally understand." "What?" Li Guanqi was stunned. "In the past, when I was extraordinary for a few years," Han Mengyao said softly, "at that time, I was the world's #1 extraordinary person, often traveling around the world and performing rescue missions in various places. At that time, I defeated all kinds of cursed spirits and monsters. I really thought it was an honor. But my parents felt that I spent too little time with them. I didn't understand at the time. Saving the world and saving people. Shouldn't they be happy? Shouldn't you be proud of your daughter? But only now do I realize that of course this won't make me happy." Saying that, Han Mengyao gently hugged Li Guanqi's waist and whispered, "The person I love goes to save the world and gives his time to strangers in need. But he cannot accompany the person who loves him. Faced with this kind of who can be happy?" Li Guanqi was startled. "Rest assured." After a pause, he smiled and said, "I won't leave for too long. I will only do things that Taoist Lin can't do, such as killing Penglai King Gu Chao. As for what he can do, that's all. Leave it to him. Li Guanqi is only suitable to be an extraordinary king who fights and kills. As for the great savior who saves the world, manages people's livelihood, and rebuilds human civilization, there is a handsome guy named Lin Xianbai who is more suitable to be the one. Wait for me." Li Guanqi kissed Han Mengyao's forehead and said, "I'll be back soon." Han Mengyao frowned and looked at him, saying displeasedly, "I've been waiting for you for 100 years. And you still want me to wait? Are you still not a human being?" "It seems so." Li Guanqi thought about it, and found that this was indeed the case. So he smiled and said, "Then, let's go together." "Of course together." The corners of Han Mengyao's mouth raised, with an excited smile on her face. Although I haven't been able to reply to letters these years. Xiao Xiao has been throwing paper balls. I also heard her talk about the polite king in the south. It just so happens that I can go to Longhu Mountain for a walk. Let me show you how powerful I am now. Then let's go.
Li Guanqi also smiled.
Open the portal. Let's go back to the outside world and go to Longhu Mountain.
Chapter 328 Return to the Wasteland and go to Longhu Mountain.
Boom!
Red Blood Palace. The secret room of the side hall. The blood-red whirlpool portal suddenly trembled violently, emitting bursts of strange sounds, and the spatial fluctuations emanating from it made the entire secret room begin to shake.
What's the situation?
Lin Xianbai, who was meditating in the corner, opened his eyes and looked at this scene solemnly. Next to her, Qi Xiaoxiao, who was wearing a red dress, had a slightly changed expression.
Xiao Xiao.
Lin Xianbai stood up, walked to Qi Xiaoxiao, looked at the violently trembling bloody whirlpool portal, and said in a deep voice,
Has this happened before? No.
Qi Xiaoxiao frowned.
There has never been any movement in this portal. Even Sister Mengyao has never come out of this portal. When she returned to the wasteland before, she came from other places. That. Boom!
Just as Lin Xianbai opened his mouth, the bloody vortex portal made a loud noise again, and the light burst out. Suddenly, an even stronger seven-color light emerged from the bloody light. Gradually, two figures gradually appeared. One is tall and strong, the other tall.
Finally back.
Lin Xianbai smiled. The visitors were Li Guanqi, who had white hair and blue eyes and was dressed in black, and Han Mengyao, who was also wearing a black sportswear.
Sister Mengyao.
When Qi Xiaoxiao saw her, a bit of surprise appeared on his face at first, and then his eyes filled with tears, and he rushed towards her and hugged her tightly.
Long time no see. Xiao Xiao.
Han Mengyao also smiled, patted the woman in the red dress on the back, and said softly,
Actually, I have seen the paper balls you gave me over the years. I just can't reply. You can see, but you can't reply?
Qi Xiaoxiao let go of Han Mengyao slightly and looked at her curiously.
What does this mean? It's a long story.
Han Mengyao smiled and said,
Let's talk about it on the way. On the way?
Qi Xiaoxiao was a little surprised.
Longhu Mountain.
Li Guanqi took over the conversation, turned to look at Lin Xianbai, and said in a deep voice,
Taoist Master Lin, I have found Guanming Shelter, and the shelter is very powerful. Although people above the Yuan level cannot get out, psychic equipment can be transported out. Dreamwatch Sanctuary is equipped with highly developed psychic technology. Believe me, with the powerful power of those psychic guns, just a few months of training for a group of ordinary people, they can completely take over the Heavenly Master Army to guard the South. That's good.
Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile when he heard this.
So, our next stop is to fight back to the South?
Certainly. Li Guanqi took out the soul-leaving furnace and the soul-mushing stone from the space necklace, and gave them back to Lin Xianbai.
Together? Or should I go by myself? Of course we have to do it together.
Lin Xianbai took the soul-leaving furnace with an extremely serious expression.
Longhu Mountain is not mine. But I, Lin Xianbai, belong to Longhu Mountain. I must go to liberate Longhu Mountain. And Gu Chao's personal strength is not good for me. It may not be worth mentioning to you, but Li Guanqi, believe me, he holds the secret treasures of the Tianshi Mansion and many of the ancestral magic weapons, which may cause you a lot of headaches. With me here, I can at least explain to you how to solve them. I also need to go.
Qi Xiaoxiao held Han Mengyu's hand with firm eyes.
It doesn't matter.
Li Guanqi smiled brightly, and his azure eyes were filled with extremely strong confidence.
Let's go together. There will be no danger as long as I am here.
Confidence comes from strength? Hey, don't make any noise. Confidence, of course, comes from cheating. The biggest fear is the unknown. And Li Guanqi can make the next trip to Longhu Mountain known through a cheat-like simulator. Before returning to the wasteland through the portal, Li Guanqi performed the simulation again. You brought Lin Xianbai, Han Mengyao, and Qi Xiaoxiao to Longhu Mountain. After some twists and turns, you killed Gu Chao. Next, you and Lin Xianbai joined forces to govern the north and south of the wasteland. Of course, you are only responsible for the violent treatment of most of the zombies that swept through the urban wilderness. He is responsible for the follow-up processing. Finally, with the support of Guanming Shelter, Asia human civilization is gradually getting back on track. You were too lazy to care about other things. So you returned to Guanming Sanctuary and lived a life without shame or impatience with Han Mengyao and Xie Wang. On the 50th day, the fifth strange world arrives. Very stable simulation situation. Li Guanqi couldn't fault him at all except
living a life of shamelessness and impatience with Han Mengyao and Xie Wang.
Why does Mao still have an evil phoenix? Boom. Southern land. Under the gray sky. A giant red flying sword about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. Like a ship. Flew through the sky. Broke through the gray clouds. And rushed to the horizon at an astonishing speed. Exploding sonic booms. Shishio X8. This was driven by Qi Xiaoxiao from the Scarlet Blood Palace. It was a psychic flying device developed by the Scarlet Blood Palace in Transcendent 92.
This flying sword is so damn cool.
Li Guanqi, who was dressed in black, stood at the tip of the sword, looked down at the giant flying sword at his feet, and couldn't help but admire it from the bottom of his heart.
Really?
Lin Xianbai stood next to him with his hands behind his hands, and nodded slightly.
Although the speed is not as fast as my own, it is still okay. I guess we'll be able to reach Lunghu Mountain soon. If it can be smaller, can become as big as an ordinary long sword, then it will be my dream to fly with a sword. How can it be?
Qi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting behind the sword, smiled and said,
If you really want to make it so small, where can you put the psychic equipment? There is no space to install the psychic converter. How can it provide energy? There is no place to install the psychic storage pool. What? Continuous use?
She is responsible for controlling the flying sword. The control method of this flying sword is very impressive. At least in Li Guanqi's opinion. It is quite outrageous and impressive. Because Qi Xiaoxiao was controlling the flying sword with a wireless controller. It was not known who in the Scarlet Blood Palace came up with this product. Speaking of products, Li Guanqi turned around, walked from the tip of the sword to the back, came to Han Mengyu's side, and held her little hand.
Mengyao, do you still remember the strange blood potion I told you before? When we return to the shelter, the research and development of different blood potions should also be put on the agenda. Try it.
Han Mengyao blinked.
According to what you told me in bed, well, at the shelter 2 days ago, the seeds you brought back are all plants from the New Age era. Although you provided the conditions for the growing environment, you provided them too vaguely. I don't know if I can use a mimic shed to simulate the growing environment of those plants. I can only try my best with the researchers at the shelter. But,
as he spoke, Han Mengyao became a little excited.
If those plants can be mass-produced in our era, then the alien blood potion can be mass-produced, which can completely turn all humans into alien blood superhumans and realize human a great leap forward for civilization.
Li Guanqi is also looking forward to this. In the strange world of Daluo Dynasty, why didn't all the people have different blood? Part of the reason is, of course, the deliberate control of the major families. The purpose is to keep most civilians in the state of ordinary humans, so that the different blood families will always be in the elite and ruling class. But that's only part of the story. Other than that, it's still not possible. Daluo's alien blood infusion ritual cannot ignore the human body's conditions like the alien blood potion, and is 100% directly successful. Intermarriage and reproduction will not work either, because the descendants of humans with different blood have less and less chance of inheriting different blood as their bloodline weakens. For example, if a one-dimensional human with different blood gives birth to a son, he will almost 100% be a human with different blood. But if his son continues to reproduce the next generation with a substandard cultivation level, then there is a chance that his grandson will not inherit the different blood. When giving birth to a child, if it is lower than the 1 yuan level, the weaker the cultivation level, the lower the chance of the next generation inheriting different blood. Therefore, many different blood families in the Daluo dynasty declined from generation to generation, and eventually disappeared, completely losing their different blood inheritance. However, it's different with the different blood potion. What should I do if my offspring are not strong enough and cannot reach the one-dimensional level? The next generation cannot inherit the different blood and becomes an ordinary person. Drink more. As long as the strange blood potion can be mass-produced, an extraordinary era in which all people will be superhuman can be realized. Moreover, the surgical organs are actually the mutation products of the combination of alien blood and nuclear radiation. The stronger the alien blood, the more developed the magical organs produced by combining with nuclear radiation, and the better the spell talent. With a huge base of different blooded superhumans in the nation, there will be more and more people with excellent spell talents. As for the side effects of nuclear radiation, physical deformities, the Guaming Sanctuary naturally has corresponding mechanical prosthesis or genetic medicine to help with treatment. So this is not a problem. In the New Age, magicians and humans of different blood are two groups, even opposed to each other. The Daluo dynasty even had a tradition of discriminating against spellcasters. But this is not the New Age, and they are not Daluo people. We are now in extraordinary 100 years, the earliest stage of the so-called Old Era. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai will not let the discrimination of the New Era appear in their era. Spellcasters and alien-blooded humans should not be at odds. They are complementary. Oh! Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Isn't this a change? He and Lin Xianbai had seen the situation in the New Era. They had seen the opposition and discrimination between spellcasters and different blood humans during the New Era. So when they came back, they would want to change this situation. But this is just one of them. That future God wants them, 100 million extraordinary beings, to do more than just that.
A different blooded warrior, a spellcaster, a spell spirit, and a demon species.
At this time, Lin Xianbai, who was at the tip of the sword, suddenly said,
"What about the orcs?"
He turned his head and looked at Li Guanqi hesitantly.
"We have basically all the extraordinary creatures in the New Age that have appeared. But the problem is the group of subhuman races of orcs. I don't know what form they will appear in. Isn't it really the work of a bestiality master?"
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile.
"You should have heard this rumor. It is said that all orcs are the result of crossbreeding by former beast curse masters. That's a little scary."
Lin Xianbai shook his head and did not discuss this topic again. Li Guanqi also withdrew his gaze and looked at Han Mingyao beside him. He held her hand and looked at the curiosity on her face. He chuckled and said,
"Let me tell you about the New Age. Those orcs are really strange. There are centaurs, lion-headed men, Tauren and the like. Ah, that's right. Speaking of the New Era, I haven't given you this yet."
Li Guanqi rummaged through the space necklace and finally took out a large photo. This is a big group photo. It is a photo of Han Mingyao, the female principal of Yuqing Chaofan University, and the graduates of that class. It was obtained by Li Guanqi following the ancient scholar Yu Hao to the ancient ruins after the Gu Village Ecstasy mission last time.
This is...
Han Mingyao took the large photo and looked at herself in a red dress. Slightly stunned.
"These are graduates from the extraordinary class of 18 years. My last year as the principal of Yuqing."
She looked at Li Guanqi with a smile.
"Where are you from?" "It was also obtained from a strange world, similar to the origin of your diary and championship trophy."
Li Guanqi smiled, then pointed to her in the photo.
"By the way, why don't you wear a red dress? You look beautiful in the red dress above." "I don't wear red dresses anymore."
Han Mingyao smiled softly.
"After merging with Evil Phoenix, I made an agreement with her that I would no longer wear red skirts. And when it controls the body, it can only wear red skirts. In this way, the people in the shelter will know the situation and understand that I am not easy to mess with when I wear a red dress."
Because my phoenix body was not that complete before. Even if the evil phoenix controlled my body at that time, my hair and eyes would not turn into red with gold like they do now. So I can only tell them apart by their clothes. Because of this, over the years, when people in the shelter see me wearing a red dress, they will kneel down and shout Evil Phoenix Queen. There is no way. Evil Phoenix has this 3 views. Paying special attention to respect and inferiority. Concept. I see.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
So, in addition to hair color and eye color, if I see you wearing a red skirt in the future, it also means that the evil phoenix was controlling your body at that time? Oui.
Han Mingyao's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and a charming smile appeared on her face. She leaned close to Li Guanqi's ear, exhaled like blue, and the warm and moist breath enveloped the earlobe.
"Don't worry. I will also wear red-edged black stockings when I'm in bed from now on. So you know it's me. I'll also wear sailor suits and the like. This girl won't wear them, so I'll wear them. How about that?" "Very good. Do you agree? Evil Phoenix. You damn."
Li Guanqi was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back and almost fell off the giant flying sword.
"Heh. Male."
The red-eyed Han Mingyao sneered.
"If you don't admit it, don't get too excited when you see me wearing red-edged black stockings. The attack speed will speed up."
Li Guanqi turned to look at Qi Xiaoxiao and Lin Xianbai next to him. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, he suddenly felt hopeless. Grandma's also increased his attack speed. Where did Evil Phoenix TMD learn these words from?
Forehead.
At this time, Han Mingyao's eyes returned to black, and she also glanced at Qi Xiaoxiao and Lin Xianbai, with a slightly shy look on her face.
Feel sorry.
However, unlike Qi Xiaoxiao's complicated mood, Lin Xianbai came over with a hint of remorse.
About the remnant soul of the Evil Phoenix.
I'm sorry. She had mentioned the relationship between Han Mingyao and Evil Phoenix to Qi Xiaoxiao very early on. In the past 2 days, Lin Xianbai basically learned everything from Qi Xiaoxiao. In the final analysis, the reason why Han Mingyao was haunted by the Evil Phoenix's remnant soul was because of the phoenix heart he gave her.
What are you sorry for?
Li Guanqi smiled and patted Lin Xianbai on the shoulder.
It's Mingyao, and I who should thank you. I don't even know how to express it in words for the help you gave us through Tianji. If you don't say thank you for your kindness. Otherwise we will follow the new rules.
According to Ji's rules, I will kneel down and thank you.
Lin Xianbai immediately shook his head and laughed.
Thank you, Taoist Lin.
After the joke, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and said seriously,
You sacrificed your life to obtain the secret. You are a great person who should be respected by everyone. Mingyao, and I will never forget your help. This is a huge help. I'm just doing what I feel is right.
Lin Xianbai smiled slightly. Li Guanqi was stunned. This is what he said to Lin Xianbai when the Lugui village incident happened.
It's not over yet. Even after killing Gu Chao later. It's not over yet. We still have a lot of things to do.
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and smiled.
So there is no need to say thank you. We are on the same front. I am responsible for obtaining the secret, and you are the one who is really responsible for the action. Maybe my secret tip is indeed important. But without your power, this is just talk on paper. Nothing more. Right.
Li Guanqi smiled and stretched out his right fist. Lin Xianbai understood immediately, raised his right hand, and bumped fists with him. But at the same time, he also used the spell to transmit sounds into the secret, and asked in Li Guanqi's mind,
What do you say about the remnant soul of the Evil Phoenix? Do you have a way to obliterate it? Don't listen to what Miss Han said, and it has a good relationship with it. Miss Han said this about Qi Xiaoxiao. But I personally think that people who are not of my race have a good relationship with it. It must be different. If you can kill it, you must kill it.
Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. And then he sent a secret message and replied,
I will find a way to deal with it.
Seeing this, Lin Xianbai was obviously hesitant to speak. But in the end, he said nothing and just nodded lightly. Then he took a few steps back, stood at the tip of the giant flying sword again, and experienced the sword flying in the breeze. When the Qi X8 is flying, it will release a layer of transparent psychic shield to resist the strong wind generated by high-speed flight, allowing only a little breeze to flow in. Lin Xianbai in.
Flying with the sword.
Qi Xiaoxiao is controlling the flying sword. Li Guanqi and Han Mingyao were sitting on the edge of the end of the sword, with their legs in the air and placed outside, leaning against each other, chatting in low voices, and laughing from time to time.
Boom!
2 minutes later, the red giant flying sword suddenly changed direction and shot straight down.
Li
Guanqi, who was hugging Han Mingyao, turned around and looked at Qi Xiaoxiao and Lin Xianbai in surprise.
What's going on? Longhu Mountain is here. There are no mountains near here. Look below.
Lin Xianbai looked at the earth in the distance with a solemn expression. Li Guanqi immediately lowered his head. In a black bamboo forest in the mountains, a group of 10 celestial masters with black armor beside them were chasing 2 girls, who were flying fast in the wind. The point is, those 2 girls are both conjurers in the Yin realm of Liangyi. Extraordinary 1. The wasteland at this stage is dominated by humans of different blood. 99% of deformed children will die at birth. A spellcaster who can cultivate to the Yin realm is definitely a transcendent. That group of heavenly masters is hunting down the extraordinary beings who have returned to reality. Chapter 329. How terrifying is the careless extraordinary king? Call out. In the black bamboo forest, 2 strong winds passed by quickly, and the black bamboo leaves of the strange black bamboos around them shook violently and made a rustling sound. And in the strong wind, there are a pair of twin girls, with exactly the same appearance and face. Even his expression at this time was the same fear and panic, because behind the 2 of them, there was a whole group of celestial masters wearing heavy black armor chasing madly. A team of 10, all second-level metahumans with different blood, with the superhuman physical strength of the alien blood. He could run wildly for several hours without stopping. But for those 2 girls who were magicians, the spiritual power in their bodies cannot sustain the wind control for such a long time. If they can't think of a way to escape, it will only be a matter of time before they are overtaken by this notorious group of heavenly masters. Just a problem. Under normal circumstances, spellcasters have an advantage when facing different blooded humans of the same level. 2 spellcasters working together are enough to compete with 10 second-level strange-blooded humans. At least it's not that hard to get away completely. But the problem is that these 10 people are not ordinary second-level alien-blooded humans. They are the Celestial Master Army. They cooperate with each other tacitly. And they also master the military formation method. They can form a formation and condense a 3rd-level warrior shadow. With the insight of the 3rd-level warrior, spells such as the shadow following technique are almost invisible. Is completely ineffective.
Sister, we will fight them.
Amidst the swiftly passing wind, the twin sister looked at the other girl, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Sooner or later, if you keep running, you will run out of spiritual power. So it is better to hold on and give it a try."
I count 321. I will use the Mire technique to immobilize them. And you will use the fire-blowing dragon technique. And we will work together.
The elder sister said directly with a determined expression.
Good.
My sister nodded heavily. My sister started counting.
3, 2, 1. Boom!
As soon as my sister finished speaking, there was a sudden loud noise behind her. Smoke filled the sky, and the fierce and violent airflow directly bent all the black bamboos within 100 meters of radius.
Sister! Sister?
The younger sister looked at the other girl in shock. But her sister was also confused. The twins slowly turned around. I saw that the group of heavenly masters had long since disappeared, and all that was left was a big pit, with smoke and dust flying in all directions, and a tall and strong white-haired figure looming in the smoke. He turned back slightly. It was a pair of blue eyes, ancient and unrippled.
White hair! Blue eyes?
My sister's eyes widened. She covered her mouth and exclaimed,
"Overtake!"
My sister also looked in disbelief.
White hair and blue eyes! The extraordinary king?
Li Guanqi did not communicate with him, because he doesn't know the specific situation of the matter yet. And he doesn't know who is good and who is bad.
Hello!
Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze, and looked at the 10 Tianshi soldiers lying on the ground at the bottom of the pit, their bodies trembling from severe pain. He said coldly,
"Why are you chasing those 2 girls? Did they commit a crime?"
However, all he received in response was a cry of mourning.
Well?
Li Guanqi sighed helplessly, and with a wave of his hand, he released the illusion to hypnotize one of the celestial masters.
Answer me. Why are you chasing them? They are the extraordinary beings who have returned to reality. According to the decree of King Horai, we are destroying all the extraordinary beings in the south.
Tianshijin said blankly. Li Guanqi's blue eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent. At this moment, a gust of breeze suddenly blew beside him, turning from virtual to real. And in the blink of an eye, it condensed into Lin Xianbai's figure. Follow the wind. A spell similar to Shadow Follow. Taoist priest Lin likes this extremely elegant form of incantation.
Give me a reason not to kill you.
Lin Xianbai looked down at the 10 heavenly master troops on the ground.
Yes. Yes.
A heavenly master soldier endured severe pain, raised himself up from the ground, and knelt in front of Lin Xianbai.
We just robbed the treasury of the lord of the Leihua tribe. We robbed a lot of women and gold. And they are still lying nearby. In the cave. Lord Leihua's little daughter is very beautiful. We haven't broken the melon yet. Spare my life, and I can bring it to you. Boom!
Lin Xianbai's face was expressionless, and with a wave of his hand, the man's head and heart exploded.
Bang!
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 Boom! Then, there was another sound of shattering, and all 10 heavenly masters were killed by Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi stood aside and shook his head. Lin Xianbai wanted these people to give them a reason to live. But it was better for this idiot to just give him a reason to die. Impressed?
Xiao Xiao.
Lin Xianbai raised his head and shouted loudly towards the giant red sword floating in the sky.
Did you hear that? Taoist Master Lin. You might as well stay alive to ask for directions. Forget it. I'll look for that cave.
A red chirping sound came from the giant red flying sword. And then the flying sword shot out, circling back and forth nearby, searching for the cave where the woman was imprisoned.
The heavenly master army is rotten to the core.
On the ground. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai, slightly hesitant.
What should we do? Kill them all by then? Okay. I know.
Lin Xianbai looked ugly and slowly walked away from the corpses on the ground.
I will deal with it. But I won't kill them all. There are many people in the Tianshi army who deserve to die. But I don't believe that everyone deserves to die. There will always be good people. Yes, I will be responsible for finding it. Just help kill Gu Chao. Listen to you.
Li Guanqi nodded.
Principal Lin. The extraordinary king. Thank you. Thank you.
At this time, the twin girls also came over and thanked Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai. Obviously, the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes is famous far and wide. But Lin Xianbai doesn't need any obvious features of
white hair and blue eyes
at all. This handsome face is already famous enough. As if thanking them wasn't enough, the two sisters bowed and bowed to them again. It was a kind of Thanksgiving etiquette in southern Xinjiang. The gesture was slightly different from bowing. Their two little fingers were crossed together and hidden behind them.
Not exposed. Li Guanqi recognized this etiquette.
Are you extraordinary?
Lin Xianbai didn't know why, but suddenly asked nonsense.
Yes.
One of the girls nodded.
Twin.
Lin Xianbai smiled and asked.
They look alike, but I can't tell them apart. How do I call them sisters? My name is Gu Bei, and I am my sister. My name is Gu Nan, and I am my younger sister.
After the two girls introduced themselves, Li Guanqi next to them felt a little unable to help laughing. They had just come from the north to the south, and they met a pair of twins with north and south in their names. What a coincidence.
So, Gu Bei and Gu Nan. Why would that team of heavenly masters pursue the extraordinary people?
After asking for his name, Lin Xianbai got to the point directly.
It's a killing order.
Gu Bei gritted his teeth.
Gu Chao, king of Penglai, issued a killing order to us and asked the heavenly master army to hunt down us extraordinary people who have returned to reality throughout the south. Once discovered, we will die. There is no reason at all. And those who dared to cover up the southern tribes or sanctuaries of extraordinary people gathered together and executed everyone.
Lin Xianbai's hands suddenly clenched into fists. His eyes cold.
Taoist Lin.
Li Guanqi patted his shoulder and said softly.
Let's go and kill Gu Chao. Where are you going next?
Lin Xianbai looked at the two sisters Gu Nan and Gu Bei.
We have somewhere to go.
Sister Gu Bei said seriously.
There is a cave not far from here, where we extraordinary people gather. My sister and I just went out to check for information today. But we were unlucky and met that high-level celestial master army, in short. Principal Lin. Don't worry about us. Please kill King Pelai quickly. Only with his death can we, the extraordinary ones, be protected? I will.
Lin Xianbai nodded heavily.
Boom!
A flash of red light swept across the sky with great force. It's Qi Xiaoxiao's giant flying sword.
Already saved.
Qi Xiaoxiao and Han Mengyao stood at the tip of the sword and said to Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai below.
Where are the people?
Li Guanqi glanced at the empty sword blade curiously.
Has it been sent back to that Leihua tribe?
Han Mengyao nodded expressionlessly. She and Qi Xiaoxiao looked obviously in a very bad mood. This is also normal. Why did the heavenly masters kidnap women? What could be the situation of the woman who was kidnapped by the heavenly masters' army in that cave? No need to think about it. Li Guanqi sighed silently.
Let's go!
Lin Xianbai's mood was extremely bad, and there was an air of hostility all over his body. Boom! After Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai soared into the air and returned to the red flying sword, Qi Xiaoxiao controlled the flying sword and soared straight into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the twin sisters Gu Bei and Gu Nan in the blink of an eye. Li Guanqi and others are actually not far from Longhu Mountain, but they were not able to fly directly to Longhu Mountain, because a few minutes after leaving the Black Bamboo Forest, they encountered another unexpected situation midway. It was a Tianshi army garrison located on a hillside. Of course, the headquarters of the Tianshi army is in Longhu Mountain, but the southern land is vast, and the Tianshi army has also placed countless small stations, just like Gu Chao's eyes, rooted in countless corners. These stations range from large to small. The small one is just a watchtower. The big one is like the station on the hillside, like a small shelter, with enough to be garrisoned by thousands of Tianshi troops. But at this time, the Tianshi army garrison had been completely reduced to a charred ruin. Various buildings were obviously burned to ashes by the raging fire, and the thousands of Tianshi troops stationed inside were all turned into burnt corpses. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, and those that were not burned were already putrid and rotten. The rotting smell of the corpse, the remaining pungent smell of blood, and the unpleasant smell of gunpowder smoke all mixed together to form an unspeakable stench that spread to 100 miles in radius when blown by the wind.
It must have been 2 days ago.
Over the ruins of the station, Li Guanqi crossed his chest with his hands, stood on the tip of the giant flying sword, looked down at the charred ruins below, and judged this conclusion from various traces.
No one survived. They were all dead.
Lin Xianbai next to him said softly.
Who is it?
Li Guanqi looked thoughtful.
According to the information I got from the Minghua tribe at that time, the rules of the Tianshi army are that this kind of large military garrison, like a shelter, will inevitably have thousands of Tianshi troops stationed there. It's here. Of course, most of the Celestial Masters are inferior superhumans of different blood. I don't count other first-level people either. In such a large station, there will inevitably be a team of 10 high-level Celestial Masters. Just like the Celestial Master Army we just encountered. They are all second-level superhumans. With the cooperation of skilled military formations, they can condense to the shadow of a third-level warrior. In addition, there must be a third-level Celestial Master General as commander. 2 third-level. Which extraordinary person can fight 2 third-level combat powers by himself?
Li Guanqi said, becoming more and more curious. The spiritual aura here is so strong that even though the battle ended for more than 2 days, the residual aura is still strong. For Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai, the aura of spiritual power in this area was like
coming at them,
and it was full of traces of the spell master's battle. Moreover, the aura is the same and not mixed, which means that only one person took action. In today's wasteland, can magicians only be extraordinary people who return to reality? Basically, yes. But not necessarily. This is because the possibility of Penglai King Gu Chao secretly training a spellcaster cannot be ruled out. But the question is, how could the conjurers under Gu Chao attack their own army garrison? Therefore, those who attack this large heavenly master army station can only be extraordinary people. But it's strange, because he was able to defeat 2 third-level magicians. At what level? A 2-level magician who can leapfrog and kill enemies? Or maybe a 3-level magician? But now, among the 100 million extraordinary beings, there are only 5 whose comprehensive level exceeds LV30. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV59. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV37. 3. Fist and Ask the Sky. Third in the world. Level, LV33. For Christopher, LV31. 5. Tian, LV30. 6. Arthur King, LV29. Starting from 6th place, they are all below level 30. Of course, those with LV30 are not necessarily 3-level talents. But those with 3-level talents must have LV30. So,
is it the 5th rank Tian? After all, it is a Chinese character name. Although it is not absolute, there is a high probability that he is one of ours.
Lin Xianbai suddenly spoke up.
Should.
Li Guanqi also nodded.
What do you say?
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai.
The residual spiritual power here is still very clear. Want to catch up and have a chat? Apart from you, I have never met anyone in the top 10 of the rankings. Are these people remotely attractive to you?
Lin Xianbai looked at him in surprise.
I don't think a LV59 extraordinary king would be interested in a group of people hovering around LV30.
Li Guanqi thought about it, and found that this was indeed the case. The gap between him and ordinary extraordinary people is too big, and it will get bigger and bigger. In addition to his always rich harvest in the weird world, the most important thing is that he can experience the simulated world. It is equivalent to entering the dungeon once for others, but he can enter it twice.
But I still want to see it.
Li Guanqi smiled at Lin Xianbai.
It's good to see something new. And judging from the remnants of spiritual power here, after killing all the people here 2 days ago, the man went south, and Longhu Mountain is still there. Further south. It's just along the way. It's up to you. You may not be able to find it yet.
Lin Xianbai turned his head and said to Qi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sword behind him.
Xiao, activate the flying sword. Let's continue on our way. Or fly south.
Boom.
Boom.
Qi Xiaoxiao nodded and clicked on the handle controller. The built-in psychic engine of the giant flying sword roared and led the 4 of them to continue flying south. The red giant flying sword flew past and penetrated the sky at an astonishing speed. About half an hour later, what appeared in front of Li Guanqi and others was a scene exactly the same as that of the Tianshi army garrison. Burnt ruins. The wooden walls of the walled city were bulldozed. The houses in the walled city were burned and collapsed, and corpses were strewn everywhere. There were burned corpses, and rotting, and stinking corpses everywhere. However, unlike the Tianshi army station, there are still living people here. A living person. Densely packed. At least tens of thousands of human corpses were piled together like a hill. And at the top of the mountain of putrid corpses sat a middle-aged man in white clothes stained with blood. His expression was numb, and his white short sleeves and face were stained with dried blood. He sat on the pile of corpses, and looked at the red giant sword hovering in the sky without any reaction. Third level conjurer.
Damn! You? Watch chess. Wait.
Li Guanqi looked at the tens of thousands of innocent humans who had been killed. He wanted to kill this guy without saying a word. But Lin Xianbai reached out to stop him.
Are you Tian?
Lin Xianbai stepped on the breeze and walked step by step to the ruins of the tribe. He stood in front of the middle-aged man and asked in a deep voice.
I recognize you.
The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at him with a smile.
The president of Chaofan University, Lin Xianbai. And
this middle-aged man who first massacred the Tianshi army camp 2 days ago and then massacred an entire human tribe, killing tens of thousands of innocent humans, turned his head slightly and looked at Li Guanqi on the red giant sword.
White hair and blue eyes. Then this one must be the extraordinary king of LV-59. Hee hee. I'm really lucky. My name is Tian Ming.
He looked at Lin Xianbai again, smiled and said,
You can call me a murderer and then send me to die. Why do you do this?
Lin Xianbai frowned.
Is there a reason? No.
Tian Ming was still smiling, but his eyes were always numb and empty.
I just passed by here 2 days ago, and then I massacred it. Just like I passed by the nearby Tianshi army garrison. It just happened. But why?
The middle-aged man stood up from the pile of corpses and looked at the gray and oppressive sky with a numb expression.
This is the world 100 years from now. My parents, my wife, and my newborn daughter are all gone. Then what am I still doing? I don't know. I want to find the meaning of my continued life, but I can't find it. So, I went to massacre the notorious Heavenly Master Army. But I have no sense of accomplishment in eliminating harm to the people. Therefore, I slaughtered this human tribe and killed more than 18,000 innocent humans in total. But I don't feel any guilt at all. Not interesting. My family is gone. What am I still doing? I've been sitting here for 2 days and still can't find a reason.
Tian Ming looked at Lin Xianbai and opened his hands expressionlessly. Chapter 330. Luck comes to the fore to fight against the gods of Tianshi Mansion.
Kill me, Principal Lin. I am a murderer, and I don't want to live anymore. Boom!
As soon as Tian Ming finished speaking, he was knocked 300 meters away by a strong wind. And then the terrifying gravity squeezed him, instantly crushing him into a pool of blood mist. Number 5 on the extraordinary ranking list. Tian died. Lin Xianbai turned his head in silence and looked at Li Guanqi on the giant red sword. The one who took action was the man with white hair and blue eyes.
What the H.L. is this called?
I saw Li Guanqi looking at Han Mengyao in confusion.
Who is not like him? Who has not lost his parents? Why would he kill innocent people for no reason? He also killed more than 10,000 people? Isn't this crazy?
Han Mengyao comforted him softly, but her voice was so low that Lin Xianbai, who was in the ruins of the tribe, could not hear him clearly. Fortunately, Lin Xianbai looked at this scene. His face turned slightly pale. His back was soaked with cold sweat. And there were only these 2 words in his heart. Fortunately, 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 Li Guanqi is not without worries. Lin Xianbai had imagined the situation a long time ago. What would happen if the most powerful extraordinary king lost all his relatives and had no worries? At level 30, Tian Ming lost his family and hope in life, and casually slaughtered a human tribe. What about the extraordinary king of LV-59 who has lost hope in life? If he wanted to, he could even directly massacre the entire wasteland world. The consequences are too terrible. Fortunately, Lin Xianbai had already imagined this situation and made a lot of efforts for it. Therefore, in those years, in addition to using the highest level of security forces to protect Li Guanqi's parents, he also had no less than a dozen overt and covert ideological educations with Han Mengyao, all of which were about,
if you have love, pursue it.
It turns out that this is very wise and correct. Han Mengyao finally deceived Li Guanqi. If there was no Han Mengyao, if Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao did not have this romantic relationship, then Li Guanqi would be completely alone in today's wasteland era. If he goes a little further and his personality becomes as extreme as Tian Ming's, well, the end of human civilization may have just begun. In today's wasteland era, there is no way to stop the extraordinary king of LV-59. Call. Thinking of this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. I'm so damn wise.
Boom!
Lin Xianbai made seals with one hand and cast a super large earth-turning spell, burying the entire tribe's ruins underground. This was considered as a way to collect and bury the bodies of these innocent humans who had been dead for 2 days.
Let's go! Continue to move towards Longhu Mountain. Luck is surging.
Longhu Mountain. Tianshi Palace. In the empty hall, the candlelight flickered, emitting a swaying and dim firelight. Under the statue of the founder of the Sanqing dynasty, a white-haired old man wearing Taoist robes sat cross-legged and made a low and hoarse voice.
That man is back after all.
Gu Chao opened his eyes, his cloudy eyes showing a bit of exhaustion.
Jingyang.
Gu Chao suddenly raised his voice a little.
Master, my disciple is here.
A young man's voice came from outside the closed palace door.
Come in. Yes.
The vermilion door was pushed open, and in the dim sky, a handsome young man wearing black and white robes walked in, stood behind Gu Chao, and bowed respectfully.
How old are you this year?
Gu Chao's voice was hoarse.
Reply to master.
The young Taoist priest named Jingyang lowered his head and said,
It has been 21 years since the day I was carried back to Longhu Mountain by you. March 05. By the way, master?
He raised his head cautiously, glanced at Gu Chao's back, and said hesitantly,
Master, you asked your disciple to go to the back mountain prison for confinement 2 days ago. But after the disciple came out today, how come not even a member of the Tianshi army? Can't see it? Everyone is out on mission. 21 years old.
However, Gu Chao did not answer. He just whispered to himself,
21 years old. 21 years old.
After a while, he raised his voice slightly.
Do you know why we are called the Heavenly Master Army? However, the only people in this mountain who can wear orthodox Taoist robes are you and me. My disciple is stupid.
Jingyang looked at the back of the old man's Taoist robe and said hesitantly,
Because I am your disciple? No.
Gu Chao shook his head gently. As soon as he finished speaking, a breeze blew up around him, tearing the luxurious Taoist robe on his body into pieces. Then rags of cloth were scattered on the floor. Gu Chao, who was only wearing a white singlet, showed his thinness and gauntness.
In fact, I no longer deserve to wear Taoist robes. Gu Chao sighed softly.
Jingyang looked at this scene blankly.
I have long forgotten the teachings of the founder of the Sanqing dynasty.
Gu Chao raised his head, looked at the statue of Sanqing in front of him, and said hoarsely,
But you should still remember it. You must still remember it. And keep it in your heart. Otherwise, in this filthy quagmire of the Tianshi army, you would not be the same to this day. It can get rid of mud without getting stained. The Heavenly Master's army is rotten to the core, and there is no cure. But you, Jingyang, Gu Jingyang, you can still be saved. No, you don't need to be saved. Because you and them have never been the same. As a Taoist priest, you are the only one who is qualified to call yourself a Taoist priest in this mountain. Children, go down the mountain. Going down the mountain?
Gu Jingyang looked at Gu Chao's back. His expression became more and more surprised, and he was puzzled.
Master, what happened to you today? I don't understand. Did I do something wrong?
Gu Chao didn't respond.
Yes, Master.
However, due to years of habit, Gu Jingyang never refuted the old man's wishes. So at this moment he just asked,
Master, what is the disciple's mission down the mountain? Be a good Taoist priest.
Gu Chao's voice was hoarse and low. After that, with a wave of his right hand, a strong wind emerged out of thin air, picked up Gu Jingyang, and threw him out of the palace. He flew thousands of meters, and drew an arc under the gray sky, heading towards the distant forest flew away. However, in midair, Gu Jingyang was carried by the strong wind, but his eyes widened, because he passed by a huge red flying sword at this time. There were 4 people standing on top of the giant flying sword. 2 men and 2 women. One of them had white hair and blue eyes, and was unusually tall and strong. Gu Jingyang's inverted flight path was completely impartial. Passing this white-haired man, both of them turned their heads and looked at each other. Gu Jingyang saw a bit of confusion in the blue eyes of this white-haired man. Brush. The strong wind blew by, throwing Gu Jingyang far away. Li Guanqi and others on the giant flying sword did nothing.
What is Gu Chao doing?
Li Guanqi glanced at Lin Xianbai and said in confusion,
Forget it if you don't run away. Why did he throw that man out? And why did you tell me not to stop him just now? It's impossible for Gu Chao to run away.
Lin Xianbai shook his head and said calmly,
Longhu Mountain is his home ground. Here, he still has a glimmer of hope by taking advantage of the ancestors' treasure and formation. If you leave, you will definitely die. He and I are both Taoist priests from Tianshi Mansion. I know this, and so does he. Otherwise, I would not agree with Qi Xiaoxiao driving such a conspicuous Qishao X8. The reason is that it is impossible for Gu Chao to run out of Longhu Mountain. We don't have to worry about alerting others, because the snake was always in a state of fright. Believe me, he is alert to my return every moment. As for whether we can make a sneak attack, oh, it's impossible. With the treasures of Tianshi Mansion, we can't do it. Even if you are watching chess, you can't do it. I am really becoming more and more interested in the treasure of your Tianshi Mansion.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly, then looked at Lin Xianbai and asked,
So where is that kid? Why didn't you let me catch him just now? Judging from the path of flying, that kid was obviously thrown by Gu Chao. Then why did Gu Chao throw him here?
Lin Xianbai asked rhetorically.
I think this question requires me to capture that kid and ask it. But you won't let me,
Li Guanqi said.
Because it's not needed.
Lin Xianbai turned his head and looked at Longhu Mountain in front of him, looking at the palace standing on the top of the mountain.
Gu Chao obviously threw him here on purpose. To show me that he looked familiar. He wanted me to leave him alive. So you agreed?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Gu Chao will give me an answer,
Lin Xianbai said lightly. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless and glanced helplessly at Han Mingyao beside him, who covered his mouth and chuckled. This Lin Xianbai. As soon as he got close to Longhu Mountain, he turned into Taoist Lin. He spoke in a foggy manner and became mysterious to him. But forget it. Anyway, the messy things like Longhu Mountain, Pum Lai, and Tianshi Mansion belong to Lin Xianbai in the final analysis. He shouldn't care too much, and he doesn't bother to care about them. Suddenly, Li Guanqi blinked.
What's going on?
In just that moment, inside his body, or outside his body, I don't know how to describe it, but I just have a very strange feeling, as if some warm air is rushing towards me and entering my body.
Is it Gu Chao who is up to something?
Li Guanqi's expression changed drastically.
It's luck.
Han Mingyao's eyes suddenly turned red. She stood on tiptoes and approached Li Guanqi. She shrugged her nose and sniffed around him, and then said with certainty,
The luck is coming towards you, and the luck on the girl's body is moving rapidly. The loss is all on you. Forehead.
Li Guanqi looked at her twitching little nose and was slightly startled.
I thought yours was a chi watching technique, but I didn't expect it was a smell chi technique. Cough.
He straightened his expression, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the warmth feeling around him. Is this good luck? He didn't feel it before, but now he can feel it directly. It seems that his guess is indeed correct. This round of competition for luck is no longer about killing the cursed spirit, but about breaking the taboo place. And he destroyed the half-space of the Black Mist world, was the first to destroy the Forbidden Land, completed the 5th round of luck competition conditions, and got 5th, or the combined luck of the 5 rounds, including Han Mingyao, most of the luck in the body. And this luck distribution looks quite smart. Why is there no forbidden place? Remove the ghost fruit from the soul tree. The soul tree collapses, and the Forbidden Land is destroyed. However, it was the evil phoenix who personally picked the fruit, and it was the soul of Han Mingyao. From this point of view, it was Han Mingyao who destroyed the forbidden place. But in the end, luck came to Li Guanqi. This shows that there is no opportunism in the fight for luck, and there is no such thing as anyone helping whom. If it weren't for Li Guanqi, Han Mingyao wouldn't have been able to pick off the ghost fruit. So, at the end of the day, Han Mingyao was able to pick off the ghost fruit, destroy the soul tree, and destroy the forbidden place because of Li Guanqi. Therefore, this round of luck will still be given to Li Guanqi. When competing for luck, there is no help. It is completely give according to work. However, there is another point worth noting here. That was Lin Xianbai. Lin Xianbai was also very helpful in this matter. Why wasn't luck given to him? Because he possesses the
Tianyan Divine Strategy,
which is a spiritual root type technique and is something from the previous era. According to what Xiaowang said before, if you practice things from the last spiritual root era, you will not be able to become the son of destiny in this different blood era, and you will not be able to obtain the luck of this era. Lin Xianbai cannot become the son of destiny. Therefore,
Luck can only belong to Li Guanqi. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the process of luck adding to his body. The giant flying sword under his feet had stopped long ago, hovering over Lunghu Mountain, motionless, neither landing nor leaving. As for Lunghu Mountain, at this time, Lunghu Mountain was extremely silent, with no sound at all, as if all the heavenly masters in the mountain had disappeared. Gu Chao. Lin Xianbai looked at the silent Lunghu Mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. You are so cruel. I don't feel the benefits of being the strongest son of destiny. The shackles of the divine veins in my right arm are still there. Not long after, Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. There was a bit of surprise in his blue eyes. He looked at Han Mengyao beside him in confusion. Why am I different from you? The shackles of the realm are still there. The divine veins in my right arm are still there. It can't be opened directly. Han Mengyao blinked her eyes, looking slightly confused, because she didn't know why she could do it. It was Li Guanqi's turn. And Li Guanqi, who had won the 5th round of luck, couldn't do it. Maybe we have to wait? Long time no see. Mr. Li. At this time, on the top of Lunghu Mountain, in the magnificent palace, a skinny old man wearing white single clothes slowly walked out. For elephant-level conjurer, Gu Chao. Buzz? Li Guanqi was too lazy to talk nonsense with the old man. Without saying a word, he launched a soul attack. The 4th level peak soul power condensed into a god-killing sword and instantly pierced into Gu Chao's sea of consciousness. However, deep in Gu Chao's sea of consciousness, his soul body did not have any soul defense skills. But there was a physical jade pendant surrounding him. When Li Guanqi's god-killing sword struck, the jade pendant turned into a shield of golden light, firmly protecting Gu Chao's soul. Shang! 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 The god-slaying sword stabbed several times repeatedly, but it failed to cause any damage to the golden light shield. Not even a ripple. Instead, its own soul power was worn away by the constant repercussions during the several attacks. Li Guanqi's 4th level soul that broke through the realm has also been promoted to the peak of the 4th level. He thought that the soul power of this level could be condensed into a god-killing sword, which was enough to kill everyone. But he never thought that this first time he took action, he suffered such a big blow. It's completely useless. Interesting. Li Guanqi no longer struggled with the soul attack, and withdrew the soul power of the god-killing sword. He stood on the tip of the giant flying sword, looked down at Gu Chao who was standing on the palace square, and chuckled. My soul attack is enough to break through the defense of a 5th level soul cannot break through your jade pendant. Heh! The treasure of Tianshi Mansion is awesome. While smiling, he sent a secret message to Lin Xianbai beside him. TMD. A jade pendant that can block 5th level soul attacks. Are you willing to put this kind of treasure in Lunghu Mountain? I put it in my pocket a long time ago. Lin Xianbai glanced at him in surprise, and also transmitted the message into the secret passage. Didn't I tell you before? Due to the ancestral precepts of the Tianshi Mansion, I can't. Oh, I didn't make it clear. You wouldn't think that the ancestral precepts of the Tianshi Mansion is Zhang Tianshi. A few last words. Right. No, not at all. This thing is a real seal. The full name of this seal is Heavenly Master's Ancestral Instructions. Similar to the magic spells in the strange world. The spell seals. When Zhang Tianshi cast this curse seal, he stipulated that all the sacred objects he left behind could only be used within the scope of Lunghu Mountain. Once it is taken out of Lunghu Mountain, the divine object will automatically fly back. If it is forcibly controlled and prevented from returning, it will self-destruct. So I can't take it away at all. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. Also, the jade pendant you mentioned should be the conferred god jade. Lin Xianbai added. That jade pendant will seal your soul, making it impossible to use your soul power. But at the same time, that seal is also two-way. In addition to sealing one's own soul, it can also protect one's own soul. The record in the Sutra Pavilion is that it can block the attack of the most powerful soul. I didn't know how powerful this soul can be blocked before. But judging from what you say now, it can at least block the attack of a 5th level soul. Well, I can only leave the treasures at home. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. But this time, he didn't even bother to use the spell to transmit the sound into the secret. Is it you? At this time, Han Mengyao suddenly walked out with a slight hesitation and looked at Gu Chao below. Extraordinary Year 9. Vatican Cathedral. That Punlai Night Watchman. Are you? Miss Han. A smile appeared on Gu Chao's wrinkled old face. I'm glad you can still remember me. I'm really honored. I never thought that I could be remembered by the Phoenix Queen.
Phoenix Queen was Han Mengyao's name before the end of the world.
I didn't expect Gu Chao to be you.
Han Mengyao had a look of disbelief on her face.
How could it be? How could the young man outside that cathedral, who completely ignored his own life in order to resist the invasion of cursed spirits and save others, be the infamous king of Penglai? Gu Chao,
Li Guanqi, Lin Xianbai, and Qi Xiaoxiao were all startled when they heard this.
People are going to change.
Gu Chao still had a light smile on his face.
Back then I was still young, stupid, and full of passion. But my passion did not bring me rewards. The Vatican, haha. Yes, that time in the Vatican. Miss Han, you saw that time. In order to resist the cursed spirit, the core of the curse in my body was damaged. But there's nothing you haven't seen yet. That time, Penglai sent 300 people. When your church arrived to support us, there were only more than 30 of us left, and many of them had died in the battle, including 2 of my teammates. When you pulled me up from the ground, the 2 corpses of female Special Forces soldiers lying behind you were my 2 teammates. One is named Wei Lanqin, and the other is named Yu Qingping. Lan Xian, well, just half a month before she died in the battle. She and I had just established our relationship. Even the night before the mission, I sat with her by the lake, looking at the moon and looking forward to the future. She is dead. Died outside the church. What's this? It's nothing. From the day she and I joined the Night Watchman, we had expected this ending. Dying in battle and dying gloriously. As a Night Watchman, this was actually not a bad ending. So does Qingping. The 3 of us were Night Watchmen. We were seriously injured and died in battle. All with honor. But, they died in battle. And the glory they deserved was missing. Oh, it was stolen.
Chapter 331 Law. The world's first LV-60 Transcendent. Under the gray sky. On the top of Lunghu Mountain, the old and skinny Penglai King Gu Chao stood on the palace square, looking at the rising and falling gray clouds in the distance. His eyes in a trance, with a bit of reminiscence. That battle in the Vatican Cathedral. In our 3-person team, my soul core was damaged, and Wei Lanqin and Yu Qingping died in the battle. But when I returned to Penglai, we didn't get the honor we deserved. I was injured on the job and was taken away by my boss lightly. Later I found out that the injury was actually reported and the pension was actually paid. But it was deducted and divided up at all levels by my boss and my boss's boss. They were so bold that they didn't even give me any pension. It doesn't matter. I don't care. But what about the honors of Lan Xian and Qingping? No. Gone. Stolen. I thought that when I returned to Penglai, I would be honored. Take the honor that Lan Xian and Qingping deserved. Hand it to their parents together with their urns. And tell the old man that I am sorry. But their daughter is a heroic martyr. And they can be proud of their daughter. But no. Nothing at all. We don't get the credit we deserve. What we got was only injustice. Only forgetfulness. Our due merits were replaced by the heirs of powerful people. Instead of receiving honors, they were accused of deserting. Ha. The 2 people who died heroically in battle turned into deserters, who were attacked and killed by cursed spirits on their way to escape in fear of the battle. I still dare not think back to that day. I held their urns and knelt in front of their parents. Faced with the old man's tearful questions, I couldn't say anything. What do I say? That their dead daughter was a deserter? How can I say it? That night, I finally understood. It turns out that little people have no human rights. What others give you is charity. There is nothing deserved or undeserved. It is charity. Just like feeding a dog. If someone stops giving it to you, you won't be able to give it back. Call. Having said this, Gu Chao took a deep breath, then looked at Li Guanqi and others, and said with a smile,
So, I want to be a big shot. No matter the cost. I also want to be a big shot. I am grateful to this wasteland era and to Chishan. It is this era, and that man who made me become the big shot I want to be. Big shot. Little shot. This is how things in the world are. Such as now. Mr. Li, Taoist Lin, Miss Han, and Captain Qi. What are you 4 doing here? To judge my crime? To kill me? But if you are just 4 little people, just ants like the untouchables of the wasteland, do you dare to stand in front of me? Don't dare. The reason why you dare to come is just because you are very powerful. Just because you are also big shots. And just because you look at me like a humble little person and think I can be killed with a flip of your palm. So, success is king and defeat is defeat. The big guys can bully the little guys. There is nothing to talk about. Come on then.
Gu Chao opened his hands, his gray hair flying wildly, with a relieved smile on his old face.
Let's see who is the big shot who survives to the end. Boom! Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, two black and white streams of light suddenly flew out from the abyss behind Longhu Mountain, and an astonishing sword energy burst out that was so sharp that it shattered most of the gray clouds in the sky. This is the power of heaven and earth, the divine object of Tianshi Mansion, the treasure left by Master Zhang. A pair of male and female evil-slaying swords comparable to 6th-level magic weapons.
Li Guanqi shot out from Qixia. It was like waving my arms in the water.
But I encountered a lot of resistance.
It's space stasis.
At this time, Han Mingyao was covered in flames, and a pair of crimson wings appeared behind her, burning with little sparks, and flew to his side, saying in a deep voice,
Evil Phoenix said that the entire space of Longhu Mountain has fallen into stagnation. This is one of the effects of the law of space. To put it simply, our movements will be forcibly slowed down here because the resistance of the space has become much greater. A lot of space law?
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. In the sky, Gu Chao had arrived beside the evil killing swords. Two divine swords, one black and one white, surrounded him. What is the Liuhe level power of heaven and earth? According to Evil Phoenix, it is actually the law of space, plus a little bit of the law of time. So there is a time situation where the power of heaven and earth can be controlled at 4 o'clock. And the power of heaven and earth can be controlled at 8 o'clock. Forget about this time. The power of heaven and earth is mainly the power of space laws. And this is a Liuhe level ability. In other words, the set of double swords left behind by the first generation Zhang Tianshi are indeed 6th level magic weapons, possessing the power to control the laws of space.
What a treasure. It's a pity that the person who controls it is not good enough.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Boom!
The next moment, coercion exploded all over his body, and the clothes on his upper body burst instantly. When the cloth strips were scattered, a body with 3 heads and 6 arms also appeared, and all 3 left arms were burning with blazing white flames. The 4 pillars of martial arts secrets reached the sky. In addition, Li Guanqi's other 3 hands also made the same handprint. The 4-elephant level magic gravity guide. Li Guanqi shot out in the air and swung his left fist fiercely towards Gu Chao on the horizon. The physical power of the 4-elephant level, coupled with the blessing of the 4-elephant level spell, allowed him to exert unparalleled power. It's at the 4 elements level, which is completely the level of the late 5 elements. Call out. Call out. Seeing Li Guanqi rushing towards him, Gu Chao made a secret with one hand and controlled his evil killing swords to stab him hard.
Boom!
However, these 2 swords, which were filled with sword energy, were smashed hundreds of meters away by Li Guanqi's 3 white flame left fists, and rolled towards the sky. Although the moment the 2 came into contact, the terrifying sword energy of the evil killing swords directly scraped large pieces of flesh and blood from his left arm, and blood and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. But it doesn't hurt. After the 2 swords were blown away, without the surrounding damage of the sword energy, Li Guanqi's left arm injury healed instantly. Of course the sword is a good sword. After all, it is a 6th level sword. Unfortunately, not those with swords.
Boom!
Seeing that the evil killing swords were easily blown away by Li Guanqi, Gu Chao's face remained expressionless. He just made a hand gesture with his hands, and a raging wind rolled up around him. In an instant, he turned into a hurricane ball with a diameter of 100 meters, and he was firmly entangled, protected from the strong wind. The law of wind? The charging Li Guanqi immediately stopped and used a force of gravity from bottom to top to support his feet, allowing him to stand outside the wind ball out of thin air. He didn't rush in. This strong wind was obviously not an ordinary wind-attributed spell. The spiritual power aura was so different. Thinking back to Gu Chao's 4 elephants level cultivation, it is obvious that he has brought with him the law of wind. After all, Li Guanqi has not understood the law. At this time, he is naturally cautious when facing this wind of law. And most importantly, before Gu Chao was wrapped by the hurricane ball, Li Guanqi saw something running out from his neck. It was a cyan bead, tied with a red rope, hanging on Gu Chao's shoulder. When he summoned the strong wind, the cyan bead also emitted a cyan light. There are strange things in Tianshi Mansion. Please ask first.
Taoist Lin.
Li Guanqi turned to look at Qi Xiao.
Wind Spirit Pearl.
Lin Xianbai said without thinking.
That thing can greatly increase the effect of wind attributes spiritual power. But now it seems that its biggest role is obviously to increase the law of wind. The way to crack it is first, huh?
As he said this, Lin Xianbai was slightly startled. Because in front of his eyes, a strand of white hair suddenly floated down. Tips from heaven.
Watch chess.
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi in confusion.
I just received a sudden reminder from heaven, asking you to go directly into the wind of law. And don't use any spells to defend yourself. Just use your body to carry it.
Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned. Without any defenses, and simply carrying the wind of law. Even the peak body of the 4 elephants wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. How can a battle be fought like this? Isn't this courting death? However, Lin Xianbai's secret tips are never without aim. What's more, he can.
Take a look.
Burst. Buzz. Bloody light enveloped the whole body, completely covering Li Guanqi's figure. Simulator. Open. Weird World Simulator.
Simulate and enter the wind of Gu Chao's law without any defensive means.
Start simulation. You were completely undefended and broke into the area of the law of wind. Your body was quickly scratched by the strong wind. You gradually begin to feel that Lin Xianbai's tips are nonsense, and prepare to use spells to defend yourself. At this moment, luck comes, and you are attacked by the strong wind. With the help of luck, you successfully understand the law of wind and break into the 4-image level of the spell. You kill Gu Chao. Simulation ends. Ending, Destiny. Ending evaluation. This is the luck and privilege of the strongest son of Destiny. Ending reward, none.
That's it.
The blood light dissipated. With a smile on his face, Li Guanqi turned around and rushed directly into the 100-meter diameter wind ball in front of him.
Watching chess?
Han Mengyao next to her was suddenly startled. But she soon calmed down. The bloody light just now is obviously a symbol of Guanqi's simulation ability. In this case, if he can force his way in, he must have something to rely on and know what will happen.
I thought we came together to do it together.
At the tip of Qi Xiao X8's sword, Qi Xiao stood beside Lin Xianbai, looking at the 100-meter wind ball, and suddenly said something quietly.
Go together?
Lin Xianbai crossed his arms and looked at Qi Xiao in surprise.
Are you kidding me? I've always been a support player.
Inside the wind ball, Li Guanqi put up no defense at all. His 4-elephant-level body was constantly surrounded by the wind of law. Large areas of flesh and blood were scraped to pieces. The blood was mixed with the strong wind, forming a whirlwind of flesh and blood. Although these winds of law are called winds. In fact, in his opinion, their sharpness is no less sharp than the sword energy of the evil-slaying swords. In a short period of time, most of Li Guanqi's body was shattered into pieces, with many wounds showing deep bones. But he had long been used to pain, and as the injury became more serious, he gradually seemed to have caught that ray of wind. Li Guanqi's current feeling was just like when he had good luck before. Although it hurt when his body was shattered by the strong wind, there was also a warm touch in the pain. That's the feeling of being surrounded by luck. It was the blessing of this luck that allowed him to feel the power and law of the law of wind at an astonishing speed. In this state, Li Guanqi even forgot his current situation for a while. I forgot that my body was being torn apart by the strong wind. He forgot that he still had an enemy Gu Chao to deal with. There was only one thought left in Li Guanqi's mind. Or rather, a question.
What is wind?
It can be extremely gentle. The breeze blows on the face and makes people feel comfortable. It can also surge violently, causing hurricanes to strike and destroy the world. Wind. Shapeless.
Boom!
A burst of majestic pressure suddenly erupted from Li Guanqi's body, and the strong wind within a radius of 10 meters calmed down in an instant, from being like a steel knife to an extremely gentle breeze. Counter-accusation. This 100-meter wind ball is all the wind field condensed by Gu Chao, and it is transformed by the law of wind he exerted. But Li Guanqi forced himself to control this 10-meter wind field. This can only mean one thing. He also understood the law of wind. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, and the scraped and bloody body began to heal itself quickly. This 3-headed and 6-armed body was completely restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the blood stains on it, it wouldn't even be visible that it was originally damaged. Then, he opened his blue eyes, and with a thought, the wind of law surrounded him, taking him directly out of the range of the 100-meter wind ball. Through the gray clouds, and to the high altitude.
Boom!
The next moment, a large amount of spiritual energy gathered crazily, forming a blue storm visible to the naked eye, and poured crazily into Li Guanqi's body. Reiki has attributes. However, spellcasters basically ignore attributes in their daily practice, because no matter what kind of spiritual energy is absorbed, it will become pure spiritual power after purification, which can be used to cast spells of various attributes at will. There is no difference when absorbing spiritual energy of various attributes. But this is not the case for a 4-image level conjurer. After mastering the law, the conjurer's affinity for this type of spiritual energy will also increase horribly. For example, Li Guanqi at this moment, in the state of luck, he initially understood the law of wind, and his affinity for wind-attributed spiritual energy soared. At this moment, he absorbed wind-attributed spiritual energy at a speed hundreds of times faster than absorbing other attributes of spiritual energy. At this time, Li Guanqi was completely like a whale swallowing the sea, frantically and wantonly absorbing all the wind attribute aura within 1,000 miles. After comprehending the law of wind, the shackles of his spiritual power were completely broken.
Boom!
Finally, after Li Guanqi absorbed a large amount of wind attribute spiritual energy, a burst of violent spiritual pressure suddenly erupted in his body. That is the power of the law of wind. Spiritual power, LV 4950, 50.1, for symbols of wind. Comprehensive level, LV 5960.
Ding! The world's first 4-elephant level conjurer appears. And his name is King! Ding! The world's first LV 60 transcendent appears. And his name is King!
Far away, in the sky, on the tip of Qishao X8's sword, Lin Xianbai shook his head emotionally as he listened to the cold mechanical female voice that suddenly sounded in his mind.
This is outrageous! With him here, what should I do if I don't play support?
Behind Lin Xianbai, Qi Xiaoxiao looked at the horizon with longing. She looked at the tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by the strong wind, with white hair flying and dancing. Her eyes were like twinkling stars, full of admiration and joy. Han Mengyao next to her looked at her expression with suspicion.
Girl, be careful!
Xia Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
There's something wrong with this woman named Qi. I told you decades ago. If you still don't believe me, look at her. That look in her eyes is normal. There's nothing wrong with her.
It's normal. Li Guanqi must stay away from her.
Ha! Han Mengyao smiled helplessly. On Qishao X8, the 3 people all had different thoughts. And the sky in the distance. Li Guanqi, who had successfully completed a breakthrough and reached the 4th level of spells, martial arts, and so, lowered his head and looked down at the 100-meter wind ball below. Call. Li Guanqi's whole body was enveloped by the wind of law. As he stepped forward, with every step he took, there were lotus flowers blooming in the soles of his feet. Lotus blossomed with each step, just like walking down a staircase, stepping outside the wind ball step by step. Then, he raised his right hand, and with just a slight wave, a windless passage appeared in the wind ball, making it impossible to get close to him. Li Guanqi had indeed just understood the law of wind. It is true that the deeper the understanding of the power of law, the stronger the effect. But in the final analysis, the foundation for a spellcaster to exert the power of law relies on spiritual power. This is the root cause. The elemental law is a well. The spiritual power is the wooden barrel used to draw water.
If you have spiritual power, you have a bucket. You can draw water from the well and mobilize the power of law. The more spiritual power there is, the bigger the bucket will be, and the more powerful the power of law will be mobilized. When the spiritual power is exhausted, the barrel is gone. No matter how deeply you understand the law, you can only sigh helplessly into the deep well. The current Li Guanqi's understanding of the law of wind is certainly not as good as Gu Chao's, but the 100 times the spiritual power brought by his
100 times of spiritual power refinement
can fully support him to eliminate this disadvantage, and even give him the upper hand and force Gu Chao's strong wind to retreat. If the level of understanding is not enough, then use the total amount of spiritual power to make up for it. Therefore, the 100-meter wind ball that Gu Chao condensed with the wind spirit pearl was no longer a threat to Li Guanqi, and could even be ignored. He stepped into the wind ball step by step, and the strong wind in front had to give way to him. Soon, Li Guanqi came to the center of the wind ball, and stood in front of the skinny old man, looking down at him indifferently.
Gu Chao, do you still have any treasures from the Tianshi mansion? Use them all. If you don't use it, you won't have a chance.
Chapter 332 The Law of Plunder.
The treasure of Tianzhi Mansion? It's gone!
Inside the wind ball, Gu Chao looked at the three-headed and six-armed Li Guanqi in front of him, and chuckled.
You can easily block even the evil-slaying sword. So what's the use of other treasures? The extraordinary king is indeed the extraordinary king. Hopelessly powerful. Mr. Li, did you know? There is even a legend about the appearance of a god in the southern land. A god of war with white hair and blue eyes.
Li Guanqi looked at the skinny old man, was silent for a moment, and then sighed softly.
Gu Chao, that rainy night back then. It was you who made me know the existence of Peng Lai for the first time. It was you who made me think that night watchmen are all heroic people like you. I understand your experience. I can understand the injustice you encountered later and the change in your personality. But?
Gu Chao smiled slightly.
Usually words like this have to be followed by but. Right. But why are you doing this?
Li Guanqi said in confusion.
You can obviously do better. But you have suffered injustice from the superior. After replacing you, shouldn't you think about becoming a better superior? But you are more hateful than the original superior. You can completely make the Southern Heavenly Master Army become the same as the Northern Red Blood Army. At the very least, you should not allow them to burn, kill, loot and do whatever they want in the Southern land. And there is absolutely no need to charge so much for the heavy tributes and taxes you pay to various tribes and sanctuaries. Right. Wrong.
Gu Chao smiled and said calmly.
If taxes are lightened, the lives of the people at the bottom will become better. If the lives of the people at the bottom get better, and they have more time, they will think of resisting. And I won't give them free time to have such thoughts. As for condoning the cruelty of the Heavenly Master Army, but this is human nature. I don't want to suppress human nature. I don't want to suppress mine. And I don't want to suppress theirs. The strong should do whatever they want and do whatever they want. It's just a beast.
Li Guanqi denied.
Those who have strong strength and can stick to their own bottom line are the real strong people. Everyone has his own ambition.
Gu Chao's smile remained the same.
Mr. Li, I guess you are not here to sit and talk with me today. You're right.
Li Guanqi's eyes darkened.
I'm here to kill you. You shouldn't let the Heavenly Master's army act recklessly on the southern land like this. You need to be responsible for the crimes they have accumulated over the past decades. The countless people who were killed by the Heavenly Master, I also need to give an explanation to the families who were oppressed and tortured to death by the military, leading to the destruction of their families. What about the people I saved?
Gu Chao smiled.
You have to give an explanation to those who were killed by the Heavenly Master Army. But what about those who were saved by the Heavenly Master Army? Did we save them in vain? I was thinking about this too at first.
Li Guanqi looked calm.
But on the way here, Director Lin said something that woke me up. He said that those who protect the people should not and must not have the right to persecute the people. This is something that absolutely shouldn't happen. This is not how things in the world should be. Your Heavenly Master Army has protected many people in the South. But this does not mean that you have the right to oppress them and exploit them. Huh?
Gu Chao shook his head and laughed.
It's just the but that determines the head. I am the king of Peng Lai in the Wasteland era. I stand in the position of the ruler of the South and see things from the ruler's perspective. But Lin Taoist can obviously stand in the ruler's perspective.
Despite his position, he always likes to look at things from the perspective of ordinary people and think about them. Therefore,
Li Guanqi looked at him seriously.
Taoist Master Lin has my respect. But you can't. Maybe.
Gu Chao nodded and said casually.
I just said. You are not here to sit and talk. There is no need to argue about this anymore. It doesn't matter anymore.
Gu Chao faced Li Guanqi, smiled and opened his hands.
Mr. Li, at least I can die in the hands of your extraordinary king. Gu Chao, am honored.
Li Guanqi's eyes were slightly cold.
If 20-year-old Gu Chao saw you now, he would definitely be very disappointed.
This sentence made Gu Chao, who had been smiling from beginning to end, completely lose the smile on his face. He lowered his head and remained silent. Li Guanqi turned around and left.
Mr. Li,
Gu Chao said in a deep voice behind him.
I hope you won't be like me. I hope that when you see yourself in the future, you will be proud instead of disappointed. I will.
Li Guanqi's tall figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, looked resolute and determined. Boom! The next moment, a strong wind enveloped Gu Chao, cutting his entire body into pieces, including his soul. King Peng Lai, who had ruled the southern wasteland for decades, was completely dead. This also means that the Tianxia army's decades-long rule over the southern wasteland has come to a complete end. When the strong wind dissipated, a black mist followed, swallowing up Gu Chao's flesh, blood, spiritual power, and soul power. The technique? Plunder. Of course. There were two things that were not plundered: a round bead and a jade pendant. But what Li Guanqi cares about is not these two Tianxia mansion relics. But when the black mist returned to his body, the realization of the law suddenly emerged in his mind. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. This is the understanding of the law of wind. This must belong to Gu Chao. His technique can even rob him of law insights? Wait, then why didn't he plunder the wind, thunder, light, darkness, and golden law from the 5-element level demon species when he killed the thunder giant lizard? Or, the reason why he was able to plunder this law understanding was actually because Gu Chao had the core of the spell in his body? Of course, demon species also have organs that absorb spiritual power. But they are not named magic organs, because they cannot condense into a spell core. Only a magician can condense the magic organ into the core of the magic, allowing this extraordinary organ to evolve again. In other words, when Li Guanqi just plundered Gu Chao's flesh and blood, he also plundered his shattered spell core. Because of this, he gained Gu Chao's understanding of the law of wind. So, I don't need to rely entirely on self-enlightenment. Li Guanqi suddenly realized. I just need to kill the 4-elephant and 5-element level conjurers. The plundering technique is not omnipotent, and even the energy needs to be transformed. It is certainly impossible to use someone else's understanding of the law. But this at least means that he can obtain a large number of other people's understanding of the laws by hunting down the 4-elephant level conjurers. And by analogy, he can use stones from other mountains to attack Jade and increase the speed of his own understanding of the laws. This is enough. Very good, Li Guanqi smiled. And he had one more goal for his next trip to the strange world. Hunt the spellcaster. He has many records of killing enemies beyond levels, including killing 4-elephant level alien blood warriors and 5-element level monsters. But really speaking, his record against magicians is too little. He has never even killed a 4-elephant level conjurer. It's no wonder that he only discovered today that the plundering spell can also plunder law insights. Li Guanqi will not kill innocent people indiscriminately for his own benefit. But in a strange world, it is too easy to find a 4-elephant level conjurer who deserves death. There is never a shortage of such goods in the large bandit dens in southern Xinjiang. He only needs to hunt down a large number of spellcasters above the 4-elephant thunder realm. And he can speed up his understanding of the law of thunder, quickly break into the 4-elephant thunder realm, and become a mid-stage 4-elephant magician. Longhu Mountain. Above, when the 100-meter wind ball gradually dissipated, what appeared in front of Lin Xianbai, Han Mengyao, and Qi Xiaoxiao were only a white-haired figure in black clothes and two things in his hands. A blue round bead, the wind spirit bead, a golden jade pendant, a conferring jade. They are all relics of Tianxia Mansion. Unfortunately, they can only be used within the scope of Longhu Mountain. Taking them away by force will only cause them to self-destruct. At least that's the case for now. With Li Guanqi's current level of knowledge about battle techniques and seals, it was simply impossible to crack Zhang Tianxi's curse seal. He can only stay in Longhu Mountain for now. When he becomes a formation master, he might be able to break the seal. The prerequisite for taking these treasures is that Taoist Master Lin is willing to give them. But, with Li Guanqi's current growth rate, to be honest, he doubted whether he would still need something of this level by that day. I guess it won't be needed at all. Director Lin, I leave the rest to you. Li Guanqi returned to Qishao X8, and threw the Wen Lingzhu and Feng Xin Jade to Lin Xianbai. He looked around at the empty Longhu Mountain and asked curiously, "Where have those heavenly masters gone? I didn't see any of them from beginning to end. Scarlet Blood Mountain is full of scarlet bloods. Could it be that here, the heavenly masters are here? Not even allowed to go to Longhu Mountain? Why do you think the violent wind summoned by Gu Chao is so strong?" Lin Xianbai played with the ball beads and jade pendant in his hand, and said softly, "I first met Gu Chao more than 10 days ago. His spiritual power was only at the level of the early 4 symbols. But what about today? That law of wind. The power is completely beyond the standard. You have experienced it yourself. So you should know better than me." No wonder. Li Guanqi's face darkened. Blood sacrifice? It can only be a blood sacrifice type of spell. He sacrificed all the celestial masters on Longhu Mountain to gain strength. Today, his cultivation level is almost at the peak of the 4 elephants.
It is estimated that to sacrifice tens of thousands of different blooded humans, we need a large number of second and third level ones.
Qi Xiaoxiao and Han Mengyao next to them heard this, and their eyes narrowed slightly.
Gu Chao is so cruel,
Qi Xiaoxiao said in a deep voice.
He no longer values human life.
Lin Xianbai sighed softly.
Watch chess.
Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi again and said seriously,
Thank you for your help. As for now, well, give me some time. I want to tidy up Longhu Mountain. I don't know what Gu Chao has done to him in the past few decades. What did the mountain do? As far as I know, there should be a large enemy formation in Longhu Mountain. But Gu Chao never opened it from the beginning to the end. It is estimated that the formation base has been destroyed. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it. But if even this kind of thing is destroyed, I doubt what is left in Longhu Mountain. As he said this, Lin Xianbai couldn't help but sigh deeply. I haven't been home for 100 years. As soon as I came home, I found that my family's assets were almost completely empty.
Okay.
Li Guanqi nodded and said calmly.
Then I will go back with Mengyao first. And you will come to us when the time comes. We will also discuss the matter of renovating the wasteland at that time. Just wait for me.
Lin Xianbai smiled slightly.
During the 2 days you were in Guameng Sanctuary, Xiao and I talked a lot. I already have a rough prototype of the reconstruction plan. When the time comes, I will go back to the Scarlet Blood Palace and throw some paper at you. Tuan, just come out and have another 2 days of honeymoon with Miss Han.
Li Guanqi smiled. Next, after a few simple greetings, Lin Xianbai stayed at Longhu Mountain, while Qi Xiaoxiao drove Qi Xiao X8 and took Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao to Scarlet Blood Mountain again. After Li Guanqi, Han Mengyao and Qi Xiaoxiao reminisced about the past in Scarlet Blood Mountain. They chose to return to Guameng Sanctuary that night. Then, it's exactly the same as the simulator. Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao began to live a life without shame or impatience. As a basketball enthusiast, Li Guanqi spent almost the next 2 days playing basketball duels with Han Mengyao. Occasionally, when he couldn't handle it with ordinary people's physical fitness, he quietly unlocked a little life energy. In the end, Li Guanqi discovered that it was most suitable to play basketball with Han Mengyao with the physical strength of level 2. 2 pleasant days passed quietly, because Lin Xianbai's paper ball finally arrived. Red Blood Palace, a carp pond courtyard. Li Guanqi, Han Mengyao, Lin Xianbai, and Qi Xiaoxiao gathered together again. They were sitting in the pavilion by the pool, talking about the reconstruction of human civilization.
What a detailed reconstruction plan. It's really yours, Taoist Master Lin.
Li Guanqi sat next to Han Mengyao, holding a thin tablet in his hand, and kept swiping down on the projected screen, memorizing the contents of many plans. 1, 2, 3. It's not right. Li Guanqi's fingers slid faster and faster, and his expression became weirder. Dividing grain fields, purifying water sources, armament and equipment, exploring conditions throughout Asia and overseas. None of these projects are what he has to do. At the bottom of every civilization reconstruction project, the corresponding person in charge is written, but none of them have anything to do with him.
Actually, you can just turn to the last page,
Lin Xianbai said suddenly.
Oh.
Li Guanqi did as he was told. On the last page, there is only one item. City Cleanup Plan. This is a map that includes all the city ruins in the north and south. But only about 100 city ruins are marked with asterisks.
What's the meaning?
Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai curiously. Because at the bottom of this map, the words, responsible person, Li Guanqi, are clearly written.
Urban ruins are the restricted area of life in the wasteland era.
Lin Xianbai smiled.
Since the Reign of Blood, the city has been occupied by zombies of different blood and various monsters. Human beings have been forced to withdraw from the city and can only survive in the wilderness. And now, after 80 years, we humans should take it back. That's our home, not the monsters. As for why you were only given this task, the hundreds of cities may seem like a lot. But in fact, for you, this task is much simpler than other tasks. With your strength, just push it across the board. No need to waste time and trouble. 128 cities in total. This is the result of a long discussion between Xiao and I. We have reduced the number of cities to a minimum. These are cities suspected of being infested by level 4 zombies. Therefore, Guanqi, except you, no one has the strength to clear these places. As for the land outside the north and south, we have no control over it for the time being. Let's take care of our own territory first. Then slowly deal with the whole of Asia. And then start overseas. Anyway, Guanxi, you only need to clean up these 128 cities now.
As for other trivial matters of civilization reconstruction, leave it to me and Xiao Xiao. Of course, we must also add the technical support of Guanming Sanctuary. Is it okay if I arrange it this way?
Lin Xianbai said and glanced at Li Guanxi and Han Mingyao with a smile.
I think, for you too, instead of spending time on rebuilding civilization, you would actually prefer to go back to Guanming Sanctuary to live a small life. Right? Right? Sorry. Humanity really needs you. This is a great plan.
Li Guanxi memorized the projected map by heart and nodded.
I can not only contribute to the reconstruction of human civilization, but also have more time for myself. My dedication and selfishness have basically reached a balance. So be it.
Li Guanxi looked at Han Mingyao beside him, held her soft little hand, and smiled brightly.
Let's go. Finish it quickly. Let's go home. Boom.
In the south, among the streets of a ruined city, a terrifying storm with a height of 100 meters and a width of 30 meters swept through like a broken bamboo. Not only did it roll all the zombies and monsters along the way into mincemeat, it also swept a large number of people along the way. Of dilapidated buildings were bulldozed together. And there is more than one such terrifying storm. But a full 6 seats. The 6 100-meter storms moved forward extremely fast, rushing through the ruins of the city, continuously flattening the city at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless gravel was lifted up, rotated with a strong wind, and intensified to a certain extent the destructive power of the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, only the city center was left in the city that had not been swept away by the storm. This city is called Jiaqing. But soon, Jiaqing will be completely reduced to history along with all the monsters in the city.
Chief, don't you always say that a city is a restricted area of life, and whoever goes there will die?
Tens of thousands of meters away from Jiaqing, on a hillside, a young man wearing animal skin clothing looked at the strong man wearing animal skin armor next to him with a look of confusion on his face. But the strong man looked at the disappearing Jiaqing in the distance, and the expression on his face was not much different from his.
Lord,
the young man said blankly.
Since the restricted area of life has been raised, can the zombies and monsters there still survive?
Chapter 333 Lin Xianbai. Secret reminder? Lifespan?
This is not nonsense from his grandma.
The strong man hit the young man on the head hard and cursed.
The whole city is gone. But those monsters can still live. Silly boy. Don't you have eyes? That storm is higher than a building dozens of meters tall. What kind of monsters are you?
Can you survive this kind of storm? Hack, that must be the extraordinary king who caused a lot of trouble a while ago.
After scolding the young man, the strong man turned his head and continued to look at the city that was being bulldozed by 6 storms, with indescribable excitement on his face.
You brat, do you still remember? It is said that on the last Blood Moon Day, the Yuanshan sanctuary next door encountered a wave of millions of corpses. However, before the group of heavenly masters who suffered thousands of blows could come to support, the wave of corpses was killed by a white-haired man. The man with blue eyes summoned the strong wind and killed everyone in one night. 1,000,000 zombies can be killed in one night? At first, I thought some bard without an asshole would even dare to make up such a stupid story. But now I see. Damn, this turns out to be real. And it's not an exaggeration. It's an understatement. Look at the 6 storms that are taller than the building. They can rush forward hundreds of meters in 1 second. How can it take so long to kill millions of zombies in one night? Damn it. It's too far away. I can't even see where the extraordinary king is. Grass. Forehead.
Looking at the strong man who became more and more excited as he spoke, the young man was at a loss.
Chief, that extraordinary king destroyed the city. What does it have to do with us? Why are you so excited?
The strong man suddenly became angry, turned around, and hit his head hard again.
That's a hacking city. A city. Brat, didn't you watch the learning chip in the tribe when you were a child? What did the historical chip say? Those cities are our homes as humans. We have to go back sooner or later. Now the extraordinary king has destroyed all the dangerous buildings in the city and killed all the monsters. Soon, we humans will be able to go back soon, return to our city, and rebuild our home in that safe open space. Belongs to our human home.
The ruins of Jiaqing, the only remaining city center,
600-meter storms are slowly gathering here. On the rooftop of some kind of high-rise building that had not yet collapsed, there was a tall man with white hair and blue eyes, dressed in black, standing on the edge of the rooftop, with his hands folded across his chest, and his white hair and black clothes were blown by the strong wind. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman also wearing a black dress.
It's been 3 days.
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao, a little helpless.
We have only swept 18 cities, and the progress seems a bit slow. It's already very fast.
Han Mengyao smiled with crooked eyes, hugged Li Guanqi's right arm, and chuckled.
And there is no need to go back to Guanming Sanctuary. As long as I can be with you, it will be the same anywhere. How can he miss the shelter? I can tell that this kid has no interest in technological things.
Han Mengyao's eyes suddenly turned red, and she sneered.
He wants to go back to Guanming Sanctuary, but he completely misses the big bed and floor-to-ceiling windows in the villa. Oh, and the various sexy clothes in the closet. After all, he has not been there for 3 days.
I guess I can't bear to play basketball with you.
Li Guanqi was speechless immediately.
Evil Phoenix. You?
When Xia Wang talks to Han Mengyao, he doesn't need to control his body. This was obviously directed at him.
Uh-huh.
Han Mengyao's eyes returned to black, and she glanced at Li Guanqi with a half-smile, then looked at the surrounding empty rooftop.
Well, sometimes, you can also try it outdoors.
As soon as these words came out, Li Guanqi was stunned at first, and then his eyes slowly bloomed with light.
Roar!
However, at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the center of Jiaqing. Grandma, do you want to ruin my good deeds? Li Guanqi turned his head and followed the sound with a speechless face. Thousands of meters ahead, on top of the rubble of a collapsed shopping mall, he saw a giant zombie covered in spikes staring directly at him, roaring and roaring, and its ferocious aura was almost solidified. The real overlord of Jiaqing is the 4th-level zombie.
Mengyao, don't go back on your promise to go outdoors.
Li Guanqi stepped on the edge of the rooftop and rushed out in an instant, leaving only a lingering sound.
I'll be back as soon as I go. Boom!
Li Guanqi fell from the sky and fell heavily into the ruins on the ground. Before the 4th-level zombie could react, he slapped it in the face and sent it flying hundreds of meters. Then, performed the secret with one hand. 4th-level spell, Gravity Divine Guidance. Boom! The terrifying gravity squeezed in, and the 4th-level zombie was instantly crushed into a pool of blood mist, and scattered in all directions when blown by the wind. In today's wasteland era, Level 4 zombies are the overlords of the city, and are the biggest reason why the city is called a restricted area of life. But in front of Li Guanqi, the 4th-level zombies were just little losers who could be killed instantly. After dealing with the zombies, Li Guanqi could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He turned around excitedly and looked at the rooftop of the building. Then, his eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. I saw Han Mengyao standing there, looking a little shy. But she actually took the initiative to lift the hem of her skirt and pull it up. And under the hem of the skirt, there is a scene of nothingness. Kill zombies, sweep the city, and occasionally play basketball with Han Mengyao. This is Li Guanqi's next schedule. The 128 cities in the north and south.
Even with Li Guanqi's strength and flying speed, took more than 20 days to clear. There were 31 cities among them that were indeed occupied by level 4 zombies. And there were even some a zombie has almost reached the 5th level. If Li Guanqi hadn't discovered it, I'm afraid that in a few years, 5th-level zombies would really appear. The cursed spirit can also take away the hard blood after killing it. But this kind of thing cannot be taken from zombies. Even Guanming Sanctuary has not been able to find the reason why the different blood zombies have become stronger. They seem to be able to slowly evolve and become stronger as time goes by. But various instruments cannot detect any signs of them absorbing spiritual energy. And they usually do not devour the same kind of behavior. The reason for the evolution of zombies is not very clear at present. The most likely possibility is to eat the flesh and blood of demon species. But there are also many unreasonable things. According to Han Mengyao, Guanming Shelter has never stopped researching in this area. But now the project is stalled. Because Han Mengyao himself is the chief researcher of the Dream Observation Research Institute. But now, well, since Li Guanqi cleaned up 128 cities, he and Han Mengyao returned to Guanming Shelter. They usually either play basketball in the villa or go sightseeing in this small world. Well, then in those beautiful places, continue to play basketball outdoors. After playing basketball on the rooftop last time, Han Mengyao seemed to have opened the door to a new world. There is no need to elaborate on the interesting little things between lovers. In short, Han Mengyao was playing basketball with Li Guanqi all day long and stopped paying attention to many things in the institute. Regarding the strange blood potion, the researchers at the institute are also doing their best to develop it, striving to transplant all the herbs from the strange world into the mimicry planting shed. But they suddenly ran into a problem that they couldn't overcome for many days. In the end, Han Mengyao reluctantly left the big bed and went to the research institute to study for 5 days without eating or sleeping. She suddenly opened a door and successfully transplanted the first herb into the mimic planting shed, successfully realizing the transplantation of this new era plant. Scientific research, in fact, is often a matter of thinking. Han Mengyao opened up this idea, and many things that followed could be followed. The institute's transplantation of those medicinal herbs also began to make rapid progress. Various medicinal plants began to be successfully transplanted one after another. This proves that it is entirely possible to mass-produce alien blood potions in reality. And that day is not too far away. After that, Han Mengyao did not continue to contribute, but returned to the villa and continued to enjoy this rare time with Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi finished sweeping the city, and Han Mengyao figured out the research and development ideas for the strange blood potion and completed their respective tasks. So in Guaming Sanctuary, the two of them began to live a life of love and affection. Outside the shelter, Lin Xianbai was also fulfilling his mission, seizing every moment to arrange all matters of the human civilization reconstruction plan, making the plan more specific and detailed because he didn't know what would happen next time he returned to reality. How many years later? With the consent of Qi Xiaoxiao and Han Mengyao, the power of the Red Blood Army and Guaming Sanctuary were all allocated to Lin Xianbai. Although he can't enter Guaming Sanctuary, he can just arrange for a person below the 1 yuan level to communicate back and forth. One of the first things Lin Xianbai did was to migrate the population. He wanted to gather all the humans in the north and south. At least it can no longer remain as it was before, with dozens and hundreds of people living in a small tribe here, and thousands and tens of thousands of people living in a shelter there. There are obviously only tens of millions of people left, but they are still separated by vast distances. They are scattered from each other, and have a serious imbalance of resources. Moreover, long distances also make resource allocation more difficult. Although the great migration of people is very troublesome, it is something that benefits the present and will last forever, and must be done. Fortunately, with the support of extraordinary power and psychic technology, this matter is not as difficult as imagined. In addition, Lin Xianbai also re-established Penglai in Longhu Mountain. But the second person in charge of Penglai became Qi Xiaoxiao. Lin Xianbai didn't know when he would come back next. He was afraid that after he left, Penglai would deteriorate again and turn into something like the Tianshi army. So he needed Qi Xiaoxiao to help him guard and keep an eye on Penglai. With Qi Xiaoxiao here, everything is basically foolproof. Of course, the premise is that she herself will not degenerate. In addition, there are many things, such as the reconstruction of grain fields, purification of water sources, and a series of other things, which are gradually getting on the right track under Lin Xianbai's mobilization and arrangements. These are all real infrastructure matters. In fact, the greater significance of the city Li Guanqi cleaned up lies in the spiritual level. In the past, humans were driven out of the city by zombies. And now, the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes has returned to the city, bulldozing a large number of life-forbidden areas into open spaces, and killing tens of millions of zombies. This means the rise of mankind again. In the wasteland era, this kind of spiritual inspiration is no less significant to human beings than those grain fields and clean water sources. In a certain sense, it is even more important. The more difficult the period, the more people need a spiritual support in their hearts. And the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes is undoubtedly the best candidate. And under Lin Xianbai's various actions to fuel the flames, the image of this spiritual pillar has become more and more profound among the people of the wasteland. In some places, the construction of his statues has even begun. Leave professional matters to professionals. Different blood potions are being developed. Human civilization is being rebuilt. In these two matters, Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao both did what they should do and made their own contributions. So the two of them stopped talking about it and relaxed completely, enjoying their world together in the dream viewing sanctuary. Good times always pass quickly. The days passed. It was the dusk of the 47th day when Li Guanqi returned to reality. There are still 3 days left, which is the 50th day, which is when the strange world comes for the 5th time. Meng Yao.
In the dream viewing sanctuary, the mimetic sky screen displays a beautiful sunset, and the dark red sunset gradually sets in the west. In a sea of golden sunflowers, a couple cuddled up to each other. Li Guanqi hugged Han Mengyao and sat on a stone chair deep in the sea of flowers, feeling the birds singing and the fragrance of flowers around him, and looking at the sunset on the horizon.
I'm leaving again in 3 days,
Li Guanqi said softly. Han Mengyao's delicate body trembled obviously.
I don't know how long it will take before I come back.
Li Guanqi looked down at her in his arms with complicated eyes.
No matter what, I will wait for you,
Han Mengyao said softly.
I know.
Li Guanqi nodded, looked into Han Mengyao's eyes, and said seriously,
Wait until I come back. Uh-huh.
Han Mengyao smiled like a flower. Li Guanqi gently held her in his arms, and together they sat on a stone chair among the sea of flowers, quietly watching the sunset. Time passes slowly. Just when the sun was about to completely set, Li Guanqi suddenly said,
Meng Yao, I want to go and talk to my parents for a while. What about me? I want to be alone. Well, then I'll go home first and make your favorite braised pork ribs. Add another serving of sweet and sour fish. Okay, I'll wait for you at home.
Han Mengyao stood up from the stone chair, kissed Li Guanqi, then turned and left, dressed in a long black and white dress. She drifted away among the sea of golden sunflowers until she disappeared, and Li Guanqi also took a step, and his whole body became like a breeze. When the breeze turned into a human form again, he had gone thousands of meters away and came to a hillside full of birch trees. He stood in front of the tombstone of the second elder with complicated eyes.
Dad, Mom, the research and development of the alien blood potion is almost completed. I went to the Research Institute 2 days ago to see that 90% of the transplantation of various herbs has been completed. It is only time to complete the transplantation of the last 5 herbs. Just a problem. A strange blood potion. If I could come back earlier, if I could bring you the strange blood potion, you wouldn't die of old age. If the magic potion of different blood can be popularized before the end of the world and turn all humans around the world into superhuman beings with different blood, then the blood reign of 20 extraordinary years will not turn humans into different blood zombies, and the end of the world will not come. For ordinary people, reign of blood is a disaster. But for different blood superhumans, the blood reign is a blessing from heaven. It can almost directly upgrade an inferior different blood human to a 1-level different blood superhuman. If only I could come back earlier. The extraordinary 20 years will not be the beginning of the end. That will be a truly extraordinary beginning for all superhuman beings. Huh? Very funny. Mom and Dad, if I could come back 20 extraordinary years ago, then I would change everything. Everything. And I could make everything different. But fate played a trick on me. It has made me leave for 100 years. I clearly have everything in my hand. I have the strange blood potion in my hand. I know the date when the apocalypse will break out. I can obviously change everything in reality. But there is no use for it. I watch chess.
Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Li Guanqi. It's Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao looked anxious.
What's wrong?
When Li Guanqi saw this, his heart skipped a beat. How could Mengyao be so panicked?
Taoist Lin.
Han Mengyao took Li Guanqi's hand and said anxiously,
Taoist Master Lin. He is dying of old age.
Chapter 334, Time Crown. Traveling through time and space, the god of the future appears.
Lin. Taoist Priest Lin.
Red Blood Palace. In a conference room, Li Guanqi, who returned to the wasteland from Guanming Sanctuary, looked at Lin Xianbai in front of him, his pupils shrinking continuously, his face full of disbelief. Lin Xianbai at this time was completely different from the young and handsome Taoist priest he had remembered. This young man, who is clearly in his early 30s, is now sitting in a wheelchair. He has become extremely old, stooped and extremely thin. There are only a few strands of gray hair left on his head, and his face is covered with wrinkles and age spots. The skin is like old tree bark. Moreover, his eyes were dull, as if he had Alzheimer's disease, and his mouth was even drooling. Qi Xiaoxiao and Han Mengyao next to them looked at this scene with equally complicated expressions.
No!
Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Senescence. Lin Xianbai is a 3-level magician. Even if he does not use any kind of life-extending medicine, he can still live for at least 200 years. However, Lin Xianbai possesses the
Tianyan divine strategy
and has a great need for longevity. So he will definitely collect various life-extending medicines in the strange world to accumulate his lifespan until the lifespan limit of his current spell cultivation. That is 300 years of life. How could he suddenly become like this when the end is approaching, and he is about to die before his eyes? There is only one reason. Tianyan divine strategy. Completely ignoring the practitioner's independent wishes, he forcibly consumes his lifespan at certain moments and obtains hints of heavenly secrets. Lin Xianbai must have suddenly received a hint from heaven and his lifespan was forcibly consumed.
What is it?
Li Guanqi knelt on one knee beside the wheelchair, stretched out his hand to hold Lin Xianbai's hand. His voice trembled slightly.
Taoist Lin, what is that secret hint you got? Ah, Abba.
Lin Xianbai opened his mouth. His expression dull. His aging. Not only his physical body, but also his soul was extremely aging, making him as if he had Alzheimer's disease and no one knew him.
It's me.
Li Guanqi felt mixed emotions in his heart and said in a trembling voice.
Taoist Master Lin. It's me.
Li Guanqi.
I'm here. Ah.
As if hearing the three words, Li Guanqi, Lin Xianbai's cloudy eyes seemed to have a gleam of light. The dying old man raised his thin right hand tremblingly, and slowly took out a small silver-white chip from his pocket. This is a simple projection chip, a storage device used to record certain information and then project it for viewing.
Drop.
Li Guanqi took the chip and pressed the switch on it. Immediately afterwards, the chip projected the picture. It was a map. A sea map, with a map mark on a location, and pale golden light spots flashing continuously.
Map?
Li Guanqi frowned and said,
Taoist Master Lin, your clue is here. Do you want me to go here?
However, Lin Xianbai was as if he was suffering from Alzheimer's disease at this time, and could not give any answer at all.
10 minutes ago.
Qi Xiaoxiao next to him suddenly said,
Judging from the camera, 10 minutes ago, Taoist Lin was inspecting the Spiritual Energy Research Institute of the Scarlet Blood Palace. But suddenly, in an instant, he became like this at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked like he was getting older. Then he quickly ran to a spiritual brain, used the spiritual brain to download a map, marked it, and then copied it to the chip. After that, by the time I arrived, he had completely lost his mind. Like a demented old man.
Li Guanqi frowned, looking at the map image projected by the chip in his hand, and pulled it with 2 fingers to enlarge the map.
Pacific Ocean?
The location of this map mark is the location of the Pacific Ocean. In other words, after Lin Xianbai received the hint from Tianji, he used his spiritual brain to download a map, marked the coordinates of a sea area in the Pacific, and finally copied it to the chip. To whom? What is it used for? Unknown. But,
I'm going to take a look there.
Li Guanqi held the chip tightly in his right hand, stood up, looked down at the dying old Lin Xianbai in front of him, and said in a deep voice,
Director Lin's secret reminder. The more important it is, the more life will be consumed. This time's secret, the reminder directly made him lose his life and turned him into dementia, which is enough to show the importance of this secret reminder. I must go to this area in the Pacific.
Qi Xiaoxiao looked solemn, but Han Mengyao just walked up to him and held his right hand.
I'll accompany you.
Weird World Simulator. You head to the Pacific Ocean and arrive at the sea area marked by Lin Xianbai. You spent a lot of effort to find sizzle in the belly of a dead whale demon species. This item affects time and space and cannot be simulated. Simulation failed. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel in front of him, took a deep breath, and forced down the worry and fear in his heart. Cannot be simulated. This is the first time that the simulator fails to simulate. It is not an error, but a direct failure.
Dao Lin, you said that the more life you consume, the more important the hints you get. The consequences of the Lugue village incident were so horrific, turning tens of millions of people into paper dolls. The secret prompts gave you a way to save you, but it only cost you more than 10 years of your life. But it almost made you die of old age. So this time, what are the terrible consequences?
The next day, early morning, boom, a crimson psychic plane flew through the sky at an astonishing speed, crossed continents and oceans, and reached the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Call. The hatch opened and the wind howled. Li Guanqi, dressed in black, was standing by the door. His white hair was blown wildly by the strong wind, and his black clothes were also blown wildly. He lowered his eyes and looked. Great clouds covered the sky in the wasteland era. Even the ocean can no longer be labeled as blue. looking at the endless sea at this time. It is all dull gray water. Here is the Pacific Ocean, the largest ocean in the world. The sea coordinates marked by Lin Xianbai will be reached in 1 minute at most.
Watch chess.
Han Mingyao, wearing a black combat uniform, walked up to Li Guanqi with a solemn expression.
The sea area marked by Director Lin is coming. I go by my own?
Li Guanqi's face was expressionless. What happened next was something that even a simulator couldn't simulate. It was impossible for him to let his lover take the risk.
I want to accompany you. Otherwise, why would I be here?
Han Mingyao frowned and held his right hand tightly.
Evil Phoenix.
Li Guanqi didn't fight with her. Han Mingyao obviously struggled. But yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the whole 2 days, the evil phoenix did not show up. So now it can easily take over control of the body. In the blink of an eye, her black hair turned fiery red, fluttering in the strong wind, and her eyes turned golden red. Evil Phoenix said nothing.
The dangers ahead are unknown, and you will distract me.
Li Guanqi looked at her seriously.
I'll keep an eye on her.
Evil Phoenix sighed helplessly.
Wait me back.
After Li Guanqi said that, he turned around, jumped directly from the door of the plane, and rushed straight to the sea from 1,000 meters altitude. As if he didn't think it was fast enough, he summoned strong winds and crashed into the sea like a storm meteorite.
Boom!
A high column of water exploded from the sea. Li Guanqi's figure was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing in the gray sea. The land in the wasteland era is full of all kinds of zombies and mutated monsters. And the same is true for the ocean. All kinds of mutated sea monsters were swimming in the sea. And even the levels of these sea monsters were more terrifying than those on land. Li Guanqi walked through the seawater, and in just a few minutes, he encountered a 3-headed monster several meters long. A 10-meter-long 4th-level monster. However, they were all ants in front of him.
Boom!
Li Guanqi was surrounded by strong winds, like a terrifying waterspout, speeding through the sea floor, rolling up all the sea monsters along the way into a piece of flesh and blood. And large areas of the sea were dyed red as a result. If there was no simulation, he might have to wander around in this sea area for a long time before he could find what was special about this sea area. But although the simulation failed, it still simulated the previous section. At least it let Li Guanqi know what he was looking for. Soon, a huge obstacle appeared in front of Li Guanqi in the dark depths of the sea. It took him a while to identify the thing. This is a giant whale demon species, whose rotting whale carcass is hundreds of meters long.
This is it.
Li Guanqi dispersed the strong wind, swam in the seawater, came to the rotting body of the whale, and tore open a door in the belly of the dead whale. He stepped into it and searched in the rotting belly. Contrary to imagination, the mysterious item is not difficult to find, because the whale's stomach is empty. It must have been digested by its terrifying stomach acid before it was alive. The only thing that has not been digested is a crown. It was a very ordinary-looking crown, and it even looked a bit low-end because it was stained by the rotten flesh next to it. If it had not been stained by the rotten flesh, it would have been golden.
Ding! You found a charged item. The time crown.
Really? Li Guanqi clenched his fists. He had a vague guess since last night's simulation. What are the items that cannot be simulated by simulators? Time series of rechargeable items. Because in a strange world, the simulator cannot simulate the appearance of such charged items. But he still couldn't believe it at first. He didn't expect that charging items already existed in this era. And he didn't expect that Daoist Master Lin's secret reminder actually led him to find this charging item. This crown of time must have been accidentally eaten by this giant whale demon species. If it hadn't been for Daozhong Lin's tip, it would have been almost impossible for Li Guanqi to find it in the vast sea at this time. And it would have been impossible to discover that it still had this thing hidden in its belly. Buzz? Li Guanqi didn't think about anything else. He squatted down and reached out to touch the time crown that was accidentally eaten by the whale. The time crown, like the previous charged items, turned into a burst of golden light and integrated into his body after being touched by him. Next moment, when the golden light dissipates, then blood red light emerged, submerging Li Guanqi in the water. Weird World Simulator. Currently the simulator has absorbed time ring, time necklace, time earrings, time crown. The charging items of the simulator are the missing parts of the simulator. You now have one of the core components of the simulator. New features unlocked to travel through time and space. This function has nothing to do with your personal situation, and is purely a simulator function. You must consume a specific core component of the simulator. and then consume a large amount of simulator energy before you can travel to a previous time node. The number of years you can travel forward depends on how much energy the simulator has. The core components currently available for
traveling through time and space
are Time Crown. The number of times you can currently activate time travel, once.
Ah! Yahoo!
Li Guanqi suppressed his emotions tightly. But in the end, he couldn't suppress it completely. He jumped more than 10 meters high on the black mist-shrouded ground. Jumping ecstatically, he had never felt such intense joy. But this time, he could no longer maintain any composure. Faced with this newly unlocked ability to travel through time and space, who can remain calm? After a long time, Li Guanqi regained his composure. But his fists were still tightly clenched.
No wonder. No wonder. Taoist Master Lin. No wonder your secret prompt almost killed you. Because this prompt is really, so damn awesome. I got the Time Crown. I can travel through time and space. I can go back in time. Change everything. Save my parents. Use different blood potions to turn all humans around the world into superhuman beings. And turn the rain of blood that brings about the apocalypse into a global super-evolutionary blessing from heaven. Hack! Director Lin. You are the hacking savior. The most awesome savior.
Li Guanqi's face was full of excitement, and he looked at the light screen panel with great joy.
Start up. I want to use travel through time and space. I want to go back 100 years ago.
Start calculating. The light curtain panel began to pop up boxes. You own a specific simulator component, Time Crown, and you can start a
travel through time and space.
The number of years you can travel forward depends on the current energy of the simulator. Option 1. Based on the existing energy of the simulator. If you want to retain the energy of personal simulation and tech simulation when the fifth strange world comes, then you can travel forward up to 50 years. Option 2. Consume the energy of tech simulation and only retain the energy of personal simulation, which can travel forward 65 years. Option 3. Consume the energy of personal simulation and only retain the energy of tech simulation, which can travel forward 80 years. Option 4. No retention at all. Completely exhaust all the remaining energy of the simulator. You can travel forward up to 95 years. But the price is that you will no longer be able to use any functions of the simulator before you obtain new charging items. That is to say, your fifth trip to the strange world can only be done by yourself. Please choose.
I choose option 4.
Li Guanqi blurted out without any hesitation. Option 1 is useless. Travel forward 50 years? There is no difference between the extraordinary 50 years and the current wasteland era of extraordinary 100 years. Option 2 travels through 65 years. Same reason. As for the third option, just travel through 80 years and return to the extraordinary 20 years? It only has a year and no specific date. If it reaches the end of the extraordinary 20 years, after the bloody rain breaks out, then what's the point of going back? Therefore, only option 4 is the safest. Travel forward 95 years, which is the 5 extraordinary years. 15 years before the end of the world begins. At that time, his parents were still alive and could drink the strange blood potion. The long period of 15 years is completely enough for him to use the different blood potion to evolve all the humans around the world into different blood superhumans, with a perfect posture to welcome the bloody benefits of the extraordinary 20 years after 15 years. From the perspective of his parents and Mengyao, they only waited for him for 5 years. Although it was still not short. It was much faster than 100 years. So, this has been perfect. As for the cost? Exhausting all the energy of the simulator, causing the fifth trip to the strange world to become impossible to simulate, in the face of saving his parents and humanity around the world. This price is a joke. Even Li Guanqi wanted to laugh when he saw it. After weighing the pros and cons, this is something that requires no hesitation at all. Traveling through time and space is irreversible. It will consume all the energy of the current simulator and travel forward 95 years. Please confirm.
Sure.
The simulator function.
Travel through time and space.
Starts.
Boom!
The world shrouded in black mist suddenly shook violently, as if the simulator space and time were about to collapse. And that seems to be the case.
Boom!
There was another loud noise, and cracks appeared in the black fog, and colorful and intense light shone from the cracks.
Boom!
With a third loud noise, the black mist world completely collapsed, like a mirror falling to the ground, turning into countless fragments. Then what appeared in front of Li Guanqi's eyes was a twisted world of 7-colored light.
So Is this the beginning?
Li Guanqi looked around and found that the light curtain panel was still there. Please wait. Call. Li Guanqi kept taking deep breaths, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and quietly waiting to travel through time and space. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Oh! Time and space rift?
Suddenly, a man's gentle voice seemed to come from outside the colorful light world. Li Guanqi was stunned.
Is it naturally formed? Hey! Is there anyone on the other side?
The man's voice sounded again.
Who are you?
Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, and then asked.
There is actually someone.
The unknown man seemed surprised, and then asked.
Wait, who are you? Are you a person from the old era? No. Are you a human being who can travel to the 4,870th year of the new era?
Chapter 335, 5 Extraordinary Years. I'm back. Traveling to new epoch 4870? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Extraordinary one.
I am. Who are you?
Li Guanqi asked quickly.
Really are? Ha 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 ha.
The unknown man laughed wildly.
I succeeded ha 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 ha. The primitive people of that era were really chosen by me.
Li Guanqi looked shocked.
Hey! What level of cultivation are you doing now?
In addition to surprise, the unknown man's voice was also a little anxious.
4 symbols.
Li Guanqi replied truthfully.
Too weak.
The unknown man's voice deepened.
Who are you?
Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at the twisted and changing world of colorful light.
You are the god who chose us? What on earth do you want us to do when you choose us? Choose you?
The unknown man smiled.
No. There has never been them I want to choose. If anyone can accomplish that thing, it can only be one person at most. In each era, only one such existence will appear. The reason why I selected all the primitive humans of your era was just to find that one person.
Li Guanqi looked shocked. Therefore, his and Lin Xianbai's guesses were correct. 100 million extraordinary beings were selected by a certain future god and asked to carry out a mission to do something. And their other guess was also correct. In the future, God will just cast a wide net, and the only fish he wants to catch is one. Moreover, this future word of God also seems to verify another thing.
Choose all the primitive people of your time.
No, it doesn't. In this strange world, only 1% of the world was selected, and only 100 million people became extraordinary. Li Guanqi had a vague guess. If it's correct, the simulator should have stepped in and taken away some kind of energy? In short, it should be the sudden appearance of the simulator that caused the future god to fail to select all humans and only select 1% of humans. The truth comes out. The emergence of extraordinary beings is the handiwork of a certain future being. But the emulator is not. The simulator remains a mystery. And Li Guanqi was not prepared to tell this unknown existence about the simulator.
You let us witness the future. What exactly do you want us to do?
Li Guanqi only asked this question.
I want to tell you too.
The unknown man's voice sounded.
But I can't say. If I don't say many things, you don't know. But fate will bring you to that point. But if I say it, maybe everything will be different. I don't dare to bet on the consequences. So I can't say. And you are too weak now. Like an ant. If I tell you all the causes and consequences of the matter, I am afraid that your soul will be broken by being frightened. Well, besides, I don't know if you are the one I have high hopes for.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The Riddler is so annoying.
So, what can you tell me?
After a while, he asked helplessly.
I can tell you why it took 100 years for you to return to reality.
The unknown man's words caused thunder to rise from the ground.
You didn't do this?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Of course not.
The unknown man said solemnly.
There are many things I want you to do, and some things need to be done before a specific time point. If you return to reality directly after 100 years, you will miss a lot of things. So we shouldn't have left centenary.
Li Guanqi also looked serious.
Yes.
The unknown man gave an affirmative reply.
It's hard for me to explain this to you. If you reach the Lyoha level and understand the laws of space, you can understand it if I just say a few words. But now, I don't know can you understand? Simply put, you should know that there will be as many weird worlds as there are human beings among you. These worlds are not imaginary. They are actually parallel time and spaces that actually exist. Of course, whenever you leave that time and space, then these time and space will be illusory to you, because the two time and space do not interfere with each other. In this case, you can completely say illusion. But when you go to that time and space and are in it, it becomes real. Well, it seems to be complicated. To put it simply, there is a being in a strange world who is aware of the existence of your real time and space. So he wants to open the space and time leading to reality.
Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look shocked.
We have been discovered?
Grass. What bastard Superman revealed that?
Who discovered us?
Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice.
It is a very bad habit to interrupt others when they are talking.
The unknown man seemed a little displeased, but still said,
I can't give a 100% accurate conclusion about who it is. But when he was levering the time and space barrier, I also had a feeling in the future. I used some means to open it. A small crack in time and space appeared, just like we are now. It's just that I can't see you, so I can only communicate by voice. And that space-time rift is the other way around. I can't hear it, but I can see it. Through that small gap in time and space, I saw a piece of fabric. It was a piece of black cloth with golden dragon patterns embroidered on it. I'm not 100% sure, but if I had to guess one person, it would be Emperor Shenwu of Daluo, the Shenwu Emperor of a strange world. After all, the black clothes embroidered with golden dragons are most likely the great Luo Emperor's robes. If we calculate the candidate with the required strength,
it is basically him.
Li Guanqi was stunned.
Where did I just say? Oh, he noticed you. I will continue. And, primitive man, don't interrupt me again. Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian in a strange world noticed the existence of your real time and space. So he wanted to open a time and space shuttle door to reality. It is precisely because of this move that affected the time and space barrier of your time and space. Causing your time and space barrier to shake a bit. I don't know how to explain the principles to a 4-elephant primitive like you. You just need to know the cause and effect. The reason was that Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian of that strange world had moved the time and space barrier. As a result, you humans, who were supposed to return to reality after a moment, returned to reality 100 years too late.
At this point, the unknown man stopped narrating.
Then what?
Li Guanqi was a little surprised.
Keep talking. What else can I say?
The unknown man also seemed a little surprised.
The matter has reached this point, and there is no way to undo it. What else can be done?
After a pause, he continued,
it doesn't matter 100 years from now. You are still within the scope of that era, and can still give birth to the existence I want. Even if you have missed many things in this 100 years. It doesn't matter. As long as the final thing can be completed. That's enough.
Oh! Li Guanqi's eyes flickered. It seems that even this future god, even if he is talking to him now, does not know that he is traveling through time and space. He will not stay obediently for 100 years. He will go back soon. To the extraordinary 5 years.
So what else can you say to me?
Li Guanqi asked again.
Gone.
The unknown man's voice was calm.
It's too early now. You are still too weak. And my conversation with you should not have happened at this moment. It seems that this space-time rift is about to close.
Almost closed? Li Guanqi's heart skipped a beat.
I still have many questions to ask you.
Li Guanqi asked quickly.
You said that the Great Luotian Wu Emperor of that strange world moved the barrier of time and space, which caused us to come back 100 years late. Who is he? Will this kind of thing happen again in the future? Almost impossible.
The unknown man didn't care about his non-answer and replied calmly.
Even gods do not have the ability to affect the space-time barrier at will. The swaying of the space-time barrier is just a super low probability cosmic phenomenon. In fact, even if Emperor de Luotian Wu successfully opens the door of time and space, opens a passage through reality and connects the two worlds, it will not 100% cause the time and space barrier to shake. So, it was just an accident. It should be that Emperor Shenwu wanted to open the space-time channel, but he failed and accidentally caused the space-time barrier to shake. This is a very, very low probability. You don't need to worry about this happening next time.
Li Guanqi looked ugly. Low probability. Does that mean there is a probability? It's almost impossible. But haven't they encountered it once?
What about the space channel?
Li Guanqi's voice was low, and he continued to ask.
As you said, the Great Luotian Wu Emperor of that weird world failed this time. Does that mean that he may succeed next time?
Certainly. The unknown man's voice remained calm.
I can even tell you in advance that it is almost inevitable for the strange world to invade your reality. And I can also tell you that in the future, countless weird worlds will slowly merge together, until eventually, it becomes a parallel time and space. Another universe. Have you heard of the concept of the multiverse? I remember that you should already have this concept at that time. Parallel time and space is another universe. I don't want creatures from a strange world to invade our time and space. This goes against my wishes. Your time and space and my time and space are actually the same line. The same universe. If you change history at your time point, you can directly change my future. But Weird World is not. From the moment I made the decision to select you and let you enter the Weird World, the Weird World was destined to become another line and become another brand new, independent, and real universe. So of course, I don't want the Weird World to invade. But many times it's not a matter of whether I think about it or not. The time point of the universe in the Weird World is already on the verge of destruction. So in order to survive, people in the Weird World will definitely choose to invade your universe. There's nothing we can do about it. But maybe it's a good thing? The fusion of the two universes and the competition between the two worlds may allow the existence I want to be born faster. All in all, I am in the same camp as you. I come from the future of the same universe as you. But the strange world is another parallel time and space. Another independent universe. If nothing else happens, before you help me change the future, the first thing you have to do is to resist the invasion of the Weird World. Otherwise everything will be empty talk.
At this point, the unknown man stopped narrating again. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was lost in thought. After a few seconds, he said,
Hey, if I could go back 95 years ago, is there any way I can make the other humans chosen by you return to reality immediately?
The unknown man was silent for a moment.
Call.
His voice was clear as he took a deep breath.
I believe it's not an if. You have no reason to ask me this nonsense.
The unknown man's voice was extremely low.
Go back in time? Can you tell me how you did it? If I could go back in time, I wouldn't need people from your era at all. Can't.
Li Guanqi's face was expressionless. The unknown man was silent for a moment. Li Guanqi thought he would never speak again. But unexpectedly, after more than 10 seconds, he actually spoke again.
There is a way. Of course there is a way. If you could go back in time, you could bring all the primitive people back to reality. Before I talk about this method, I still have to explain the principle to you in a little detail. About the time and space barrier. I just told you that the cause of this incident was that Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian from a strange world broke the barrier of time and space. And the result of this incident is that you humans, who should have returned to reality after a moment, returned to reality 100 years too late. But you need to understand. The reason why you can come back after 100 years is essentially a matter of time flow. Originally, the time flow rate ratio between the strange world and reality, the two spacetimes, was about 100 years, 1 second. Note, it is years and seconds. After staying in a strange world for 100 years, reality only passes for 1 second. Because of this exaggerated time difference, you think that no matter how long you stay in the strange world, it is only an instant to reality. And when you return to reality, this time difference will be reversed. So that after you have stayed in reality for 100 years, only 1 second has passed in the Weird World. So you have stayed in reality for dozens of days. And when you return to the Weird World's still the same as when I left. However, the time difference is not eternally fixed. That great Luotian emperor moved the time and space barrier and affected this time difference, which caused your return to reality from the strange world to be 100 years late. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know one thing. What you have to do is to restore the time difference between the two time and space to its original state. In this way, under the influence of the huge time difference of 100 years, 1 second, all humans in your time and space will return to reality in an instant.
The unknown man stopped here. Li Guanqi was speechless.
So, why don't you continue talking? What exactly should I do?
I asked you how to get 1 million. And you told me that you could just earn 1 million and deposit it in the bank to earn interest. The question is how to make this damn 100 million? Just go back.
The unknown man's voice was calm.
If you can really go back to the past, then you only need to go back. Traveling through time and space will inevitably pass through the time and space barrier. And then the time difference will return to its original state. Because, I am too lazy to explain. Because you don't seem to understand it all. Put it this way. You understand it this way. Emperor Shenwu moved the time and space barrier, which was equivalent to turning on a switch, causing the time difference to become chaotic. When you travel through time and space and pass through the time and space barrier, It is equivalent to leveraging the time and space barrier again. It is equivalent to turning off the switch again. And the time difference will be restored. Do you understand this? All in all,
Li Guanqi hesitated slightly.
I don't have to do anything else. I just need to travel back. The time difference between reality and countless weird worlds will be restored. And then all the people chosen by you will come back? Yes.
The unknown man replied in the affirmative. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. He originally wanted to say, why make such a simple thing so complicated? But the rules of the conjurer suddenly came to mind. As a magician, you can't just know what is happening, but also know why it is happening. Although Li Guanqi still doesn't understand these things about time, space, time and space, and two universes. It's too complicated. Now he just wants to go back to the extraordinary 5 years to see the era he is familiar with and see the world as parents.
Well, the space-time rift is closing,
the unknown man suddenly said.
Then do you have anything else you can tell me?
Li Guanqi shouted quickly.
No, if you want to say there is, there is. It's about the time difference. I just told you that in the future, many strange worlds will gradually merge until they become one. In this process, the two worlds the time difference will also change and will gradually become one.
Silence.
What the hell are you saying, and half the people are gone?
Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. It seems that the space-time rift mentioned by the future god has been closed. But the words are not finished yet. How big will the time difference between the weird world and reality be? 1 to how many? Could it be 1 to 1?
Boom!
Suddenly, the entire colorful light world trembled violently, like a mountain shaking and the earth shaking. Buzz! Not far away. A white light came from far to near, completely engulfing Li Guanqi in an instant. His vision has been completely occupied by white light. Because of this, Li Guanqi couldn't see it. The moment the white light submerged him, a new box popped up on the light screen panel next to him. The simulator function, time travel, has been activated, and a total of 34,694 days, 7 hours and 32 seconds, approximately 95 years, have traveled forward.
Ding! The world's first 4-elephant level conjurer appears. And his name is King!
Ding! The world's first extraordinary person to obtain a 4th level virtual soul appears. His name is King. Ding! The world's first LV60 transcendent appears. And his name is King. Thump! Ah!
Li Guanqi felt his head was groggy. Before he could wake up, a cold mechanical female voice sounded in his ears 3 times in a row, making him even more confused as he was already unconscious. Then before he could react, he felt a falling sensation. And then he felt like he had fallen directly into a piece of warm water. And there was something like a bubble-like touch. There was also a woman's scream that almost pierced the eardrums.
Gulyalu.
Wow. After a while, Li Guanqi gradually recovered from the discomfort in his soul and body. Then he stood up, surfaced, and spat out the foamy water in his mouth. Only then did he realize that he stood up from a large white bathtub. And the so-called bubbles naturally meant foaming bath water. And outside, Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. Outside the bathroom, I saw a young, beautiful, wet woman with a face full of fear. She was holding a towel in her left hand to cover her important parts.
And she was holding a fruit knife tremblingly in her right hand, pointing at Li Guanqi, her voice trembling.
You, don't come over. If you come over again, I will call the police. Peng Lai Lai's night watchman will come immediately. Immediately it'll be there. Please don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. I'm sorry for the current situation. Right, ha 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 ha.
As Li Guanqi was talking, he suddenly burst out laughing, ecstatic, because he saw an electronic calendar in the shape of a pink sheep in the living room behind the woman. The living room was dark, and the white fonts lit up on the little sheep were very clear. 1821. June 1st. 5 extraordinary years.
5 extraordinary years.
With a bright smile on his face, Li Guanqi raised his arms and shouted,
I'm back!
Chapter 336. This is the most beautiful period. Everything is still too late.
Well, sir, you suddenly appeared at Ms. Zhao's house while she was taking a bath. And you were on top of her bathtub. Then you fell into the bathtub. And then you stood up from the bathtub. First you apologized. And then you were like she looked at Ms. Zhao like a madman and laughed. At last, you tell us night watchman that you are innocent.
In the bright living room, 2 men in Peng Lai uniforms stood beside the coffee table with solemn expressions. The young Miss Xiao, who had put on clothes, was standing behind them. Her pretty face was a little pale, and she still looked shocked. A middle-aged man, also wearing Pengli uniform, was sitting on the light blue sofa at the moment, holding a notepad in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, looking at Li Guanqi sitting opposite him with an unkind expression.
Sir, I think you are not legally illiterate. Superhumans do not have privileges in our country. If you break the law and commit crimes, you will still have to go to jail. Well, let me figure it out. Breaking into private houses and peeping. Oh no! You just forced yourself to have sex with him. Ms. Zhao was squeezed into a bathtub, which was more than just voyeurism.
Li Guanqi sat on the sofa, speechless for a moment. But then I felt like laughing again. The 3 night watchmen are all low-grade human beings of different blood. If we estimate the data, their physical strength is about 3 to 5.
Oh, by the way, Xiaoong, bring out the abnormal blood tester.
The middle-aged man looked at one of the 2 young night watchmen and stretched out his right hand. The young man didn't say anything and took out a small silver-white box from his waist. It had a metallic texture and was about the size of a palm. There was a groove in the middle. Next to the groove was a pointer dial covered by a glass cover.
What's this?
Li Guanqi looked at this thing with interest. Spiritual power fluctuates. This is a psychic device.
You don't even know about the abnormal blood tester?
The middle-aged man glanced at Li Guanqi in surprise.
This thing can analyze blood, test a superhuman's physical fitness, connect to the data network, retrieve your identity information, and so on.
As he said that, the middle-aged night watchman's face changed slightly.
How did you pass the superhuman test? You don't even know this? Are you still an unlicensed superhuman?
As soon as these words came out, the 2 young night watchmen next to them were shocked and put their right hands directly on the gun bag on their waist.
Do not worry,
Li Guanqi smiled and said.
Didn't you say that you can retrieve identity information? You'll know after you try it.
After saying that, he stretched out his right index finger and forced out a drop of blood from the fingertip. The middle-aged night watchman looked suspicious, raised the abnormal blood tester, and pointed the central groove of the silver-white iron box at Li Guanqi's finger. Li Guanqi shook his index finger gently. A drop of bright red blood dripped from his fingertips and fell into the groove of the silver-white iron box.
Boom!
The next moment, the pointer of the iron box hit the top and bent. And then the whole box suddenly exploded. And the fragments flew. The tester exploded. The 3 night watchmen dodged subconsciously and moved very quickly. But Ms. Zhao, an ordinary person, does not have such reaction speed and physical fitness. If nothing goes wrong, being shot by fragments is almost inevitable. But there are still surprises after all.
Ma'am, I'm really sorry about what happened just now.
Li Guanqi's right hand hovered in front of Ms. Zhao's eyes, holding a small piece of iron between his index and middle fingers.
So, I can make up for it now.
Ms. Zhao opened her mouth slightly. She was completely stunned and had not yet reacted.
You 3 are somewhat incompetent.
Li Guanqi threw away the iron piece and looked helplessly at the 3 night watchmen in the living room.
When danger occurs, it is normal for ordinary people to subconsciously only protect themselves. And this is natural. But you are not ordinary people. You are night watchmen who protect the people. As night watchmen, your first reaction is not to protect ordinary people, but to escape first. In just 5 years, Pengli has become like this. No wonder it will be so miserable in the future.
Both young people were a little ashamed.
Who are you anyway?
Finally, the middle-aged night watchman looked at Li Guanqi solemnly. That alien blood tester is a high-end product, capable of detecting up to second-order superhumans. But at this moment it exploded. What is the origin of this big man with white hair and blue eyes?
Let's go back.
Li Guanqi walked to the window impatiently, looked at the night view of the city outside the building, and said calmly,
Go back and tell your superiors that the extraordinary people who have disappeared for 5 years have returned en masse. Also, ask them to report it to Lin Xiaobai. Li Guanqi, am waiting for him here.
What does 5 extraordinary years look like? Forehead. Let Li Guanqi say it is the same as before. There are no major changes in the city. Streets, pedestrians, clothing, etc. And there is no difference from the modern times in Li Guanqi's impression. Because it's only been 5 years. Psionic devices have indeed begun to flourish. But due to the low efficiency of spiritual power conversion, the current psychic devices are all small devices, such as rows of psychic streetlights, psychic bicycles on the roadside, and the like. Even psionic sedans are rare.
Yes, there were. But after Li Guanqi wandered the street for more than 10 minutes, he only saw one on the road. And pedestrians are looking at it with envy. Just like how ordinary people used to look at supercars. An extraordinary 5 years. The psychic car should be a top luxury product. Of course, this city is not Yucheng, nor the south, but a metropolis in the north called Yucheng. It seems that traveling through time is a random location. The world is so big, and being able to appear in the familiar Chinese region is enough to burn high incense. It's better to be modern. When night falls in the city, thousands of lights are on, making it warm and cozy. This is a sense of happiness that cannot be seen in the wasteland of the apocalypse. Li Guanqi was sitting on a chair outside a cafe, looking at the endless flow of people on the road and the streets with people coming and going. With a smile in his eyes, the passers-by around him looked at him with white hair and blue eyes. With respect, fear, but more envy. People with hair color and eye color that are different from ordinary people are basically superhumans, who have completed the transformation of blood. Who wouldn't envy superhuman beings? As for hair dye and contact lenses, as early as 2 years ago in the extraordinary year 3, this thing was banned by most countries around the world. In order to make it easier to distinguish superhumans. Let's not talk about foreign countries with blonde hair and blue eyes. At least in Asia, where black hair and eyes are common. This ban still provides great convenience. Hey, handsome? Suddenly, a girl's chuckle came from the side. Li Guanqi looked sideways slightly. This is a very beautiful young girl. She looks about 17 or 18 years old. She had a bright smile, had short shoulder-length hair, and was wearing a blue and white baseball uniform, unbuttoned, revealing a small black tube top underneath, the kind that exposed her navel, showing off her fair waist. The lower body is in a pair of very short denim shorts, slender white legs wrapped in a pair of knee-high black silk, and white sneakers on her feet. Sports, or just pure lust for a hottie? Anything? Li Guanqi looked at her and asked calmly. Can I buy you a drink? The smile on the little hot girl's face is very sunny. Drink wine? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. No. The little hot girl shook her head. I'm not over 18 yet, and my mother won't let me drink. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Please drink milk tea. The little hot girl looked at him eagerly. Is that okay? Then take a photo with me? Why? Li Guanqi asked with a smile. Because you are a superhuman. Right. The little hot girl pointed at Li Guanqi's white hair and blue eyes. I haven't made friends with superhumans yet. My best friends do. And they always talk about this about me. So why don't you take a photo with me? Let me show it off to them. 17 years old. High school student. Li Guanqi shook his head. Study hard and don't compare yourself to these useless things. Ah. The little hot girl's expression suddenly dropped, and she looked dejected. Go home now. Li Guanqi waved his hand. Oh. The little hot girl didn't stalk him. She just hung her head and turned around to leave. Li Guanqi looked at her back and was slightly startled. Because the pattern on the back of this little hot girl's baseball jacket is an anime graffiti, surrounded by crimson flames. A tall woman in a red dress was in the flames, with her hands folded across her chest, her head slightly raised, looking down at the camera, with a bit of arrogance in her eyes. There is a logo pattern in the lower left corner, which Li Guanqi doesn't recognize. But in the lower right corner, there is a series of elegant English artistic fonts. Daughter of Fire. Daughter of Fire. Who is the woman in this dress? Although the characters are drawn in an anime style, their faces are still drawn based on real people. It's easy to spot. It was Han Mengyao. Li Guanqi looked at the back of the little hot girl and the back pattern of her baseball uniform, and couldn't help laughing. Become a big star? Anime characters can be printed on clothes and sold. It seems that the current time point is the time after Han Mengyao went to the world arena to compete on behalf of China. With his second-level peak strength, he defeated all foreign superhumans in the overseas world arena and became the #1 in the world. It was this time in the ring that earned her the title of Daughter of Fire among foreign fan groups. Forehead. From the corner of his eye, Li Guanqi caught a glimpse of a building not far away suddenly glowing. The huge LED screen on the surface of the building formed a giant billboard tens of meters high. And the person in the ad is none other than someone else. It was an advertising short film shot by Han Mengyao to endorse a certain sneaker brand. Li Guanqi also noticed that almost as soon as the advertisement came on, 90% of the young people on the street stopped and were excited to see the advertisement, taking pictures with their mobile phones and talking about it. All kinds of comments that were almost
fanatic fans, and brainless fans
appeared within Li Guanqi's hearing range. Han Mingyao's nature is not an entertainment star, nor a sports star, but a new idol formed since the extraordinary era, and the strongest person in the world. Entertainment stars and sports stars are almost becoming a thing of the past in the face of superhuman stars. After all, worshipping the strong is the most primitive instinct of human beings. By the way, do all celebrities have their dark spots?
Hey.
Li Guanqi looked at the middle-aged man next to him, who was holding coffee. He was about to leave in a hurry, but when he saw Han Mingyao's commercial video, he immediately took out his mobile phone and stood there taking pictures, and asked curiously,
"What's wrong with Han Mingyao?
Do you want to order?"
The middle-aged man looked at Li Guanqi with his brows furrowed, even though he hesitated for a moment while looking at his white hair and blue eyes. He still cursed with disgust on his face.
Crazy! Where were you when Han Mingyao was bringing glory to the country? You superhuman beings can only be miserable here.
Then after cursing, he ran away quickly. I was afraid and wanted to scold.
Huh?
Li Guanqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Why am I upset? Jay Chou wasn't like this back then. Was he? Miss Han is now the most popular diva-level star in the world, with fans all over the world. And her fans are very sticky. If you are not a superhuman with white hair and blue eyes, I think that gentleman just now will not just scold you. Surprising? After all, we disappeared for more than 5 years.
A gentleman's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's ears. But it's not sudden. Li Guanqi felt his breath as early as 2 streets away and heard the sound of him jumping directly from the helicopter to a nearby roof.
Taoist Lin.
Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the young man in front of him, wearing white short-sleeved black trousers and a black peaked cap, with emotion in his eyes. Young and handsome. This is Lin Xianbai. That old man with dementia should not be him.
Heck! Taoist Master Lin. I'm so damn happy to see you still so young and handsome. Really? You are a great person. Far greater than me. Li Guanqi.
Question mark. Lin Xianbai was confused.
Guanqi, what kind of plane are you doing? Ha 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 ha.
Li Guanqi sat on the chair and laughed heartily. Pedestrians on the street looked sideways and looked at the 2 men in confusion.
So, in the wasteland era 100 years later, I spent almost all my life and gave you a secret hint. Then according to this secret prompt, you traveled through time and space, returned to 95 years ago, and returned to the present extraordinary 5 years? And because you traveled back in time, we extraordinary beings can follow you and return to reality today?
Yuzheng. Palai branch. In a conference room, Lin Xianbai sat at the round table and looked at Li Guanqi across from him with surprise on his face.
That's it.
Li Guanqi nodded, picked up a cup of coffee on the table, lowered his head and smelled it, and then put it down again. He doesn't like drinking this stuff. Just now, after he confirmed his parents' situation and asked Lin Xianbai to send someone to pick them up, he told Lin Xianbai everything about the apocalyptic wasteland from beginning to end while waiting. I also talked about the future god. At least Lin Xianbai needs to know these things. However, Li Guanqi didn't say anything about the simulator. He vaguely felt that the simulator, something that even the future god didn't know about, must be hiding some kind of terrible secret. The less people knew about it, the better.
The end of the world, the wasteland, 100 years later, Guanqi. I don't think you would make such a joke on me for no reason.
Lin Xianbai still looked at him a little doubtfully.
You had a miserable childhood. Because you looked like a pretty boy. You were called a sissy. You were bullied by your classmates at home and bullied abroad.
Li Guanqi said calmly.
Grass.
Lin Xianbai couldn't hold himself any longer and stood up from the chair with a sudden movement, his face full of shock.
How did you know? You told me personally when I was traveling with you in the wasteland.
Li Guanqi spread his hands.
Grass.
Lin Xianbai cursed twice in a row.
So it's true.
His face was full of disbelief.
This is so hacking amazing. Hey. Taoist Lin. You've swore 3 times. Calm down.
Li Guanqi smiled.
How the H, I am I calm.
Lin Xianbai cursed for the 4th time, swallowed, forced himself to calm down, and sat back in the chair. After dozens of seconds, he slowly spoke.
So, the apocalypse no longer exists. Because it can't reappear. You traveled back to the present and allowed us extraordinary people to come back early. Then we can completely change the end of this future. Certainly.
Li Guanqi smiled and nodded.
This is why I want to tell you these things. What about the transplantation method and herbs for the alien blood potion?
Lin Xianbai asked quickly.
Don't worry. Mengyao's Dream Observation Research Institute didn't use up all my materials.
Li Guanqi took out one small cloth bag after another from the space necklace and piled it up in the corner of the conference room.
These are 7 ready-made materials that can be used to cook alien blood potions. The others are various raw material seeds. There are probably 7 or 8 or 9 copies of each left. As for the transplantation method and various information, you can find me a computer later, and I will record everything in it for you. Fortunately, I had nothing to do and went to the research institution of the shelter. And fortunately, I have a photographic memory. Wrote it all down. Oh, and I still have various information on the psychic equipment of the Dream Observation Institute in my mind, including the Sky Ring, the most epic-making invention of the Dream Observation Institute, which I just mentioned to you. Mengyao is most proud of this thing. Fortunately, she told me the structure of this thing over and over again. So I also remember the research and development information of the Sky Ring, and will give it to you later. When you build a ring in every city in the country, it is estimated that the spiritual power of the development of science and technology is about to soar into the sky. Well, thinking about it makes me excited. There is no problem in giving you this information. The only requirement is who the inventor is. And you can tell me honestly who he is. The strange blood potion is Mars Clinton. The Sky Ring is Han Mengyao, and all the members of the Dream Sanctuary. And other inventions are also written in their own way. Don't tell me that some of your bastard scientists fake patents. Well, that would make me very angry.
As Li Guanqi spoke, he classified the materials for the strange blood potion into categories and piled them neatly in the corner. Lin Xianbai looked at him solemnly. Angry. Once a LV-60 Transcendent gets angry, he doesn't even dare to think about it. Suddenly, Li Guanqi turned around and looked at the door of the conference room.
Hey!
Lin Xianbai lowered his head to look at the tablet in his hand, and smiled helplessly.
The plane has just arrived over Yucheng. And you discovered it now?
Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart.
I heard their voices. The sensory abilities of the 4 elephant-level alien blood warriors are truly terrifying.
Lin Xianbai smiled. Then his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice,
But what are you going to do? Not long after we left 5 years ago, Polai took your parents back to the country. But the problem is, you used to the reason why I never get together with them is because of luck issues. You are the strongest son of destiny, and will encounter all kinds of big events. It's very dangerous around you. It's because of this that you don't get together with your parents. What about now? Are you going to get together with them now? So what to do if it's dangerous? You know the level of danger around you better than anyone else. Then keep a little distance.
Li Guanqi sighed helplessly.
What else can I do? But after seeing my parents' graves 100 years later, I really want to see them and spend time with them. Of course.
Lin Xianbai nodded.
You decide for yourself. Only you can decide this.
Li Guanqi stood next to the chair, reaching out to grab the armrest of the chair, his fingertips turning blue.
By the way, I just asked you to call Han Ming out here, and you said you were checking her whereabouts. What's going on now? Found it.
Lin Xianbai lowered his head and looked at the tablet in his hand.
But your parents are already next door. Let's go see your uncle and aunt first. We will talk about Han Mingyao later. Problem occurs?
Li Guanqi looked at him in surprise.
How can it be?
Lin Xianbai smiled and said,
You have already met Han Mingyao in the extraordinary 100 years. What can happen now? 2.
Li Guanqi nodded, turned and left.
I'll see you later.
Call. Li Guanqi left the conference room where Lin Xianbai was sitting, went to the next door, stood in front of the door of this conference room, and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his right hand tremblingly and grasped the door handle.
Click!
Turned the handle slightly and pushed the door open. Li Guanqi's eyes turned red instantly. Chapter 337, Different Blood Potion. Parents.
Click!
After hearing the sound of the door opening, the only 2 figures in the conference room immediately stood up and turned to look. The man among them looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He was tall and strong, and looked more muscular than Li Guanqi. The other tall woman, on the other hand, looked younger, barely in her 40s in appearance, gentle and elegant, with an outstanding temperament, and she was definitely a beauty when she was young. Li Guanqi's parents. Li Yongqiu, Wang Lingbai.
Dad? Mom.
Li Guanqi walked into the conference room and came to them. His eyes were red and sparkling with tears. His voice was choked with sobs.
I'm back. It's just 5 years. It's still a bit late. Right. Just come back.
Li Yongqiu, who was no longer young but still burly, stood there with a calm voice. But his eyes were actually just as moist.
Son!
The mother, Wang Lingbai, burst into tears, hugged Li Guanqi tightly, and cried endlessly, venting her emotions of reunion after a long separation. Li Guanqi hugged her back and patted his mother's back gently.
Brat!
Li Yongqiu raised his hand to wipe his eyes, and then said with a straight face,
I have never made your mother cry. Look, you came back so late. How sad have you made your mother? Yeah, 5 years. It's still too late.
Li Guanqi hugged his mother and looked at the familiar serious face of the man in front of him with a complicated expression. There were tears in his eyes. He was crying and laughing. Then he repeated again.
Dad, Mom, my son is back.
The conference room next door. Lin Xianbai held a tablet in his hand and slid through several pictures of black fog and western medieval castles. Frowning.
The origin of spiritual energy recovery? The mysterious castle in Norway? Now! All S-Class incidents around the world have to be handled by Miss Han.
Lin Xianbai paced back and forth in the conference room, looking at the information on the tablet. The more he looked at it, the more he frowned. After a few minutes, he swiped on the tablet again and opened a call box. Instead of speaking, he chose to type to communicate. Explain. What does it mean to report a ghost above? What is a ghost?
Drop.
A reply came quickly from the other side. We don't know. But after using various instruments to detect them, we found that those light blue translucent monsters have a strong soul power aura and have no physical body. Just like real soul bodies. Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes and continued typing. You should know that even 6th level souls in the living realm cannot exist in the world forever. Only 7th level souls in the death realm can survive as souls and become ghosts in the popular sense. But this is impossible. There is no reason for such a powerful monster to appear. And what your report says is that it is just a group of first-order souls.
Drop.
Message back. Mr. Lin. We are also very strange. So we initially determined that due to the special environment in that area of Norway, these first-order souls can exist in that area for a long time. That is the Norwegian area. Why is it Ms. Han who handles it? As far as I know, there are still several S-Class incidents in China that have not been resolved. Lin Xianbai didn't understand. His request for Penglai is indeed based on all mankind. But there are so many human beings. So naturally they have to be sorted into different order. And the primary and secondary needs to be clarified. You must resolve your own family's affairs before you can worry about other people's affairs. You haven't completely cleaned up your own home yet. So let Han Mengyao travel thousands of miles to go on a mission abroad? What a fool's decision.
Drop.
Because she said she wanted to explore the situation first. And then take her parents, Mr. Li Yongqiu and Ms. Wang Lingbai with her, to travel to Norway after the danger was eliminated. This was Miss Han's exact words. Lin Xianbai was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he continued typing. Miss Han has been in the hospital for a week and communication has not been restored yet? No. Lin Xianbai looked at the message records on the tablet and frowned slightly. Problem occurs? It doesn't make sense. Guanqi saw Miss Han alive and kicking 100 years later. So how could something happen now? Or the butterfly effect? Lin Xianbai's face darkened.
Dad, Mom, let's stop talking. We still have a lot of time to talk. There's no rush.
Li Guanqi looked at his parents in front of him, wiped his wet eyes, then smiled and took out 2 bottles of scarlet potion from the space necklace, looking at them with excitement.
This is a different blood potion. I just told you if you drink this magical potion, you will become superhuman. This.
Li Yongqiu and Wang Lingbai looked at each other, and finally shook their heads in unison.
This potion is too important. It is an invention that can benefit the people. For now, it is better to leave it to the state for mass development. It cannot be used on the 2 of us so casually.
Li Yongqiu said in a deep voice.
Yes.
Wang Lingbai also nodded lightly. Li Guanqi looked a little helpless, but he could understand the second elder's thoughts. His parents were both athletes competing for the country in the Olympic Games, and their sense of national honor was not ordinary. He can understand. But that doesn't mean he agrees.
There will be, and it will be available all over the country. If foreign countries are willing to obey, then people all over the world will also have it.
Li Guanqi smiled, then waved his hand, and a burst of blue light escaped, locking Li Yongqiu and Wang Lingbai in place. The two of them were completely covered. Only their eyes could move. And they looked at Li Guanqi in front of them in confusion.
Mom, come first. Open your mouth.
Ah. Li Guanqi picked up a bottle of strange blood potion and drank it for Wang Lingbai. Then there was the quiet waiting. 5 minutes later, the wrinkles on Wang Lingbai's face began to disappear rapidly. Her skin became smooth and translucent again. Her waist straightened, and some white hair on her head instantly turned black. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lingbai seems to be back when she was 30 years old. Mature and beautiful, and completely worthy of a screen actress.
The alien blood has not completely integrated with the body.
Li Guanqi took a closer look at his mother's black hair and eyes, and then felt the strange blood breath in her body, which was still a bit repellent to him. This is quite normal. Li Guanqi was able to fully integrate his alien blood with his body, awaken his alien blood characteristics, and transform into white hair and blue eyes. It was because of the battle on the Yucheng campus that he risked his life and survived. The different blood potion is indeed magical, but it is not that abnormal after all. It is good if it can turn people into different blood humans, but it cannot directly help them improve their cultivation. At this time, Wang Lingbai's physical strength should only be LV2 LV3. But this is the beginning. Now that you have become a human with different blood, you can slowly drink the different blood. Use potions, spiritual herbs, natural materials and earthly treasures, etc. etc. You can use various methods to improve your cultivation.
Mom, how are you?
Li Guanqi smiled and released Wang Lingbai's immobilization technique.
This.
Wang Lingbai looked down at her hands, at the 10 slender green jade fingers, then touched her fair and smooth face, and then did a few small jumps in place, feeling the lightness of her body. This young and beautiful woman's eyes suddenly burst with excitement.
If I could have had this body back then, how much more would I have won a silver medal in the Olympics? Dad.
Li Guanqi looked at Li Yongqiu and smiled softly.
If you don't drink, if you go shopping with your mother in the future, others will say that you are an old cow eating yum grass. What did the silly boy say?
Wang Lingbai laughed dumbly and pushed Li Guanqi's shoulder.
Bring it on.
Li Guanqi also unlocked Li Yongqiu's immobilization technique and handed him the strange blood potion.
Are you sure? People all over the country will have it.
Li Yongqiu glanced at the young Wang Linbai, took the strange blood potion, and still looked at Li Guanqi with some suspicion.
Certainly.
Li Guanqi nodded heavily.
Oh well.
Li Yongqiu opened the cork and poured the strange blood potion into his belly. This time, the medicine took effect much faster than Wang Lingbai. A few of Li Yongqiu's white hair turned into black hair, and his whole body became young and strong in an instant. The muscles formed by years of exercise were not small. And at this time, his arm circumference increased again. 1 lap. Even after just a few seconds, his physical fitness soared to level LV6.
Li
Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Strangeness. What's going on? One of his 2 bottles of strange blood potion was made by himself, and the other was a side mission reward in a strange world. Could it be that the bottle he received as a reward was of better quality than the one he made himself? But it doesn't make sense. Li Guanqi had specially analyzed it at the Guangming Research Institute. There was no quality difference at all between the bottle rewarded by the mission and the bottle he made himself. Wrong analysis? But if he's right, then it's because of his father's own talent.
Boom!
Suddenly, Li Yongqiu slapped the table next to him, smashing the table into pieces and making Wang Lingbai take a few steps back in shock. Call. Li Yongqiu took a deep breath. With the rhythm of his breathing, his black hair gradually turned into gold and white, with a few strands of snow-white hair mixed in among the golden hair. The pupils are even more peculiar. The left eye is golden, and the right eye is silver. As Li Guanqi's father, Li Yongqiu was already tall and strong, after turning into a human of different blood. Especially his strange eyes and golden white hair. He added a bit of strange masculine charm. Wang Lingbai next to him looked at Li Yongqiu at this moment, blinked, and suddenly thought of something, and quickly reached out to cover her face.
Interesting.
Li Guanqi crossed his chest with his hands and looked at his father with a smile on his face.
So this is what it feels like to have superpowers.
Li Yongqiu raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and a golden flame burned in his palm.
My superpower is to control fire, yeah.
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly showed a look of pain, and the flames dissipated instantly.
Husband?
Wang Lingbai was shocked and quickly supported him.
Oh, headache.
Li Yongqiu covered his head, with a look of discomfort on his face. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, his eyes were full of smiles. His father is a stern and tough guy, and he has never seen him like this before. As for his mother, well, Li Guanqi remembered that before he was 10 years old, his mother often called his father Brother Chiu, but it became less frequent later on. He probably saw his son growing up and getting older himself. Therefore, old couples are embarrassed to be tired of each other. Li Guanqi's childhood was very beautiful. His parents' love had a huge impact on him. My father was strict, but he was also a big mountain, and he was a role model from childhood to adulthood. His mother was loving but never doting, and sometimes she was even tougher than his father in teaching some things. Li Guanqi is very grateful to God for allowing him to be born in such a family and grow up healthily.
Superpowers require the consumption of soul power. That is, mental power to activate.
Li Guanqi looked at Li Yongqiu, who looked uncomfortable, and chuckled.
Mom and Dad, it's better not to use your powers at this stage. Otherwise your head will hurt for a while. But I can't feel my powers.
Wang Lingbai supported Li Yongqiu and looked at Li Guanqi with some confusion.
Didn't you say that superhumans have superpowers? Why can't I feel it? It's normal.
Li Guanqi smiled.
Not all powers are active. There are also passive ones, which are the ones that you don't know how to use, but they are actually effective all the time. But this kind of power, just you have to slowly discover it as time goes by. Oh,
Wang Lingbai suddenly realized.
That's right, Dad.
Li Guanqi looked at Li Yongqiu.
You have been asking me just now. I haven't asked you much yet. Where is your company? Has the business expanded from overseas and returned to China? By the way, are basketball shoes still selling well these days? Why are we selling sneakers? The company has sold them all.
Li Yongqiu seemed to still have a headache and waved his hand casually.
In the 3rd year after you disappeared, your mother and I really weren't in the mood to take care of the company. So we sold it. How much did it cost?
Li Guanqi asked casually.
100 million.
Li Yongqiu answered casually. Li Guanqi was stunned. Damn it. He had always thought that his family was at most a multimillionaire, but he never thought it was a billionaire. But really speaking, for him now, for the LV60 extraordinary king, real money is a meaningless thing. Not to mention that he, Lin Xianbai, and Peng Lai are on the same line. In this case, money is just something that can be taken as one wishes.
Dad.
Li Guanqi looked at Li Yongqiu and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing.
You and my mother never told me that our family is so rich. Because,
Li Yongqiu shrugged,
in the past, we wanted you to concentrate on playing basketball. Don't come up with the idea of going home and inheriting the family business if you stop playing basketball. After all, with your business acumen, I am afraid that the company will lose money to you. Li Guanqi was suddenly speechless. Let's go. At this time, Wang Lingbai looked at the conference room and seemed a little puzzled.
Why do we have to chat here for so long? Why don't we go home and chat? Then when Meng Yao comes back, let's find a hotel to have a big meal. And then let's talk to my parents-in-law about the engagement.
Li Guanqi was stunned. It's now 5 extraordinary years. Han Mengyao had brought his parents to live with him as early as when he was in the 4th extraordinary year. So it was normal for his parents to know Han Mengyao. But getting engaged?
It seems a little sudden.
Li Guanqi smiled.
But it seems logical. What happened suddenly?
Wang Lingbai looked at him earnestly.
That kid. I've been waiting for you for 5 years.
Now,
which girl can wait for you for 5 years? And she's a big star. People chasing her can really come from all over the country. France, you haven't told us about Meng Yao before. But you can't treat her badly.
More than that. Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. More than 5 years? Han Mengyao will wait for him for 100 years. A full century. Or even longer.
Do you know where she is on a mission now?
Li Guanqi looked at his parents curiously.
Norway.
Wang Lingbai thought for a moment and said.
That kid left a week ago, saying he was going to Norway to deal with a haunted house in the 13th century?
Li Guanqi frowned.
Have you been there for a week? Dad? Mom?
Li Guanqi thought for a while, looked at Li Yongqiu and Wang Lingbai, and said in a deep voice,
I know I just came back, but do you mind if I go and bring her back first? Of course I don't mind.
Li Yongqiu patted him on the shoulder.
Go and bring that girl back with you. Don't listen to what hotel you're going to. I'll cook the food myself and invite her parents over.
And then our family will have a good meal. Let's talk about the engagement directly. Uh-huh.
Li Guanqi nodded, then turned and walked towards the door of the conference room.
I'll take you home first, and then set off for Norway. Click.
Turn the door handle. Open the door. Li Guanqi was slightly startled, because Lin Xianbai was standing outside at this time, leaning against the wall of the corridor. After hearing the sound of the door opening, she looked at him and said,
We are reunited with our parents after a long separation. Should we go home for a meal first? Or should we talk about Miss Han later? Your father and mother are not old yet.
Before Li Guanqi could reply, Li Yangqiu patted him on the shoulder.
Furthermore, your potion has made me a lot younger. We don't need you to send us home. Let's solve this problem and bring Mingyao back with us. Let's go, it's time to get together as a family, and then talk slowly. Bring the girl back quickly.
Wang Lingbai also glared at him. Then, the old couple turned around, held hands, and walked straight outside. Li Yangqiu even turned his back to Li Guanqi and waved his right hand to signal farewell.
I'll be back soon.
Li Guanqi looked at their backs and shouted quickly.
I will also take Mingyao with me. The sooner the better.
The backs of the parents gradually faded away, and the mother's response became quieter.
So, Director Lin, where did Mingyao go?
Li Guanqi turned to look at Lin Xianbai in front of him. His eyes solemn.
As you said, Miss Han will still be here 100 years later, so she shouldn't be in any danger this time,
Lin Xianbai said as he walked back to the previous conference room.
However, we need to consider another thing. The butterfly effect. You have traveled back in time. This is a variable. No one can be sure whether your variable will cause anything. Unexpected changes. So I think, Miss Han's matter, we should take it seriously. She went abroad on a mission a week ago. It's a special area in Norway.
As he spoke, Lin Xianbai turned on the projection of his tablet computer, and an image was projected on the wall of the conference room. Li Guanqi stood next to him and looked towards the projection. That's a photo. On the green grassland and the vast plain, there is an area shrouded in black mist. The environment cannot be clearly seen. Only the outline of a medieval castle can be barely seen. Looming in it, there is also a large text message next to it. Chapter 338: The Origin of Spiritual Energy Recovery. The Mysterious Castle. Case 142, Norwegian Castle. Case level, S level. Impact of the case: 3 people were mentally disturbed. The case is summarized below. On December 7th, Extraordinary Year 4. Black fog suddenly appeared in the area of an old castle in Norway, 800 meters in radius. Nearby Norwegian residents tried to enter. The first person fell to the ground and fell unconscious the moment he stepped into the black mist. The second person went into rescue and fell into a coma. The third person went into rescue and fell into a coma. Other residents chose to use rakes and stood outside the black fog to pull them out. After the 3 returned outside, they woke up after being in a coma for 10 days. Then they became insane, unable to communicate, and often said some strange words. According to the exchanges with the relatives, what these 3 people said are related to their personal experiences that year. It is initially judged that they were most likely to fall into some kind of illusion after coming into contact with the black mist. The frightening scene reappeared in the dream. Cause of mental disorder, damage to the soul. On February 18th, the 5th year of the extraordinary year. Faced with this extraordinary incident, Norway could not afford it and asked Pumlai for support. On May 11th, the 5th year of Chaofan, Pumlai accepted the case. On May 13th, the 5th year of Chaofan, Pumlai established a station in Norway and named it Pumlai Norwegian Guard. On May 15th, Extraordinary Year 5, the Pumlai Norwegian Guard sent a 10-man night watchman team to the castle area to investigate. After going deep into the black fog, communications were lost. On May 24th, Extraordinary Year 5, a second-level superhuman, codenamed Flaming Phoenix, went to the Norwegian castle. After going deep into the black mist, communication was lost. The known information about the case is as follows. After any object enters the black fog of the castle, it will be obscured by the black fog and then lose contact. Ordinary machinery and equipment loses signal after entering the black fog of the castle, and cannot transmit camera images and sounds back. The psychic equipment will explode within 3 seconds of stepping into the black mist. The cause of the explosion is overload of the psychic core. The thermal imaging night vision device shows that there is no object or life form that can emit heat in the black fog of the castle. The spiritual compass shows that the black fog of the castle contains huge spiritual power.
It is the area with the highest concentration of spiritual power found in Norway so far, and it belongs to the A level. Spiritual Recovery Origin Point. The soul measuring instrument will detect 7 to 10 light blue, translucent monsters in the black fog of the castle between 2400 hours and 1 o'clock every day, with different shapes, possessing soul power, and suspected to be pure soul bodies. Psychic weapons fail, and the launched psychic attacks will quickly disintegrate after entering the black mist. The reason is currently unknown. Note: the Punglai Research Institute is already analyzing the black mist structure and preparing to develop the world's first anti-spiritual weapon system. Meng Yao went there on May 24th. And today is Children's Day. Li Guanqi turned to look at Lin Xianbai. Get me a plane to Norway. Now! Early morning. 3:24 minutes. Europe. Norway. Boom. In the deep night, a black and white combat aircraft flew through the sky at an astonishing speed and crossed the bright moon. Ding! The destination has been reached. Mr. Li, I am the pilot. Pulley number 799. Please allow me to confirm again. We are now in the stratosphere, which is an altitude of 12,000 meters. Are you really sure that you want to directly open the hatch to land? Repeat. This is 12,000 meters. If you don't open the door, I will break it down. Yes. Call out. A gap suddenly appeared at the bottom of the plane, and then a square hatch appeared. Before the strong wind from outside could pour in, the built-in ejection mechanism caused a seat to fly out. The white-haired man on the seat unbuckled his seat belt unhurriedly. The strong wind whistled in my ears. My white hair was flying and dancing, and my black clothes were blown by the wind. Call. Li Guanqi opened his hands high in the sky and felt the strong wind hitting his cheeks. Then, his mind moved slightly, and the surrounding wind completely changed from chaotic and violent, and actually surrounded him gently, like a summer breeze. A 4-image level wind spellcaster. Wind, thunder, light and darkness are 4 phenomena, hence the name 4 symbols. To control the law, to a certain extent, is to control a natural law and a natural phenomenon. Boom! The strong wind enveloped Li Guanqi and carried him towards the earth at an astonishing speed. He soon reached 100 meters above a vast grassland. Although the night was dark at this time, the black mist not far away and the ancient castle in the mist still appeared clearly in Li Guanqi's sight. This is Norway, and the black fog covering the castle with a radius of 800 meters is the place where Case 142 Norwegian Castle took place. If nothing else happens, Han Mingyao is inside right now, and she doesn't know what kind of danger she is experiencing. Don't let any accident happen. Li Guanqi was surrounded by strong winds and quickly flew towards the black mist, his eyes full of worry. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. As for him who owns the simulator, in fact, for a long time, especially after acquiring 2 charging items, he has almost no time to face unknown situations. At any time, he can rely on the simulator to make a fortune in advance. A bottom, but now gone. In order to travel through time and space to the extraordinary 5 years, he used up the time crown and exhausted all the energy of the simulator. At this moment, the simulator is completely inactive. Nowadays, every step Li Guanqi takes is facing the unknown. Li Guanqi is not worried about the dangers these unknowns bring to himself. He is just afraid that these unknown things will hurt the people he cares about. Boom! A green storm falls from the sky. Li Guanqi fell heavily into the black mist, directly shattering the grassland with a radius of 100 meters. Earth and rocks flew up, and the turbulent wind of loss spread quickly, sweeping away all the black mist within an 800-meter radius. Clear. The black fog disperses. Gone! The black fog is gone! Oh! Punglai, Norwegian satellite headquarters. Hundreds of Punglai members gathered together at this time, looking at the clean castle on the 10-meter big screen in front of them. Everyone cheered and even hugged each other, unable to help themselves. Isn't it just the wind? Why can this be able to sweep away the black mist? Alas! He is worthy of being an extraordinary king. He is so powerful that even though we racked our brains and couldn't do anything about it, he swept away all the black mist as soon as he arrived. An elderly Punglai officer with gray hair looked at the big screen and couldn't help but sigh softly. Good. Another Punglai officer nodded. They disappeared for 5 years. But now it seems that not only have we failed to catch up with these extraordinary beings, but the gap has even widened. For example, the extraordinary king's performance in the air just now. I couldn't even imagine that there are humans who can do this on their own. It seems that the world that belongs to ordinary people is really going to disappear.
Certainly. Next is the era of superhuman and psychic technology. The black mist is a byproduct. Just a combination of spiritual energy and soul power. As long as the source is not eliminated, the black mist will recover sooner or later.
Norway. Grassland. Lee Guanqi stood in the center of the 100-meter deep pit, closing his eyes and feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy and soul power around him, and whispered to himself, "The spiritual energy here is very strong. It is 10 times higher than the outside world." Speaking of which, after the return of Lee Guanqi and all the extraordinary beings, the spiritual energy concentration was declining rapidly. Just like in the end of the world, after the extraordinary beings returned to reality, it began to rise rapidly again. Well, that's not important. The important thing is that this ancient castle area.
Why is there lost soul power?
Lee Guanqi turned his head and looked at the 13th century ancient castle in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Is there a soul-like treasure of heaven and earth born? Or is there an existence with a powerful soul that is about to die? Also, why don't I feel Mingyu's breath?
With a solemn look on his face, he turned around and took a step forward, spanning hundreds of meters in an instant and reaching 700 meters away. On the grass here, lying 10 unconscious Punglai night watchmen. It should be the 10-man night watchman team sent by the Punglai Norwegian Guard to explore the black fog of the castle. In addition to these 10 people, Lee Guanqi also found 6 teams a few hundred meters away, each with 10 people. However, they were all European faces. They were probably aliens sent in by Norway before Punglai took over the case. Blood metahuman team. They are all at the one-dimensional level. In the early stage, their physical fitness does not exceed the level of LV12.
Pity.
Lee Guanqi squatted down, stretched out his soul power, checked the 10-man team on the ground, and sighed helplessly. The foundation of the soul is damaged, and there is no way to save it. These 10 people, as well as the Norwegians, were all deeply trapped in the soul illusion at this time. Due to the high load placed on the souls by the soul illusion, their souls were overwhelmed and their foundations were seriously damaged. Even if he wakes up, he will appear mentally disturbed. And this is not the end. As time goes by, they will become more and more abnormal. And then they will develop severe dementia. At most 35 years, their souls will completely collapse and they will die. When Lee Guanqi saw them, he thought of Moxie Gu Village. In the original Gu Village enchantment incident, if Lee Guanqi had not dispelled the High Priest's soul illusion formation, all the ordinary people in Moxie Gu Village would have suffered the same fate in the future. This is soul illusion, a soul attack discipline that acts directly on the soul. Soul illusions are far more terrifying than ordinary blindness illusions, and the consequences are more serious.
But it doesn't make sense.
Lee Guanqi frowned slightly and stood up from the grass.
With the evil phoenix here, Meng Yao should not be entangled by this level of soul illusion. Is there any other reason?
Lee Guanqi turned his head and looked at the castle in the distance.
Brush.
With a flash of his body, he quickly arrived at the gate of this ancient castle. Without much hesitation, Lee Guanqi reached out and pushed open the ancient brown door.
Squeak.
The brown door opened slowly and made a sound.
Lee Guanqi raised his eyebrows. This door seems to have become the opening and closing entrance of some kind of barrier or formation. When the door was closed, he couldn't feel the atmosphere inside the door or the castle. But now, as soon as the door opens, all the atmosphere in the castle rushes towards him. For example, the smell of laundry detergent with the aroma of lavender. Another example is the phoenix blood aura that he is so familiar with. Han Mengyao's phoenix blood.
The most popular diva in the world turns out to also use lavender laundry detergent.
Lee Guanqi laughed dumbly. He is very familiar with the smell of this brand of washing powder, because before the advent of the strange world, his clothes were washed with this brand of washing powder.
As long as you're still here.
Lee Guanqi lowered the big stone hanging in his heart a little, and followed Han Mengyao's phoenix blood aura as he continued to go deep into the corridors of the castle. The castle had a long history, but he had no time to admire the interior scenery. He just followed the phoenix blood aura and kept going deeper and deeper. Finally, Lee Guanqi walked through the basement of the castle and came to an underground cave. It's not dark here, because at the end of the cave, there is a large sea of flowers. Those strange flowers all emit blue light. Their appearance is like Manju Shawa. They are blue and somewhat translucent. From a distance, they seem to be insubstantial.
A large number of first-order soul-condensing flowers, and a few second-order quality flowers.
Lee Guanqi looked there and whispered to himself. This is the source. The underground of this ancient castle is the origin of spiritual energy recovery. And spiritual energy begins to gush out from here. Then, for various reasons that are difficult to explain, this soul-like plant called soul-condensing flower was born here, due to its own effect characteristics, as well as the huge amount of escaped soul power. Plus the surrounding the rich spiritual energy finally turned the 800-meter wide area into a soul illusion area. Case 142 Norwegian Castle. In fact, this incident has nothing to do with the castle. Well, it has a little bit to do with it. This castle has a long history. Many people have lived there, and many people have died. It should be the remaining traces of the souls of the dead. The properties of the soul-condensing flower cause the phenomenon of souls wandering in the dark room between 2400 hours and 1 o'clock. But this is essentially just a soul-like monster born from the interweaving of rich spiritual energy and rich soul power, not the resurrection of the dead. Because for about an hour every day, the soul-condensing flower will perform the behavior of absorbing spiritual energy and swallowing soul power, which is called spiritual effect. Well, similar to the behavior of ordinary plants, absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. It is the spiritual effect of the soul-condensing flower for 1 hour every day that leads to the phenomenon of soul monsters appearing. It's just that when Li Guanqi came, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the soul-condensing flower had already completed today's spiritual effect. So he didn't see those so-called ghosts.
So, what are you doing here?
With a smile on his face, Li Guanqi walked into the sea of blue light flowers composed of a large number of soul-condensing flowers. The blue light emitted by the sea of flowers illuminated the cave. And deep in the sea of flowers, lying down was a tall woman in a red dress. Her whole body was surrounded by blue soul-condensing flowers. With her hands on her flat belly, her eyes closed, her expression relaxed, the corners of her mouth raised from time to time, and the smile from the heart on her beautiful face. They all express her joy in the dream at this time.
Meng Yao.
Li Guanqi sat next to her, gently rested her head on his lap, smoothed her hair around her ears, and patted away a few soul-condensing petals stained on her hair.
What kind of illusion dream makes you so nostalgic that you don't even want to come out even if you have the ability?
After a whisper, Li Guanqi closed his eyes. But a thin golden slit opened between his eyebrows, and a golden vertical pupil appeared from it. Eyes that break delusion. The function of this soul eye is to break illusions. But Li Guanqi only needs to control his soul power a little to use its power to do more things. For example, entering the illusion of someone else. In the hazy world, he saw it. It was a blurry scene. A campus. The campus of Yuqing No. 1 Middle School. As Li Guanqi moved his soul more and more, he also completely entered this fantasy campus. And he saw it more and more clearly. He saw campus speech contest. A petite girl with a high ponytail gave a speech on the podium, and the audience was crowded and lively. Competition is over. A tall boy, after she missed the championship, wiped her tears and comforted her softly.
Campus competitions are all shady. The champions have been predetermined. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Li Guanqi stood behind a big tree. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but chuckle. But he soon stopped laughing. Because as time went by, Li Guanqi's originally unclear appearance of the two people gradually appeared clearly in front of him. That girl was Han Mengyao before the alien blood was added to her body. And that tall boy is himself. Li Guanqi was silent. Time passes. Fantasy changes. There is a quiet classroom at dusk, with only one boy and one girl left. The girl is tutoring her homework, while the boy has a ballpoint pen in his mouth and looks absently at the basketball court outside. There is an extremely lively campus basketball game, with boys violently dunking and girls cheering loudly in the audience. One day after school when it rained heavily, a girl without an umbrella stood in the teaching building, looking in shock at the boy outside who had forcefully brought a large umbrella from the canteen. He's making a fuss. After she was stunned, she was laughing. Among the blue flowers of the soul-condensing flower, Li Guanqi sat on the ground, the golden vertical pupils between his eyebrows disappearing. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Han Mengyao lying on his lap, with a complicated expression and deep self-blame in his eyes. He saw it. The fantasy world is a high school campus. A good student named Han Mengyao and a sports student named Li Guanqi are enjoying their beautiful years wantonly in the youthful and beautiful campus.
No wonder.
Li Guanqi sighed softly.
No wonder you linger on the illusion and don't even want to come out. But the illusion is ultimately false. Meng Yao.
Li Guanqi looked down at Han Mengyao on his lap. stretched out his right index finger. The fingertips glowed with light blue soul power, and gently touched her smooth and white forehead between the eyebrows.
It's time to wake up.
Han Mingyao's expression changed drastically, and she suddenly opened her eyes, with anger ready to come out.
Sister Xiawang. You, huh?
She looked at Li Guanqi's face and was stunned.
Still in the illusion?
Han Mingyao seemed a little confused.
But why? Sister Xiawang, why did you change to an illusion? Isn't the campus pretty good? Silly girl.
The evil phoenix's voice appeared in her mind.
Look around carefully. This is the underground cave of the castle. You have left the illusion. Look at the human in front of you. He is back.
Han Mingyao was still a little unresponsive, looking at Li Guanqi in front of her, then at the sea of soul-condensing flowers around her, and finally looking at Li Guanqi again. She sat up and looked at Li Guanqi in front of her. After more than 10 seconds, she carefully reached out her hand and squeezed the other person's face hard. Well, very hard.
It's going to hurt.
Li Guanqi smiled helplessly.
Also, shouldn't you pinch your own face? Why are you pinching mine? You?
Han Mingyao's delicate body trembled slightly. Her eyes instantly turned red, and her crystal tears shone.
I'm back.
Li Guanqi no longer laughed, but looked at her seriously, and said softly,
It's me. It's really Li Guanqi. I'm back.
Wow. After a brief period of disbelief, Han Mingyao immediately threw herself into his arms. While crying loudly, she held him tightly with both hands, very hard, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again.
5 years. Why did it take you so long to come back? Why did it take you so long to come back?
After crying for a while, she suddenly let go of her hand and continued to cry while vigorously beating Li Guanqi's chest. Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand, hugged her into his arms again, held her tightly, and sighed softly.
Well, 5 years is still too long. Too long.
Chapter 339 Soul Contract. Failed Engagement Banquet. Li Guanqi experienced the scene of reuniting with his lover after a long separation for the second time. But last time it was 100 years. But this time, it was 5 years. In Han Mingyao's view, 5 years has been a long time. But in Li Guanqi's view, at least he has tried his best to reunite 95 years earlier. 5 years of separation is a long time. But at least it is earlier than 100 years of separation. And in this extraordinary 5-year period, he still has a lot to do.
I need to talk to Evil Phoenix.
In the sea of blue flowers composed of soul-condensing flowers, Li Guanqi sat on the ground, lowered his head, and whispered to Han Mingyao, who was nestled in his arms.
Han
Mingyao looked at him in surprise.
How do you know? Let it out.
Li Guanqi did not explain. Regarding the matter of the Doomsday Wasteland, he planned to only tell Lin Xianbai and Han Mingyao, but he hasn't had time to tell Han Mingyao these things yet. After all, it takes too long to talk about the Doomsday Wasteland. From Han Mingyao's perspective, the two have just met, so they shouldn't talk about these heavy and serious things. And the most important thing is, according to the experiences Han Mingyao told him 100 years later, Han Mingyao, who has been extraordinary for 5 years now, definitely regards Evil Phoenix as his sister. He told Han Mingyao directly with white teeth that the Evil Phoenix would try to control her mind after 10 years of transcendence. After 18 years of transcendence, she and it would go to the North Pole to end things. It was probably difficult for Han Mingyao to accept it. Instead of doing this, it's better to cut the mess with a quick knife first. The Evil Phoenix didn't come out.
Evil Phoenix.
Li Guanqi looked at Han Mingyao's black eyes and said helplessly,
If you don't come out to see me, I will have to go in to find you.
Han Mingyao sat up from Li Guanqi's arms, looking slightly hesitant.
Sister Xiawang, I'm afraid of you.
Certainly. Li Guanqi smiled and said,
Of course, it will be afraid of me now. Okay. If you don't come out, that's fine. I'll go in and find you.
Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul power in Li Guanqi's body escaped and condensed into an invisible sword of soul power, which went straight into the center of Han Mingyao's eyebrows. Supernatural power, God-killing sword. When the God-slaying sword is activated with all its strength, it needs to manifest a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, so that the phase of compassion can appear. But it doesn't have to be this way when you're not using your full strength. Facing the current Evil Phoenix, Li Guanqi, who has a 4th level peak soul, does not need to use his full strength at all.
Humanity.
In the middle of the Azure Ocean, next to Han Mingyao's light blue translucent soul body, is a huge light blue translucent phoenix.
At this time, his eyes are gloomy, staring at the small soul sword in front of him. We need to talk. The soul sword changed its appearance and took on the appearance of Li Guanqi. He stood on the water waves and looked at the translucent phoenix in front of him. A soul in the middle of the first level. Evil Phoenix's soul strength is basically the same as Han Mingyao's. Human. You want to kill me? Evil Phoenix said calmly. Han Mingyao's soul suddenly looked surprised and anxious, and looked at Li Guanqi in confusion. Why? Guanqi. Sister Xiaowang helped me a lot. If it hadn't been for it, you would have been killed on the spot by the Steel Sword Cursed Spirit's last-ditch counterattack during the Cursed Spirit Encirclement and Suppression Operation at the end of Extraordinary Year 1. Li Guanqi took over the conversation and still looked at Xiaowang. I know everything. Han Mengyao was silent for a moment, then stood in front of the Evil Phoenix and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. It is indeed not human. Maybe you also think that if it is not of my race, its heart must be different. But at least the Evil Phoenix sister is very important to me. Is my biological sister. I told you. I know everything. Li Guanqi smiled. Of course, he knew the importance of Evil Phoenix to Han Mengyao and his kindness to her. Li Guanqi couldn't do it now to kill the Evil Phoenix, due to emotions and reasons. Evil Phoenix had helped Han Mengyao, and he had to repay this kindness. How to do that? If you don't kill them, how about driving them away? The future god said that the shaking of the space-time barrier this time caused problems with the time difference between reality and the strange world, causing a delay in the return of all extraordinary beings. The god of the future said it nicely. This was just an extremely low probability accidental event caused by Emperor Wu of the Great Luotian trying to open the transmission channel between the two worlds. The problem is, no matter how accidental it is, wouldn't it happen to them? This time, Li Guanqi relied on Lin Xianbai's secret tips to get the time crown. And with the time crown, he gained the ability to activate, travel through time and space. What about next time? What if the time and space barrier shakes again? And if they come back so many years later? Will he still have the next time crown? All kinds of things. Li Guanqi didn't dare to gamble at all. Phoenix couldn't be killed or driven away. It had to be kept by Han Mengyao. Moreover, on the other hand, this also gives Evil Phoenix himself a step down, so that he no longer has to worry about Han Mengyao's affairs. You can't kill it or drive it away. You can only find a way to resurrect it with a phoenix egg later. Let's work out a temporary solution now. Soul contract. Li Guanqi looked at Evil Phoenix's soul body and smiled. I want you to sign a soul contract with Han Mengyao. The content is very simple. Live and die together. If she dies, you will die, and you cannot do anything detrimental to her. But Sister Xiaowang and I are meant to live and die together, Han Mengyao said in surprise from the side. No, not entirely. And the key content of the contract is the second half. Li Guanqi still looked at the Evil Phoenix. It cannot do anything detrimental to you, such as trying to take away your body. Xiaowang didn't make any excuses, just sneered. You already know this. Han Mengyao looked shocked and looked at it in disbelief. Sister Evil Phoenix. You really? Evil Phoenix didn't look at her, as if he was indifferent. But Li Guanqi knew very well that if the Evil Phoenix was really merciless to Han Mengyao, then Han Mengyao would not be able to survive the extraordinary 18-year North Pole battle to the end. Just a big bird with a hard mouth, but a soft heart. If you want to sign quickly. The Evil Phoenix raised its proud head and flapped its wings. Punch out the soul contract and get out of our sea of consciousness. Hurry up. Its voice sounded cold. But the communication between the soul and the body does not rely on voice, but on the transmission of soul thoughts. The Evil Phoenix now only has a first-level soul, and Li Guanqi has a peak fourth-level soul. He can fully understand the inner emotional changes of the Evil Phoenix through the soul thoughts emanating from it. Is Evil Phoenix angry at this time? Not really. Li Guanqi penetrated into the depths of Evil Phoenix's soul and found no emotion such as anger or annoyance at all. On the contrary, it was relief. This is easy to understand. Evil Phoenix has always been very conflicted about whether to take Han Mengyao's body or not, and she doesn't know what to choose. And Li Guanqi asked him to sign a soul contract so that he could not harm Han Mengyao, which meant that he had no choice at all. Then, there is no choice. So there is no need to worry. I feel relieved. Li Guanqi did not rely on his own ideas to understand or speculate. This is what Xiaowang told him personally. In the wasteland 100 years later, Li Guanqi also asked Evil Phoenix
why he showed mercy to Han Mengyao in the North Pole during his 18th year of transcendence. But Xie Huang didn't answer the first few times. Until one night. The evil phoenix controlled Han Mengyao's body and sat on the roof, looking at the stars. Li Guanqi originally went to the bedroom to play basketball with Han Mengyao, but found that it was controlling his body. The atmosphere was a bit awkward at that time. When Han Mengyao didn't come out, he casually changed the subject. First, I asked a mentally retarded question. Face the evil phoenix that is looking at the stars and ask it what you are doing. However, Xie Huang actually said with erratic eyes,
"Look at my hometown."
Of course Li Guanqi was confused, but Xie Huang did not continue. So Li Guanqi casually brought up another topic and asked why it was merciful to Han Mengyao in the Arctic. Unexpectedly, Evil Phoenix actually gave an answer that night. Unwilling to be reconciled. Unbearable. 6 simple words can actually explain it clearly. Evil Phoenix has feelings for Han Mengyao, which is the biggest prerequisite. Then, not all cats and dogs can bear the soul of the phoenix. Only the body of the phoenix species can resurrect the evil phoenix and survive for a long time. This is the second prerequisite. Han Mengyao swallowed and successfully fused the phoenix heart of the evil phoenix as a new creature that is half alien-blooded human and half phoenix. This girl is the only body known in the world that can be barely resurrected. If something is not done, it will be sorry for itself. After all, an opportunity for resurrection is right in front of you. Who can refuse? Therefore, Evil Phoenix was unwilling to take away Han Mengyao's body to resurrect him. But the Evil Phoenix really had feelings for her and regarded her as a sister from the bottom of his heart. So if it really did something, such as killing Han Mengyao to seize her body, then it would feel guilty. This is unbearable. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to defeat. Therefore, in the Arctic, Evil Phoenix, who originally had the upper hand, was forced to hold on until the end by Han Mengyao, resulting in a situation where their souls were fused, and it was difficult to tell them apart. This is how complicated things are in the world. If Evil Phoenix was a complete bad guy, then Li Guanqi could simply kill him and solve the problem easily. But things in the world are far from that simple. Well, of course, if Evil Phoenix was completely bad, then Han Mengyao would not be able to survive the extraordinary 18-year Arctic War, and would even die before the Arctic War. But these are things that don't need to be considered. Li Guanqi has traveled back to the present 5 extraordinary years, and can change all the regrets he has seen one by one. Buzz?
Those who violate this oath will have their souls shattered.
Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand, and the humanoid soul power transformed from the god-killing sword began to gradually change, and soon turned into the shape of a contract, flashing with little blue lights. Soul contract is a kind of soul technique, which is specially used to make agreements on certain things. It can only be used by people with first-level souls and above. Those with less than first-level souls are not even qualified to sign a soul contract. Also, a middleman is needed to act as a witness. Of course, it does not mean that the witness can violate the contract if he dies. The life and death of the witness has nothing to do with the contract. It's just that this soul contract requires a soul other than the signer to condense it. And Li Guanqi naturally did his part.
Ding!
The Evil Phoenix took the initiative to release its soul power. And after the soul contract was released, a golden circular mark appeared on it.
Mengyao.
Li Guanqi's voice came from the soul contract.
It's your turn, Sister Evil Phoenix.
But Han Mengyao looked at Evil Phoenix with complicated eyes.
It shouldn't be like this. If you want to seize my body, there are too many opportunities. Right. Why wait until later? Don't say anything else.
Just the last one, you can do it. If you didn't help me, I would have done it myself. Shut up.
The Evil Phoenix flapped its wings suddenly, and its long beak almost touched the tip of Han Mengyao's pen. But she just stared at it.
Well?
Evil Phoenix sighed, and patted her head gently with his right wing.
Be obedient. Be good. And sign it quickly. Just sign it. It will make me completely give up on this idea. And I won't have to think about this and that all day long. Neither could sleep well.
After saying that, the light blue phoenix soul came to the corner of the sea of consciousness, curled up, covered itself with its wings, and seemed to just start sleeping.
It turns out it's been struggling with this.
Han Mengyao looked at Evil Phoenix and whispered to herself,
who cannot be confused.
Li Guanqi's voice came from the soul contract floating in the air.
This is human nature. Well, no. This is the common behavior of any highly intelligent creature. Even relatives. Sometimes it is difficult to face life and death. Choice. In fact, the fact that Evil Phoenix can struggle with this matter means that his moral level is already higher than that of 99% of humans. Then, it was time to sign the contract with Mengyao. There is no need to learn how to escape the soul power like the evil phoenix. You may not know how to do this yet. Just raise your hand and touch the contract with your fingers.
Han Mengyao's soul nodded slightly, then raised his right hand and touched the soul contract with his light blue translucent fingertips. Ding! After the evil phoenix, a second golden brand appeared on the soul contract. Han Mengyao, evil phoenix. The soul contract between the two has been completed.
Buzz?
The soul contract was divided into two, and they each escaped into the soul bodies of Han Mengyao and Xie Huang. Not only did they sign the contract, but their soul bodies were also strengthened a little bit. After all, the source of the soul power of this soul contract was Li Guanqi. It was transformed into a god-killing sword. Outside world, among the blue flowers of the soul condensing flower, Han Mengyao, lying in the flower, slowly opened her eyes. What caught his eye was the tall white-haired figure of Li Guanqi, who was controlling a wisp of breeze to harvest all the soul-condensing flowers around him. These soul-condensing flowers are not high-end goods. They are all low-grade and first order. There are only a few second-order soul-condensing flowers. Moreover, the medicinal value of soul-condensing flower is very low, because it has extremely side effects. The person who needs the potion will fall into a serious soul illusion after drinking it. While it improves the soul, it will also overwhelm the soul. There is a small chance that the soul will be damaged, and the gain will not be worth the loss. However, those who can resist this soul illusion do not need this level of potion. In short, the name of soul condensing flower is not bad, but it is actually a kind of plant garbage, similar to the pest status in the insect world. If it were a weird world, I could keep it. At least it would look good. But reality must be cleared up. If it is not cleared, black fog will continue to appear in this castle area, and those soul monsters will continue to appear, and they will no longer only appear at 2400 hours 01, nor will they only wander around the black fog area. Maybe they are weak now, but what about later? If a third level or fourth level soul condensing flower suddenly appears here, creating a third level or fourth level soul monster, then if it rushes out, it will be a catastrophe for the residents of Norway. Li Guanqi originally came to find Han Mengyao, but he solved it by the way, case 142 Norwegian Castle.
Mengyao.
Li Guanqi harvested all the soul-condensing flowers and destroyed the roots of these plant wastes buried in the ground. Then he looked at Han Mengyao, who woke up with a smile on his face.
Let's go. It's time to go home.
Li Guanqi came over, stretched out his right hand, and took Han Mengyao's smooth, tender white hand.
Our parents are still waiting for us.
On the plane returning from Norway, Li Guanqi explained everything about the Doomsday Wasteland to Han Mengyao.
Different from Lin Xianbai's performance, Han Mengyao was only slightly surprised, and then believed Li Guanqi's words. It seemed that to her, there was no need to question this man's words. Finally, after returning to Yuqing, it was a family dinner. Li Guanqi's father, Li Yongqiu, personally cooked to entertain Han Mengyao and her parents. And Li Guanqi met his future father-in-law and mother-in-law for the first time. It's interesting to say that he didn't have any stage fright when facing the 5-element level Thunder Dragon Lizard. But when facing these two ordinary people, he felt a little uneasy. Well, maybe not just a little, but very uneasy. Fortunately, Li Guanqi cooked a pot of different blood potion before meeting. Not all of the materials he gave Lin Xianbai originally. He also kept the last one. After all, in addition to his parents also had brothers and sisters. Han Mengyao also had parents and brothers. And her parents and brothers also had relatives. All in all, Li Guanqi cooked 10 bottles of the strange blood potion in one pot, leaving 1 bottle for Peng Lai to proof, and giving away the other 9 bottles. With the help of the magical different blood potion, Li Guanqi earned a lot of favor from his 2 elders after helping his prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law become different blood humans, and gained their good looks before the meal was served. Is Li Guanqi an extraordinary king? Yes. But the public doesn't know this. And the same is naturally true for Han Mengyao's parents. Although they are the parents of the most popular diva-level star in the world, Han Mengyao, the daughter of fire. These 2 old people are not snobbish. They even bluntly said that it doesn't matter even if Han Mengyao likes an ordinary poor boy. If that were the case, it would be easier to handle. But not Li Guanqi. And parents always want their children to have a better life. Han Mengyao did not tell anyone that Li Guanqi was the extraordinary king. But Han Mengyao confessed his status as an extraordinary to his parents 2 years ago. Therefore, Han Mengyao's parents did not agree with the engagement. The reason is simple. Li Guanqi entered a strange world this time and disappeared for 5 years. What about next time? 10 years? 20 years? 30 years? And then let their precious daughter remain a widow for the rest of her life? No parent is willing to compare their hearts to their own. Therefore, the atmosphere of that family dinner was harmonious from beginning to end. But at the end, when the engagement was discussed, Han Mengyao's parents smiled, but did not give in at all and firmly opposed it. Han Mengyao lost her temper at the dinner table, but Li Guanqi didn't, because this is something that has been mentally prepared for a long time. Even his own parents, Li Yongqiu and Wang Lingbai, had not been optimistic before the dinner party and told their son to be mentally prepared. So Li Guanqi just smiled and sent Han Mengyao's parents home, then flew several times over Yuqing, and finally found Han Mengyao with a disappointed face on the rooftop of a tall building. He said nothing. I just sat with her on the edge of the rooftop, blowing the evening breeze, and watching the lights of the city and the bright night scene in the distance.
Watch chess. I've been waiting for you for 5 years. I know. And I also know that if I don't come back this year, you will wait for me for many more years. 100 years. Or even longer. I love you. I love you too. Then, if my parents don't agree to our marriage, what will you do?
Chapter 340, the fourth round of luck. The Law of Thunder.
I hope to have your parents' blessing.
Dark night. On the rooftop of a shopping mall building, Li Guanqi sat next to Han Mengyao, looking at the lights of the city at night, and said softly,
I can't let my girl. Just like this. Well, I don't know what to say. In short, I hope that our marriage will be blessed by both parents. We can elope?
Han Mengyao stared at him.
Hey, come on. It won't happen.
Li Guanqi laughed dumbly.
We are still fine. Why did we end up eloping? It's not that serious. And...
He paused, then chuckled and said,
Elopement is too irresponsible. I don't want our marriage to be so bad. As I said just now,
I hope to get the blessings of both parents. What should we do?
Han Mengyao was a little frustrated.
Wait for me.
Li Guanqi turned to look at her and chuckled.
When I come back next time, if it doesn't work, I'll do it next time. The 5 years this time is just an accident. Under normal circumstances, we extraordinary people will not leave for that long. So it will take 1 or 2 more time travels to convince your parents that this disappearance for 5 years was just an accident. I believe it will be easy to handle by then.
Real? Han Mengyao blinked.
Certainly.
Li Guanqi smiled softly.
Also, before that, we can first.
He came closer to Han Mengyao, gently hugged her slender waist with his right hand, and smiled softly in her ear.
Okay, let's cook the raw rice first.
Han Mengyao's ears suddenly turned red. It's definitely not possible on the rooftop. 100 years later, Han Mengyao opened the door to a new world of
outdoors.
By chance, Han Mengyao 5 years later is obviously much shyer than Han Mengyao 100 years later. After all, she is only 23 years old now. If the strange world had not come, according to normal circumstances, she would be just a young female college student who had just graduated from college. So that night, Li Guanqi was in Han Mengyao's villa, slowly guiding Han Mengyao to the sublimation of love. Just like that, Li Guanqi's real life was back on track. Well, the same daily life as it would be 100 years later. When I have nothing to do, I usually play basketball in the single-family villa Han Mengyao bought, or change my appearance and go shopping. He and Han Mengyao went to see Qi Xiaoxiao several times. That girl is now the deputy leader of the Red Blood Army. With a Liangyi level cultivation, she often leads the Red Blood Army around the world, killing cursed spirits and demons. By the way, traveling with Han Mengyao is very troublesome. Li Guanqi had to use a blinding spell to cover Han Mengyao every time, so that when ordinary people looked at her, they would see the appearance of another strange woman. Because she is now the most popular diva-level star in the world.
Han Mengyao, the daughter of fire,
is too famous. Li Guanqi's feeling was very subtle. Every time I see a group of people taking photos of Han Mengyao's advertising video on the street, I feel an inexplicable feeling of joy. But occasionally when I see some hanging hair, kissing and hugging someone with a pillow with Han Mengyao printed on it, I always feel the urge to hit them. But there is nothing we can do about it. That's what celebrities are like. Not to mention she is the most popular star in the world. Li Guanqi also asked Han Mengyao why he accepted advertising endorsements, business speeches, and even made movies. Han Mengyao's answer is, which girl has never thought about becoming a big star? Anyway, she thought, those top movie stars she had only seen on the big screen before could now collaborate face to face. As for the unspoken rules in the film and television industry, who dares to do this to Ping Lai's top consultant and the world's #1 superhuman? By the way, superhuman beings are really uniquely blessed to be able to make popcorn movies. They had very little need for special effects and no need for stuntmen. Han Mengyao had a movie to shoot recently, and she was cooperating with several top movie stars. It can be called an epic production. However, after Li Guanqi came back, Han Mengyao put aside all his affairs. The daily life of Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao is sweet and somewhat quiet. I usually play basketball when I have nothing to do. Occasionally going to Peng Lai to pick up an S-class case is like traveling. After solving the problem locally, I can experience the local customs and customs. 30 days later, Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao cleared away all the S-class extraordinary incidents in the country one by one. His internal code name in Peng Lai was also officially determined as the Extraordinary King. On the other side, Lin Xianbai's side, since all the research information was given by Li Guanqi. After a short period of research, the material transplantation for the alien blood potion was basically completed. Then they began to build mimic planting sheds in large numbers across the country to transplant and grow those medicinal herbs. Lin Xianbai said that according to the current progress, the mass production of the strange blood potion will only take about half a year. Herbs certainly require a long period of time to grow. But by changing plant genes through technological means, researchers have reduced the growth cycle of these plants to the extreme. Then, there is the Sky Ring. The development of science and technology does not come from a sudden enlightenment. It does not mean that if we go back to 2,000 years ago and give Qin Shi Huang a machine gun blueprint, the Qin dynasty will be able to use machine guns to sweep through the 6 countries and then dominate the world. Sky Ring. If you want to create a great invention made by Han Mengyao in extraordinary year 74, you need to create too many front-end parts and front-end factories. So even if Li Guanqi gives out all the research information, he wants to create the first sky in a short time. Ring is still a difficult thing. After all, the Sky Ring will be regarded as the pinnacle creation of psychic technology 100 years later. But now, 5 years after the extraordinary, psychic technology has only just taken its first steps. So this is not something that can be solved quickly with a piece of research data. Besides these things, there is a person. Qishan River. Qishan He, like Qi Xiao Xiao, was resurrected into reality. Of course, Qishan He, who has been extraordinary for 5 years, should now be working abroad and living a peaceful life as an ordinary person. This 4-elephant level powerful alien blood warrior chose to be an ordinary person in reality. This is really interesting. Li Guanqi discussed with Lin Xianbai and finally decided to ignore him. According to what Li Guanqi learned from 100 years later, regardless of Qishan was really an ordinary person between extraordinary year 1 and extraordinary year 20, without any ambition. And nothing happened. If the end of the world hadn't come, he won't even show up. But if you insist on controlling others, God knows what will happen. Li Guanqi didn't want to kill him. What he did in the weird world was offset by Qishan having already died once in the weird world. Of course, the most important thing is that Qishan's actions in governing the North during the apocalypse, and in the end, his sacrifice to kill the 4th level cursed spirit at the risk of his own life and eliminate future troubles for the people of the North, have been recognized by Li Guanqi. Just give him a chance to start a new life. Now, it's been 5 extraordinary years. There are still 15 years left before the bloody rain comes. The materials for the different blood potion are being planted. We only need to wait for the first round of planting to be completed before mass production of the different blood potion can begin. The accessories for the Sky Ring are manufactured bit by bit from scratch. The concentration of spiritual energy in reality is rising rapidly. Everything is taking its time and developing in a good direction. The sweet little life of Li Guanqi and Han Mengyao is also passing day by day. It is worth mentioning that nowadays, because Li Guanqi has disappeared for 5 years, the luck that originally belonged to him has now gone to the most powerful person in the world, Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao became the most powerful son of destiny in this era. But in fact, the 4th round of luck competition has not yet begun, because the 4th round of luck is to see who can kill the 4th level cursed spirit first. However, with the departure of the extraordinary person,
The concentration of spiritual energy in reality dropped rapidly, and the cursed spirits from the strange world no longer traveled through. So naturally there would be no fourth-level cursed spirits. According to the trajectory of the apocalypse, the first fourth-level cursed spirit will have to wait until after the apocalypse to appear. Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai discussed this topic. The final conclusion is, it won't be that long. Now that the extraordinary person has returned and the spiritual energy concentration is rising rapidly, there will definitely be a fourth-level cursed spirit coming through from the strange world soon. The time it will appear will definitely be before the fifth strange world comes. And this is indeed the case. Day 42. It's the 42nd day since Li Guanqi's return to the extraordinary 5 years ago. The fourth-level cursed spirit finally appeared. And the luck theory is still so stable. In the past, when Li Guanqi was the most powerful son of destiny, he would have trouble wherever he went. And now it's Han Mengyou's turn. The place where this cursed spirit appears is still related to Han Mengyou, the most powerful son of destiny. Roar! Yuqing. City center. On the first floor of the shopping mall building, pieces of rubble suddenly exploded. A 5-meter-tall humanoid cursed spirit jumped out from it and roared at the surrounding crowd. Countless ordinary people screamed and fled. Even some superhumans mixed in the crowd are not stupid. They understand that the power exuded by this cursed spirit is completely beyond the reach of low-grade superhumans like them. So these superhumans can run faster than anyone else at this time. Quick! However, finally, it's the 4th round of luck. On the 4th floor of the shopping mall, among countless panicked people, 2 figures standing still stood out. It was Han Mengyou who came to the mall to buy clothes, and Li Guanqi who accompanied her to buy clothes. This shopping mall is a circular structure, built 1 floor at a time, and the middle area is empty. The 2 of them are standing on the edge of the 4th floor, looking at the 4th-level cursed spirit on the bottom floor.
Why didn't it move after it came out?
Han Mengyou looked at the rock cursed spirit in surprise.
Because I kept it from moving.
Li Guanqi was carrying large and small bags of various packaged goods. He originally wanted to use his fingers to touch himself, but found that he couldn't free up his hands at all.
I have a talent that allows me to control the same level of cursed spirits. The benchmark depends on the level of the spell. Now that I am a 4th-level conjurer, I can directly control the 4th-level cursed spirits. In other words, I don't even have to do anything to kill that cursed spirit. Boom!
As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th-level cursed spirit on the 1st floor of the shopping mall suddenly exploded. Not only did the rock body fall apart, but even the soul collapsed completely. The next moment, a wisp of black mist flew out of Li Guanqi's body, quickly came to the 1st floor, swallowed up all the dead remnants of the rock cursed spirit, and then returned to the original body. Plunder. Nowadays, Li Guanqi can only plunder a 4th-level cursed spirit, which is better than nothing. Therefore, he did not swallow the strange blood of the 4th-level cursed spirit. Instead, he let the black mist bring it back, and then controlled his spiritual power to suspend the purple-red blood of the cursed spirit at his side.
Here!
Li Guanqi took out an empty bottle from the space necklace, put the 4th-level alien blood in it, and handed it to Han Mengyou.
For the 4th-level alien blood, wait until the next time I go to the weird world, and I will bring you more alien blood. In other words, I am even more lacking in a fire attribute cave heaven paradise.
Han Mengyou took the blood and scratched her head.
Sister Xiaowang created a fire attribute body refining method for me. The problem is that it requires a strong fire attribute spiritual land. Otherwise, I can only rely on those low-level body refining methods to break through.
I'm already at the 3rd level. Sister Xiaowang doesn't recommend me to do this. I don't recommend it either.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
It doesn't matter. Just wait. The worst I can do is wait until I reach the 5 elements level. After I understand the law of fire, I will come back and use the fire of the law to refine your body. There is no need to be anxious about this kind of thing. And there is no need to speed up your cultivation for a while, ruining your future cultivation prospects.
Han Mengyou also smiled, and then seemed to suddenly remember something, and asked again.
It is said that this is a 4th-level cursed spirit. So does this mean that even if you said it a few days ago, the 4th round of luck competition was successful? What happened to me? Luck. And more luck in this era. Will all come back to you? This should be.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly.
But this thing won't come right away. It should take a few days. Then what are we doing now?
Han Mengyou looked around and saw that the mall seemed empty as all the people had left.
I can't continue shopping. Then go home.
Li Guanqi picked up the large and small bags on his hand, feeling helpless, and said,
This is enough. A woman never has enough clothes.
Han Mengyao said as she walked towards the mall elevator.
Yes, yes, yes.
Li Guanqi laughed dumbly and followed her.
We.
Han Mengyao held his arm and rested her head on his shoulder with a smile on her face. A man and a woman. Drifting apart. The fourth round of competition for luck is still about the cursed spirit. See who can be the first to kill the fourth level cursed spirit. In fact, the competition for luck in the third and fourth rounds was very easy for Li Guanqi. It's just that the first 2 rounds were a little more difficult. In the first round, in that alley, he killed a 1-level cursed spirit with a low-grade cultivation level. In the second round, on the high school campus, with a 1 yuan level cultivation level, he surpassed the level and killed the 2-level magic spirits. For Li Guanqi at that time, it was still very difficult to kill an enemy at a higher level, especially the second time, when he almost died when facing the White Ape cursed spirit on the campus. But it was different starting from the third time. The third round of luck competition. The Lugui Village Incident. The Lugui Village Incident was actually mainly due to the simulator sending a statue of Lugui Bodhisattva, which led to the resurrection of Lugui, a stranger from the Yu dynasty. But this is not a rule for luck competition at all. Leaving aside Lugui, it was very easy for Li Guanqi to kill the third-level cursed spirit in the underground palace of Lugui Village, with the improvement of his cultivation, or in other words, with the acquisition of simulator charging items, and with the opening of the simulation world. Li Guanqi's strength has gradually exceeded the upper limit of each period. During the period when the fourth-level cursed spirit appeared in reality, Li Guanqi's comprehensive level had reached LV60, which was a huge gap. With simulators, he was ahead of his time. As for the fourth round of luck competition, the most relaxing time ever. A few days ago, Li Guanqi killed the fourth-level cursed spirit in that shopping mall and easily obtained the fourth round of luck. Luck also poured into his body in the next few days. To this world, he became the son of destiny again after 5 years, got the fourth round of luck, and became the strongest son of destiny with the most luck. And the luck benefits brought by the fourth round of luck also appeared quickly. Rumble. Thunderstorm. In the dark night, dark clouds cover the sky and the earth. Heavy rain pours, and purple-blue thunder roars. ZZ. In Yuqing, beside the swimming pool of a mountaintop villa, Li Guanqi stood in the rain with his eyes closed, his hands spread wide, and lightning flashed around him, evaporating all the surrounding rainwater into a mist.
The law of thunder, another easy epiphany. It seems that for me, the benefit of luck is to help me understand the laws.